Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 721-740. Chapter 721. Today, the Fish Nation. Come on, what a joke. Before Iger could finish speaking, the head of the perch, who had been pretending to be asleep and dared not speak, suddenly burst out, and the blue veins all over his body burst out suddenly, which startled Jinpi and Yi. However, at this moment, the expression of the base head is much more scary than his actions. It can be said that Iger has never seen such a scary face since he was so old. It was originally a bluish convex face full of faces. His scales were all shattered and cracked, and the bright red blood had now solidified into a dark red blood scab solidified on his face and twisted with his expression. Are you crazy or am I crazy? You are going to challenge Kaido Sea Emperor? Well, I thought you were asleep. Really startled by this perch head, Iger patted his chest and took a breath, then looked at him and said something softly. Of course not. How can you fall asleep when you talk about such terrifying things in front of me? However, before Iger's words were half finished, he was interrupted by the perch head. Do you know who Kaido is? It's the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors. The whole world can be said to be the top existence. In this world, there are no more than 10 people who can fight with him without dying. Shouldn't this be common sense? The four sovereigns of the sea. That is an existence that must not be provoked. Otherwise, either merge into their command or be completely destroyed by them. This is the knowledge that has been poured into their heads since they were born. Why did this guy just say something like, I want to eat a bowl of noodles this morning? The owner of the store hasn't seen me for a long time. I guess he has forgotten how I feel. Is the Four Emperors a Chinese cabbage? They say they can be beaten. Basehead felt that he had never been so courageous in his life, and he was so angry in front of possibly the most powerful character in the entire Murloc nation, and even scared the two guys to the point of being speechless. Really, for a moment Basehead even thought that he really drank these two lunatics and pulled them back from the edge of the abyss. Looking at the dull expressions of these two people, Basehead even had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, and a subtle pride flooded into his heart. If you want to challenge Kaido, you must first solve the two big billboards guarding the palace. If you can't even beat the big Kanban, don't say anything about challenging Kaido or Big Mom. The perch head Barabara finished talking, and the whole room fell into a strange silence. Both I and Jinpi looked at the perch head, who suddenly cheated on the opposite side, in silence, and didn't know what to say for a while. Looking at this guy's excited appearance, he was a little surprised for a while. However, Iger is also a man who has experienced many battles, and he reacted after a few seconds. This guy was simply frightened by what Jinpi and himself were talking about just now, and he used his body many times to act. Obviously do not want to die. And compared to Kaido, who is famous for the Four Emperors, his image, this state, obviously doesn't look like he can match it. However, to say that this challenges Kaido's qualifications, I really have. You mean those two big Kanbans, right? Iger gently repeated what the base head said with a cautious expression, as if confirming something. That's right, they can't beat the big Kanban, let alone deal with their boss. You look like this. Are you scared? As soon as he saw Iger's cautious reaction, Perchhead felt that there was drama at the time. He had never discovered his talent, and he could still be a lobbyist. Then why are you challenging Kaido? I think we should pack up and prepare to go back. However, before his words were finished, the dream of being a lobbyist was shattered with Iger's opening. The illusion was just an illusion after all. Those two guys, Yin and Jake, have been buried in Alabasta with me. Iger's voice was soft, like small ice cubes falling on the ground, but the smashing sound exploded in the ears of the perch head like thunder. What did you say? Basehead didn't react for a while, and his brain fell into a dazed state, one step ahead of his consciousness. After a few seconds, his rigid body suddenly shook, and his pupils shrank instantly. The size of the pinhole. Cold sweat soaked through his whole body at once. This guy just said. Yin and Jack, the two big Kanbans of the beast pirates, known as the big monsters, were buried in Alabasta by him. Buried by him in Alabasta. In other words, these two guys were killed by him, and they were still together. This guy fought these two big Kanbans at the same time, and killed them both. Could it be that the rumors from a while ago were true? The perch was in a state of confusion, muttering. The two big Kanbans sent by the beast's pirates to guard the Murloc kingdom went out to perform a temporary mission, but they were killed in the middle of the way. You did this thing? He looked at the handsome young man in front of him in horror, completely unable to imagine what kind of means this guy used to kill the two big Kanbans at the same time. After all, this young man was only a dozen years old at most. There was even a harmless smile on the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I didn't dare to tell you at first for fear of scaring you. Ha ha ha, that's what I said. Basehead has completely lost the ability to communicate normally, and now he is full of the idea of this boy is a devil, with a wry smile on his face. On the other hand, this guy is so strong, and if he wants to resist, he seems to to be powerless. In any case, I have properly boarded the big ship of the two of them, but that's why Iger-kun. Jinbei seemed to be afraid that the purchase head would not be frightened enough and added, Kaido is already quite angry about this. Next, Big Mom and one or even two of them will come here soon. At that time, we may really face a confrontation with them. World War I. So the top priority now is to get rid of the power of these two pirate groups in the fisherman country as soon as possible, and then we can make a concerted effort to the outside world. Then what are you waiting for? We'll leave immediately after resting, and we'll go directly to the palace. Chapter 722 Arrive Dragon Palace. I said are you serious? Do you really want to go to challenge the four emperors for this kind of thing? I have to say that Iger and Jinpei are really strong in action. In just half an hour, the two of them walked down the street with Perch Head. The wound on Perch Head was easily repaired by Iger. It will take a long time to heal on its own, but even so, the base head is still quite resistant to the strip. After all, Nima himself is a commoner. What kind of virtue and ability can he be able to follow two powerful lunatics to do the so-called big thing they said? Along the way, Basehead chatted endlessly, as if to use his own screeching to make the two adults change their minds. However, he also knew that for these two guys, what Basehead said was not important at all. Even so, Jinbei couldn't help comforting the already frightened Perchhead. His tone was full of helplessness. Don't worry, according to the information I have now, the current Dragon Palace is still in the stage of communication with the upper echelons. If I guessed correctly, this time, CP0 led the recall. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom C the Thieves each sent a representative to determine the protection agreement. Huh? What did you just say? Basehead was a little confused when he heard Jinpei's explanation. Alas, Iger, who was attached to him, also sighed softly and then explained, the main mansion of the world and those two big pirates. Now they don't even know what the Sea King is. How can they find this thing with great fanfare? Now on this Fishman Island, we can only use the pretext of protecting the Fishman Island, just inquiring about the news. If they already knew what the Sea King is, they would have come to grab it already, right? Yes. Jinbei next to him also nodded. I just received the news that they were going to sign this kind of agreement before I decided to find Iger-kun to hell. This kind of thing is a big deal for the Murloc nation, so we should study it carefully. This time we go to Ryugu. The best case scenario is to successfully persuade King Neptune to refuse to sign the agreement, and of course, be prepared for battle at the same time. Is that what it looks like? Basehead was confused by what these two people said, and he was a little confused for a while, but it seemed to be relatively safe to hear what Boss Jinpei said, but he was relieved and stopped talking immediately. The three of them were speechless all the way and came to the nearby bubble station. As its name suggests, this may be the most beautiful station in the world. The entire station is a huge building entirely made of bubbles. The transparent bubbles reflect colorful light in the sunlight cast by Eve, reflecting everything around them into colorful colors. Behind the huge transparent portal, there are transparent lounges, transparent waiting rooms, transparent promenade benches, transparent ticket offices. Even behind the transparent station, transparent bubble pipes extended from the entrance, slowly extending in all directions, connecting to all parts of Fishman Island. This is the most characteristic transportation system on Fishman Island, the bubble transportation system. As long as you spend money to buy a ticket, you can go to any place on Fishman Island through the tracks made of bubbles. Wow! Both Perchhead and Iger couldn't help but look up, looking at the transparent bubble pipe that jutted across the sky, and their eyes were full of stars. Needless to say, Iger was visiting Fishman Island for the first time today, and Perchhead, I have been living in Fishman Street all these years, and there is no chance at all to come to these high-level facilities, so I was shocked for a while. Ha ha ha, I'm going to buy tickets. You guys are waiting here. Seeing the surprised expressions on the two people's faces, Jinpei also laughed a few times, and then instructed the two to wait for him where he was before turning around and walking towards the ticket office. Half an hour later, Basehead and Iger had already boarded the bubble train for the first time in their lives. The three of them were bumped into a bubble train. The whole picture was slowly captured by the two of them. Sun Tree Eve stretched the huge canopy on this beautiful island, and the sun poured into every corner of the island. In another direction far away, it was the famous underwater volcano of the Fishman Island towering into the clouds. Even if the field of vision turned again, I could even see the legendary ship of Oath and Redemption Noah. The hull, as huge as a mountain, was docked in the depths of Fishman Street. Next is the Dragon Palace City, which is the most luxurious and beautiful place on the entire Fishman Island. It is located on the top of the Fishman Island where you can see the sun. The whole is built with giant coral reefs, shells, and various building materials that cannot be found anywhere else. There is even a giant dragon entrenched around it. There is the location of the trip of the three. There is the hard shell tower. There is the the prison tower. The treasure house is in another direction that we can't see. The other side of the Dragon Palace is the Coral Hill, and the closest to us is the Gelongcord Square. Odo him the grown ups often speak there. Iger and Basehead looked out the window with bright eyes and listened to Jinpei's explanation, and felt that this Fishman Island was definitely a paradise like no other in the world. Not to mention anything else, the sightseeing transportation system of this bubble tube has already killed all the countries in the world in seconds, and it is definitely the only one. In this way, the two spent a short period of sightseeing amid Jinping's explanation and admiration for the underwater Fishman Island. Come on, this is Gelongcord Square. The transparent bubble slowly landed on the huge square, and the purchase head and the solace of Jinping's feet also stepped on the solid ground. According to Jinping's explanation, this is the closest place to Dragon Palace among all the sites. A huge colorful island and reef surrounds the entire circular gray square, with streets extending out on both sides, and every door is beautifully decorated, open to welcome guests coming and going. Going forward from here, you can reach the entrance of the Dragon Palace. Jinpei pointed to a completely empty exit which was sandwiched by islands and reefs, forming a mountain tunnel passing through the islands and reefs, and opposite the entrance of Ryago Castle. Without any hesitation, the three of them quickly crossed the island and reef, and then the luxurious, exquisite and splendid city wall of the Dragon Palace appeared in front of the three of them. Just this time, Iger didn't care how beautifully the Dragon Palace city was built, but frowned, his eyes fixed on a certain point in the city wall. At the same time, Jinping, who was beside him, also looked a little dignified. Today, this Dragon Palace is a bit lively. Chapter 723 will star Katakuri. This Dragon Palace city looks really lively. Iger was entrenched on the head of the perch, looking at the Dragon Palace city not far ahead. His tone was a little unnatural. When Jinhei and Bastu heard Iger's words, they nodded in agreement. Their expressions were a little dignified, and they were in line with Iger's eyes, looking at the Dragon Palace city ahead. At this moment, the Dragon Palace city is still resplendent. Among the colorful coral reefs dozens of meters high, there are completely different colors from the coral reefs in other areas, although they are also flashing with colorful light. But this Dragon Palace city's color on the wall, there is a golden light shining, revealing a sense of dignity. Every piece of coral reef was polished to be smooth and shiny, and the purchase head could even show its own face on it. There was a team of guards strictly guarding the outside of the city wall, patrolling the anomalies around the Dragon Palace city. And above the city wall that is dozens of meters high, there is an even more magnificent Dragon Palace building. A giant dragon is entrenched at the bottom of the luxurious palace, and there is a group of giant bubbles on the back of the dragon. The flounder comes and goes, transporting various passengers, and these extremely gorgeous palaces are not able to attract the attention of the three people at this moment. The place that the three people care about most now is the huge Dragon Palace next to it. Pirate sailboat. There are quite a lot of sailboats in rows. There are at least 50 ships in a rough count. Although these ships are grouped together, they are still divided into several camps. Pattern divided into 3 waves. The first wave was a skull pierced by 3 bones behind it, forming a 6-pointed star, and on both sides of the skull's ears there were 2 huge horns. There is no doubt that this pattern, as long as it is, anyone who sails at sea will definitely know it. This is the symbol of one of the most terrifying pirates at sea today, the Beast Pirates. With the Beast's Pirates, there is naturally a pirate ship next to it that belongs to the Big Mom Pirates, but here, Iger and the others did not see the Pink Mother singing number that belongs to Big Mom alone. Instead, I saw only those sailboats with the word DY written on them. Although these ships are not as conspicuous as the big pink ship, they are also quite recognizable. This is the sailboat that belongs to the leaders of the Big Mom Pirates. In other words, this should be the ship of Katakuri and the others. What surprised Iger the most was that among the fleets of the 2 great pirates, there was actually a ship that could be separated from the others just by looking at it. The hull made of steel, the ridiculously high mast, and the 5-point cross on the pure white sail hanging on the steel mast. This pattern, let alone at sea, can never be found in any corner of the world. You can shake your head to ensure that you do not recognize the symbol, because the symbol, what it represents, is the institution with the highest authority in the world today, the world official. Especially Iger, he is quite impressed with this kind of ship. The reason why he is here now is definitely because he has a considerable relationship with this kind of ship. This ship is loaded with members of CP0. If he hadn't buried so many white clothes himself, Iger really didn't know that such an espionage agency would have so many people. The previous ship had already been solved by myself, and there are still people all over the world doing things. And now, these pirates and the officials of the official government of the world are entering the Dragon Palace through the bubbles on the back of the flounder. Looks like it's not too late. Seeing this scene, Jinping sighed softly, then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, turned his head and said to the two of Iggy, "Let's go too. Today's meeting is destined to be lively." Iger didn't speak, and the bass nodded with a nervous look on his face. In his capacity, it was impossible for him to come into contact with memories of this level or level in his life, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Entering here, maybe you can see the legendary mermaid princess by seeing who is unparalleled in beauty in the world. As his thoughts drifted, Basshead felt his body shake, and then he walked forward involuntarily. As early as on the way here, Jinpei had already explained the current situation to the two people. The two groups of big pirates, the world's main mansion, the royal family of Fishman Island, and the ministers will be in Dragon Palace today. An agreement on protection fees. And Jinping, as the captain of the royal guard of the Fishman Kingdom, naturally has the qualifications to participate in the meeting. Not only that, even before he met Iger, Jinpei had created a fake identity for Iger, and now the identity of the palace logistics minister belongs to the perch head, and it is no wonder that the current perch head will be a little excited. From a slum refugee to becoming a minister of the kingdom, this feeling of reaching the sky in one step is not something that anyone can experience. Of course, today's events can't tolerate the perch's head full of YY. Iger pushed his body directly, and at a very fast speed together with Jinpei, boarded the flounder with the huge bubble behind him. The perch head was still immersed in the dream of reaching the sky, but Jinpei and Iger had already taken him through the gorgeous promenade of the Dragon Palace, and walked past the garden full of sunshine flowers and various underwater wonders. The royal garden walked into the gate that was shining brightly outside the Dragon Palace, and came to the door of the Dragon Palace conference room. In front of the door, the eldest prince of the mermaid race, Xiao Xing, with a trident in his hand, was standing at the door in person, checking the eligibility for the meeting one by one, and in front of him, a man whose aura was not inferior to him stood proudly. Fuchsia hair, a scarf wide enough to cover his mouth and the entire neck, and that solid body of muscles and rivets all over his body. This is the confidant sent by the big mom pirates at this meeting, Kotaku Chestnut. Beside Katakuri, there is also a man holding a giant colorful lollipop with his tongue sticking out, and his whole body is full of fancy clothes that can't make people take their eyes off his tongue. This is the following the negotiator who came with Katakuri, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Perospero. When Jinpei and Basshead stood in front of the conference room door, Perospero seemed to sense their presence, and when he turned his eyes, he saw Jinpei next to him. The four eyes met, and before he could speak, the smell of gunpowder was already diffused. Chapter 724. Where did the little bastard come from? Yo, isn't this even shipping? Perospero sighed inwardly that his sense of sight was quite accurate, and he was able to identify who it was with just a little breath, and immediately turned around and laughed enthusiastically. Of course, even if he didn't smile, his long tongue couldn't be retracted at all, and the corners of his mouth were always split, so Jinpei didn't care about his greetings at all. Politely but distantly directed at Perospero, he clenched his fists and said nothing. Perospero seems to have expected it long ago, and Jinpei will have such a reaction when he sees him, although they have not known each other for too long. This Perospero's understanding of Jinpei is still quite in place. A seaman with a loyal soul, and he has already recognized the white beard as the boss, so naturally he will not have any good looks on himself. Obviously, when Jinpei came to participate in this meeting this time, he should also know what they were going to discuss together, and he was in a bad mood, that's for sure. However, it is not easy to see a guy like Jinping shriveled, especially seeing this guy quite upset. Perospero's heart is even happier, and the smile on his face is a bit brighter now. Although said that Jinpei ignored him, but he was more enthusiastic, and came to Jinpei with the candy cane in his hand. What's the matter, Jinpei? I'm not welcome, or my brother Katakuri. Perospero brought his face very close. His long tongue could not be retracted at all. It was almost pressed against Jinpei's face. The latter frowned and took a step back to avoid this disgusting thing, but Perospero didn't care at all. With a smile on his face, he said in his mouth, "Or you don't welcome the one who is about to take over your Murloc territory. How about our mother?" Speaking of the last sentence, Perospero's tone changed drastically. He was still smiling, but in the next second, it was as if he had changed from an angel to a devil. The breath exuding from his body has changed from quiet and peaceful to violent and surly. Of course, in the face of Perospero's provocation, Jinpei didn't care at all. His face was still expressionless. His eyes didn't even look at him, but at the quietly watching Katakuri in the distance, his tone was as cold as a stone. "What exactly do you want?" "Don't think I don't know, although I don't know what means you used to make Dad stop interfering in things here, but if you want to make a bad idea, you have to weigh yourself first. For this kind of person, Jinpei's consistent principle is that if you are accustomed to him, he will not be accustomed to you. The reason why Perospero and the others can be so arrogant and even even talk about this topic in front of the family fish prince is obviously that behind the super big backer of Big Mom, the prestige of the 4 emperors in the sea is too much, too strong. Of course, the prince of the mermaid has nothing in itself. Jinbei turned his gaze to the shark star who was standing at the door of the conference room. His eyes were full of unconcealed anger, and the latter was obviously a little embarrassed at this moment and deliberately staggered his eyes to avoid him. No, Jinping, do you really think that without the support of Whitebeard you are a Kaiwahe? When Pero heard Jinpei's reply, not only was he not annoyed, he even laughed even more happily and quietly put his mouth to Jinpei's ear. Could it be Kaido, Mom, and the opponent of the world's government? No. Although Perospero's voice was not loud, it fell into Jinping's ears like a heavy hammer. The pupils shrank instantly. Jinbei's eyes were bigger than copper bells at the time, and he tilted his head to look at Perospero's triangular eyes. His eyebrows wrinkled high. This is a blatant threat. This guy is completely in a showdown. Under the three-way operation of Aunt Kaido and the world government, the secret of this Fishman Island must be handed over. Seeing such a reaction from Jinbei, Perospero knew that he had already won, and the corners of his originally upturned mouth suddenly showed an exaggerated smile. However, before that smile could spread to the maximum, it suddenly solidified because of a voice next to it. Just talking about a Big Mom, I can still understand that you are very confident in your pirate group, but you are thrown out together with the 3 forces. You seem to be very happy. The fluttering words made the entire corridor in front of the conference room completely silent. At the door of this conference room, it is now when the younger brothers from various forces watch the boss enter the conference room. Not far away, the pirates of the anti-pirates of the 100 Beasts pirates are listening here. The situation, and when this sentence appeared, everyone was completely stunned because that sentence didn't come out of Jinbei's mouth but the perch head who was following behind and looked very thin and had a very weak breath just by looking at it. How dare this guy? Does he know who he is talking to? What did you say? Hearing this sentence, Perospero was also stunned and then turned his head in disbelief. A pair of triangular eyes filled with gloomy light locked the perch head behind Jinping. From the beginning he hadn't even looked at perch head at all because his knowledge told him that this guy's breath was too weak and he was obviously an ordinary Murloc official and there was nothing to worry about. However, just now, this perch head performed a show for him in person. What is it that a person can't look good? Obviously a group of weak people can actually say such words like thunder on the ground. This really opened Perospero's eyes. And this perch head, even if everyone in the audience is staring at it, doesn't seem to have any discomfort and can even make up for it. Are your ears stuck with candy? There's nothing to learn from your brother. See how quiet people are. Look at you again. How old you are and what kind of superiority are you looking for? Are they all boring? What? The pirates who were watching the lively around were petrified at that time. Good guy. I was sighing that this buddy is so fierce. Who knows? This buddy is so fierce. That guy. Is it over? It's over. It's definitely over. Lord Perospero can't accept someone asking him to learn from his brother. The pirates unknowingly had cold sweat on their faces because they all saw that Perospero's face was completely cold. Chapter 725 Short Future. You kid, you have been in the palace for so many years. Haven't you learned a little bit of survival skills? Perospero still had a rather exaggerated smile on his face, but that smile was a lot colder and crueler than when he saw Jinbei shrivel just now. His brows and eyes were covered in the shadows by the wide polite brim, making his 2 eyes look quite gloomy, and the domineering all over his body is slowly flowing. Whether it's in the pirate group or in the palace, you have to know your identity before you can say anything. There are some things that people like you are not qualified to say. Before he finished speaking, Perospero waved his cane and pointed at the perch head in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the cane in his hand that looked like a spiral lollipop melted in everyone's eyes, turned into melted sugar water, and flowed towards the perch head. Hello. Although Xiaoxing said that he has been paying attention to the movement of this place, but his strength is limited and the distance is too far. When he reacts, Perospero has already moved his hand to the guy who has no impression of him. Come on, but he can only stand on the spot and reach out and shout. This guy is really arrogant to this point. Really dares to be here in the Dragon Palace. Really dare to do something in front of the Dragon Palace conference room where everyone is present and wants to do something to the people of their Murloc nation. Right next to Shark Star, Katakuri had absolutely no intention of stopping his eldest brother. Although he felt that Perospero's approach was a bit too arrogant, he still knew that his eldest brother couldn't distinguish the priorities. At most, it was just a lesson for this kid, so he didn't react too much. However, what he cares a little about is that in the intelligence network of their Big Mom pirates, Jinping should be the top fighting force of the Fishman country. It stands to reason that no one is stronger than Jinping, but in the face of Perospero's attack, but he did not feel any sign that Jinping sleepy eye was ready to act. Instead, something strange seemed to happen in his sense of sight, which was so powerful that he could see the short-term future. The strangest of them may be that this is so flat it doesn't even move at all. This is indeed the case. Facing Prospero's sudden upheaval, Jinbei didn't even look at him, ignored him at all, and didn't care about the perch head beside him. He just stood silently like that. Hey, Lord Prospero really did it. That ability is simply too strong. If you are hit by that ability, the whole person will be sealed in the sugar liquid and become a piece of hard amber. It was only at this time that the pirates who were watching the lively round finally reacted, and they whispered to their partners next to them, looking at the perch head full of ridicule, and pity. It was at this time that the thick candy syrup poured down on the perch head like a small waterfall was already pouring into the perch head at a very fast rate. That is, at this time there seemed to be an extremely subtle shock in the space, and then an invisible black line extended from the top of the perch's head along the direction of the occipital parietal bone and the frontal bone from the back to the back. A dark crack opened slowly in front of him, swallowing the poured candy slurry. At the same time, Basehead's body appeared to be dodging backwards, and he inadvertently stomped the ground, and a cloud of dust that was so light that he couldn't see clearly splashed from the front of his toes, just like a cloud of normal dust usually raised, floating gently over Prospero's ankle. And just as everyone's eyes were fixed on the piece of sand that was about to be poured over the head of the perch, the cloud of sand under Prospero's feet suddenly looked like a palm holding Pero's tightly Parrot's ankle and then pulled hard. Oops! In the eyes of everyone, Prospero screamed and then slipped his feet. His feet rose directly into the air, and then the whole person came over and fell heavily on the ground. Although it is said to be the chief officer of his own family, the posture of this guy falling is too funny. For a while, the pirates who were watching the fun couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, the surrounding companions reminded them in time, otherwise they could really get punished. Who would have thought that he was aggressively trying to teach that rude boy a lesson? But he ended up with a funny butt off. Obviously, with such a fall, Prospero immediately turned everyone's attention from the perch head to his own funny appearance. For a while, everyone ignored the small movements that the base head had just made in response to Prospero. All they know is that if they were Prospero, their faces would be on fire now. In fact, the same is true. When his feet were in the air, Prospero's head was actually blank, and it was not until his butt fell heavily on the ground that he realized how embarrassing he had done. Matter. In front of so many of my own subordinates, I couldn't teach others a lesson, and as a result, I fell down quite comically. Moreover, he didn't see it, but he felt it. Just in a split second, something tugged at his ankle. It must be this kid's fault. Prospero's dark eyes shot at the perch's head as if to pierce him completely. However, the perch head opposite did not seem to feel the sharpness of his eyes, but covered his mouth with surprise. His expression was quite exaggerated. Lord Prospero, what's the matter with you? Why did you fall down? It's a trivial matter to hit me. If you break your old bones, it won't be good. Since he was born, Prospero has never encountered such a shameful thing, especially being ridiculed by others like this. How can he bear it? Immediately, he stood up on crutches, and then a cloud of purple-red candy slurry seeped out of him, posing to pounce on the perch's head. And this time, instead of hitting the perch's head as he wished, he was stopped by a broad figure, and when he took a closer look, it was Shiping. Prospero, do you really think I don't exist? I'm here for a meeting today. If you big mom pirates have this attitude, don't hold this meeting. He. What are you? Okay brother, let's have a meeting first. Prospero laughed in anger, and was about to retort, but was interrupted by Katakuri behind him. Looking back, the younger brother was winking at him. After a reminder from Katakuri, he also realized that he had lost his way, snorted heavily, glared at the base head again, then turned around and walked straight into the conference room. Chapter 726. Shouldn't it be a mess? Cough cough cough. Well, let's continue. Everyone's permission to attend the meeting is confirmed to me. Seeing Prospero walk into the meeting room was quiet again. Facing this embarrassing situation, Shark also coughed twice, and the opening in a somewhat unnatural tone broke the short silence, and raised his hand, reaching out to Katakuri in front of him. Katakuri, I want to confirm your permission. Katakuri, Katakuri, who turned his head, was shouted several times by Prince Sharkstar, and finally came back to his senses, as if he had just woken up from a big dream. A golden card with Charlotte Katakuri hot stamped in a rather pretty lettering. Well, it's really yours, please. After all, this kind of screening is only for those unknown reporters in some kingdoms. The identity of Katakuri is too recognizable, so Shaoxing just went through a cutscene. Simply after a glance, he turned sideways and made way. After getting permission, Katakuri nodded lightly, and then walked in through the gap that Prince Sharkstar gave way. The moment he stepped into the threshold, Katakuri tilted his head slightly, and was solidified satisfied by him. It was as if the eyes were covered with a domineering look, and he glanced at the perch head from a distance. The latter's performance just now seemed to be mediocre, and he even had to rely on Jinpei beside him to save the scene. But he could already claim to be able to see the future, but it was by virtue of his transcendent perception. I felt a trace of unusual fluctuations. That kind of fluctuation was so weak that he even thought it was an illusion. No, it should be said that until now he could not feel whether the feeling was an illusion or some kind of operation that really existed. If it's really some kind of operation, it's quite scary. But looking at this, it shouldn't be possible, right? Katakuri looked at the perch head standing not far away with dull eyes, and finally shook his head slightly, then withdrew his gaze and quickly walked to the conference table to take a seat. This guy, the breath is still too weak. It should really just be a coincidence. Well, Jinbei, it's your turn. After putting Katakuri in, Shaoxing's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He turned his head and looked at Jinping, who was gradually walking in. He didn't know what kind of expression to put on for a while. For the captain of the escort team, Shaoxing also had some emotion and unknown guilt in his heart. At the beginning, Jinbei went to sea with Tiger, and his intention from the beginning was completely different from that of Tiger. Tiger was determined to liberate those enslaved companions, while Jinbei was holding a kind of the mentality of going to land to sea. And with such a mentality, this guy is quite good with some human beings, and even went to the world's main mansion to get a position in the Seven Martial Seas, which has also made a considerable guarantee for the safety of the fish nation. Although it was said that he was protected by the white-bearded father before, but after all, the emperor is far away. Even if it is a white-bearded man, it is difficult to go all the way here to catch up with some small fish and shrimp, and it is precisely because in this way, those human beings who come here sneakily to commit crimes are rampant day by day. And Jinping, as the Kaiwuhei, sits in the fisherman country itself. The strength and reputation of the Kaiwuhei are a deterrent to all kinds of pirates and criminals. Naturally, some pirates and traffickers who are weak in strength and courage will not dare to fish. However, for these achievements, a considerable number of people in the fishman country do not buy it. They firmly believe that human beings are a group of extremely evil creatures, and no matter what the reason is, they can never go to land to give money to them. Humans act like cows and horses. These people even call Jinbei traitors of the fish nation. At the same time, another group of people who support Jinping believes that the dragons and ordinary humans in the world are not the same species. They are the higher species that rule over human beings and are given this position by such higher people. It's not shameful at all. On the contrary, this just shows that the Murlocs are better than humans, and it is a great opportunity to take revenge on humans in turn. These people are the street fighters from Murloc Street. They have a rather ignorant malice towards human beings. This is the racial anger inherited from the Murloc warriors of Tiger's generation, used to do the same cruel things to humans. Of course, even with these drawbacks, it is still impossible to deny Jinping's actions, which brought stability to Fishman Island for at least a period of time, and now, this kind of stability and tranquility is in their royal family and the world's main palace, and the negotiations of the Big Four Emperor pirates gave in and gradually vanished. With so much effort just between the words of the royal family above, there is a tendency to collapse. It is no wonder that he will have a vague hostility to the people of the royal family. A few days ago, he was still in Dragon Palace City and King Neptune, and also it was his own father who had a big quarrel. Just thinking about it, the opposite Jinping has gradually approached. Shaoxing opened his mouth, but before he made a sound, Jinping opened his mouth first. I know you are the hardest in this matter, but it doesn't matter. Everything will be resolved. After finishing speaking, before Shaoxing could react, Jinping walked directly through the gap beside him. Looking back at Jinping's back, Shaoxing's eyes were a little complicated for a while. This person really has great ambitions, but the four emperors and the world's main palace, where are they so easy to deal with? Even if we know their purpose, what can we countries that do not have enough armed forces to do? Sea King has not awakened yet. Cough cough. Just when Sharkstar was about to lose his mind again, a light cough woke him up and regained his senses. He fixed his eyes on the front of him. It was the one who just let Pero teach him a lesson, but he still made a big mistake. Ugly guy. Little John. The hand of Perchhead holding the license was a little trembling, and he was able to stabilize it with the support of Iger, and handed the nameplate in his hand to Sharkstar. Looking down at the nameplate, Sharkstar nodded, turned sideways and invited him in. Looking at the back of the Perchhead, there was a hint of worry in Shaoxing's eyes. This guy was introduced by Shiping. He knew it, but no matter how you look at it, this guy is a bit stunned. This meeting, they won't come to smash the scene, right? Chapter 727. You can go back. The conference room of the Dragon Palace is still full of a splendid atmosphere. Just as he stepped into the door, the Perchhead felt a ray of gold and jewels shining into his size, almost blinding his eyes. Entering the eyes is the huge arched floor-to-ceiling windows. The sunlight that Eve received poured in from the outside, completely illuminating everything in the conference room. The sunlight, which was as clear as water waves, appeared clearer and softer in the underwater air, shining brightly. The jewels inlaid on the two-colored coral walls reflect a dreamlike light. And in this conference room, it is far more than that. Basehead swears from the bottom of his heart that he has never seen such a beautiful and shocking relief in his life. Those strange seabed stones of various colors have been polished to incomparably smooth, pure to the extreme color, and warm and jade-like texture, which is colorful and rugged with the surrounding. The coral stone is in stark contrast, and these are inlaid on the top of the coral wall on the curved dome of the room, and they are filled with all kinds of strange stones engraved with relief. With just one glance, the epic-like feeling of vastness and grandeur immediately drowned the entire body of the perch head. The various colors of strange stones were distinct, but they cooperated with each other to construct the images of the gods mentioned in the myths of the Murlocs, and that scene, another war that has been written into the epic to celebrate the millennium. In comparison, the floor of the conference room is not so gorgeous, but because of this, it has a thick feeling like the earth. The black volcanic rock has been polished to an incomparable level. The surface is smooth like a mirror, and the pieces are neat and tidy. The square yards are above the ground, reflecting the reliefs of the walls and domes on both sides. In the center of the heavy conference room above the gorgeous feet, a long table made of marble-like gray is placed in the center. The surface is also polished to a smooth and shiny surface. There are dozens of chairs of the same material around. Almost all of them are full of people at this moment, and everyone's eyes are also projected on him. Sitting in the first place, there is no doubt that it is the king of the fishmen, Neptune. On both sides of him, it was Perospero, who had had some disputes with the three Jinbei just now, and Katakuri Quinn representing the Kaido beast pirates, and the iconic white suit, the world, the official spy officer CP0. In addition, there were also a number of courtiers in Ryago Castle who could speak, including Jinbei. Seeing the perch head coming in, except for the humans present, a strange light flashed in the eyes of all the Murlocs and Mermen. They had never seen or heard of this Dragon Palace kingdom before. There is such a minister. This should be what Shiping said. That Lord Neptune looked at the perch head, frowning indistinctly at the bushy brow on his forehead. This guy doesn't look as strong as he is. And there seemed to be a commotion outside just now. And then Perospero, Katakuri, and Shiping came in. This kid was the last one. In other words, the dispute just now was obviously caused by these two groups of people. He knows Jinbei's temperament, not the kind that would quarrel with people, and as for Sharkstar, it is even more impossible. Obviously, this perch head did it. Years of experience in dealing with business affairs made Neptune instantly realize that this base head is a thorn head. This can't be done. Not only is he weak in strength, but his aura is not even as thick as the water plants next to the Dragon Palace, and he has such a troublesome personality that likes to cause trouble. Isn't this kind of trouble adding to a meeting of this level? Jinbei, why would you find such a person? Neptune glanced at Jinping quietly, but the latter did not look at him at this time, but turned his head and signaled for Perchhead to sit down quickly. Looks like we're finally here. Hearing Shaoxing closing the arch behind him, Iger said softly, then looked over the long conference table and looked directly at the opposite side of the table, staring at himself and the Perchhead with a gloomy expression. Perospero, come on, let's sit down too. Seeing the Perchhead seated, Perospero snorted disdainfully from his nose. This move made Quinn, who was sitting opposite and beside him, and the CP0, who couldn't help but cast curious glances at the Perchhead. They all want to see what kind of thorn this guy who can make Perospero lose his temper. However, their eyes just fell on the Perchhead, and they immediately lost interest. This guy really is too weak. With this kind of strength, he dares to clamor with Perospero and Katakuri, presumably because of Jinping's strength, but what he doesn't know is that he thinks it is Jinping, the big backer, behind him. In the eyes of a few behemoths, at most it is a bug that can struggle a little more. This kind of guy, I'm afraid it won't be long before he will be punished. Just ignore him. Cough. Then King Neptune, CP0 official who had been waiting for him, also coughed twice, calling out Neptune's name. Although it seems that Neptune, the king of the Murloc kingdom, is sitting on the main seat, everyone present knows that in today's meeting, whether it is Neptune representing the Murloc kingdom or representing the Big Mom, see neither Perospero and Katakuri of the pirates nor Quinn, who replaced Yin on behalf of the beast pirates, were not the leaders of this meeting. CP0, who represents the official government of the world, who really brings these forces together. And this CP0, although Iger doesn't know him, but the breath emanating from him can be felt. This guy also thinks that he is not inferior to the senior agent of the White Mask. He was wearing a pure white suit, but the mask on his face was a dark color. Only in the corners of his mouth and the corners of his eyes and beside his sinuses there were a few white marks dotted with stars, just like stars. At this moment, as soon as the Black Mask opened his mouth, everyone turned their attention to him at the same time, making a sound of listening intently. Now that all the participants are here, let's get started. Oh, well. After such a reminder from Black Mask, Neptune also reacted and responded quickly, ready to announce the start of the meeting. But at this time, I'm sorry, I won't come to the meeting today. Just when Neptune had not spoken, the voice of the perch head sounded in the far corner of the table. He stood up, and his eyes included Black Mask, Quinn, and Peros Pero Katakuri. Go in. I just want to say one thing, that is, you can go back. Chapter 728. Sorry, me too. You, what did you say? This sudden speech was like a thunderstorm that shocked everyone present, especially King Neptune. He never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable thornhead turned out to be a thunderbolt as soon as he opened his mouth. This Nima, what is this guy doing? Jinbei invited him here just to smash the game. Do you know who you are talking to? Big Mom pirates, Kaido pirates. There is even a world government, and you, since you came here as the minister of the Murloc nation, you are speaking on behalf of my Murloc nation. If you say this, you will cause the huge anger of those three behemoths. You bastard, didn't you see that the expressions of the Buddhas were completely darkened? Indeed, these words reached everyone's ears at the same time. At the same time as Neptune heard it and reacted, Peros Pero Katakuri and Black Mask, of course, also heard it, and that is, after hearing the words of the perch head, the Black Mask's movements were obviously paused, and then it seemed a little incredible to turn his head, and the diamond-shaped eyes looked at the perch head opposite the table through the gap in the mask. Beside him, Katakuri and Peros Pero also looked at the perch head opposite in shock. Although they knew that this guy would cause trouble, they really did not expect that this guy would be so direct. The meeting hasn't even started yet, so the eviction order has been issued. Even their king would not dare to do this. Good guy. I thought this guy was a hurdle in the meeting that needed to be solved, but I didn't expect this to be a fool. Peros Pero couldn't help but glanced at Quinn, who was sitting opposite. Both of them saw the gloating in each other's eyes. Now the host of this meeting is not them, but the black man from the world's righteous mansion. In essence, the words mask, perch head are equivalent to slapping this officer in the face in public. In this way, the Big Mom pirates and the Kaido pirates negotiate with this Neptune meeting, but a lot of space has been opened up. Even if the negotiation is not right, it will directly lead to the anger of the world's official government, and the entire Murloc country may be brought to the end of the disaster. At that time, no matter if the treasure resources on this land are divided up, it will still be destroyed in this country. Looking for ancient treasures on the soil is much simpler and more convenient than the current method. Peros Pero and Quinn both figured out the benefits at this moment, and they all felt that this guy's speech turned out to be a good thing for them. However, this is definitely a big bad thing for the fish people country. In just an instant, the pale-faced Neptune had already scolded the space head up and down countless times in his heart. After all, he is the ruler of a country. His years of work experience made him respond extremely quickly. He patted the table, startling everyone again, and shouted at the perch head from afar, "You bastard, are you speaking human words? Get out of here." Neptune was really terrified. Although he said that he understood the mood of the perch head saying this, facing these three giants standing behind them, this kind of provocation will definitely lead to destruction. So he didn't care so much. He could only show the majesty of the king and reprimand this guy in the most severe way. Seeing Neptune's reaction so violently, the anger that the Black Mask was about to break out also a little lessened. After all, the king said so, and he couldn't be too inhumane. He looked at the perch head opposite him with sarcastic eyes. This guy is really a big help in his negotiation journey. With this guy, today's negotiations will definitely become quite smooth. The face behind the mask couldn't help but raise a smile, and the Black Mask waved his hand, pretending to be generous and saying to the perch head, "Okay, I know you have some grudges against humans in your heart, but today we have a meeting to solve these problems. You can go out and take a breath, or you can continue to sit here and listen, calm down, and have a good time with us. Discuss." Okay. After the Black Mask said these words, he felt that he was too arrogant. He was an official of the world's official government. Faced with the provocation of this kind of pariah who did not know where he grew up, of course he should be tolerant. Face up. Could it be that if a dog bites you, you still have to bite the dog? I have said so. The guy Neptune has also reprimanded this guy. I think this small disturbance can be calmed down. Then it is time for him to avenge his own private revenge. Black Mask paused for a while, then turned his head and said to Neptune again, "Forget about such trivial matters. Don't take it to heart. Let's start quickly." No, you may have misunderstood. I don't have a grudge against human beings. However, the development of things is always unexpected. Black Mask was just about to continue the progress of the meeting, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted again by the figure of the perch head. This guy completely ignored their king. He reprimanded pointed. His eyes stared straight at the face of the black mask. His voice was hard and calm, not at all out of prejudice in his heart. I'm allergic to a few of you. As long as I stay on the same land as you, I feel disgusting. As soon as the voice fell, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. It's almost a needle drop. Hey, you bastard, what are you talking about? Neptune was still dismayed when he saw this guy, and he was about to go crazy. The adults in this world's official government finally didn't care, and Neptune was even ready to be smashed. But this guy, how dare this guy say that? Does he really think how powerful the sea fighter Jinping next to him is? Jinping, that's how you taught your apprentice? Seeing that he reprimanded the perch head again, the black mask still did not respond. Neptune could only bite the bullet and scold Jinping again. After all, this guy was brought back by Shiping, and he should be able to control this mad dog more or less. Today is a big deal. You can't be allowed to be arrogant here. You quickly take your apprentice out now. Immediately. However, something unexpected happened again. Jinping, who usually behaves politely to the entire royal family, has always been calm and knowledgeable in general. He didn't even look at himself. His eyes were fixed on the air in front of him. His tone was like a rock. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, for his words. I can only say, I am the same. Chapter 729. I have one. More than enough. Jinbei's voice was not loud, but it directly caused the entire atmosphere in the conference room to become tense in an instant. The whole face collapsed, and Nipton immediately roared out when he saw this. However, the normally calm and wise man across the table seemed to be caught in some kind of frenzy at this moment. Takuri and Quinn didn't take the king's roar seriously at all. I know that Big Mom, Kaido, and the world's official government are all eager to make a knife on our Murloc country, but just rely on you and want to represent the people behind you, boss. But it's not enough. What did you say? When Pero heard Jinping's wild words, it was as if he had discovered a new continent, and his pair of triangular eyes were about to stare into circles. He had never seen Jinping, who was always honest and serious and knew the overall situation, would say such gunpowder-flavored words in such an occasion, and could not help asking subconsciously. However, before his words were finished, Jinbei's next sentence came over immediately. If it's you, Big Mom, or Kaido who is sitting on this table at this moment, then maybe I don't dare to have any opinions, but if you just send you here, it's like directly accepting our Murlocs, a piece of land. It can only be said that you really don't have that face. In Jinbei's words, every word was eloquent, very firm and very clear. Even if the king of his family stared at him with a blushing face, he still stated his thoughts without blushing or beating. And after these words, it made the already quite tense atmosphere even more dignified. Every minister seems to be able to feel his heart, and it beats violently against his sternum. Every beat hits the bone hard, making his breathing quicken. This is what Jinbei said, exactly what they originally thought. However, on such an occasion, as long as one thinks of the forces behind these guests, this kind of thinking is severely suppressed by them and rotted in their hearts. King Neptune even rotted this kind of thinking thoroughly. Each of them once thought so, but no one dared to say this. Even Neptune used to be a more violent war faction than Jinping, because they know that no matter how angry they are, it is meaningless under the suppression of this absolute strength. Say, it is so. For this reason, all the fish people present, except for Little John, felt that Shiping must have had some kind of madness today. Otherwise, what kind of trump card does he have to make him have the confidence to say such words in the face of the three giants? Is it the thin perch head behind him that seems to fall over when it is touched? As soon as these words came out, all the Murlocs present did not dare to speak. All of them held their breaths, lowered their heads, and glanced at the black mask and the others who were sitting next to Nipton with the corner of their eyes. At this moment, the faces of Black Mask, Katakuri, Pero, and Quinn were naturally quite wonderful. They originally thought that the reason why the perch head was rude was because there was a Jinping next to him, which gave him the capital to speak up, but they never imagined that Jinping, who has always been known for his composure, would react like this. This is very flat. What kind of capital is there? They can't even guess. However, this did not delay the hearts of Black Mask and others. That evil fire rushed up, I said. The Black Mask was really irritated by the two Jinbei. The face under the mask was completely twisted into a piece of iron. The palm that was holding the edge of the table slightly exerted force, and the marble tabletop with gold edge suddenly clicked, broken in a big chunk. Don't take me CP0 and the official government of my world in your eyes. Who do you think you are? You are just a Kaiwahe. After all, you are still a subordinate of the official government of my world. Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? It won't bother you. Jinbei calmed down again for a while. His face was expressionless, and his eyes swept across the faces of the four people on the opposite side. I've already said that if you want to talk about it, just accept my Murloc kingdom. You guys don't have that much face yet. You'll listen to what you mean. After all, Quinn next to to him is also an old man. Hearing Jinpi's words, he knows what this guy wants to do. Do you want us to prove it? Whoa, who do you think you are? For this statement Pero was the first to express disdain, sneered on the spot, and then the conversation changed. However, since you said so, let's give you a chance to save you from always saying that we are bullying others. Can you, Lord He? It seems that this negotiation will be much simpler. Black Mask nodded lightly, then sat on the chair with his arms crossed and closed his eyes. We have 4 people here, and 3 of you will find 3. In the one-on-one arena, whoever stands at the end will sign the contract according to whose plan. How about it, Master Black? It's not fair. After hearing Black Mask's proposal, Nipton suddenly became uneasy and hurriedly opened his mouth to bargain. However, before he could say anything, he was stopped by the Black Mask with a gesture, and the latter said, "You won. We will withdraw all the troops today, and we will never mention this matter again. But if you lose, the Murloc Kingdom will become the territory of Big Mom and Kaido, and the secret of you, the Sea King, also have to share with us." Sea King. Hearing this sentence, Nipton's heart finally suddenly clenched into a ball. He took a deep breath and finally understood what this group of people are here for today. They turned out to be for the Sea King. The main mansion of the world united 2 pirates and went directly to their palace to snatch the Sea King. Neptune was speechless for a while, and 1,000 words were stuck in his mouth and could not come out. At this moment, another voice sounded across the table. "You don't need 3, I have more than enough to deal with you." Chapter 730. To you, no hands. The sudden voice once again caused the entire conference room to fall into complete silence, because when everyone looked in the direction of the voice, they suddenly found that the owner of the voice was the one who followed next to Jinbei, a perch head as thin as a hemp stalk. This guy. Hearing that this guy really dared to say this out loud, everyone present, including the Murlocs and mermaids, and even the pirate executives and CP0 who were eager to try, were all stunned for a while. What kind of courage is this to make him say such shameless words? Everyone stared at the perch head in shock. Neptune had a big unbelievable written all over his body, and all the Murloc ministers looked at this guy like a madman. This guy, is he really not afraid of being beaten to death with a ruthless hand? With his small body, I'm afraid King Neptune's punch is enough for this guy to recover in bed for half a year. Where did he get his confidence from? You guy, you are really brave. Black Mask was the first to react among all of them. Although his tone was calm now, Pero and Quinn, who were closest to him, felt it at the same time. It exploded on him. He slowly opened his eyes and slowly turned his head in the direction of the perch head. There seemed to be volcanic magma slowly surging in his eyes, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. Even with Iger's domineering protected, the perch head can still feel the heavy pressure, so that the bones of his whole body are creaking. Of course, Basehead's heart was thumping in panic, but Iger, who was lying on top of him, had no such concerns at all. He immediately raised Basehead's head without hesitation, stared back without showing weakness, and his tone was calm as water. "If I don't have the guts, I won't sit here and talk to you like that." After he finished speaking, he paused, stood up slowly, his eyes swept across Black Mask, Pero, Katakuri, and Quinn, and then went straight to the huge double fan engraved with countless underwater myths. Shimon walked over and dropped a sentence from a distance. "Stop babbling like a bitch. If you can't do it here, just go to the square outside." After speaking, he stood in front of the door, his hands behind his back, and there was no movement in his hands, but the door that only the Hercules of the Murloc race could push open was like some kind of mechanism was installed. It opened automatically, and the dim sunlight poured down from the crack of the door and sprinkled on his shoulders. The next second, his thin figure disappeared behind the door. "Then, since you ministers have made such a strong request, then let's grant his wish." Seeing the perch head, he walked out without saying a word, and even found the venue for himself and others. The Black Mask also stood up slowly, muttered something, and then looked at the surrounding sea thief, tilted his head. "Let's go. Let's see how good this guy is." Geelongcod Plaza. At this moment, in the largest square outside the Dragon Palace, the surrounding roads were blocked by a crowd of black people. These people were all pirates who came here with Pero, Katakuri, and Quinn. Of course, there are also a group of ordinary residents who heard the sound and came to join in the fun. There is nothing in the world that runs fast, and that is news. Originally empty square turned into a lively place where thousands of people gathered. The planned meeting between the royal family and the pirates and the world official has turned into a ring match. Winner takes all. If it was just an ordinary arena match, everyone would not be so interested. The most important thing is that this arena is a 1-on-3 wheel battle, and it's not that the pirates and the world's official side sent a person to fight, but a big brother of their fishman country to fight against the 4 emperors and the 3 fierce men of the world's official side. This kind of news can be said to be unique to the people of the fish nation. How could their fisherman country come out with such a fierce person directly attacking 3 with 1. In the crowd, everyone stretched their necks hard and looked towards the center of the square, trying to see who the big brother was. However, when the slender and short figure who could tell at a glance that he was malnourished and had rickets appeared in everyone's field of vision, there was a burst of boos. Ah, why is it him? I thought it would be Shiping. Who is that person? I don't know. I've never heard of this character. What's his name? Little John? Look at him like that, can you? Before the competition started, the Murloc residents were already convinced that this guy could never be the opponent of anyone on the opposite side. Even though the person opposite him was also very thin, but he was holding that candy from his hand with the scepter and the aura emanating from his body, he knew that he was absolutely extraordinary. Hey, it doesn't look like you're very popular, Little John. Pero also heard the voices in the crowd. Needless to say, the pirates, the residents all had little hope for Little John. The fact is also true. It is long overdue to teach this dog to fight people's power. In the first game, we dispatched Pero, the rules of the game and the means, regardless of life or death. On the high platform in the square, the Black Mask looked down at the two of them condescendingly, explained a rule lightly, and then gently raised his arm and then swung down like a blade. Okay, the game, let's start. Hey, how's it going? Let's do it, Little John. When Pero heard the sound of the start of the game, his long tongue turned twice and he smiled excitedly at Little John opposite. Do it. Hearing Pero's words, Little John seemed quite surprised, then shrugged and shook his head slowly. With you, no hands at all. He. Pero laughed in anger, and then without hesitation, he waved the scepter in his hand, and a seemingly endless stream of candy slurries flowed out, turning directly into a wave and whizzing towards Little John. Then go to hell. Chapter 731. One move to defeat the enemy. Whoa. Although the crutch in Pero's hand seems to be only a few meters long, the candy slurry emerging from his striped and spiral crutch at this moment is enough to describe it as a massive amount. In just a short blink of an eye, the purplish-red viscous slurry has occupied half of the entire square, accumulating a height of more than 10 meters, and directly transformed half of the square into a purple-red ocean. The purplish-red viscous slurry was surging, splashing waves that look quite heavy. Under the control of Pero, the slurry of these candies stopped safely beside him. The candy-like acidity, the sweet and sour taste slowly drifted to the crowd with the surging waves. It smells so good. As the smell drifted away, someone in the crowd could not help but take a deep breath and let out an intoxicated sigh. However, before the sighing sound fell, these people suddenly seemed to have lost their minds and involuntarily walked towards the purplish-red viscous slurry not far away. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around and were squeezed into it, I'm afraid a few people would walk into the slurry and become part of the candy in just a few seconds. Thanks to the crowd, these people who walked towards the sea of candy in a trance would bump into the back of the head of the person in front of them, and they suddenly came to their senses. This viscous candy slurry has the ability to confuse people, and at the moment when these people suddenly came to their senses, Pero's pair of triangular eyes, which were covered by the brim of his hat, also glared suddenly. Whoa. In an instant, in the moment of the domineering vibration of Pero's body, a mighty candy slurry like the sea gathered beside him. There was a screeching sound, and then the entire candy sea rioted. The viscous and heavy waves of candy moved forward from the edge of the square, wave after wave. Each time it advanced, the height of the waves would rise, and when the layers of candy waves came to Pero at the time, it has accumulated to a height of tens of meters. Go. Pero drank in a deep voice, pointing the half-melted crutch in his hand towards the head of the perch on the opposite side, and then the waves of candy that piled up to a height of tens of meters turned into a big mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the sky and the ground, rushing towards the perch head like a mountain. Rumble boom. Candy waves are different from ordinary water waves. Candy's ultra-high viscosity and high density make it like a ferocious giant beast stomping the ground made of stone, like an earthquake for a while, as if the whole world was shaking. This move really made the Murloc residents and ministers and officials take a deep breath. As a country like the Murloc country that advocates physical strength and physical skills, I don't see much about devil fruits. Seeing this rather imposing attack was also an eye-opener, and at the same time, I couldn't help but worry about the perch head. Even King Neptune was a little surprised by the power of this blow. He knew that if he faced this move himself, he would probably be crushed to pieces by the enormous pressure of the candy. Even himself is like this, not to mention that thin-looking perch head. Ministers around him also thought the same. The strength that Pero showed had already made them feel quite amazed, even the strongest among the current royal guards. I am afraid there is no way to take this blow. That perch head. Sure enough, it's just food delivery call. Just when everyone was worried about the perch head, the giant beast that was condensed from candy had roared across half of the square and was on the verge of the perch head. Roar. From the heavy candy and its own heavy density, Suddenly the air in front of him fluttered wildly and it whistled into a roar. And at the moment when the sky-shattering beast roar sounded, the big mouth of the candy beast devoured the perch head in one bite. Whoa! The big mouth of the candy beast swallowed the perch head into it without any suspense, but its inertia was still there and it didn't stop for a while but wrapped the perch head, rolled in it and slammed into the far behind on the mountain wall. Guo. Sure enough, although the scene can be said to be expected by everyone, but they did not expect that this would end so quickly. That base head was shot to death before he could make a move. It really is a fox fake tiger-like thing. Seeing that his move had submerged the perch head without any obstacles, Prospero's mouth also set off a disdainful smile. However, before his smile spread to the maximum, a sudden voice froze on his face. That's it? Still want me to do it? Just above the square that was completely submerged by the candy beast, the voice of the base head rang loudly. What? As soon as this voice sounded, everyone present suddenly widened their eyes. Isn't that perch head already submerged? Still alive? Can still talk? How is this possible? As if to prove the surprise in everyone's hearts, at the moment when the shouting slowly fell, another high-pitched sword sound hummed violently in the body of this candy beast. In the next second, everyone, whether it is the residents of Fishman Island, the pirates watching the fun, or the Neptune, Katakuri, Quinn, and Black Mask who are sitting high up, all feel it. An extremely sharp momentum, like a giant dragon suddenly awakened from a deep sleep, rose into the sky. Before everyone could react to what was going on, a sound came from the body of the candy beast, and then someone with sharp eyes saw a sword light as clear as water waves directly from the candy giant. The belly of the beast poked out. What's that? Everyone looked at the huge sword light with horror, and the latter seemed to have just started at this moment. Whoa! Poke out from the back of the candy behemoth. The sword light did not encounter the slightest obstacle at all. Only the sound of a ken was heard, and the violent sword energy erupted like a volcanic eruption. The giant candy beast that was like a mountain of mountains and seas collapsed and dissolved in an instant, and in the purplish red slurry that was splashing all over the sky, all the horrified eyes were seen, and the sword light flashed, and the opposite Prospero fell straight down. Chapter 732 Weeds to Root. Prospero. Katakuri is always the first to react. He is definitely the most perceptive and most powerful in the entire scene. He was already the first moment Prospero fell. In response, a pair of purple-red pupils instantly tightened into a ball. Whoa. Except for Katakuri and the Black Mask, no one could see exactly what happened at that moment. Their eyes can only see that the clear and magnificent sword light, at the moment of tearing the entire candy behemoth without any delay, directly split the entire candy sea in half, and after that the unexplained sword light seemed to have just begun. Not only did its momentum not diminish, but it spread further on the basis that it was enough to split the entire square. Chi. This time, in the eyes of these spectators, it is no longer the so-called sword light. It is simply like a blazing silver sun. Wherever they passed, no matter how viscous, no matter how hard, all the candy slurries were evaporated into purple-red steam in an instant as long as they came into contact with the huge and magnificent sword light. In just a few seconds, the huge sword light was already in a ring shape, spreading around the square, covering the entire square, and in these short seconds, that the candy beasts that were originally like overwhelming mountains were also evaporated into rolling candy steam in an instant. It was as if a cup of Coke was poured into a huge furnace. Everything was rapidly melting, shrinking, and finally when all the purple-red steam dissipated, there were only pieces of charred black and sticky pieces left. The remnants are left in the stone crevices on the ground. As the candy in the shape of a giant beast was evaporated by the clear sword light, the scene that was just hidden in a large piece of candy slurry appeared in everyone's field of vision. That is to say, at this time, everyone present looked at the scene with fierce shock. I saw that there was a figure standing in the Kayad square at this moment, and another figure was lying on the ground. If it was before this battle, let everyone guess what the outcome of today's battle will be. Of all the people present, more than 99% must think that it will definitely be Prospero. But when the result of this battle was put in front of everyone, everyone's heart stopped beating subconsciously, because that figure lying on the ground is actually Prospero. How is this possible? The pirates who were watching the excitement were the first to express that they couldn't believe it, and someone shouted out on the spot they were all pirates under the Big Mom pirate group, and this time they followed Katakuri and others. The fact that Prospero came out to attend this meeting was something they were quite proud of. Even when these two people decided to take the test just now, they were quite excited because the two people who were outrageously strong in their minds could show their skills in front of them right away. However, this scene in front of them made them completely unexpected. No, it's not that they didn't expect it at all, it just gave them a blow to the head. This is too exaggerated, right? Where is the fish country? It is a place that advocates the body and physical arts pirates because they are murlocs themselves, and all their lives are sealed under this deep seabed. So as long as the murlocs living in the Murloc Island, there are few opportunities to come into contact with them. Devil fruit. This has caused a large part of the overall strength of humans and murlocs, and there is a difference. Looking at the thin and obviously malnourished base head, it doesn't look like he can beat it at all, but it was this bean sprout that looked like a bean sprout that could be pinched to death at any time. Right in front of their eyes, they directly took their leader, Perospero, the eldest brother who could cross the ocean simply by virtue of his ability, slashed with a knife. Looking at Perospero at this moment, it seems that he has completely fainted. Those pirates who have a sense of domineering and domineering use their domineering arrogance to investigate and confirm the result. On his body, the green long trench coat, which had been carefully designed, cut, and stitched, was now completely slanted in half from the middle, revealing the pale chest and abdomen inside. The huge blood stains that were cut open all the way down from the base of his neck, all the way across his pelvis. The blood stain was quite sharp and smooth. It was obvious that it was slashed all the way from the neck to the waist by a rather sharp knife. From the beginning to the end, all the pirates and residents were completely unaware of when the perch head was used. That sword light slashed Perospero's body. Speaking of perch head, everyone turned their attention to him again. At this moment, the perch head, as if he had just come over to participate in this competition, was still standing quietly in the same place, with a blade as smooth as clear water being firmly held in his hand. Even if he didn't use the knife to attack now, the clear light that flickered on the blade let them know that the magnificent sword light that seemed to be able to evaporate the world just now was swayed from the blade. This guy, is he such a strong swordsman? Seeing the perch head's outfit, Neptune, who was sitting on the high platform, also slowly opened his eyes. He originally thought that this guy was just a little apprentice introduced by Jinpei, but he turned out to be so powerful. That's Perospero, the leader of the Big Mom pirates. Even if he is called the Great Knight of the Sea, he will never get any benefit in front of this guy. Just from the blow just now, he is sure that he can't take it at all. Perhaps in the entire Fishman Kingdom, Shiping is the only one who can compete with him, and even if Jinbei was able to fight against this Perospero, it was absolutely impossible to do it as easily as he did. A sword, it's just a sword. That Perospero has completely lost all his fighting power like this. Okay, the next step is, and just when everyone was stunned, Iger quietly spoke to Perch Head. As soon as the words fell, the Perch Head felt his arm slowly lift, and then the autumn water in his hand aimed at Perospero, and then slammed down. Chapter 733 Under the Black Hand. Not good. Well, that guy shouldn't. Seeing Iger's action, Katakuri, who was sitting on the high platform, flashed red in his eyes, and a small fragment of the future that seemed to have crossed the torrent of time appeared in his mind. But that small fragment was the pores all over his body opened instantly. Swish. Laugh. The sword body swung down like flowing water, and then another clear sword light burst out. This time, the people watching the battle finally saw it clearly. The tip of the knife drew an extremely round, harmonious and perfect circle in the air, and then the space in front of it seemed to be torn apart. A transparent arc like water waves. Jianguang takes shape. The next second, without any hesitation, the crescent-shaped sword light aimed at Perospero, who had lost consciousness not far away, and shot out like an arrow from a string. Laugh. The speed of the water wave sword light was quite fast. After everyone saw the formation of the sword light, they just blinked their eyes. The sword light had already crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Perospero. It will cut his body in two in 1 second. This guy is so ruthless. He even cut the unconscious Perospero in half. Everyone finally realized this problem, but just when they realized this problem, that sword light had already been attached to Perospero's body. Do you say, Lord Perospero, are you going to be cut in two here today? Lord Perospero. The pirates who were watching the excitement on the side when they saw this scene couldn't help but call out loudly. However, just when everyone thought that Perospero would be completely torn in half under the sword light, a super long black iron pillar suddenly stretched out beside him and came from behind. In that short moment, the high platform in the distance instantly blocked in front of Perospero, and then directly opened it to form a shield of black iron color. It was an incredible deformation. After the black iron pillar stretched out, it was directly stretched out into a huge umbrella-shaped shield covering the entire body of Perospero under it. Get behind, Kang. A sound of gold and iron clashing erupted, and the sword light slashed hard on the black iron giant umbrella, and suddenly bursts of huge sparks, and then the sword that could take Perospero's life. The light just dissipated. What happened? What's the matter? What's the situation? Katakuri. It's Katakuri-sama. Katakuri-sama has shot. It's Katakuri-sama. There were bursts of amazement from the crowd of pirates watching the battle, and there were bursts of exclamations. Well, is it finally shot? Seeing that the sword he swung out was blocked by the sudden arm, Iger was not surprised. surprise. Before he planned to let the perch head kill Perospero, he already knew that this blow was impossible at all. Kill Perospero, because in this square there is a Katakuri who is so powerful that he can even see the future. The brother of the compatriot is about to be killed in front of him. This guy absolutely cannot sit idly by, so this guy's shot is also within his expectations. Naturally, Iggy and Perchhead turned their heads and looked over the black arm. Sure enough, they saw Katakuri with a purple head standing up from the high stand. Extending over his shoulders, he reached Perospero on the ground. At this moment, Katakuri's brows were already wrinkled into a ball, and then the pair of purple-red eyes locked on the perch head in the square, and the killing intent in the pupils was undisguised and low. A sullen voice slowly spread through the square. Little John, it's not very good for you to play such a trick. Hee, isn't it good? Little John's perch head also showed no signs of weakness, staring at Katakuri standing up slowly on the seat from a distance. With a slight smile, the dragon horse in his hand waved gently, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Katakuri. Not very good. So what do you want? Stop me? Or are you going to avenge your brother? If you want revenge, come down. Seeing the arrogance on this guy's face, pointing the tip of his sword directly at his face, Katakuri's face became even more gloomy. He looked at Perospero, who was lying there on the ground next to him, with purple eyes in his eyes. The killing intent was even more intense, and the strength in the hand was loosened, and the arm that was 100 meters long stretched out from the shoulder and suddenly contracted back like a stretched rubber band. Immediately afterwards, he waved his arm, and a trident that seemed to be ordinary flashed out of his hand. He looked down at Iger on the ground, the ocean-like majestic domineering contained in his body, suddenly like a crazy shaking like an earthquake. After doing this, his mind moved again, and then above the strong abdominal muscles, a sticky but quite elastic white substance came out, aiming at the unconscious lying on the ground. Perospero shot out suddenly. Call out! The white viscous substance changed shape in the air, and immediately transformed into a powerful palm, and then tied up Perospero's whole body, and then threw it hard, lifted the latter's whole body from the ground, and dragged him back to your side. After putting Perospero on the ground, the white mass once again penetrated into Katakuri's body and disappeared. Then next, after doing this, Katakuri's mouth, which was buried in the scarf, opened slightly, and in the low voice, killing intent burst out. Let me challenge you. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Katakuri stepped on his feet, and then a loud bang sounded, and then the high platform behind him suddenly cracked. The person is like a rocket propeller tied to the sole of the foot, and the air bursts straight in the air. The sticky ball. In this high-speed dive, Katakuri's palm suddenly turned into a white mochi. The whole trident was wrapped in, and then the entire arm was madly spinning in a certain direction. Chapter 734 Katakuri vs Basehead. Sir Katakuri has taken action. Is the second one Katakuri-sama? If Katakuri-sama takes a shot, he shouldn't be able to lose, right? Of course, Lord Katakuri, but one of the strongest three generals, although I know it's not a good thing to say, but it is the truth. Although Lord Perospero is very strong, he is not as good as Lord Katakuri. In comparison, it's still a level or two behind. That is to say, this time Katakuri-sama will definitely clean up that guy. The pirates on the ground cheered neatly again when Katakuri-sama came out for the sake of Perospero-sama, completely forgetting that guy Perchhead they were talking about, and just used a sword just now. Cut off Perospero. Of course, in this battle, Katakuri's reputation among the Big Mom pirates, no, not only among such a pirate group but even in the entire New World, is quite powerful, especially for the members of the Big Mom pirates. This person is like a god. She has never cried since she was born, and she was born in a standing position from the very beginning. She has always been in a calm state, and at a very young age she has mastered an extremely powerful tricolor domineering, which is simply natural. Super soldier. This kind of talent can't be defeated by the ugly and rickety basehead that even looks malnourished. Of course, for this mentality of the pirates, the ministers of the Murloc Kingdom, the King of Neptune, and even the Murloc residents who are watching the lively around also have some understanding, but compared with their hearts, that kind of frenzy the fish people present are more of that kind of faint worry. Katakuri. This is a super powerhouse with a splendid reputation on the entire Great Route, and is definitely a first-class superpower. At this level in the Murloc nation, even if it is as strong as a flat, I am afraid there is no way to take him. In other words, this guy is definitely stepping on the top of the Murloc's combat power. Such a guy, no matter who is asked to deal with it, I am afraid they will have to pay a considerable price. That boy, can you do it? Neptune was also looking at the perch head on the square with a worried face, still maintaining the posture of pointing the tip of his sword to the high platform. Some wondered why Jinbei sitting next to him was so calm. This Katakuri, but he used to be a super ruthless man who destroyed several countries with his own power. Although it was said that the perch head had defeated Perospero at a fairly fast speed just now, but this record under the halo of this Katakuri seems quite dim. This perch head, is it okay? While thinking about it, Katakuri's figure has already crossed the distance of several hundred meters and is on the verge of the head of the perch head at an extremely fast speed, but at this very moment the perch head still maintains the position where the tip of the sword pointed directly. So fast. For Katakuri, facing any level of opponent, his attack is basically a must. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the Black Mask's face. To be honest, when this kid cut off Perospero with one sword just now, it really surprised him, but the extent was limited. After all, Perospero's strength was relatively strong against the group of pirates below. Yes, but for people of their level, it seems a little underwhelming, especially compared to his younger brother Katakuri. The difference is not even a star at all. So after seeing Katakuri's action, which completely surpassed the reaction speed of the base head, the Black Mask was relieved. Today's game seems to be won steadily. Isn't that a response? At the same time, Katakuri had fallen like a meteor, with the sound of air explosions, red and black thunder and lightning all over his body, and the machi, which had just been twisted a few hundred times on his arm, suddenly loosened, and then like a clockwork that has loosened its strength, it drives the trident in his hand to spin wildly. Buzz buzz. Under the violent shocks, the sound exploded within the scope of the entire Fishman country. Everyone was horrified to see that outside the far-off foam that wrapped the entire Fishman island, the entire sea was thinking his blow shook. What's even more terrifying is that the sky of the entire Fishman island dimmed at this moment, turning into a cloudy red and black with no end in sight. In this undersea country, dark clouds have no chance to be born, but instead they stimulate the power of the ocean to dye the sea water in the entire seabed into red and black colors. Originally, it was through some magical ability to communicate with the sunlight above the sea, and then the sun tree Eve, who projected those sunlight onto the entire Fishman island, was also affected by this change, and the projected sunlight was dyed one after another dim red and black color. For a time, the sunlight on the entire Fishman island turned into a strange red and black color, projecting an indescribable feeling of depression over the entire Fishman island. Everyone's chest seemed to be blocked by something, and the blood all over the body felt a little coagulated, and even whether it was lung breathing or gill breathing, it became quite difficult. And all of this is just nature cheering for Katakuri's blow. Stab la la. The trident rotates at a high speed, like a propeller on the wing of an airplane, driving the red and black thunderbolts that swept out of him to rotate madly together, and in an instant it rotates into a red and black thunderbolt dragon, moving towards the perch. The top of the head was stabbed fiercely. Rumble boom. The rotating trident entwined with the red and black violent thunder snake suddenly stabbed down. The air was instantly detonated, and the red and black sparks exploded, and the terrifying energy fluctuations directly crushed the ground under the base head and feet in an instant. In the next moment, the trident flashing red and black lightning was on the verge of the perch head. It's quite an imposing attack, but faced with such a ferocious blow, everyone present felt their scalps go numb, and everyone had no doubts that the thorn-head base head would definitely be killed on the spot by this blow. And as the party involved, the base head was completely unhurt and even smiled lightly. The next moment, a spinning black hole slowly formed in front of him. Chapter 735. The strongest sense of color. That's it. Buzz buzz. Black rays of light shrouded the entire square in an instant, making the already dim square even darker. The black lines distorted and spewed out from the purchase for it, and then quickly in front of him. They were crazily tangled together, and in the blink of an eye, they were entangled into a round black sphere. As soon as the black sphere appeared, it immediately caused some unstable parts in the entire space to crunch and twist to various degrees. At a glance, the space around the base head seemed to collapse, and it felt like the walls and the ground, even the body of King Neptune in the distance, is twisted into a weird shape. What is that? The formation of this black hole seems to be quite slow, but in fact, all these processes only happened in an instant, and after this instant, Katakuri's violent thrusts entwined with red and black lightning were on the verge of the forehead of the perch head. Katakuri's purplish red eyes flashed fiercely, and above the sturdy arms, the muscles of the Chiunot like an angry dragon swelled exaggeratedly into pieces, and the terrifying strange force was exhaled violently, and the trident reached the perch's head and body. It was also the time when its rotational speed reached its highest peak. That is, at this time, the black holes wrapped with black gravitational lines finally took shape at the last moment, and the black light spit out in an instant like a huge black wave, and the light of the entire Fishman island was blown out. It was swallowed up. Swish. The sky was completely dimmed in an instant, but this did not stop everyone's eyes. The whole world fell into a dim light with only a trace of light, and everyone's eyes were still staring at the square. In the middle, the glutinous thrust of Katakuri has hit the head of the base. Boom. boom, 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 boom. In everyone's imagination, this voice should have been heard. However, when the crazily spinning trident stabbed fiercely, it hit the dark mass in front of the perch's head. The crazily spinning trident was supposed to pierce the chest of the perch head fiercely, but for some reason, just when it was about to pierce the front and back of the perch's head and pierce his whole body into a fish skewer, that the trident with violent thunder and lightning was pulled to the other side by an unknown gravitational force. Immediately afterwards, the entire body of the trident suddenly turned an exaggerated turn and stabbed into the black hole in front of the perch's forehead. Puff! The trident stabbed into the mass of black viscous matter fiercely, but nothing happened. It looked like there was only a fist-sized black hole, and due to inertia, almost the entire body of the trident was stabbed into it. In the black hole, but at the other end of the black hole, not even a little bit penetrated. What? How is this possible? When this strange scene appeared, Katakuri only felt that the hairs all over his body stood up instantly, and the purple pupils also tightened into a ball in an instant. This is simply impossible. This move of my own is not just as simple as it looks powerful, but more importantly, this attack of myself is always calculating with the domineering arrogance of knowledge. Every second and every moment his arrogance and domineering will help him, and he can make fairly accurate predictions about any actions or reactions of the perch head on the opposite side. To be precise, it should help you see the short-term future inch by inch, so that you can make timely adjustments to the response of the other party. In other words, your ability to see the future guarantees all your attacks are basically a must. It is with this incomparably powerful and domineering arrogance that he has defeated countless strong opponents, and this is also the biggest boost to his illustrious reputation. And until the moment just now, Katakuri didn't feel what the perch head on the opposite side was doing, or what kind of reaction he was going to make through his own sight. So originally, his attack should have hit the perch head without any suspense, smashed his defense arrogantly, and directly penetrated his entire body. But for some unknown reason, it was not until the tip of his halberd stabbed into the mass of black matter that he finally saw that short-lived future, or, until the moment before, the future in his mind. Suddenly, from hitting the perch head directly, it changed into a trident and stabbed into the black hole. This situation has never happened in previous battles. When Katakuri fell into some kind of shocking downtime, the perch head opposite also let out a faint sneer. He slowly raised his head, and in his eyes was a kind of exclamation that Katakuri could not understand. I don't know why. That look always makes Katakuri feel the same sense of division. Is this what you see and see? Can you see the future clearly in the legend? It doesn't seem to be very good. Then, should it be my turn to take action? Before he finished speaking, he clearly couldn't read the eyes of the perch head in his mind, but Katakuri suddenly felt a terrifying chill that instantly spread from the soles of his feet all over his body. Danger! Ka. The hand that was holding the trident suddenly loosened, allowing the sharp blade to be smashed into pieces by the black hole formed by the black thread, and then no longer had time to care about the fate of the trident, and his mind moved directly. The arrogance of seeing and hearing was fully released, and the next moment he manipulated his body between his chest and abdomen to instantly turn into a mass of white mochi, and then immediately split in half. Almost at the same time, a majestic sword light with a clear texture like running water suddenly lit up in the dimness, rubbing hard against the cracked part of Katakuri's body. Laugh! The sword light flashed, and everyone felt a flower in front of them. The distant red-black sky and the darkness that filled the entire air were split open in an instant, as if at that moment the whole world was the only one left. A terrifying sword light click. The sword light flashed past, as if it was a flash of lightning in the dark night, illuminating the world for a moment, and then it went dark again. However, when this flash of light still remained, everyone was horrified to find that the surrounding the coral mountain rocks in this square are all split open. This guy, who is he? At this moment, everyone only feels that their scalps are numb. Chapter 736. Another sword? Rumble boom. The perch head is just a sword that looks quite random, and it directly splits the entire square into a huge crack that runs through the entire square. The huge crack spreads along the contact surface between the ground and the mountain wall in an instant, as if a huge palm directly tore the entire mountain wall apart. Even if all the light is about to disappear, everyone can still see it through the silhouette of the mountain. On the top of the mountain wall next to the square, a huge step-shaped dislocation is directly staggered. The entire mountain wall surrounding the square and even the entire Dragon Palace city trembled violently, as if a major disaster had occurred in the entire Fishman Island, and the whole body was trembling non-stop, and the surrounding audience felt a sense of urgency. A violent tremor spread from the soles of the feet all over the body, and many Murloc ministers sitting on the high platform fell to the ground before they could react. Only Quinn, Black Mask, Jinpei, Neptune, and others have considerable fighting power, so they can still maintain their stability in this enormous terrifying shock. And in the midst of this huge shock that seemed like the whole world was about to collapse, everyone's eyes still didn't leave the battle. One after another, their eyes were still tightly locked in the square that had been completely darkened. The two blurred lines figure, so dangerous. At the critical moment, Katakuri forcibly separated his body to avoid this blow, and the first thing he did after his body returned to its original state was to wipe off a cold sweat and look into the distance. The mountain that has broken down. This kind of strength is really too terrifying. So weird. Katakuri has never encountered such a bizarre thing in his life, especially for himself, who is already in the realm of God's absolute state of knowledge and domineering. Even in his own perception, he would never feel the danger of the guy on the opposite side, and he would even feel that this guy was just a weak, thin, malnourished ordinary person. And weird things started from this point. He clearly couldn't feel any powerful aura from this guy, but his attack not only failed to hit his vitals, but he was also deflected by inexplicable means. The most outrageous thing is this guy really something that an ordinary person can wield? If you think about it with your feet, you know it, right? This guy just now, among the swordsmen he knows and has fought against, there is simply no one who can reach this level. A guy who can achieve this level in his knowledge, apart from the legendary Hawkeye and other swordsmen who are ranked very high in the world. I am afraid that no one can do this kind of slashing at will. The extent of the broken mountain rock. This guy, Katakuri, unconsciously used his side to lock the head of the perch on the opposite side again. Unsurprisingly, the aura on this guy was still pitifully weak, but the oppressive feeling emanating from him was scary than anyone. Even his own mother had never felt such a terrifying sense of oppression except during the battle. Does this guy have any special ability that can block the domineering and domineering? Or is this guy's strength already strong enough to restrain his aura at will? But anyway, this kind of situation where one's own knowledge and color are completely useless is too exaggerated. It was only at this time that Katakuri finally realized that the enemy in front of him might really have the strength to ignore anyone present. The Big Mom pirates, Kaido pirates, and even the highest intelligence agency in the world, CP0, can't get into his eyes at all. But if it is true he has such a strong strength, how could Fishman Island suffer this disaster? How could the entire Murloc be reduced to an inferior species in the mouth of humans? Who is this guy? Unconsciously, Katakuri was once again caught in some kind of weird distraction. Although this distraction is only for a short second in this level of battle, this short second of absence is enough. Victory. Just when Katakuri was slightly distracted, his body suddenly issued a critical warning. The pores all over the body were opened, the cold hairs were standing upside down, and even all the blood vessels in the body were stagnant, and the heartbeat seemed to miss a beat at the end of the second. Hehe, how can you be in a daze during the battle? The next moment, the goosebumps on the back of Katakuri's neck were instantly aroused, and then the light and fluttering sound of the bass head appeared behind him like a ghost. Not good. Katakuri's pupils instantly shrank into a ball. Although his sense of seeing and hearing had fully exploded, he still could not feel any change or flow of aura. The only thing he could feel was from the depths of his body, some kind of intuition that has been tempered and tempered. It is also relying on this intuition that Katakuri was able to wake up at this moment, and then the nerves all over his body violently rioted, forcibly stimulated every muscle in his body, and then all the muscles in his body suddenly tightened. Get up! Boom! The sound of an explosion exploded in the darkness in an instant, and Katakuri's body directly transformed into a skyrocketing rocket, and his body burst into the sky in an instant. Laugh. This time Katakuri's intuition is not so lucky. He has already hit the dark space-time lock under Igbo, and his time is already several grades slower than that of Perch Head. Even if he the amazing physical ability can burst into a super terrifying speed, and in the eyes of Iger at this moment it is still slow motion, even the Perch Head can catch Katakuri with the naked eye without any training at all. As a result, the autumn water in the hands of the Perch Head again swung the knife vertically upward, and the terrifying sword light flashed again, like the first thunder and lightning born in the beginning of time. In everyone's eyes, there is still a little bit left. In the blink of an eye, he shot up to the sky and slashed straight at Katakuri, whose body had nowhere to use in mid-air. Damn it, I don't know what's going on at all. Katakuri, who is usually handy and domineering, can't see anything at this moment. Everything can only rely on intuition, and now his intuition tells him that the fatal blow is approaching again. Chapter 737 God's Skirt coming. Katakuri's heart froze, his eyes instantly condensed into a ball. An indescribable feeling of danger rushed to the back of his head along his back, and his muscles were unconsciously tense. With a wave of the arm, Katakuri's arm suddenly changed into a sticky white substance, which was sticky and glutinous and quite tough. Then Katakuri threw his arm down, and the white sticky mass, the material, instantly inflated and inflated like a deflated balloon, which instantly blocked Katakuri's Katakuri's entire body below. Buzz. At the same time, the tyrannical three-color domineering burst out in an instant. The color of black iron mixed with the red and black colors full of power quickly emerged from the center of the machi shield and then covered the entire shield in the blink of an eye. Even after doing this, the sense of danger in Katakuri's heart has been diluted, but the feeling of stress all over his body is still quite strong. Damn it, Katakuri scolded secretly, and his mind moved again and directly transformed all the limbs of the body into white sticky machi, and then without any hesitation frantically gathered towards the machi shield below him. The sticky and soft machi was spread on the inside of the shield like jam, and then the black iron color covered it with a domineering dark red light, reinforcing the shield again. After the first floor, there are the second floor, the third floor and the fourth floor. Back and forth in this short second, Katakuri was stunned behind the machi shield, reinforced by dozens of layers. Matsu fortified Ken. Almost at the same time as the formation of the machi's strong wall, a silver-white crescent-shaped sword light also lit up under him, and then, like an arrow from the string, it rushed straight to the machi from bottom to top. Hard wall. Swish. The incomparably sharp sword light instantly cut through the air, causing the air on both sides to flip frantically due to the short vacuum in the middle, and for a while, a violent hurricane formed carrying the terrifying sword light rushing up through the sky. In the blink of an eye, he slashed fiercely on the strong wall made of machi and domineering. Boom boom boom. The moment the sword light and the solid wall collided, bursts of explosions erupted in an instant. The sword light that illuminated the square like lightning slammed into the dark-looking solid wall. The red and black thunder and lightning exploded in an instant, and a splendid thunder flower exploded directly in the sky. Chi-chi. The thunder flowers scattered and disappeared with the surrounding darkness, and the sword light slowly dissipated along with the exploding thunder flowers. The sword light dissipated, and Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he wiped a cold sweat on his forehead, because just now he directly stacked the machi wall behind it. There are dozens of layers, and just under the sword light nearly half of the thickness has been cut, and that is when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, and when he was about to use his strength to grab the mountain walls on both sides to land, the pores all over his body suddenly shrank again. Ha ha ha, not bad defense. Come again. Ignatius on the ground naturally knew Katakuri's movements. He laughed on the spot, and then the autumn water in his hand waved again. Ken. The high-pitched sword sound resounded through the entire caldera square, and the majestic and clear sword light instantly became the only light between heaven and earth, and this light, like the aurora in the North Pole, was vast, clear and unpredictable. This trick is called the skirt of the gods. In the place where the sword light did not shine, the roar of the perch head sounded, and then followed by another high-pitched dragon-like roar of sword sounds. Hoo hoo hoo. Countless roaring sounds echoed across the entire Fishman Island. It seemed that the terrifying giant in ancient legends had recovered. Everyone felt that the pores on their foreheads shrunk instantly. The pure pressure of the dragon. It was like pressing a big rock on their chests, and they couldn't breathe at all. In the next second, the originally silver-white sword light seemed to have been injected with new life. A trace of green light was quickly born from the depths of the silver-white light, and in an instant the whole body was filled with light. Daejiangguan was filled with a gleaming green. After that, there were only a few sounds of swords waving in the space, and green sword lights appeared out of thin air. This time, the shape of the sword lights had undergone a huge change. Dozens of swords. None of the lights are in the shape of a standard crescent moon, and each one is as intangible as a floating curtain. Dozens of huge ethereal green sword lights converged into a fluttering skirt above the sky, like the most magnificent aurora blooming above the sky. This is. Looking at the turbulent sword light bursting out from under him. No, this intertwined sword light cannot be described as turbulent at all. If you really want to describe it, you can only use the skirt of a woman. However, such a soft skirt was like a death knell in his eyes at this moment, making his heart beat wildly. This move is absolutely impossible to block. Almost in an instant, Katakuri decided in his heart a strategy for dealing with this blow. He must dodge quickly. Without any hesitation, Katakuri immediately threw his arm, and the arm made of machi was thrown out a few hundred meters away, and it was directly connected to the opposite mountain wall. Puff! The machi slammed on the mountain wall, and the stickiness contained in it burst out at once, and then Katakuri pulled it back with force, and the violent elastic force directly pulled Katakuri and ejected it towards the opposite side. The elasticity of this machi is quite amazing, but in the blink of an eye, Katakuri's body has been ejected a few hundred meters away, far beyond the scope of the sword light. Is it safe? It's really like a skirt, although it looks quite complicated, soft and fine, but at the same time it sacrifices a considerable part of the speed so that you can avoid it so easily. For a moment, such thoughts flashed in Katakuri's mind. However, how could you dodge so easily? The perch head on the ground seemed to laugh, and then waved the autumn water in his hand. Then then, like a gust of wind blowing, the skirt of the goddess was lifted in an instant, and the gentle sword light swaying in the sky accelerated to the level of lightning in an instant. The whole person is enveloped in it. Chapter 738. Who is the next? Swish. It seemed like an ethereal figure, and a skirt descended into the world, and the green sword light simply dazzled everyone. For a while, no one even noticed. This piece of skirt seemed to come from the heavens. What kind of murderous and terrifying power is hiding this? How can it be so fast? Katakuri, whose body is still in the air, definitely has a considerable chance to experience the power of this skirt, because he used the fastest decision to extend his arm to the other side of the mountain. On the wall, when he was about to dodge away, the sword lights on the ground, like flowing water, directly enveloped him at the speed of lightning. In an instant, the dense sword light cut out one after another of bright red blood stains on Katakuri's body. Even if Katakuri has a superior level of domineering, but in this inexplicable situation, but it is impossible to play at all, and there is no way to use it to dodge in advance. Blood stains appeared one after another, and the arrogance contained in them penetrated into Katakuri's skin instantly, detonating all the nerves in his body in an instant, and pain after another flooded Katakuri like a wave. Consciousness. Damn it! Katakuri clenched his teeth, struggling to keep his consciousness clear and clear in this wave after wave of pain, and at the same time, he controlled the hidden things in his body. The armed colors and overlord colors, which were hardly used, were all released from his pores and quickly covered every piece of skin on his body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal friction sounded one after another, and in the waltz of the goddess skirt, Katakuri kept his consciousness clear and kept his entire body under the protection of domineering. The strong armed color and the overlord color are mixed together, and there is a hint of dark red light in the color of black iron, wrapping his whole person in a solid defense. However, just in Katakuri's heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was just about to think about whether to take the blow or take this opportunity to directly distance himself, and at this moment he no longer had time to talk to him, the energy to care in the end what to do next, because click click, at the moment when he was relieved, the net of sword light, which seemed to be as soft and slender as the skirt, once again swept the Buddha unhurriedly on the almost absolutely solid defense of Katakuri. At the moment when the two touched, the black iron domineering armor that was supposed to be as hard as steel suddenly burst into fine cracks. How is that possible? The severe pain subsided a little just now, and then burst out again in an instant. The severe and unbearable pain traveled along the nerves at all levels, from the skin to the muscles to the musculoskeletal, all the way up, and merged into the spinal cord, going retrograde into his brain. It was like turning into a terrifying insect that only eats people without spitting out bones, frantically gnawing at his brain. And this is just the beginning. Those finely intertwined sword lights are obviously as weak as water waves, but it is also because of this random vibration like this wave that it also endows the sword light with a random cutting ability. Every second, with the hem of the skirt, countless sword lights will vibrate randomly and violently, and just between these vibrations, the terrifying cutting force spreads crazily from the hem of the skirt. Every time the sword light swept across the steel-like body of Katakuri, there would be thousands, tens of thousands of slashes madly hitting the same place from all angles. The most important thing is that Katakuri's domineering is not even a single star compared to the eagle on the perch head. Therefore, every vibration of the water wave and sword light is equivalent to cutting Katakuri's body countless times. The skin and body that were originally solid like marble and steel suddenly eroded into one piece like chopped tofu. Grew. Click click. The sound of steel shattering like crazy, one after another, sounded on Katakuri's body one after another. For a time, on the entire surface of Katakuri's skin, a piece of domineering armor seemed to fall like fallen leaves. His body is peeling off quickly. Whirring whirring. The perch head waved again, and an invisible gale blew in the sky in an instant. In just a few seconds, the entire skirt was gently blown away, and the closely intertwined sword lights were also there. A piece of wind quietly dissipated. Invisible and invisible. Snap. Just after the net of sword light on the skirt of the goddess disappeared, the sky that had become quite gloomy and gloomy due to the domineering of the two men also returned to normal after a few seconds, and then a heavy object fell to the ground. The voice suddenly sounded in the ears of everyone, like a heavy hammer in the middle of the night, and the sound of boom woke everyone up. Until this time, everyone finally recovered from the darkness in the sky just now. Skirt of God formed by the interweaving of sword lights just now is so beautiful that everyone recalls those that they have either seen with their own eyes or seen in photos, and those only exist in the polar region's wonderful aurora in the icy night. And now the wonderful aurora dissipated from a certain invisible gale, and all the talents finally woke up from the heart-shattering beauty and returned their somewhat disappointed eyes to the square again. It doesn't matter, everyone, whether it's the surrounding Murloc residents, those pirates, or the Murloc minister sitting on the high platform, the king of Neptune, or even the Black Mask. Quinn has always been quite confident about Iggy, and he almost glared his eyes out. I saw at this moment in that huge square the perch head, the thin perch head, was still standing there as if nothing had happened. The sword in his hand was swaying repeatedly, and at a place more than 10 meters away from him, it was called Katakuri, who is a born perfect warrior, is lying there on his back. This IGE Kun's strength, is it already so terrifying? Jinbei stared at everything in the field and muttered. Then Basehead lowered his head and played with the sword in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as electricity. He swept to the only Black Mask and Quinn left on the high platform, and chuckled lightly. Next, who is it? Chapter 739. Seems like you've seen this before. Who's next? Is it Quinn, or you? The man in the black mask? Basehead's voice was particularly obvious in this large and silent square. He obviously didn't speak forcefully, but his voice echoed in the square for a long time, and could even be transmitted to the distant high platform, because at this moment everyone present has no way to make any sound at all. Even though the Basehead's voice was so clear that it sounded directly in their ears, they still kept their mouths slightly open just now, unable to say a word. Everyone's eyes are focused on Katakuri lying in the square at the same time. Is this really Katakuri-sama? The pirates who were standing by watching the excitement all stared at the Katakuri in the arena in astonishment, and they all fell into a certain kind of shock that could not be concealed. Down there is Katakuri-sama. Really? How can it be? How could it be that Katakuri-sama would lose? Even if you think about it with your feet, you know it's impossible, right? Who is Katakuri-sama? He is the proud of the whole Big Mom pirate group, a genius among geniuses, a leader among leaders. And what is the Big Mom Pirates? That is a super huge pirate group that no one knows about, and even the Navy dare not provoke it easily. This pirate group is equivalent to an empire. Among the pirates of this level, a leader among the leaders born. What kind of combat power is that? Regarding the legend of Katakuri-sama, there are definitely a considerable part of the pirates present. After listening to this, they decided to join this pirate group. Katakuri, a rather scary man. This man was born from his mother's belly, and he has never sat or lay down in the eyes of outsiders. No matter in battle or in normal life, this guy has always stood there forever, full of usefulness. The strong man's eyes stared at everything. Until today, this man has never lost a single battle, and in every battle, this man has never fallen. Such an absolutely powerful man. Even his sight and appearance have reached the state of being able to see the future. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary opponent to cause any effective damage to him, but his attack will be given to the opponent with an absolute probability. Fatal blow. Lord Katakuri is in this Big Mom pirate group, and like Charlotte Lingling, he is the chosen person with a super powerful appearance. Before that, he once destroyed several people by himself. Armies of 10 nations. Such a strong man, such a perfect and undefeated man, just today, right in front of their eyes, was defeated by a malnourished patient who had never heard of it before, and it only took 3 strokes. It took only 3 moves, to be precise, only 2 swords. The first sword made the perfect Katakuri need to use all his strength to parry, and the second sword was directly comparable to the gods. Brilliant. Katakuri-sama didn't even fight back. No, he didn't even have the chance to parry or dodge. He just lost his combat effectiveness. Look at the fainted Katakuri. There is not a piece of good flesh all over his body, let alone the skin. Even the rivets on his body were twisted into pieces by the flowing sword light. The current Katakuri is just a set of bones with bits of minced meat. How can it be such a miserable word? But surprisingly, even the weakest pirate in the pirate group, who just learned to see the pirate apprentice, can feel that there is still a trace of breath in Katakuri. And this scene also shocked King Neptune, this huge mermaid known as the Great Knight of the Sea. At this moment every beard is shaking violently, showing the huge vibration in his heart. That's Katakuri. Neptune really had no way to understand that in this world, except for the 4 emperors, someone would cut him to the ground with just a few swords. This guy, is he still holding hands? Looking at the appearance of Katakuri, the black mask sitting on the high platform, I immediately understood that this is definitely the means of the perch head. Since this guy can overturn Katakuri with the power of 2 swords, he can at least have the strength to kill Katakuri within a few strokes. But this guy didn't even have a chance against Katakuri. Kuri's killer. Why exactly? Is this guy trying to give Katakuri some face? Or this guy has already reached his limit and it is impossible to cause any more damage to Katakuri? No matter what the statement is, it seems to be full of contradictions. Looking at the perch head that was still standing in the scene, the latter was looking at him with a rather provocative look. At this moment, the tip of the sword in his hand pointed directly at himself, and the meaning in his eyes was very obvious. And in the same way, I still can't feel the powerful aura on him that can knock Katakuri to the ground in 2 2 strokes. This guy is really weird. Then Black Mask pondered for a while, then slowly stood up from his seat. The domineering aura that was surging like sea water slowly flowed up and down, and he could even hear the sound of waves hitting the rocks in his body. Let me see, you perch head, what kind of ability you have. Before he finished speaking, the body of the Black Mask suddenly disappeared in place. Oh, are you finally starting? In the square, Iger's voice sounded quietly in the ears of Basehead. Finally, did you want to fight him from the beginning? On the other end, Perchhead was also quietly discussing with Iger. After these few near-miss battles, watching the famous big pirates fall in his hands, Perchhead also rose in his heart. There was a trace of excitement, and the previous resistance and irritability were thrown into the sky by him in a blink of an eye. Yeah, are you ready? Just when Perchhead and Iger were ready to fight, on the other side of the high platform, Quinn narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and his tone was a little strange. This guy's fighting skills, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Chapter 740 Hell Black Dragon. Where is it? Quinn can't remember. He only remembers that not long ago he seemed to have investigated a certain guy. That person was most likely related to the deaths of Yin and Jack in his pirate group, but he never found the real hammer. Evidence, the other party is from the Navy. Even in Kaido's face, it is not easy to do. Therefore, this plan was simply put on hold. Quinn only remembered that during his investigation, the man seemed to be a super genius. This guy also has 3-color domineering. This kind of person is really too special. If nothing else, just a multiple devil fruit ability is almost locked. The first fruit of this guy should be the dark fruit, and the dark fruit, there is only that one. The guy in front of him did use a certain kind of black thing just now to completely neutralize Katakuri's attack. Quinn really couldn't think of that kind of black substance with a slight gravitational force. In addition to the dark fruit, what other things can have such an effect? There is even no doubt that this guy does have the dark fruit. Then, does this mean that the man he investigated before is dead? Wait, or say, just when Quinn was full of evidence that he had investigated and his mind was a little dazed, the Black Mask next to him stood up directly, and in the next second his figure disappeared strangely in place. Swish. This is definitely a super high-end shave. Quinn had only one thought on his mind at the time. This guy is outrageously fast. Even if he is only 1 point weaker than Katakuri, he is arrogant and domineering. In short, he disappeared so suddenly, and in the next instant he appeared in front of the Perchhead. If this blow was directed at him, he would definitely be dead. The world's main government can stand for so many years and not fall. Absolutely not rely on the popular will or what the public expects. They rely on absolutely powerful force. Whether it is the Justice Navy or CP9 or CP0, they are definitely sharp knives in the hands of the world official, and these 2 sharp knives can pierce any scale fur. Now, this sharp knife is on the verge of the head of the perch, and in just one more moment the head of the perch can be torn to shreds. A long shadow shrouded the head of the perch, and the sound of breaking wind rolled up behind the Black Mask. A gust of wind blows, and in the turbulent wind pressure in the sea, the Black Mask's arm that doesn't look very strong raised high and then slammed down towards the head of the perch, and just when the arm fell like lightning, the white suit wrapped around the arm also burst open at the same time. Pieces of scales like a shield tightly wrapped around a piece of steel like strong muscles, reflecting the slightest cold light. Just in the blink of an eye, the arm of the Black Mask turned into a hideous black dragon arm. Chi-chi. The black dragon arm has appeared, and the sharp nails cut through the air instantly, as if torn apart pieces of cloth, crisp and ear-piercing. Grumpy grumpy. At the same time, the sound of air passing through the water also emerged from the dragon arm of the Black Mask, and then a dark red liquid like blood water penetrated from the gaps in the scales, dyeing his entire arm into a dark red color. This is not the end. After that, the viscous dark red liquid slowly solidified, forming a blood scab-like horny layer directly on the surface of his body. Rumble boom. At the moment when the horny was born, it seemed as if some rules of heaven and earth had been triggered. Above the distant sea, layers of dark clouds quickly condensed into a ball, wishing to include the whole world in it. In the clouds, he twisted his body frantically, as if he was going to blow up the air in front of him. Ska. Finally, an extremely thick and powerful thunder snake crashed down from the sky, instantly piercing the air and ocean between it and the seabed. The scorching high temperature is fine in the air, but in the seawater along the way is evaporated into water vapor in an instant, and the air masses explode one by one, and the seawater along the way from the sea level to the bottom of the sea is shocked. If there is a first path, there will be a second path, one after another. Thunder snakes, like the wrath of the sky, falling from the clouds, evaporating the sea water above the Fishman Island, and the air explosions make the whole sea shake. Seeing that the first 2 people were shriveled and the Black Mask underestimated the enemy, he felt a little sorry for his CP0 reputation, so when he moved, he was not ready to keep his hands at all. Hell Black Dragon Claw. In the whole left by the mask. The diamond-shaped eyes of the black mask have completely turned into a scarlet color, and the surrounding eyelids have also been covered with fine black scales, as if the roar of the black dragon from hell came from his throat. It erupted in the middle, and then the vigorous and powerful dragon claws slapped the base head like a thunder. This guy is a little interesting. On the shoulders of the base head, Iger, who was leaning on his back, couldn't help nodding in approval. Iger is quite familiar with this kind of overlord-like application, although it doesn't look very dangerous. In fact, ordinary pirates are basically, if you stick to it, you will die. It can be seen from the reaction of the base head that this kid is trembling unconsciously, as if there is an ancient behemoth standing opposite him, and he does not dare to move because of the pressure and momentum. So for a while, Iger's reaction was also a lot more cautious, using fine grains of sand to control the perch's head and set up a posture, and then released the overlord color, which was only stronger than the black mask and completely neutralized the coercion of the black mask. The next moment, the perch's head flipped over and the autumn water in his hand disappeared, replaced by the famous sword dragon horse engraved with dragon patterns on the entire sword. Let me see, what is so powerful about your hell black dragon? The perch head held the sword in both hands, and the red-black viscous liquid seeped out from the arm, immediately wrapped the dragon and horse in it, and then without hesitation stiffened the dragon's claws that were shot on the head and outright sword. Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 741-760. Chapter 741 Dragon Horse vs Black Devil Dragon. The instant the red-black viscous liquid dripped on the dragon horse sword body, the entire sword body of the dragon horse vibrated violently, and the high-pitched sound of dragon chants and sword sounds resounded throughout the square. Everyone present could hear it clearly. It was a pure dragon roar, and the voice was full of excitement and anger. Iger knew that this was the excitement when Ryoma, the strongest swordsman who had killed dragons, once again met the same dragon as his opponent after many years. In fact, as early as when this guy was still in the system backpack, Iger had already felt a faint vibration from it, but at that time he never knew what the dragon horse was going to do. Until this moment, seeing the ability of the black mask, Iger finally understood that the dragon and horse in his backpack completely sensed the dragon breath contained in the body of the black mask. It is roaring with excitement and wants to kill dragons again after hundreds of years, but it is just this body that is used as a sword. The dragon horse was trembling with excitement, and the metal cast sword edge collided with the heavy dragon claws shot down by the black mask. The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing exploded in an instant, and it spread throughout the square in the blink of an eye. Whoa. Almost visible to the naked eye, the energy ripples condensed into substantial energy, which spread instantly at the collision site of the black dragon's claws and the dragon horse, and the radiation directly swept the entire square. Even the surrounding rocks that wrapped the entire square were no exception at all. Click click. It spread like a wave and spread into the waves of sword energy. Once again, the rock built by the coral reef could not bear the terrifying power, and cracks cracked wildly, plus the previous incision. It seemed that the whole valley it's all going to break apart. In this apocalyptic shock, the pirates and children watching the battle all felt a powerful heart palpitation at the same time, and at the same time the terrifying coercion from the black mask and the perch head made them even I can't stand. My heels are getting weak. Is this guy's strength? The pirates stared, looking at the two crazy flashing figures not far away, muttering. After the fierce collision just now, there was no hesitation on both sides, and the claw tip was instantly separated, and then with a more tricky and arrogant angle and posture, it hit the weak part of the opponent's body. At this moment, the black mask seems to have completely given up his upper bodysuit. The entire white suit was burst open by his rock-like muscles, and layers of viscous red and black liquid penetrated through the gaps in the scales. It came out and slowly condensed into a layer of horny, wrapping him in it. At first glance, the black mask looks like a half-dragon, half-human blood man, with dark red blood scab like horny all over his body, which is quite ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, the body has been greatly strengthened by those horny skin, is also turned into a killing machine at this moment. Fist, claws, palms, elbows, knees, shoulders. Every part of the body has been developed to the extreme by him, and every part is a sharp weapon that can attack from any angle and in any direction. As for the unpredictable attack of Black Mask, the way Basehead chose to fight was much more simple. That is the steel sword in his hand. Obviously both hands are on the hilt of the sword, but the perch head has used the three-footed sword to the extreme, blocking, chopping, hooking, picking, and so on. It seems that endless sword moves flow out of his hands. Every shot is just right to slash at the weak point of the Black Mask's power. Not only that, the figures of the two sides are also flickering quite vaguely. This second is still on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the two people have already flickered flickered to the sky. When the scales of the body and the sword edge collided, the sparks exploded wildly. This scene really stunned the surrounding pirates and Murloc residents. After the 2 consecutive battles just now, the performance of this basehead has been so thorough that no one dared to underestimate him in any way. But this is directly confronting a certain senior officer of CP0. This kind of strength must be said to be a bit exaggerated, right? For quite a lot of people, CP0 belongs to the type of people who belong to the blind spot of knowledge. But although everyone does not know the specific strength of this black mask, they can more or less be observed from the side. Stronger than Katakuri, the kind of arrogant and rebellious person. Katakuri, who has never obeyed anyone other than his mother, is actually obedient in front of the black mask, and obviously he is also interested in this black mask. There is apprehension. A man who is even afraid of Katakuri. This basehead still has to go back and forth with him, and even looking at it, he is quite comfortable. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you, a stupid dragon, to be a little capable. Clank kong kong. Somewhere in the sky, the body of the perch head appeared high in the sky, and it seemed to make a contemptuous comment. Then, the dragon and horse in his hand slashed behind him, and bursts of sword sounds and crisp sounds erupted. Hey, I didn't expect that you really have 2 strokes, but I miscalculated. If the blow failed, the black mask figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, it appeared in front of the perch head. The black magic dragon fist covered with blood scab scales, without any fancy, directly attacked the perch head. The face door smashed down. I've said it, your sword attack is useless to me at all. Basehead smiled and replied half sarcastically, and then the dragon horse in his hand was also filled with red and black viscous liquid, and bravely greeted it. Puff. This time, the black dragon scale armor of the black mask didn't seem to be so hard and easy to use. The dragon horse, which adhered to the red and black viscous liquid, directly shattered the dragon scales protecting his body and slashed deeply into the dragon fist. Fresh blood suddenly emerged from the knife's edge, but seeing this scene, Iger felt a strange feeling in his heart. When he looked up, sure enough, the black mask was looking at him strangely. Immediately afterwards, before the perch head could react, the wound cut by the dragon horse opened slowly and directly. The blood was mixed with pitch black. It was like a living dragon's mouth, and at this time, the perch's head felt numb, and there seemed to be a flame in the depths of the dragon's mouth, which was stirred up. Hell breath. Boom. Chapter 742. Are you a dragon? I am hell. Hoo 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 hoo. Whether it was Iger or the perch head and the pirates and Murloc residents who were watching the lively around, they didn't expect it. Obviously using the domineering sword like a dragon to forcefully cut the black dragon scales on the black mask, the place turned into a ferocious dragon's mouth, and it was even able to roar, and the saliva was sprayed far. The blood basin opened its mouth wide. The black mask was decisive, and his eyes were condensed, pointing directly at the head of the perch, who blocked the blow with the dragon mag. Burn. The process of ignition was quite fast. There seemed to be countless explosives in the dragon's mouth. The red flame had just appeared, and the entire dragon's mouth was detonated with a bang, and the terrifying and fiery dragon breath spurted out in an instant. Obviously the dragon's mouth is only less than half a meter long, but the diameter of the dragon's breath is in sharp contrast with the dragon's mouth. It is more than 10 meters wide, and the entire body of the perch head is directly included in it. Rumble boom. The crimson flame ripped apart everyone's vision in an instant. From the center of Calder Square, it reached the edge of Fishman Island in an instant. The entire sky was dyed dark by the crimson flame in the blink of an eye. The color of red. Even the bubble that wrapped the entire Fishman Island was hit by the dragon's breath. If it wasn't for the strength of the entire ocean behind it, it would have been penetrated by the scorching dragon's breath long ago. But now, after the dragon's breath has crossed a considerable distance, its power is scattered, and it can only spread a huge wall of fire inside the bubble film. Even in Caldera Square, you can see a crimson sky hanging down from the top of the bubble film, as if a waterfall of flames poured down from the sky. Hiss. Iggy. Seeing this scene, Nipton couldn't help shouting out on the spot. His huge body bounced directly from the chair behind him. His beard was shaking slightly, and his eyes that had seen some old age were immediately startled, full of anger. Originally, at the beginning, King Neptune also thought that this guy was just a little gangster, and he used Jinping's power to falsify tigers everywhere. But after the first 2 battles, King Neptune finally realized that he was wrong, and wrong. 1 move cut down Pero, 2 swords cut down Katakuri. This kind of strength is enough to be the boss behind Jinping. How could it be some kind of scumbag? So at the beginning of this 3rd battle, Nipton changed his distrustful attitude and stood on the side of Basehead. He really wants Perchhead to win. Perchhead won, even if he survived the Fisherland, even if it was CP0. Without the support of the world's official government, he would never dare to make a mistake. But I never imagined that this turning point would come so suddenly. This black mask was able to pull off such a sinister trick. IGE-kun. On the the other side, Jinbei's reaction was much calmer. A pair of shark eyes stared at the scarlet terrifying flames, muttering to themselves, "You should be, no problem, ha 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 ha, didn't expect it. I'm a hell dragon that ate the fruit of the mutant black dragon from hell. Every piece of skin on my body can be transformed into any organ." On the battlefield, Black Mask saw that his surprise attack was effective and laughed on the spot, then turned his face to the figure in the red flames. This guy has not made any sound so far. Maybe he was already scorched by himself, but as a CP0, the Black Mask will never make the kind of low-level mistakes that underestimate the enemy. Clap clap. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bone friction came from his skull, and then everyone present was surprised to see that the Black Mask was always worn on the face and had been removed to the forehead. Next, a giant dragon's kiss extended out, black scales wrapped around sharp white teeth. Terrifying. Whirring. At the moment when the dragon's kiss extended into place, the Black Mask directly opened his bloody mouth without any delay, and the scarlet mouth was completely exposed to everyone's field of vision. Then, in the dark throat in the depths, a crimson flame quietly ignited. Boom boom boom. Another barrel of explosives was detonated with a bang. Compared with the previous time, the explosive barrels this time were obviously much thicker and deeper than the previous barrels, and the explosives contained in them reached an astonishing level. At the moment when the red flames appeared, there was only one thought in everyone's consciousness, and that was, the sky is torn apart. Not only the sky, but even the ground has been torn apart by him. The red light with a thickness of hundreds of feet spewed out from the wide dragon kiss of the Black Mask, and directly turned into a long red river, completely drowning the original red flame. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the air of the entire Fishman Island to explode on the spot. The violent fluctuations were transmitted through the air frantically, and even the ground under everyone's feet was shaken, torn apart. Boom boom boom. In the world, it seems that there is only such a crimson color left, and everything is smudged by the red, but in fact, only the head of the perch is swallowed by the red flame. Great horror. This is simply a disaster. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the ferocious dragon covered with black scales. At this moment, the latter could no longer see what the human form was, and every inch of the white suit was covered by that black scales were replaced, and every part of the body was replaced by dragon-like organs. Now he is a demon dragon from hell, a demon dragon that destroys the world. In order to destroy the perch head in front of him, even if he uses the entire Fishman Island as a burial, he doesn't care. Everyone has no doubt that if this shot falls on Fishman Island, the entire island will collapse. This battle seems to have an outcome. I thought that the heroes of the Murlocs were finally ushered in, right? Finally, the whole world was dyed into a crimson flame, and it slowly dissipated in the horrified eyes of everyone. Everyone couldn't bear to look at it. Presumably the head of the perch was already a mummified corpse at this moment. However, just when everyone was certain that the perch head would definitely turn into coke in the red light that filled the sky, the familiar laughter resounded throughout the square again. Hee, are you a hell dragon? Then I am hell. Chapter 743. It's him. What? This time, without waiting for the ordinary people on the ground to react, the Black Mask with both feet on the air first screamed out. The Black Mask was installed by him at some point, and a pair of red eyes almost flowed out of the hole in the mask. In the sky, the red light and shadow left by the crimson flame finally slowly dissipated. However, when all the red light drifted cleanly with the wind, a black shadow was like a reef on the seashore. Let the tide go away. It still stands, staying there quietly. But it is this quietness that makes the blood vessels in the Black Mask full of brains about to explode. How is this possible? What the hell is this? Until this time, the people on the ground finally reacted. They suddenly discovered that the terrifying dragon breath that can destroy everything should have annihilated everything in the air into powder. However, until the red light was completely the bottom dissipated, and in the area originally covered by the red light, there was still something standing still. Countless eyes were intertwined on that thing at the same time, and it was almost instantly recognized what it was. That's an egg. To be precise, a black egg, a charred black egg. The reason why it is said to be a scorched black egg is that there are still traces of burning on its surface. Obviously, this black egg has also experienced a lot of hardships in the red flame. However, the sound of the perch head just now came from here. Could it be that? Click click. As if to confirm the conjecture in everyone's heart, the black egg suspended in the sky suddenly peeled off piece by piece. It's like a big hand in the dark, smashing the eggshell of the black egg with ease, and then peeling off the egg white of the black egg layer by layer, finally revealing the much anticipated egg yolk. No way. Really? This is too exaggerated. The egg yolk just appeared in everyone's field of vision, and immediately caused an uproar. Everyone raised their heads blankly, and their eyes seemed to be pinned there as if they were caught tightly. There was no way to understand what happened. What? In that sky, the black egg with only the yolk left that was peeled off was indeed a perch head. At this moment, the perch head is curling up his his body into a ball as if he sensed that the eggshell and albumin outside him have been peeled off. The perch head also slowly opened his eyes and then stretched out a lazy waist. He even yawned, wiping his tears while glancing at the black mask from the corner of his eye. Your attack is very powerful. If you change someone, you may already be knocked out, but I'm a little stronger. And the base head paused and then continued. It's not like this is a disaster level attack. I'll show you a demonstration. Right before he finished speaking, the black mask on the opposite side had turned into a dragon man, and the scales all over his body suddenly opened, and the blood in every vein was instantly cold. What's going on? What's the matter with this kind of inexplicable killing intent that makes people feel hairy? After all, he is also the leader of the best espionage organizations under the world's official government. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can defeat him head-on, except for the monsters at the top of the world's official government. I am afraid that only the 4 emperors above the sea can say such words. And this guy in front of him just released a murderous aura towards him, which is enough to make him shudder. Of course, with killing intent, how could there be no action at all? Just when the black mask was a little hesitant about the murderous aura of the perch head on the opposite side had already waved his palm, aiming at the proteins that were peeled off from his body layer by layer, and then his mind was activated. The next second, the falling black eggshells and egg whites that were peeled off stopped for a while, and then slowly crumbled into small dots in the sky under the control of the perch head gesture. What is that? Everyone looked up in horror and saw the fragments of white eggshells slowly spread out in the sky. The black eggs that originally seemed to be only a dozen meters in diameter quickly disintegrated into black eggs in the sky in a few seconds. The dark clouds directly covered the entire square, even the Dragon Palace city, and even most of the entire Fishman Island, shrouded in this black mist. And with the disintegration of the black egg and the formation of the black cloud, all the talents finally saw clearly what the thing that formed the black egg at the beginning was. Sand. Yes, those are all grains of sand. I don't know what kind of means were used by the base head to make them compressed in a small space so as to achieve great density and hardness. And now, the black sand contained in this black egg has been liberated, and its quantity can actually drown most of the Fishman Island. Hehe. The real disaster is like this. Basehead looked up at the black sand cloud. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then waved his palm, aiming at the black mask on the opposite side, and then held it in the air. Hell of sand funeral. Whirring. The moment he spoke, the black mask on the opposite side suddenly felt an indescribable feeling, as if there were invisible big hands that bound him firmly in place. Damn it, what is this? It wasn't until he tried to struggle many times to no avail that he finally found that there were a few strands of black sand that were as thin as mist going around his armpits and neck, waist and hamstrings, and pressing him firmly to the ground. Immediately after that, another black sand surface appeared out of thin air, as if it was a writing brush from ancient times. Around the black mask, a standard cross was drawn in black. At the core of the cross, it was the black man who was bound to the ground. Mask. Seal. After fixing the black mask and drawing the cross, the perch head snorted again. The next second, the dark cloud of black sand that covered most of the Fishman Island suddenly spun wildly, turning into a vortex of black sand in the blink of an eye, pouring into the center of the cross. At the same time, Quinn, who was sitting on the high platform, stared at the black sand flowing into the cross from the sky. For a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. After being stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly patted his head. The fat on his face is stretched into a big pie. Is this the trick? Is it really him? Chapter 744. Wait for Lord Kaido to take care of you. In the center of Caldera Square, where everyone's eyes are focused, a magnificent cross painted with black sand is quietly placed there. Even if the wind is strong, the sand that looks soft is not even a little bit covered. It was blown away, and in the very middle of the magnificent cross, a figure was struggling frantically. Damn it, why is this damn sand so hard? It's just sand. The black mask was tied to the center of the magnificent cross, with bulging veins all over his body, his pitch black scales spread open, and every muscle bulging frantically, trying to break through the shackles of this strange black sand. Low and hoarse, the roar echoed in his dragon neck, filled with disbelief and an indescribable anger and fear. What the hell is this? Why does this kid have so many terrifying abilities? Isn't he a swordsman? What is this strange ability? The domineering arrogance in his body is like freezing, and it does not flow at all, and he who relies on domineering arrogance to enhance his physical strength is tortured by this method and has no way to do anything. He opened his mouth, trying to evoke the scorching dragon's breath that could destroy the world, but when he tried to exert his strength, he found that his ability was so suppressed that he couldn't move. I really don't believe it anymore. Black Mask roared madly, and was about to forcefully mobilize all the power in his body, trying to break through the blockade of the black sand sand again, but before he could move, he saw a black cloud descending from the sky. Whoa! Above the sky, the huge black sand and dark clouds formed a strange gravitational force from the center, which caused the rotation of those black sand and dark clouds within the scope of most of the Fishman Island. Layers of black sand revolved around the distant center at high speed, gathering its own weight madly toward the center. At the same time, everyone saw that in the center of the vortex of black sand and clouds, a slender vertebral body extended from the top and bottom, and then directly connected to the black lying on the ground in the state of falling meteors. In front of the mask, whoa. At the moment when the vertebral body was formed, the black sand in the entire sky suddenly seemed to encounter a huge screw pump, which frantically gathered towards the cone tip of the vertebral body, pouring all the sand into the magnificent cross. Let me out if you have the seeds. The black sand fell from the sky like a waterfall, pouring it on the black mask in an absolutely crushing situation. Completely buried below, burying the black mask below, the black sand still did not stop but continued to tilt down as if tirelessly, and piled higher and higher along the border of the magnificent cross. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, kilometers. With Iger's current strength, almost all the black sand that can be summoned can be poured into the cross shape with a radius of only tens of square meters in just a few seconds. At that height, it can even touch the plane. Fly high. Click click. The hard ground above the square was originally made of volcanic rock and coral rock, and some of them could not withstand this terrifying pressure, making an unbearable cracking sound, and the spider web-like cracks spread instantly, and the entire flat ground, they are all sunken down into a big pit. The people around them almost don't know what to say. They know it now. Even if this black face has the terrifying strength today, I am afraid it will be difficult to turn over. Even if it is ordinary sand piled up to such a terrifying height on such a small area, the destructive power is absolutely devastating. This is equivalent to breaking apart and smashing a whole mountain, and pressing all the weight on an area the size of a person. Even if this guy is not dead, there is absolutely no strength to resist. But everyone didn't know that this was just the beginning for the perch head that was gradually becoming deified in their eyes. Dead Basehead looked up at the towering sand pillar cross without any fluctuations in his eyes, and spit out a word softly. Boom boom boom. Before he finished speaking, the huge and magnificent cross suddenly made a loud noise, and then an indescribable force descended from the sky, directly from top to bottom, pressing the entire sand column to a height of only 10 centimeters. It's as if there is a giant palm in the middle of it, forcibly smashing the soft cotton into a flat piece. Everyone only heard a loud bang, and the giant sand pillar that was sky high turned into a flat cross in the blink of an eye. This is too scary, isn't it? The whole process, Neptune sitting on the high platform and the Murloc ministers can see it most clearly. It is almost to the level of stunned. The perch head hand can be described with magical skills. These Murlocs or Mermen can't understand this operation at all. What is it so horrible? Between turning his hands and raising his palms, he beheaded a CP0 leader. Not only does he dare to kill, he can really kill. This kind of terrifying ability. Is this guy really a resident of his Murloc nation? No, absolutely impossible. Neptune is quite confident in his own people. This kind of method is definitely not something his people can do. It was only at this time that Neptune finally understood why Jinbei wanted to introduce the space head. This Nima is simply a big killer of the Murloc nation. Be kind to him in the future. Neptune made up his mind. At the same time, Quinn, who also witnessed the whole perch head method with Neptune, was shaken in his heart. Definitely no less than Neptune. Really, this guy? Quinn has been investigating this matter since the last time Yin and Jack went on a mission and didn't return. The most useful clue is probably that on the day of their mission, almost all the citizens of Alabasta saw the central desert. There was a rather terrifying sandstorm, and the most important thing was that the color of the sandstorm was black sand. It can satisfy both the ability to possess the dark fruit and the ability to use black sand to kill people. The answer is quite clear. It was definitely this guy who killed Yin and Jack. Absolutely, this guy is right. Absolutely right. Quinn shivered as she dialed the phone bug she took out of her pocket. Hey, Boss Kaido, it's me. The culprit has been found. It's a Murloc. Will you come over right now? Okay. Chapter 745. I'm here, waiting for him to come. Bang. In the horrified eyes, a black cross was lifted up by the perch's head. After looking at it for a while, it was thrown on the ground at will with a crisp sound. The cross fell to the ground, and everyone's heart seemed to tremble fiercely, because they knew exactly what was in that cross. It was the forces that led the Murlocs and the two pirate groups this time, and the leaders who held the meeting in Dragon Palace City, members of CP0. CP0 is a very mysterious organization that no one dares to provoke. No one knows how tough the people of this organization are, but they know that anyone who provokes CP0 or is against the world's official government are already quite quietly lying on the ground. Some people say that in CP0 almost everyone has the ability to match the Kaiwahei, and even those who are excellent can match the strength of the 4 emperors. And these are always just chasing the shadows. The real horror of CP0 is not its personal strength but that they themselves represent the will of the world's official government. Provoking them is equivalent to directly declaring war on the world government. This kind of thing should be common sense on this sea. But the guy standing in the center of the square in front of him seems to be unscrupulous at all. Does he not care what consequences his actions will bring to this country? He directly killed the big brother of CP0. Is there anything in this world that he dares not? Ordinary Murloc residents may not be aware of the benefits, but Neptune and the kingdom minister sitting on the high platform, as well as the pirates standing in the front row watching the battle, are quite clear about this. After today's battle, I am afraid there is no way to end it. CP0 that's it. In the dead silence, the perch head spoke softly, breaking the chilling silence. This is indeed the case. The white mask that I dealt with before may be a smallpox-like existence in CP0. The damage that guy can cause is simply higher than the black mask that has been squashed into flat pieces in the cross. How many levels to go to? Perhaps the white mask who fought with him to such a degree at the beginning might really be the pinnacle of CP0, but if that's the case, he wouldn't be punished so badly by CP0, right? How strong can a person who can make the white mask with almost sky-high methods accept sanctions obediently? Iger doesn't know, and he doesn't want to know now, because now he still has things to do. Hey, that fat guy above the base head raised his head and shouted at Quinn on the high platform. Before the words were finished, Quinn's whole body trembled. Come down and be beaten. Come down and be beaten. The 4 words were sonorous and powerful, and they fell into the ears of the pirates and residents, and it was like a burst of thunder. The only people in the world who can stand here in front of so many people and say these words to Quinn are probably only the few sea emperors, admirals, and even marshals in the world today, right? This guy, with a malnourished body, can say such things, and it makes people feel that there is nothing wrong with what he said. No. Quinn on the high platform, when he heard the words of the perch head at the bottom, his face was naturally quite ugly, but he also knew that this guy standing in the square now really has the strength to do this kind of thing. At the moment he also gritted his teeth, and there was a bit of toughness in his language. I may not be able to beat you. After all, Yin and Jack are not your opponents, but I advise you, don't hit me now. Get ready to run away. Our boss Kaido has already dealt with the matter with Auntie. We will land on Fishman Island soon. Wait until our boss lands. You fisherman country. Kaido. Before Quinn's voice fell, everyone screamed out, and the already quiet atmosphere suddenly became even more deadly. Quinn, how dare you? Didn't we agree that Kaido and Big Mom won't land in our Murloc nation? This is the premise for our meeting to be established. Hearing Quinn's speech, the blue veins all over Neptune's face suddenly burst out, and he immediately turned his head to Quinn. His eyes were full of shock and anger, and he didn't know whether it was because of Quinn's untrustworthiness or Kaido's reputation. In short, Neptune is in a hurry. The trident in his hand can no longer be controlled, and the tip of the halberd pointed at Quinn opposite and roared, "Did you bring Kaido today to declare war with our Murloc nation?" This is the direct reason why the Neptune side of the Murloc kingdom agreed to participate in this underground meeting with the world's official government, that is, Big Mom and Kaido himself. Unless all parties in the Murloc kingdom take the initiative to request, it is absolutely impossible. Login. Because once these two godlike characters landed in the Fishman country, then there will be no one who can stop their footsteps. When that time comes, everything in this country will definitely pay homage to these two great gods. This is the deterrent force brought by absolute power. Even if there is a perch head in their Murloc kingdom now, it is absolutely impossible to defeat these 4 emperors. A shocking battle that broke out in Wano country that year was the battle between Moonlight Mariah and Kaido. What was it about? Who is the actual overlord of Wano country? When you have absolute power, it doesn't matter who the royal family of this country is or who is the regular master recognized in history. The important thing is that he has absolute power and can make everyone surrender to him. Hey, Neptune, you don't really think that the agreement between us can continue in this situation? Seeing Neptune, I was immediately anxious, and Quinn's heart dropped a big stone. So it seems that the relationship between the spacehead and Neptune is not that close, otherwise it would not be so colorful changed, and now it is also the head of the perch below the finger. Let me tell you, this isn't about us and your Murloc nation, it's a matter of my beast pirates and this guy alone. This guy killed the 2 big Kanbans of our pirate group, and now our Lord Kaido is coming to take revenge. I advise you to stay out of it and not worry about it. What? Quinn's words echoed in the square, causing everyone to drop their jaws. It turns out that this perch head had such a terrifying record before this, but since he messed with Kaido, this guy probably won't live long. And just when everyone thought that the space head would retreat retreat a little because he heard the news of Kaido's upcoming arrival. This guy laughed lightly and said, "I'll wait for him here." Chapter 746. You may not be able to see. "I'll wait for him here." In just 7 words it was spit out from the mouth of the seemingly malnourished perch and fell into the air, but everyone who made it was speechless. Everyone stared at their big eyes, staring blankly at the thin and somewhat hunched figure in the square. Their chins dropped directly to the ground. This guy is so arrogant. That's Kaido. Kaido, that's it? Who is Kaido? That's not something someone like Katakuri, Pero, or Pandemic Quinn can compare to. As strong as CP0, it also relies on the prestige of the world's official government coupled with the superiority of the entire organizational structure, can penetrate into any corner of each country, and each has a very strong fighting ability which can be used as an organization known at sea, feared by every voyager. But Kaido, that's a monster. The entire 100 Beast Pirates can't compare to this person's reputation. In other words, the entire 100 Beast Pirates group exists by attaching to this person. He alone can make all the navigators of the sea, whether they be pirates or navy, look solemn as long as they hear the word Kaido, because these 2 words already represent the pinnacle of world combat power. This kind of peak is definitely not a one-on-one battle, but a war. He alone is an army, and it's a super scary army. Even if he alone declares war with the Murloc nation, and the entire Murloc nation uses all its forces, I am afraid it will be unilaterally slaughtered by this monster, because this man has almost surpassed the boundaries of ordinary human beings and has become a creature that surpasses human beings. Therefore, to describe Kaido, one would describe him as the strongest creature in the world. It is such a man that everyone at sea dares not look down upon. No, to be precise, it should be a man who will definitely be frightened except for the other 4 emperors. In the mouth of this perch head turned out to be a "I'm waiting for him here" guy. It felt like there was a Uranus superstar who was going to visit an 18th tier singer, but the singer had a calm expression on his face and told the agent who came to inform him to ask him to come and find me. Ridiculous. Quinn feels the same way. Simply ridiculous. Lord Kaido, even within the 100 Beast Pirates, is an existence that absolutely cannot be provoked, but if one sentence is wrong, I am afraid that he will face death. It's like this for anyone, even their big billboards. The 4 emperors are absolutely suppressing their subordinates, whether they are the emperor's deputy or what ghosts. It is this absolute power that makes them have the title of Sea Emperor, and this perch head didn't react when he heard that Lord Kaido was about to come to the fish country, and even said arrogantly, "Waiting for him here? It's obviously just a malnourished perch head hemp. You bastard, do you know?" Quinn couldn't understand even if he died. How could anyone in this world have such a brain circuit? And he immediately wanted to speak out to deter him. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The figure with the perch head below appeared directly beside him like a ghost, and the voice sounded in his ears. "Do I know something?" No. The sudden change suddenly caused Quinn to be stuck in his throat. All the words that were about to be blurted out were stuck in his throat and turned into a voice of error. Cold sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead and back. When Katakuri and Pero were on the court before, I still felt that these 2 bastards were really weak, and they were abused like that by such people, and it wasn't until he himself faced this kind of killing intent that the gate of hell opened, and then he realized that this person in front of him could really kill him at will. "Of course I know, you guys are Kaido's boss." The perch head on the opposite side didn't know what Quinn was thinking at this time. He looked at Quinn with a pair of withered eyes, obviously curious and worried, but it made Quinn feel nervous. "But it's precisely because I know it that I dare to attack those 2 big Kanbans in your regiment. What do you think?" "You." Basehead's words really stunned Quinn, and at the same time, an inexplicable fear suddenly filled his heart. He looked at Basehead next to him, and a chill suddenly ran from his tailbone along his spine, straight up. The earth rushes to the heavenly cover. Snap! Without any warning, just when the chill in Quinn's heart rose to the maximum, the dry and deformed palm of the perch head instantly climbed onto his neck. This time, even if Quinn wanted to speak, he couldn't say it at all. An unimaginable force squeezed Quinn's hyoid bone and stuck his entire throat. No matter what he did, motivating his own domineering, there is no way to resist that kind of power. In this way, a fat man with a height of 3 meters was lifted up with one hand by a thin hemp pole with a height of only 2 meters. The base head raised his head, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Kaido may be super strong, but it's absolutely impossible to conquer the Murlocs by himself. As for why it's impossible, you probably won't be able to see it. As soon as the words fell, the muscles on the palm bounced, and then the palm holding Quinn's neck suddenly clenched, and the violent force spurted out, instantly sweeping every muscle, bone, and even every muscle in Quinn's neck, root, nerve. Everything was destroyed in an instant. One of the 3 big billboards of the 100 Beast Pirates, his head tilted. No sound came out, and there was no breath. His this. Everything happened in a flash, and before everyone could even react, Quinn had already lost his breath in the hands of Perchhead. When they reacted, they all took a deep breath. This guy, knowing the news of Kaido's imminent arrival, even resolutely killed Quinn directly. This. Neptune and the ministers of the Murloc nation were also stunned. What is this, Nima? The boss of the family is about to come to the fisherman country to settle accounts with you, but you killed the younger brother first? Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? I really think Kaido's anger is not enough. Chapter 747 Storm is coming. As for you, he saw Quinn neatly. The base head turned his head, and his eyes without any fluctuations swept to a group of pirates watching the lively outside the square, and waves of unpredictable fluctuations spread from him. When he opened, although he couldn't see anything, all the pirates felt that there was a will in the dark, and they locked themselves quietly. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a faint vibration seemed to come from the depths of the space, and then the entire space seemed to vibrate faintly. Swish. The sun, which had returned with the cessation of the battle, suddenly dimmed for no reason at this moment, and then a little black light suddenly emerged from the sky, and then it exploded like a nuclear bomb in the sky, a mass of pure light. The shady curtain spreads radially in an instant. If the sky is a huge curtain, then at this moment it is like there is a sharp claw in between, piercing him from the middle, piercing a pure black spot in the sky, breaking a hole. The sharp claws immediately seized the opportunity and inserted the whole hand into the hole, followed by a snort. Scoff. The huge sky was suddenly torn open, and the light of Yangshu Eve was swallowed up in an instant before it had time to make any resistance. The world turned dark in a blink of an eye, and an inexplicable panic spread among the pirate crowd. What is this guy going to do? Isn't it possible that he wanted to silence him? What? You didn't see that guy didn't even care about Kaido? He just killed Quinn in the face of Lord Kaido? That guy doesn't even care about Kaido. How can he care about our lives? Run away. Escape. The pirates looked at the madly spreading darkness in the sky, and there was an emotion called fear in their blood vessels, because they knew that the one who made this move at this moment was a lunatic, and lunatics will never care about the lives of these trash fish. This conclusion was quickly passed to the minds of every pirate, and everyone made the same decision at the same time, that is, run away. One by one, the pirates responded very quickly. They immediately picked up their weapons and turned around, ready to chop down obstacles and speed up their running. However, even if they had already used their fastest reaction speed, they immediately decided to escape as soon as possible. But in fact, since the black sky spread, they never had any chance, because at that moment their time has been slowed down to an outrageous level. Even in the eyes of ordinary people around, they can see clearly the changes in every subtle expression on the faces of these pirates, from doubt to surprise to horror, until they are finally ready to turn around and run away. All the details. It has become a slow release, and it can be seen clearly in everyone's eyes. The great devouring of the starry sky. Just as this strange scene appeared in front of everyone, the perch head on the high platform said softly, "Swish." Before the words fell, everyone was horrified to see that the bodies of those pirates who had been cast with slow spells slowly left the ground. Before everyone could realize what was going on, the bodies of those pirates suddenly began to accelerate, and within a few seconds they accelerated to a terrifying level, and after a few seconds they turned into skyrocketing rockets. Lightning generally becomes smaller and smaller in everyone's field of vision, and then disappears into the black sky. When the last pirate disappeared in the black sky, the black curtain began to shrink and shrink again at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds, it had changed from a huge sky to an almost invisible dot. Finally, it disappeared with a puff, and disappearing with it there are those pirates who are enough to surround the entire square. Where did they all go? If the few battles just now showed these Murlocs, it was the superb fighting power of the perch head. Then at this moment, the perch head's final finish to solve these pirates is simply amazing. Neptune and the other kingdom ministers all stared blankly at the edge of the square that suddenly became empty, and everyone felt a chill from their tailbone all the way to their parietal bones. They didn't even dare to turn their heads to look at the perpetrator head, for fear that this guy would do something to them if he didn't like it. From time to time, his eyes swept to Jinping, who was sitting on the side and never spoke. This guy is still calm, quite calm, watching the perch head do all this, as if he knew this person would do this for a long time. Where did this Jinbei find this guy? This base head is simply crazy. All the Murloc ministers were silent. Only Neptune's lips twitched as if they were about to say something. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the perch head. This guy just glanced at the faces of the ministers one by one, and then walked straight towards the direction of Dragon Palace City. King Neptune, if you have anything to say next, please go back to the Dragon Palace. Such a big thing happened in the square in front of Dragon Palace City, but the Fishman Island in the next few days was quite calm, because at the end, everyone who watched the lively scene heard it with their own ears. A message message. That is, Kaido, the Four Emperors, is going to attack Fishman Island. With the huge shadow of Kaido, no matter how fierce the perch head is, it will not increase everyone's confidence in the perch head. In fact, the explosion of a piece of news about the mercenary tyranny of the pirates was completely overwhelmed by Kaido. The two words many are strictly concealed. Kaido, that is one of the sea emperors that traverses the sea, following Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, who has been protecting Fishman Island before. That is a level. That level, even if it is Fishman Island, the most powerful Jinbei, is not worth mentioning in front of him at all. After just a few days, this kind of uneasiness has fermented into a huge panic among the whole people. No one knows where the source of this catastrophe is, but everyone knows that an event called the catastrophe of Kaido is about to come to Fishman Island. And just when this panic reached its peak, the ship of the beast pirates finally reached the sky above Fishman Island. Chapter 748. Come out and die automatically. Blue 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 blue. Above the huge bubble kingdom, a skull with two curved corners that is only a few times smaller than it is floating quietly outside the bubble, and at this moment the sound of the phone bug is long echoed inside the skull. What's the bastard doing, Quinn? Why isn't he answering the phone? In a certain room of the skull, a certain huge figure sat cross-legged on a straw mat, bare feet and upper body. The muscles of the whole body were like breathing mountain peaks, slowly squirming with the breathing of this huge figure. On the reef-like muscle surface, there are dragon scale tattoos entrenched on his body. Not only that, two long curved horns grew from both sides of his temporal temples, standing firmly in the thick black hair, making this giant even more ferocious and terrifying. But now, this terrifying man, who should have made the whole world fear, is staring nervously at the phone bug that is ringing in front of him, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Shouldn't it? Quinn was also poisoned by that guy, right? The ferocious giant pressed down the phone bug, clenched his fists the size of a bicycle tire tightly into a ball, and then slammed heavily on the ground beside him, creating thick cracks on the spot. Perch head, I don't care who you are. If Quinn has a bad time this time, I will definitely tear you apart and throw it into the sea to feed the sea kings. It contained an angry roaring sound, which sounded frantically inside the skull, and even caused the entire skull, and even the sea water in the entire surrounding space, to faintly boil. At the same time, Fishman Island, inside Dragon Palace City, in the conference hall, the brilliance of the sun tree eve swayed through the two huge floor-to-ceiling windows and poured onto the long conference table made of coral reefs. Projected a burly figure on the table. This man sitting on the throne is the king of the Fishman Kingdom, the great knight of the sea, and the king of Neptune. On both sides of Neptune are the ministers of the Murloc nation, including Sharksing and several other mermaid princes, but it should have been the Black Mask, Perospero, and Katakuri. The seat of the person at this moment is sitting on the head of the perch, and it is even flat. Then, first of all, I want to say that this time, Little John saved the Fishman country from the conspiracy of these pirate groups, and he did a good job. In the indescribable silence, Neptune cleared his throat first and then spoke slowly. What he said was the truth regarding the purpose of these two pirates and the world's official government. As the king of a country, Neptune, of course, his heart is clear and pure, but he has not enough hard power, so he can only seek a surefire solution. Not only will he not offend these behemoths, but also be able to protect the security of his own national secrets. For this, he has already been fully prepared. However, I have to admit that this time, the strong means of the Little John brothers also brought us another disaster. Neptune's voice fell, and a rickety old man next to him also said in a hoarse voice, "Now that Kaido's Ghost Island has reached the top of Fishman Island, no matter what, this battle cannot be avoided." The old man is talking about the situation in the past few days. Almost every day, the residents of the Fishman country live in an inexplicable panic. Every day they think that there is a big ruthless who can destroy an island by himself. People stay on top of their heads, and anyone will have trouble sleeping and eating. Under the influence of this panic, among the residents who didn't understand the whole story, a voice became more and more enthusiastic, and at a rather exaggerated speed, it became the mainstream of today's popular voice. Hand over that Little John to Kaido to deal with. For this kind of voice, although the fish people country has officially given control, the effect is not very satisfactory. Even if the national idol Jinping comes forward, no one buys it. After all, compared with Kaido, Jinping is not worth mentioning after all. However, although the voice of the people is like this, the royal family of the fisherman country is obviously not the kind of unethical guy. Knowing that Little John is likely to be an outsider, he still feels that he should do his best to support this perch head. There is no definite reason for doing this, just because Neptune feels that this is the right way. So under the gazes of the ministers and his sons, Neptune gritted his teeth and said, "In any case, Little John is a citizen of our Murloc nation. If he can't even protect his own people, then what kind of face is there in our Murloc nation? We want those humans who discriminate against us Murlocs to face us squarely. The big deal, let's let Shirahoshi come. Even Kaido will definitely not be her opponent in this sea. White Star. This time, even Iger couldn't sit still, and the perch head didn't know, but he knew clearly that Byscene was the ancient weapon of this generation that descended into the Murloc kingdom. The Sea King. That is the terrifying ability that can manipulate all Sea Kings, especially in this ocean. It can summon and control hundreds of thousands of Sea Kings, and it is probably not very difficult to deal with a Kaido. However, in this way, the fact that the Sea King is in the fisherman country will be made public. At that time, there will be endless people who are coveted by the Sea King, and even the world's main palace will be secretly or even in the world. Do it on the bright side. That is equivalent to a fishman island that has to bear the pressure from all over the world. Your Majesty, you have to think twice. IG was like this, and the Murloc ministers couldn't sit still. They all stood up from their seats and persuaded Nipton in panic. If the Sea King can be exposed, then their Murlocs have already become a powerful race in the world. The reason why they are not is because they are worried about these maliciousness. Looking at these ministers, Jinbei also sighed, leaned in front of Perch Head and asked in a low voice, Ige-kun, Kaido is indeed a super tough guy. Are you sure? Do you want to fight him? Relax. Before Iger's words were finished, everyone felt as if the whole world vibrated fiercely, and then a huge blasting sound annihilated all the sounds. Boom. What's the matter? Everyone present was shouting with all their might, but no one else could be heard except themselves. And at this moment, a voice resounded in the sky like an angry thunder. Damn Perch Head, get out of here and die. Chapter 749. Oh, kill. Get out of here and die. 7 words. The words are loud and loud, like 9 days of thunder, blasting directly above the Fishman Island. It is hard to imagine what can make such a huge sound. However, although it is said that everyone does not know who the owner of this voice is, when these words sounded outside, these people sitting in the conference room turned pale in an instant. In this Fishman Island, almost all the people who know the so-called perch-headed Little John are concentrated in this room, and shouting such words outside the room with endless anger and emperor-like coercion is even a fool. We all know who is coming. 4 emperors, beasts. Kaido. Actually, is this guy ready to act so quickly? Although Nipton said that he was right in the meeting just now, but now he really has to face one of the 4 emperors. He is obviously quite nervous, and even his whole heart and even his whole person trembled unconsciously. What should I do? So quickly, Kaido has come to the door before a result has been researched. What should I do? The ministers were right. Revealing the identity of Shirahoshi is equivalent to directly declaring war on countries all over the world, but only this perch head facing Kaido really makes people a little flustered. Once Little John fails to stop Kaido, then the civilians on Fishman Island will have to endure Kaido's endless roar. That kind of scene is definitely not much better than hell on earth. This is the case with the king, and the Murloc ministers are also somewhat polite, sitting on their seats and looking at each other, not knowing what to do. The entire conference room suddenly fell into an awkward silence, and a dignified and tense atmosphere slowly permeated. However, in this strange atmosphere, Basehead seemed to be unaffected at all, taking it easy. He stood up slowly, his voice was calm without any fluctuations. It's all here, so let's meet him well. Whatever he wants to do, just call him back. Otherwise, won't we be bullied for the rest of our lives? As soon as the words fell, the rather thin figure had already pushed open the gorgeous door, and the sun was pouring on him like a god. Neptune and the ministers looked at his back and were stunned for a while, as if in his heart Kaido was nothing. Under the influence of this momentum, the fear in their hearts seemed to dissipate. When they saw Jinbei, they silently got up and walked out. They also quickly woke up from the sluggishness and hurriedly followed. As soon as they walked out of the door of the conference room, Neptune and the other mermaid ministers were dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of scene is this? The huge skull, 1/10 the size of the entire Fishman Island, was squeezed from the bubble film that protected the Fishman Island and then smashed from the sky to the ground. Superior. The ground cracked, the mountain peaks collapsed, and the wonderful buildings of the Murlocs shattered into pieces all over the ground. The fire was soaring into the sky, and it was still noon, but the fire that soared into the sky reflected the entire sky into orange-red. The huge cries condensed into a ball in the city, and then turned into huge waves, drowning the Fishman Island. And when Nipton and the others followed the fire full of crying and looked up, or in other words, in the sky reddened by the fire, there was such a figure, with a posture that could not be ignored. When forcibly attracting everyone's eyes, everyone's pupils shrank fiercely. That giant dragon, a terrifying giant dragon with a length of more than 1,000 meters, and this is not the kind of dragon that is simulated with sword energy or any other ability, but a real living, steaming, every scale on its body. All breathing dragons. The cyan scales densely covered his skin, each of which was the size of a shield. Although it did not have the incomparably hard metallic texture of the dragon scales scales made by Bergapunk. It seemed to come from a living creature, the horny or calcium on the body, but anyone who sees this kind of scales has only one thought in his mind: indestructible. This is an absolutely powerful defense. If someone in the world says that he can shatter this kind of armor, they will be laughed at as crazy by everyone. And this is just a part of this dragon's body. On the head of the giant dragon, the ferocious giant snake pupils reflected the sky-high flames, and the blue-black mane was upside down, which, together with his undercut dragon teeth, made this giant dragon even more ferocious and terrifying. Each dragon arm, although it looks a little slender compared to the dragon itself, but in fact, even if the dragon arm is compared with the dragon palicity, it is properly tied to 27 corridors. Together, this palm shot, I am afraid it will not be much lighter than the direct fall of this ghost island. This is the Four Emperors. This is Kaido. Is this Kaido? Everyone, looking at the huge body, felt as if their heart was being held tightly by a big hand, and they couldn't stop shaking even when they spoke, including Iger, whose eyes were full of ice shock. It's no wonder that when Luffy saw Kaido's real body, he was scared like that. This kind of body, even standing there, is enough to scare some elite pirates into fainting. The cyan black dragon was entrenched in the sky, and the huge body even stirred the bubbles and clouds in the sky and rolled up and down. His pair of vertical pupils, like giant searchlights, were also scanning repeatedly among the panic crowd on the ground, and when Neptune and the others walked out of the Dragon Palace City, Kaido's eyes turned to that direction in an instant, and the two dragon beards that were dozens of meters long immediately shook. In the next second, his huge body set off a hurricane, and then moved dozens of positions above Fishman Island. In the blink of an eye, the huge body had already covered Neptune and the others under his body. In the shadows, "You guys smell like Quinn." Kaido lowered his head. His huge pupils caught everyone's eyes at a glance. The sound resounded like thunder across the Fishman Island, and then everyone could feel that a huge will descended from the sky, shrouding the Perch's head in it while keeping others out. "It's you who killed us, Yin and Jake." "What about Quinn?" "Ha, killed." Perch head shrugged and chuckled. Chapter 750 Roar of the Stupid Dragon. "Kill it." The light laughter of the Perch head reverberated lightly outside the Dragon Palace City, although it was light, but because of the use of domineering, it was enough to make the ferocious dragon above the sky hear clearly. However, before his voice could reach the ears of the dragon several kilometers above the sky, the King Neptune of the Murloc Kingdom and a group of Murloc ministers almost spit out their hearts. "This Nima, what did this Nima say? Don't you know what kind of man you are facing? You just look at this body shape that can almost cover the entire sky with just one person, and you won't say such crazy words. You killed several of his subordinates, and now they are looking for you with great fanfare." But this guy smiled lightly and responded, "Kill hard. Fist is hard. Even if it's not Kaido, they just put themselves into it, and they can feel how the dragon above the sky will be so angry." Sure enough, it only took a moment for the words of Basehead to reach Kaido's ears, and the sky that was originally reddened by the firelight turned completely dark in an instant. Dong dong, dong dong. The sound of a huge heartbeat exploded in the darkness, and everyone realized at the first time that it was the heartbeat of the giant dragon in the sky. This guy was already so angry with the Perch head next to him. Jump click. The moment a huge heartbeat sounded like a drum, a thick red and black lightning flashed immediately, instantly slashing the entire sky from the end of the field of vision, and tore it brutally to the other end of the field of vision. The entire sky was torn into two pieces by the flash of this giant lightning, and it could not be held together for a long time. Even if the red and black lightning had dissipated, the traces that split the sky but always stay on the sky, like a wound in the sky. Whoops. The gust of wind is not a gust of wind in the ordinary sense, but a terrifying hurricane that can destroy all coral buildings. It burst out from somewhere in the space in an instant and completely extinguished the originally soaring fire. At the same time, the terrifying hurricane turned into a violent giant, wreaking havoc on the entire Fishman Island, razing everything along the way. The residents of the Fishman country screamed wildly, and a considerable number of residents were caught in the violent wind, but the sound of mourning was completely drowned out by the huge wind. All this is just because of the fury of that giant dragon in the sky. "What did you say? Do you dare to say it again?" Kaido's bloody mouth opened and closed, and a voice louder than that flash of lightning roared from the depths of his throat. It was just a voice that shook the raging hurricane away, and the Murlocs filled the sky. Residents were scattered, falling to the ground like tattered garbage. "You kill it, Quinn. Do you have a bad ear, you stupid dragon? How many times do you need to ask this?" No one would have imagined that the dialogue between a giant dragon with a length of 1,000 meters and a skinny Murloc with a malnourished height of only 2 meters would turn out to be such a style of painting. In front of the giant dragon, this Murloc is not even as good as an ant. What kind of confidence does he have to make this Murloc completely disregard the majesty of the dragon and speak out nonsense? Regardless of the surrounding King Neptune and the Murloc ministers. Even Kaido himself never thought that this Murloc named Little John would be so arrogant. Without thinking about it, Kaido, who originally came with anger, suddenly felt an uncontrollable anger burning wildly on the kilometer-long huge body in an instant. Chi. The sky that had just been covered with dark clouds and lightning bursts was suddenly obscured by a thick white smoke, and the originally dark sky was suddenly lit up by red firelight. On the messy ground there were countless Murlocs with ruined walls and dead and wounded. Except for the Dragon Palace City and the square, almost all areas of the entire Murloc country were as miserable as a disaster, and when countless refugees raised their heads in horror. But just as I saw that, a giant dragon entrenched in the sky slowly opened its huge mouth, and the orange-red fire was lingering in its throat. Just like the sky covered with dark clouds was suddenly torn by the sun, the red sun was slowly born under a cloud, and the moment the orange-red fire was transmitted, the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly increased a lot. Of course, at this moment no one cares about the temperature at all, and everyone's eyes are filled with fear. It's dragon breath. It's Kaido's dragon breath. Just a fire in your mouth is enough to light up the entire sky. This is Kaido's dragon breath. King Neptune's voice was completely hoarse at this moment, and his eyes stared blankly at the ball of fire in Kaido's mouth. Also has the ability of dragon fruit, and also sprayed dragon breath in front of everyone. But the dragon breath of the black mask compared to Kaido's dragon breath is simply the difference between a sugar cane and a skyscraper. I don't know where your courage came from, but since you killed my people, then use your life to pay for it. Don't worry, the entire Murloc nation will be buried with you. Kaido didn't talk too much nonsense, and the grievances between the two people are no longer needed. Although this is the first time they met, when Kaido knew that the three generals under his command died in the hands of this Murloc. At that time, the outcome of both sides has been determined. Either you die or I die. Even Kaido's hatred for the perch had completely surpassed him, and even rose to the entire fish nation. Even if you kneel on the ground to repent now, it's useless, because I have decided that today, you Fishman Island, there is no need to exist. Kaido's angry voice resounded in the entire sky like a god's declaration, as if God was going to destroy the world, and everything on earth was an absolute ant, not worth paying any attention to. The voice fell, and immediately in the horrified eyes of everyone, Kaido slowly opened his huge mouth with dragon breath. The next second, the dragon's breath fell, and the world boiled. Chapter 751. This fisherman country, I guarantee it. As if in a dark universe, a red sun was born, and the whole world seemed to be lit up with dazzling light. When Kaido opened the dragon's mouth, the orange-red light filled the entire sky in an instant, like the real sun above the sky outside the sea. It came to this underwater world at this moment, and the air in the entire Murloc country was boiling frantically. The terrifying high temperature heats the surrounding air to hundreds or even thousands of degrees in an instant. The visible twisted ripples swept around frantically. In just a few seconds, that tsunami-like scalding heat wave swept the entire fishman country. Clap clap clap. Never experienced such a high temperature. The rocky reefs and coral rocks that were originally adapted to the cold environment of the seabed all broke apart in the moment of the heat wave, and cracks spread wildly from its surface. Open, followed by another cataclysmic collapse. Whoa. The scorching high temperature instantly heated the air in the bubble film to a considerable extent, and there were even faint signs of ignition, and when the air finally couldn't stand the terrifying high temperature, it began to store its own heat, transfer to the surrounding sea water. The supercooled sea water, which had already reached sub-zero degrees, began to boil in just a few seconds, and strings of bubbles spread along the surface of the bubble film, merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a huge bubble that was enough to wrap the entire Fishman Island, and even the bubble wrap, even the sea water outside the Fishman country was evaporated. And this was just when Kaido opened his mouth. Just when the water bubbles around the bubble film pushed the surrounding sea water frantically, Kaido's huge and hideous dragon mouth suddenly opened to its largest size. Boom boom boom. For a moment, just for a moment, the whole world was completely engulfed by the orange-red color, and in everyone's eyes there was only such a rich and fundamentally insoluble red. It seems like a waterfall of hell is falling from the sky, and the orange-red scorching dragon breath extends for at least a kilometer from left to right. It is simply the purest magma born in hell, pouring down from the mouth of that giant dragon. Run, run. When that thing falls, it's too late. In the crowd, a shrill roar suddenly sounded. It was the fish people who had been destroyed by the ghost island just now. At this moment, they were looking at the magma waterfall that descended from the sky with horror on their faces, and their hearts were full of despair. It's too late, let alone run away. The entire Fishman Island will be destroyed. Where do you flee to? Give it up. In the crowd, another voice sounded. It was an octopus. At this moment, his face was ashes. He simply lay down on the ground, looking up at the scorching dragon's breath falling from the sky and then slowly closed his eyes. With this blow, the entire Fishman Island will be smashed into pieces. Even if these residents want to escape, where can they go? Not only the Murloc residents thought so, but even Neptune, the king of a country, the great knight of the sea, could not help but give birth to despair in the face of this dragon breath. This blow, I am afraid that even the perch head is impossible to follow, right? Just thinking about it, the dragon's breath in the sky has already crossed a distance of nearly 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, and it is about to fall to the ground like a meteor, penetrating the entire Fishman Island. Today, I have secured this Fishman Island. If I want to destroy him in front of me, you alone, Kaido, may not be qualified in this sea. The waterfall like dragon breath was about to hit the ground, and the red light had dyed the entire earth an orange red. Neptune had already felt that the terrifying high temperature was about to burn his hair, and even some people were weak. Ministers, the moisture in the skin of the body has been evaporated, and at this moment a clear voice suddenly resounded. This voice, Neptune, and the ministers sounded a little familiar, but felt quite unfamiliar for a while. It sounds like the voice of a perch head, but the momentum and ancient atmosphere contained in it are like it is the deity of the sea god sitting on the bottom of the sea and opening his mouth. The clear statement is not loud, but it is like a bell echoing between heaven and earth, and it will not be scattered for a long time. That is, at the moment when the voice full of ancient sacred auras sounded, an incomparable will was instantly descended on the bottom of the sea. In the next second, outside the bubble wrap on Fishman Island, the sea water that had been boiled by the dragon's breath suddenly stopped boiling, as if someone had pressed a switch, as if the scorching temperature could no longer be scorched, giving them the excitement of boiling. All the sea water within a radius of 10,000 miles seems to have lost its vitality, quietly turning into a pool of dead silence. At the same time, everyone saw that at the place where the dragon's breath was about to land, clumps of milky white water vapor quickly precipitated from the air, turning into a thick fog in an instant. The moment the water mist formed, the huge pupil of the giant dragon Kaido above the sky suddenly shrank fiercely. For no reason, he felt an extremely powerful aura suddenly wake up on the ground, so powerful that even he was heartbroken. If this thing is completely awakened, I am afraid that today I really can't help this Fishman Island. However, Kaido's mouth curled into a smile. I don't know what you are, but it's over. That cloud of water mist has just condensed, and above the sky, Kaido's dragon breath has already descended to the ground. It's all over. Neptune closed his eyes in pain, ready to meet the end. However, after waiting for several seconds, the expected loud noise never sounded. Strange. Neptune slowly opened his eyes, wanting to see what was going on, but it didn't matter. He almost sat on the ground with fright. I saw that just above my head, the terrifying dragon breath that seemed to be able to wipe out the world stopped stiffly in the air, and on the periphery of the dragon breath there was a big milky white misty hand firmly grasping the dragon breath. In the hand, it can't get an inch. That's what. Chapter 752. Those who disturb my people will be killed. There was an eerie silence between heaven and earth for a few seconds. Everyone closed their eyes, silently waiting for this sudden disaster, which dragged everyone into the bottom of death. However, just after everyone waited for a few seconds in an extremely tacit understanding, suddenly a few people felt that something was wrong and slowly opened their eyes, as if there was some kind of telepathy. When these people opened their eyes, the others also opened their closed eyes one after another, and their eyes suddenly had a hint of doubt, looking at the sky that was about to fall, the orange-red waterfall on the ground. In the next second, countless gazes intertwined in the air suddenly solidified. That's what. He's so strong. Did you actually block Kaido's attack? Why, I have a feeling that I want to kneel. One after another, the voices kept ringing in the hearts of everyone. They didn't make a single sound at all, because everyone's mouth was so wide that they were dislocated, and they couldn't speak at all. What the hell is that? This question arises in everyone's mind, right in front of their eyes. No, it should be said, that thing is really too large. Even though it is thousands of miles away, it still breaks into everyone's field of vision with an extremely arrogant attitude. One can't see clearly outline, but vaguely see that something in the shape of a person stands in the direction of Ryago Castle in the distance. The giant body is covered in misty white, as if it was formed by countless water mists. The rather illusory-looking arm is hugging the orange-red waterfall pouring down. The scorching dragon's breath can obviously evaporate the sea water thousands of miles away, but in the arm of this illusory white mist, it seems to have lost that kind of divine power. Struggling frantically in the arms of the giant again and again, the giant figure shook a little, but it still couldn't break through the blockade of the illusory white mist. Finally, after being separated from Kaido, the power of that dragon's breath was limited after all. After forcibly breaking through a few times to no avail, he lost most of his power, and was finally strangled into shattered flames in the embrace of the illusory white mist. The dragon's breath shattered, and the orange-red light finally dissipated. it. At this time, the illusory white fog finally revealed its equally illusory head. Although everyone can only see a blurred mass in their eyes, everyone has the illusion that they can see his face clearly, as if his face was deeply imprinted in his soul long before he was born. It was a very sacred and majestic face. It seemed to be a human face, but the face was engraved with mysterious and complicated dark blue runes. Between the runes, the purest sea breath was released from it. Let every Murloc with that face appear in his mind can't help the urge to kneel on the ground in unison. Even Neptune and Sharkstar, the royal family who inherited the power of the Sea King, couldn't help but fall to the ground. That is above the king, the power of God. Although everyone doesn't know and has never heard of it, this kind of thought arises in my heart at the same time. The huge illusory white fog can't be seen clearly by everyone, but even the Murlocs who can't see the color at all can feel the purest and ancient ocean aura emanating from it, and that aura seems to be the they Murlocs, and even all sea creatures, and even the source of the sea itself. Not only the Murloc residents on the ground, but even the giant dragon Kaido in the sky felt a great pressure under the breath of this illusory white mist, and there is no doubt that there is an aura in this white fog which is exactly the same as that on the perch head before. Could it be that this is the true appearance of the perch head, or is it some kind of ability? Kaido's pair of huge snake pupils stared at the giant on the ground with a deep fear in his eyes. I have never heard of such a number one figure in the Murloc kingdom. Is it? A flash of light flashed in his mind, and Kaido seemed to have thought of something. It's the Sea King. According to legend, the Sea King is not some kind of physical weapon, but a combination of power and ability. Is it true? While Kaido was hesitating in the white mist on the ground, Base had finally digested the shock in his heart. This cloud of white mist is Yig's sea god arrives, but this trick must be borrowed. The body of a Murloc would do. When the power of the sea god descended on him, he felt an incomparably huge force wrapping his whole body, and then his consciousness seemed to be empty, and he could no longer control his body. But it was true. Feel the connection between yourself and your body. It was precisely because of this that he could feel that at the bottom of the white fog, Iger's body briefly emerged, explaining something to Jinping next to him, and then submerged in the white fog again. Then, the perch head suddenly appeared. I felt that. I slowly raised my head, looked up at the terrifying dragon, and said slowly, there seemed to be thousands of waves cheering in the voice. Dragon, I hate the devilish aura on you. The sea god's spirit suddenly made a sound, which also made Kaido suddenly heighten his vigilance, and the muscles all over his body tightened quietly. Ignoring his reaction, the spirit of the sea god said again, you should have been flying in the sky. No one can control you, but you have to go into the sea and destroy my Fishman Island. I will never spare you. Those who disturb my people, kill them. Forgive me. Ha 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 ha. Stop joking. After listening to the spirit of the sea god, Kaido burst into laughter in the sky, and the huge mouth opened and closed, and thunder and lightning flashed. You killed 3 of my subordinates. This debt can't be offset by any tricks you pretend to play. I want to see today. The Sea King, known as an ancient weapon, is motivated by a guy like you. Where is the awesomeness? Originally, Kaido was still a little worried about whether Aquaman might be some kind of super powerful weapon of war. If that is the case, then he really has to think about it, but unfortunately, he is a person. If he is singled out, he has not been afraid of anyone yet. Come on. Kaido roared violently, and his huge body rolled in the sky to make thunder and lightning. The lightning flashed and disappeared quite regular, as if it was sending out some kind of signal. I'm going to see today. How can you stop me by yourself? Chapter 753 Poseidon vs Kaido. Boom boom. Kaido's huge body was constantly twisting and twisting in the sky. With his movements in the sky of Fishman Island, in the dark clouds, red and black lightning flashed continuously, flashing and flashing off. It seems to have some kind of charm. Every thunder and lightning lit up. It seemed to split the sky fiercely, and the huge thunder sounded like the wrath of the gods, and exploded wildly, as if there was a great god in the sky, madly waving the drumstick in his hand, hammering the huge drum head in front of him according to some ancient rhythm. Not only is the loudness deafening, but even the shining light will burn everyone's eyes. Every time there is a flash, the sky will completely turn into a dazzling red in an instant. When the lightning flashed, there was still the residual red in everyone's field of vision. It looks like this on Fishman Island, and it looks like this outside Fishman Island, even beyond the distant sea. On a seemingly peaceful sea, boats with pirate flags of the beast pirates stayed there. On the side of the boat, a few pirates with black corners on their heads looked down at them. On the sea surface, you can see flashes of red alternately. After seeing the flashing red, the people on the side of the ship suddenly looked at each other with serious eyes, and then hurriedly took out the phone bug in their hands and dialed. Under the sea, Fishman Island, the spirit of the sea god looked up at the crazy dance of the dragons in the sky, and seemed to see certain patterns, and then also understood Kaido's intention, and sneered at the moment. The ancient solemn voice in the sky of Fishman Island island echoed in. When will the proud dragons call for reinforcements? This is war, bastard, Kaido roared with a voice louder than thunder while dancing wildly. I said, today I want your entire Fishman Island to be buried with you. It won't be long before my army of able-bodied people will come to the bottom of the sea. When that time comes, see how you can defend your people. If that's the case, then it's enough to deal with you before your men arrive, right? Hearing Kaido's answer, the voice of the sea god's spirit became even colder. The illusory white mist's head seemed to be lifted up, and a gaze that seemed to come from ancient times locked on the giant dragon above the sky. And then everyone was feeling a huge will suddenly burst out. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the figure of the sea god's spirit flickered and then slowly disappeared in place. The next moment, everyone suddenly saw that in the originally quite clear sky, a milky white mist suddenly appeared. The wrath of the current, an ancient and high-pitched roar erupted from the milky white mist. The sea god's spirit put on a fist, and the illusory fist aimed at the crazy dancing dragon, and then smashed it down. No fancy, no tricks, just a simple punch. Can this work? Everyone who has been watching the battle in the sky can't help but think of this sentence in their hearts. Not only ordinary people who have no combat ability, but even Neptune, Sharkstar and others who are well versed in the domineering, and they have not learned from that at all. Above the fist, I could feel any power. Obviously, the spirit of the sea god did not use any special power at all. Don't worry, your majesty Neptune. Seeing Neptune's somewhat puzzled expression, Jinbei finally took the initiative to say a word. Lord Poseidon, it's not that weak. In this seabed, you can at least be on an equal footing with Kaido. Also, let's use the phone bug from our dragon palace. Leaving such a sentence, Jinbei immediately rubbed Neptune's shoulder and walked in the direction of Ryaga Castle. Iger-kun asked him to do things before. Now it's time to accept the results. Neptune looked back at Jinbei's back. His eyes were still full of some inexplicable. He didn't understand why this Jinbei always had such confidence in that perch head. What? Before the doubts in Neptune's heart were finished, his eyes shuddered violently before his body. As a royal family in the ocean, Neptune is quite sensitive to the surrounding seawater, and at this moment he suddenly found in horror that a devastating storm suddenly erupted around Fishman Island. Whoa whoa whoa. The heavy sea water that was pressed deep near the bottom of the sea suddenly boiled under the inspiration of some unknown giant will. One after another fierce turbulence formed, rampaging on this deep seabed, splitting the surrounding sea water violently, and then absorbing the sea water that escaped, turning it into a part of itself, and growing step by step. Even the volcanic rocks that have been squeezed on the seabed for many years have been smashed into pieces. This is only a very small part. At this very moment, the entire sea water in a radius of 10,000 miles starts to riot in the same way at the same time. What happened? Neptune's face was full of astonishment. Wasn't the sea still unusually quiet just now? Like dead? Why now suddenly become a fierce beast? Not only Neptune, but the residents of the entire Fishman Island felt at the same time. Just outside the bubble film, all the sea water in all directions were violently rioting, and the turbulent currents were twisted and mixed, swallowing each other. Gathered just in the blink of an eye, like swallowing fish, those powerful turbulent currents became stronger and stronger, and these turbulent currents, which have become extremely heavy, are still devouring and merging with each other frantically. It is unimaginable that these sea waters can burst out so fast just within half a second. The heavy turbulence merged together crazily, and finally the whole merged into a huge seafloor turbulence, which was enough to destroy the entire fish. The turbulence that was swallowed by the island of people slapped the bubble film fiercely. At this time, the fist of the illusory white mist above the sky finally straightened up and smashed hard on Kaido's dragon head. The violent undersea turbulence is like the big mouth of a giant beast biting fiercely on the surface of the bubble film, and in an instant all the power pouring on the surface of the bubble film seems to disappear in an instant. Even the turbulent seafloor turbulence also stopped instantly. At the same time, all the power of the turbulent slap suddenly condensed into a ball on the fist of the sea god spirit, and then exploded fiercely on Kaido's dragon head. Chapter 754 Blue Dragon Man Kaido. Bang bang bang. Click click. It was obviously an illusory and saw fist, but for some reason, just as the white mist fist hit Kaido's dragon head, a heavy muffled sound resounded throughout the sky. In just an instant, Kaido's hard scales, like a shield, shattered into pieces and exploded into cyan fragments that filled the sky. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt at the same time that the entire space, or the entire Fishman Island wrapped in bubble wrap, trembled violently, causing the beating of every heart to stop for a beat. Call out. The next moment, a huge shadow was cast on the ground, and the speed visible to the naked eye quickly became more and more intense. The fish people hadn't realized what was going on. As soon as they looked up, they saw a giant cyan dragon winding for a kilometer long, surrounded by dazzling flame clouds, like a meteorite from outside the sky. sky, rapidly falling from the sky. Boom boom boom. A huge body also represents a huge weight, a huge body up to 1,000 meters, at least hundreds of thousands of tons. At this moment Kaido fell straight down from an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. Under the acceleration of gravity, the power was even more terrifying than a meteorite. The moment it fell on the ground, the entire Fishman country trembled. Stand up. When it landed on Ghost Island, the buildings on Fishman Island had already turned into a broken wall, and only a few buildings of coral volcanic rock that were lucky enough or strong enough were left, and they could barely stand there. But at this moment, as Kaido's huge body fell, these remaining buildings also collapsed with the earthquake. Click click. The twisted and deep thick crack spread rapidly along Kaido's body, and in less than a second it extended to a range of several hundred meters around, and the cracked ground seemed to be unable to withstand him. The weight of it collapsed into a deep pit. It's a lie. What the hell? Who is that guy? So fierce. My god. The giant dragon fell, and the surrounding buildings were damaged so much that they could no longer be destroyed. The fish people, who had already accepted this result, except for fleeing to a safe area to ensure their lives under the fall, all attention was focused on it. They were all attracted by the battle between the illusory white mist and Kaido. In other words, the battle between these two giants is like a movie playing in the entire sky, forcibly breaking into everyone's field of vision, even if you don't watch it, and it doesn't matter if you look at it. All the Murlocs or mermaids, if one counts as one, they are all dumbfounded. No, that's right, they are. It was the giant dragon that fell from the sky. Is that the super dragon that manipulated the flame cloud to press the entire island into the seabed? All the Murlocs will never forget the shocking scene not long ago. Just above the Murloc Island, an island wrapped in bubble film approached rapidly, and then forcibly rushed through the security, directly ruthlessly slammed into the ground of Fishman Island. Immediately afterwards, the kilometer-long dragon emerged from the ghost island, showing its teeth and claws as if it were a demon king who destroyed the world. Even with that breath of the dragon, it almost boiled the water on the entire bottom of the sea. Everyone knows that this terrifying dragon has a more terrifying name, that is Kaido. This is a moody sea king. His biggest hobby in his life is suicide. He has been arrested 18 times against the navy and the other 4 emperors. He has endured more than 1,000 times of cruel and inhuman torture. Most importantly, he has also been sentenced to a full more than 40 executions. However, at the time of the execution, whether it was hanging, shooting, piercing a spear, or cutting his head with a guillotine, it never caused any harm to him. The chains used for hanging were torn apart, not to mention bullets. If you hit him on the skin, you will smash yourself into pieces of iron. As for the spear or the guillotine, all of them will shatter into slag the moment it touches his body. Not only that, but this guy sank a full 9 prison ships. So far, no one has ever been able to kill him in any way, not even himself. This legend about Kaido, even the Murlocs who live on the bottom of the sea all the year round can already memorize them by heart. Even in the textbooks of safety education for fish people from childhood to adulthood, there are words such as cherish life, stay away from pirates, and the photos posted on it are Kaido. Everyone knows that on this sea, Kaido is an existence that absolutely cannot be provoked, and it is this existence that absolutely cannot be provoked. At this very moment, in front of everyone, he was punched into the ground. Who is that white fog? Ugh, it hurts. Damn it. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, the giant dragon, who thought it was smashed into the ground and would definitely faint, actually spoke again, and the voice was loud and powerful. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, he slowly disappeared from the cracks. He stood up in the big pit and looked at the opposite side with a gloomy gaze. At this moment, the sea god spirit that Basehead and Iger transformed into also slowly landed on the ground and stood quietly opposite. It seems to have shrunk a lot. It seems to be only 4 or 5 meters high, but the illusory white is several times solid. His expression is still unclear, but everyone knows that his eyes are looking at Kaido not far away, and his voice is still old and solemn. I said, I hate the smell of demons. As long as I smell it, I can't help but destroy him. He. Stop joking. You just got that ancient weapon. Do you really think you can kill me with this? Hearing the words of the sea god spirit, Kaido, who was clearly smashed down in a state of embarrassment, sneered with disdain. After that, his figure slowly shrank, and the scales the size of the shield gradually shrank to the size of a snake, and the pieces were fine and dense. Covered on his body, the originally huge dragon body turned into a human appearance in a few seconds. Your fist doesn't hurt at all. The current Kaido has horns on his head and a tail on his back. His body is covered with strong dragon-like muscles and hard blue scales, and his body is only a human Qinglong form. Come on, let me see that kind of punch. How many more punches you can throw? Chapter 755 Hell Trident. Kaido's voice was like a thunderclap on the ground, and the thick and rough voice seemed to have a sound of dragon roars. Even the fish people who were thousands of miles away could still hear it clearly. He slowly stood up straight from the deep pit, and the joints all over his body made bursts of crackling noises in a strange twist, and between the dark blue scales rubbed, bursts of sparks exploded. The spirit of the sea god squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the Qinglong man on the opposite side. The punch he made just now, with the help of the heavy force of the surrounding sea water, was strong enough to even smash the kilometer-long dragon from the sky. It fell, but because of this, Kaido's injuries did not seem to be very serious. In this short period of time, the scales that just shattered and peeled off from his face have been filled back by some kind of magical power. Now look at this guy's face. Where is it? What other scars? What's wrong? Scared, Kaido hesitated when he saw the white mist on the opposite side and couldn't help but chuckle, and then a black shadow flashed in his hand and a huge mace appeared in his scaled hand. The mace is not an ordinary black iron color, but a special metal cast by a special process. Iger also knows the mace, which is Kaido's famous weapon, 8 fasts. Taking out the 8 fasts, Kaido walked towards the spirit of the sea god step by step. Although each step only made some very slight noises, it caused the ground under his feet and even the heartbeat of the Murloc residents in the distance. They all vibrated with his pace. An inexplicable feeling of oppression was released from his body, like an invisible cloud shrouding the area within 1,000 miles, and every air molecule was oppressed by the domineering aura of his body, and it was difficult to move, as if it was tied. With his hands and feet he became extremely heavy. This kind of heaviness, of course, was also passed on to the surrounding Murloc residents. All of them felt layers of cold sweat seep out from all over their bodies, as if there were a pair of big hands invisibly holding them tightly. Their shoulders, chest, and back made it quite difficult for them to breathe. There was silence in the air, not because no one spoke, but because the surrounding air had become too heavy, so heavy that these fish people opened their mouths to speak, and it was difficult for the air to vibrate, reducing all sounds to a rather small extent, as if everything between heaven and earth was suppressed by Kaido alone. Everything was silent, and only his footsteps could be heard in the entire space. It should have been like this. Obviously Kaido just released his breath, and the fish people already felt that the whole world was quiet because of his aura, but in fact there was an inexplicable intuition in the hearts of everyone. Just it was as if the calm before the storm, as if something was brewing, and just when they thought that the misty white fog on the opposite side was also unable to make a sound because of this, the familiar ancient and solemn sound suddenly sounded, still loud and powerful, even stronger than just now, a little louder. Afraid. Oh, I really want to know what it feels like, but unfortunately this god doesn't have that kind of experience. Before he finished speaking, the aura of that illusory white mist suddenly rose up. The air that had been quiet became active again. No, not active. It should be said to be boiling, just like a group of warriors who were bound by their hands and feet suddenly saw their gods descend. Every air molecule exhausted all his strength to roll over and jump up. Boom, dong dong, dong 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 dong. One blue dragon and one white fog. Iger and Kaido seemed to have made an appointment and invariably accelerated their pace towards the opposite side and then ran frantically. The figure that did not look huge but was there was a sound of rolling thunder on the ground. Her la 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 la. With the movement of the sea god's spirit, everyone felt once again that from the not far away bubble film in the deep seabed, the ocean currents that were pressed down by the 10,000-meter ocean at the bottom were once again in spin in the sea, one after another of invisible turbulent currents, each of which is several kilometers long, twisting its huge body like an angry dragon. The heavy water pressure and heavy mass are combined with the crazy violent tumbling, as if the deepest sea in the sea. Hundreds of thousands of fingers danced wildly in the ancient giant hand of the devil, firmly grasping the entire Fishman Island in the palm of his hand. The next second, mysterious and ancient huge runes, one after another, flashed on the surface of the bubble film, and the dark blue was mixed with a hint of milky white color. The speed of the ancient rune being formed is quite fast. When someone noticed that the huge blue and white colors appeared only 2 seconds later, it was like randomly pressing different letters on a blank document. One after another, the characters seemed to come from the ancient mythical era, and in a blink of an eye, the entire bubble film is enveloped in it. What is that? Everyone looked up at the ancient runes that suddenly appeared, and felt the ancient aura emanating from them. Although the aura was so unfamiliar that even King Nipton didn't even know what it was quite impressive. The kindness, as if all the Murlocs and mermaids present were born from that ancient character. Before everyone could figure it out, in the distant sky, the huge ancient runes suddenly burst into brilliant blue light. God's trident hum. In the air, the ancient and high-pitched voice resounded again, resounding between heaven and earth for a long time, just like the roar of a god. No, at this moment, it is God himself who is staying at the bottom of the sea and giving orders to the vast sea. Words followed. When the roar of the gods sounded, the firefly blue rays of light suddenly rose sharply and then quickly extended to into the hands of the sea god spirit like silk threads, as if it was all in the sea water. The power has been handed over to his hands. The blue light gathered more and more in the hands of the sea god spirit and then turned into a crystal trident. The sharp and shining halberd pointed directly at the dragon man on the opposite side. Accelerating again, the whole person turned into a blurred blue light and burst out. Chapter 756 Real Thunder Gossip. Swish. The power of thousands of ancient runes was concentrated in Iger's hands. The huge and dazzling blue light lingered around him. The illusory white mist mixed with the glow of firefly blue made it even more obvious impermanence, but it is such an ethereal figure. But it is the momentum of sprinting out thousands of troops. Whoops. With Iger's charge, everyone's eyes did not converge on the blue light on him, but turned their heads to look beyond the far-off bubble film. There, thousands of tons of the sea water is frantically slapping the surface of the bubble film, and in front of the huge ocean waves, the transparent bubble film is quite vulnerable. However, one after another huge waves slapped the bubble film one after another, but it seemed to have no substance. It clearly made a sound of iron hoofs trampling, but in fact the surface of the bubble film was even a little bit. The ripples did not appear at all, which was completely different from the previous time when Kaido controlled Onishima to crash in. Just as everyone was astonished, someone suddenly discovered that the power of the slaps was transmitted to the hands of the blue and white mist in some mysterious way, making the divine prison trident in his hand even more and more powerful, bright and sharp. For a while, the tip of the trident pierced the air, causing bursts of roaring sounds, as if every water molecule outside the Fishman Island was a brave warrior, roaring the battle song loudly, holding the sharp weapons. Rush to the enemy ahead without hesitation. Rush to the blue dragon man. Thousands of troops roared past. Every foot seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart, and the blood flow accelerated one after another, rushing everyone's minds to swell and chest tightness and suffocation. And in such a suffocating momentum, no one noticed that an extremely weak breath suddenly peeled off from the tip of his halberd, turned into a ray, and charged silently at an extremely fast speed. The sky finally fell into the thousands of runes. Oh, this move looks very imposing. The terrifying aura that made all the Murlocs feel short of breath, dizzy, and bloated, but in Kaido's eyes, it aroused some kind of enthusiasm in his heart, and the excited flames burned in his dragon eyes. It was a very enthusiastic flame, so enthusiastic that the scales on his body were slightly open, and the white heat was bubbling up, and this is exactly the result of the frantically accelerating blood flow all over his body. Good on, goo. In the face of Iger's charge, Kaido did not dodge or evade, and a huge heartbeat and blood flow burst out from his chest. At first it was as slow as a pendulum, and with the tip of the firefly blue halberd in Iger's hand, the rapid approaching, the sound of his heartbeat is getting faster and faster, faster and faster. In just the blink of an eye, his heartbeat has been violent like a galloping horse. Cheel la la la. Kaido raised his arms horizontally and stretched out the Beiji's eye in his hand. Immediately afterwards, red and black lightning bolts quickly drilled out from the gaps in his scales, and quickly wrapped around the wolf's teeth like thousands of pythons. Great body. In the next instant, it was as if it caused a cascade reaction. When the red and black lightning flashed on the mace, a huge red and black lightning burst into the space of Fishman Island. Boom. If the entire space is regarded as a boulder, then the moment the red and black lightning was born in Kaido's hands, the entire boulder was smashed madly by some huge force in an instant, and fine cracks spread all over the space inside, and that crack, it is the intricate red and black lightning. Boom boom boom. The red and black thunder and lightning flickered and twisted wildly, and the huge light that burst out even dyed the entire Fishman Island a dark red color, and even the blue light created by Iger was completely covered up down. The violent red and black thunder snakes filled almost every inch of the Fishman Island. The terrifying aura of oppression was as if there was a giant beast that had been dormant under the Fishman Island since ancient times. Mermaid, all the buildings, street cities, and even Dragon Palace City are all on the back of this giant beast. And when the giant beast suddenly woke up now, the entire Fishman Island collapsed, for it. There was no sea water to cheer him on, and no thunder to inspire him. All the oppression was concentrated in Kaido's body, which was no more than 5 meters long. There was no foreign object to help him build momentum, because his body was the oppression itself. Cheel la la la. The red and black thunder broke through the surrounding air again and again, releasing the scorching temperature into the space, and the temperature between heaven and earth rose sharply, and those thunder snakes twisted and suddenly began to the lightning fast speed began to merge with each other, and frantically gathered towards the tip of the 8 fast stick in Kaido's hand. Roar. 8 dragon roars that shook the world sounded in 8 different directions, and then behind Kaido, the thunder snakes twisted and entangled with each other, and finally formed 8 red and black dragon dragons with claws and claws. The huge body snake several kilometers long, even it is several times longer than Kaido's real body. And at this moment Kaido's body also sprinted forward suddenly. The muscles on his arms burst out and the 8 fastings in his hand drew an incomparably fierce arc facing the direction Iger was rushing towards. Hit it hard. Scoff. At the same time, the 8 sturdy giant dragons also gathered from 8 directions and then crazily entangled in the tip of the stick of Beijizai. They should meet Kaido's arm, and with violent and fierce power they attacked brazenly. Out thundering gossip. The violent dragon roar erupted from Kaido's throat, wishing to shatter the sky given by the entire Fishman Island, and in an instant the red and black light even covered the blue light. Scoff. This Kaido really deserves to be Kaido. That cloud of white mist really looks a little weak in this Kaido's momentum. You see on the battlefield the red and black rays of light have been completely mixed with the brilliant blue together. The two are intertwined into a splendid pink and purple color. Obviously the red and black thunder is better. Could it be that the one who came forward to protect the Fishman Island, the Fishman who doesn't know who it is still no match for Kaido, who is the 4th emperor? A faint worry slowly rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. After all, Fishman Island is their own home. Just as everyone was worried, the red and blue rays of light in the sky finally collided like comets. Chapter 757. Your strength can't stand it. Laugh. In the sky, in the horrified eyes of everyone, 2 streams of light, one blue and one red, each occupy half of the sky. The Murloc residents could not see the illusory white fog and Kaido's silhouette, but from the position of the light everyone it can be judged that in the vicinity of Dragon Palace City the 2 people have collided fiercely. Boom, 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 boom. The red and blue rays of light were intertwined for a moment and immediately mixed into a chaotic purple-black color, and in the next second all the eardrums seemed to be beaten fiercely by the huge drumstick in the dark. The unbearable pain swept through everyone's heads at the same time. Everyone only felt a humming sound, and their entire head fell into a violent vibration as if they had fallen from a height. When they looked up, the whole sky was crazy. Shake it up. The red and blue rays of light devoured each other and mixed together. From the mixed color of purple and black they suddenly separated into red and blue, and then they collided as if enemies met, and again mixed into a cloud of purple at the intersection of the 2. Black color, accompanied by the rapid changes of several colors of light in the sky. The sound of thunder blasting and the slap of ocean currents echoed in the air one after another, echoing in the sky of the fisherman country for a long time. Red lightning and white water vapor, crazy, intertwined, entangled, and swallowed each other. I can't wait to swallow each other's whole into my stomach. From a distance you can almost only see the continuous accumulation of flames and mists in the sky, but the Murlocs closer to the battlefield see not these, but bang bang bang, one after another. The sound of air blasting is like being in a house that is being renovated. The huge sound directly overwhelms all the sounds, and it is impossible for bystanders to communicate with the people around them. Although they can't speak, they all know that the collision sound they hear at this moment is the domineering sound of 2 people entangled in the air, attacking each other and blasting each other. Chi chi chi. 8 giant thunder dragons made of red and black thunder and lightning are holding ferocious and powerful dragon claws, one after another, slapping towards the opposite Iger arrogantly. The sharp dragon claws can even tear space. Marks were drawn in the air, and red and black terrifying thunder and lightning were hidden in it as if to tear the sea apart. The body of the 8 dragons is wrapped around Beijizai, and the tip of the stick is firmly attached to the tip of the halberd, which is as transparent as crystal. An invisible mist rose from the halberd body of the trident. It was like an invisible and intangible sea water swimming irregularly, but every turbulent scroll was like a dragon king whale swinging its tail just right to resist the terrifying dragon claws that whistled. In just a blink of an eye, Iger and Kaido seemed to be maintaining their weapons against each other, but in fact the domineering and strength of the 2 had passed the 8 red and black dragons, and the diffused blue and white light fog has clashed nearly 1,000 times. Click click click. That is to say, in this blink of an eye, every time the giant dragon and the dragon king whale collided, it would cause a violent shock in the space, and then the incomparably solid ground under the 2 of them would shatter and open a crack. And as the time passed quickly, or the 2 people collided frantically at a thunderous speed, and the cracks on the ground also accumulated more and more. In just a few seconds, the entire caldera square, the ground that had been shattered, turned into a sand puddle, and all the solid and heavy stones were shaken into pieces in those collisions. Plenty of powder, countless gravels were flying, and in the air shone with thunder and lightning. It was like a corpse that fell on the battlefield between the 2 countries, falling weakly from the air to the ground. Hey hey hey, boy, you have a lot of strength. Kaido looked down and looked at the figure hidden in the white mist, grinned, showing sharp teeth, although he could feel that the guy fighting at this moment was quite strong, but he was not strong enough to see the extent of his knowledge. In Kaido's perception, in the insubstantial substantial white fog in front of him. There is also a faint and outrageous breath. That breath, he can kill him even with one breath, which is why I feel that the guy in front of him is just a weak chicken with some kind of external force. He has absolute confidence that no matter how powerful the external force is, it will eventually run out. All that awaits him is complete destruction. But it seems that your own strength cannot support your powerful weapon. The scales on Kaido's body snap together, making a sound of gold and iron clashing, and muscles like angry dragons flowed on his body, especially the muscles of the chest, ribs, and abdomen, which were particularly wriggling, as if in the prepare for something. Iger frowned secretly, and a hint of vigilance rose in his heart. Sure enough, just when Iger realized what Kaido was going to do, the opposite Kaido suddenly opened his dragon's mouth, and the scarlet mouth was facing the face of the sea god's spirit, followed by a crimson fire. In his mouth it was smothered. Not good. The feeling of danger in his heart suddenly flourished, and Iger secretly screamed bad, and all the powerful knowledge and domineering burst out. In the next moment there was no hesitation, and the head that controlled the spirit of the sea god quickly turned to the side. Boom! Almost at the same time, the flame in Kaido's mouth was instantly detonated, and a red light shot out like a meteor. The crimson flame is not thick, but the terrifying high temperature contained in it directly evaporates the surrounding water vapor into an invisible form. If Iger doesn't hide in time this time, I am afraid he will die on the spot. In fact, Kaido's move has already worked. At the moment when Iger just tilted his head to dodge, the center of gravity of the body was slightly skewed for a moment. It was at this moment that Iger's posture with the trident in his hand was slightly skewed, and it was this very slight skew that made him sway. Kaido seized the opportunity. The solid arm covered with dragon scales swelled up instantly, and the majestic force was instantly exhaled. Boom! The trident was pulled aside in the blink of an eye, and then Bazig brought 8 thunder dragons with incomparable strength and swung them on Yiji's chest. Chapter 758. Give you a chance. Call. Scoff. Boom! A series of voices sounded in an instant. Bazig brought 8 giant thunder and lightning dragons, bursting with a series of red and black sparks, piercing the air like thunder and lightning itself, teleporting to the chest of the sea god spirit, and then sending the thousand of power, all poured out on Yiji. A heavy muffled sound sounded, and that cloud of illusory white mist that seemed invisible and intangible, I thought that its body would be allowed to penetrate back by Kaido's 8 fasts, but who knew? The red and black lightning tore the space around him. When it was on the chest, the cloud of white mist without substance actually flew out backwards. Swish! The terrifying giant force from the dragons poured out on him crazily, and for a while, Iger's body was like a shell out of the chamber, flying flat against the ground at a lightning-fast speed. Whoa, whoa! The stone that had already been broken into slag at the same time as the white figure flew by, violently lifted from both sides, sandwiching the white mist like 2 huge turbulent sand waves from the very center of Calder Square. In a blink of an eye, it extends to the mountain wall that has been broken into 2 pieces in the distance. Boom! It was as if someone was bombarding with a huge cannon, and the whole mountain trembled a few times because of this huge force. Then, there were countless terrifying and thick cracks spreading out from the originally broken mountain wall. Directly form a huge crack like a spider web. This is not the end. The cracks emerged from the mountain one after another frantically, and in just a few seconds the entire mountain was infiltrated into 70-80, and then collapsed in the horrified eyes of everyone. Whoa! The shattered rocks fell down like rain, burying the entire cloud of illusory white fog. At the same time, this scene also caused an uproar. Sure enough, is it still not good? The one who reacted the fastest was still King Neptune. At this moment he was already surrounded by the ministers, hiding in a relatively safe place with a good view, looking down at Iger and Kaido. The battle between them, and when he saw this scene, the worry in his eyes suddenly spread to the bearded face. Each of his beards was trembling slightly, looking at the shattered mountain wall on the front, and then looking at Kaido standing proudly opposite, holding Bazig, and grinning. A violent chill appeared without warning. His heart rose. After all, is there no one who can save this fish people country today? When the white mist first appeared, he used the power of one punch to forcefully smash the kilometer-long dragon into the ground. At that time, Neptune also thought that perhaps the fisherman country has this perch head today can really survive the disaster. However, after all, the 4 emperors are the 4 emperors. After all, it is not something that can be solved by just one person from anywhere. Could it be that today, only the fish will die and the net will be broken? Summon Sea King and drive away Kaido. How is this different from suicide? The king is still like this, and the Murloc residents on the other side are naturally more panicked. Seeing the existence of a god who stood up to protect the Murloc island, they were smashed by Kaido with a stick and even shattered the mountain. The heart that was still a little hot in the first place has cooled down by half in an instant. Can this strong foggy man really be unable to stop Kaido Kaido's footsteps. You said, "What are you going to do today?" Just when everyone was flustered, Kaido's voice like rolling thunder echoed again in the mid-air of Fishman Island, and he threw the Beijazai in his hand and then carried it steadily on his shoulders. Walked towards the opposite ruins step by step, his complexion as hard as blue iron. "This Fishman country, can you really protect it by yourself? I'm here today, and behind me is the army of capable people from our 100 beast pirates, and it won't be long before they land on this Fishman Island. You can't even beat me alone, and you still think you can stop me and them at the same time." Kaido's words were not hidden, and every word was clearly heard by the surrounding Fishman Island residents, and at the same time made a big stone hang high in everyone's heart, and then he could only helplessly laugh bitterly. How could Kaido be the only one here? There is an army of capable people behind him. Even if that cloud of white fog could hold Kaido at a stalemate, the remaining able-bodied legions would not be able to compete with their royal guards of the Murloc. What's more, Kaido seems to have an absolute advantage now. Fishman Island, it's over. Such an idea arises in the hearts of all of them at the same time. "However, I can give you a chance." Just when everyone's hearts were filled with despair, Kaido said again, as if giving everyone a chance to turn around, which immediately caused everyone to prick up their ears to listen. "If you agree to join me, then this weapon of yours can continue to be kept by you, and you can also become the new board of our pirate group. At the same time, this Fishman Island will also change in the future, become a territory protected by me, and will not do anything too much to this Fishman country. How about it?" Kaido's voice echoed over the Fishman Island for a long time. For a long time, the entire Fishman Island, whether it was watching the battle from a distance through a video phone, or watching the fighting Fishman residents and even the minister of the kingdom, everyone, after hearing this, they all fell silent. Surrender. After just a one-trick duel, Kaido began to surrender to the god who came forward to protect Fishman Island. "Didn't you just put on a posture of destroying the entire Fishman Island? How can you change your mind so soon? Is this guy an idiot?" That was to kill his enemy. Kaido naturally doesn't know what the guys around him are thinking, but he has his own considerations in his heart. The 3 Kanbans under his command have all been killed by this guy. This kind of record has already demonstrated his strength. Even if he kills this guy and destroys the entire Fishman Island, then the final as a result, the beast pirates suffered huge losses. Kaido is not a Whitebeard. He treats his subordinates like family, no, like a son. He is a shrewd businessman and will never give up any benefits. If possible, he will try his best to win him. After all, even though he had only gone through a few moves, the outcome was already decided, and the thunderous gossip he had just made was enough to make his whole body shift. Kaido is waiting for an answer. Finally, among the ruins of the mountain on the opposite side, there was an echo. "What, do you think you can beat me?" Chapter 759. "Sorry, I'm the Navy. If it were your captain back then, maybe I would consider it, but I'm afraid you're not qualified for that." Contrary to everyone's expectations, the illusory white mist that was supposed to be dizzy from the beating actually spoke again in the mountain fragments, and listening to the voice, it was still full of energy, and there was no sign of weakness. "Chi chi chi." Before he finished speaking, the nearby Murloc residents heard the sound of steam coming from the pile of rubble. Then, they saw that there was a pot of boiling water hidden under the rubble. The white mist evaporated from the gap, and then slowly condensed into a blurred human shape again in the eyes of everyone's astonishment. Is he alright? This little John is so resistant to beatings. Even Kaido's terrifying mallet can withstand it. This is too fierce. The most important thing is that this guy doesn't seem to be injured at all. What is his ability? Is it the Chi-Chi fruit? Seeing that the white air recondensed into a group of human figures, he walked down from the fragments of the mountain in a hurry. As he walked, he waved his palm, and the trident of the gods also flashed again. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but be amazed. Originally, they thought that this little John was simply trying to be strong. Although that strange white mist was strong, it was not strong enough to compete with the 4 Emperor Kaido at all, especially when Kaido knocked him off. It confirmed the conjecture in everyone's heart. However, the scene that appeared in front of them at this moment really completely refreshed their cognition. This guy, who actually took Kaido's terrifying blow, still looks like a normal person. Not only were the Murloc residents and ministers so surprised, even Kaido himself was filled with shock, even more so than the surrounding Murloc residents. He clearly remembered that his stick just now was aimed at the extremely weak aura in the dense fog, and it really hit him. Even the one who saw it, the guy who didn't have a body, did fly out and smashed the mountains behind him. But how? This absolutely shouldn't be. The breath hidden under the thick fog should obviously be a guy who can't even take a mouthful of his old phlegm. He was hit by his own thunder and gossip, and he seems like a normal person. Not only that, but even the extremely weak aura in his body disappeared along with it. Is it bait? What's wrong? Baiwu approached step by step, looking at Kaido's puzzled expression. He also chuckled and asked a question with his head tilted. You. The opposite. Kaido slowly narrowed his eyes. His eyelids covered with scales shrunk into a lump, and his tone was tentative. Is he the one who really controls this power? That guy just now was just a bait. Is it a bait? It doesn't count. Iggy tilted his head to think for a moment and replied, just to gather this kind of power, his existence is essential. Of course, this power is actually controlled by me. Well, since the deity has appeared, then I won't sell it. Unexpectedly, upon hearing such a mindless answer, Kaido was not surprised at all, but rather delighted. Are you willing to join my pirate group? You also need stronger power or a carrier, right? If you come to our pirate group, we will have the best scientists and craftsmanship to help you create a powerful enough carrier. He. Before Kaido's words were finished, he was interrupted directly by IG, who was on the opposite side. The latter laughed a few times and said jokingly, to tell you the truth, I'm a Navy. See, Navy. Iger's voice slowly reverberated in the air, which immediately caused an uproar among the Navy soldiers. They had never heard of it before. In the history of their murlocs, no one had joined the Navy. And do you have such terrifying power? Moreover, if you have this kind of strength in the Navy, you must be an admiral with a very high rank, but you have never heard of such a famous admiral in the Navy. This is true of the Murloc residents, and even more so by Kaido. As a super pirate who has singled out the Navy countless times, Kaido can be said to have had a lot of contact with the Navy, and even he has never heard of this character. Of course, none of this matters anymore. When this person revealed that his identity was actually a pirate, there was no room for negotiation in the relationship between the two parties. A pirate who kills his subordinates, Kaido may be able to ignore his past suspicions, bring him under his command, and let him do things. But if it's a Navy who kills his own men, that is naked hatred. If that's the case, then there's nothing to say. Kaido's anticipation eyes suddenly went out, replaced by a bloodthirsty meaning. A pair of dragon pupils instantly filled with a kind of scarlet eyes, and the turbulent domineering that had just subsided suddenly rioted again, followed by the violent boiling of the entire Fishman Island and even the surrounding sea water. It seems that you are very powerful, and I want to recruit you. Since it is the Navy, please give it a try. Before he finished speaking, the red and black thunderbolts that had dissipated once again burst out, and countless violent thunder snakes once again shone over the entire Fishman Island. This time, the number of such thunder pythons was more than it was at least 10 times more than just now, and the flickering dark red light devoured the whole world. In the face of this natural disaster scene that made everyone pale, Iger's response was quite dull, and the old and solemn vicissitudes of life was still in his voice. I said, did you misunderstand me? It's just that you beat me a little bit. Do you really think that you have secured me? After speaking, Iger was not disappointed. The white water vapor extracted from the huge amount of sea water also slowly penetrated into pieces of red and black light. In just a few seconds, in the red and black light, a faint red it began to fade away, turning into a weird and mysterious black. It's not over yet. Just when the black fog reached its extreme blackness, a dazzling and violent thunder light slowly emerged from it. Chapter 760. I'm sorry, something happened temporarily. Boom, boom. In the sky in the distance, red and silver rays of light flicker alternately, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Even a few kilometers away, you can still feel the domineering power, the suffocating power. The sense of oppression is as strong as Jinping, and I can't bear it. I just feel stuffy in my chest. At this moment, he was standing in the command room of the huge palace of Dragon Palace, looking at the clear red and silver sky. His face was a little dignified, and the phone worm in his hand was dialing a number he had recently obtained. This is the number of the Navy headquarters. As early as when Perch Head, Iger, and Shiping arrived at Dragon Palace City, the first thing they did was to communicate with the Navy headquarters. Even Xiang Sun is not there. There is no way. They can only find Lieutenant General Kuzan and report safety. At that time, Iger told Kuzan that he might encounter something on this Fishman Island. At that time, he might need the help of the Navy. Kuzan also said that he would do it himself. Prepare to dive to Fishman Island, ready to apply for Eagle's needs at any time. In any case, after so many wars, Iger has a position in the Navy after all. If this kind of news spreads, the Navy must have exploded, and the Navy at all levels from top to bottom must be ecstatic. Yes, making all kinds of preparations, at least sending a team that can compete with Kaidana's able-bodied army. There is definitely no problem. This is why, hearing Kaido said that he had brought an entire army and was about to descend on Fishman Island, Iger was not panicking. To be honest, the distance between Fishman Island and the naval headquarters is not far away. With the strong infrastructure of the Navy, which has bases in various areas, it only takes a few hours to reach the vicinity of Fishman Island. So Jinbei didn't panic in his heart to say that the Fish People country wants to fight the beast pirates alone. It's still a little bit laborious, but if you add the naval armament and Iger's powerful strength, I'm afraid it's it's not that there is no chance of winning. At least, if Kaido and the others can't attack for a long time, there is a certain degree of confidence in the final withdrawal. Jinbei came to call the phone bug with this idea in mind, but the facts were always unexpected. Blue 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 blue. The ringing of the phone bug circled in the control room for a long time, and after a few minutes, no one answered. What's wrong? Isn't anyone picking up? Is there a mission? Jinbei stared at the phone bug that Blubber was calling. A pair of golden eyebrows slowly wrinkled and asked a question with some doubts. Of course, there was no one else in the control room, so no one could answer his question. Only the phone bug was still ringing in broom broom. Blue 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 blue. Another few minutes passed. The phone bug was still not picked up. What the hell is going on? Jinbei was a little anxious. His webbed fists were tightly clenched into a ball. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that if the Navy didn't come this time, then the Fishman country might really be helpless. Although a few years ago, the witch predicted the birth of the Sea King, but until now, the Sea King has never really awakened. If you want to forcibly arouse the power of the Sea King, I am afraid you have to pay a lot of money. Beep _. Still no one answered. The phone worm hung up the phone automatically. No, what's the matter? I have to try again. Jinping's eyes narrowed, and his fingers made a firm call again. And this time, blah blah cloth. Sure enough, Wang Tian lived up to the painstaking efforts. After all, this last attempt did not live up to Jinping's expectations. The other side of the phone worm was picked up. Hey, is that Lieutenant General Kuzan? Hearing that the phone bug was picked up, Jinbei was a little excited at the moment and quickly picked up the microphone and said, "Hey, this is the Navy headquarters. I'm Commodore Sakaski. What's the matter?" However, unexpectedly, on the other end of the phone bug was a completely unfamiliar voice. Although I don't know why someone called Lieutenant General Kuzan's number would be picked up by another person, but out of trust in the Navy, Jinbei still managed to organize the language. It's like this. Jinpei used his fastest speaking speed and the most concise language to tell the whole story about the cause of the whole thing, and also told about Lieutenant General Iger's presence in Fishman Island, because in Jinpei's concept, Iger is now a very important figure for Iger in the Navy. If he reports the confrontation between Iger and Kaido, the Navy will definitely send someone to support him. However, he seems to have overestimated Iger's position in the Navy. The fierce reaction just answered calmly, "It turned out to be like this, but I'm sorry. Now I can only say that we are really powerless. I still have a task at hand, and I will inform you of the nearby base." But before Jinbei could finish speaking, the other side hung up the phone. The other side, i.g., in Kuzan's office, Sakaski slowly put down the microphone in his hand, and his small eyes, which were covered by the shadow of the brim, looked at the huge martial arts field outside the window with some gloom. He's a tough guy. He even survived falling into the deep sea, and even floated to the Fishman Island. Not only that, but he also caused such a big storm on the Fishman Island. As he spoke, Sakaski withdrew his gaze into the distance, turned around and pushed open the door of the office, and walked to the corridor, where the black military boots made a rattling sound on the floor tiles. "Kaideo, this kind of person, even if I go personally, you will surely die, right? The three current Navy giants have all been invited by the world's official government. That guy Paul Salino also seems to have some mysterious tasks to do. The entire Navy is not in a good mood. How could it be ruined for you? So many lives? The most important thing is that I don't have the right to mobilize so many troops at all. Bless yourself." The rising star of the Navy, the idol of all Navy soldiers, the 8-year-old super talented Vice Admiral, Lord Iger, Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 761-780. Chapter 761. Descending the Third World. Inner Falls. Rumble, boom, crackling. On top of Iger's body, which had turned black all over, silver rays of light lit up crazily, and one after another, silver-white lightning flashed like a wild python, wrapping Iger's black body with shining lightning. Not only on Iger, but even in the darkened sky, there are terrifying thunder and lightning that can temporarily blind everyone. Cheel la la la, a thick lightning like the Milky Way ripped apart, tearing straight from one end of the crowd's field of vision to the other. The violent and fiery temperature in this airtight Fishman Island suddenly heated the air to a certain level, exaggerated degree. If Kaido's lightning at this moment is a kind of heavy coercion from the king, then the silver-white lightning born on Iger's body is the ultimate madness and peak sharpness. In the air, the red, black and silver-white thunder and lightning snakes were frantically entangled and bitten together, densely scattered throughout the entire space. In front of the Dragon Palace city were hundreds of terrifying thunder snakes that were 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. Open the mouth of the blood basin to bite and devour each other, and in the farther place, there is a large-scale war between a more terrifying and dense group of snakes and a group of snakes. The red-black razor and the silver-white razor both showed extremely sharp fangs, and then bit each other's body fiercely, and suddenly suddenly exploded with intense electric sparks, and the sound of the electric light burst was like a big fireworks. Generally, the explosions exploded one after another, and this is just the beginning. Looks very motivated, boy. Kaido saw the twisted thunder snakes appearing in the air, and his eyes couldn't help condensing. He originally thought that the move just now was his magical ability, and he could use the power of the sea, but now it seems that it was just his special ability just now. Now, it is his devil fruit ability, and it's still quite powerful thunder fruit's ability. However, this is more interesting. Kaido really wants to see where is the limit of this guy. Since you are a navy and don't want to surrender, it seems that the only way to decide the outcome is to win. I don't know why. I clearly felt that some kind of powerful force was condensing crazily, but Kaido showed a look of eagerness to try. This kind of appearance also made Iger, who was on the opposite side, very excited. That's right, Kaido, let's fight. After the misty black fog, Iger's eyes also lit up with excitement. The surging war intent surged from his body like a tide, and the domineering all over his body was frantically boiling. Rumble boom. It seems that I felt the surging fighting spirit of Iger, and the thunder and lightning that were already quite violent and fierce around him suddenly twisted even more crazy. Even thousands of miles away, the ancient talismans clinging to the surface of the bubble wrap, when there was actually a small arc of lightning that climbed up, and in a few seconds it changed from a dark blue color to a shining silvery white. The sea god's rune immediately attached to the power of thunder and lightning, and a trace of silver white light immediately radiated from his body, pierced into the Fishman Island through the bubble film, and poured into the Fishman Island like silver white blood. One after another, silver rays of light pierced in, and the trident of God's domain in Iger's hand also changed in the blink of an eye. The transparent trident made of crystal glass was originally condensed due to the power of the sea god. At this moment, the surface of the crystal has been penetrated with small silver lightning, and then the little silver began to rapidly on the crystal spread, covering the entire trident in just an instant. The trident of divine prison is held in Iger's hand at this moment, as if holding a real lightning. At the same time, Kaido on the opposite side was not at all reluctant to show weakness. He waved Baazaja fiercely in his hand, and the terrifying muscles hidden under the blue scales squirmed like the waves of the sea. The black thunderbolt also climbed to the stick body of Baazaja. Chi. In an instant, the terrifying feeling of oppression centered on him and suddenly spread. Among the Murloc residents within 1,000 miles, one counts as one, and everyone feels at this moment that their chests seem to be blocked by a boulder. LOL. The Deo thunder snakes that flowed onto the Baazaja stick. I don't know if it was because of Kaido's instigation or because of his terrifying and domineering pressure, turned into a viscous red-black liquid, wrapped Baazaja in it, and then slowly solidified into a thin hard shell. Boom. At the moment when the red-black hard shell was formed, the air between heaven and earth shook violently, and the intricate thunder snakes that filled the air suddenly screamed and converged in the same direction, and that direction was exactly on Kaido. Chilling. Thousands of razors cling to Kaido's body one by one, and then his body melts into a small red and black mark. As more and more razors converge, Kaido's body moves at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly turned into a black and blue color. In just a few seconds, Kaido, the Azure Dragon, suddenly turned into the Black Azure Dragon. Try my trick. The sound of dragon whistling and thunder and lightning envelopes Kaido's voice, which is as majestic as a living blue dragon. Then Kaido, whose whole body has been dyed black and blue with red and black domineering, exerts a slight force in his calf, and then with a loud bang, the entire Fishman Island shook, and a huge crack spread from the ground in an instant. Kaido disappeared in place in an instant, and then everyone could feel it, as if there was something huge rising up from the ground. Looking up again, Kaido's figure had already appeared in the high sky on top. Call out, SHHHHH, SHHHHH. Above that high sky, Kaido held the red and black 8 fasts, and controlled his body to spin round and round, turning faster and faster, until finally the whole person had turned into a high-speed spinning top. In the high-speed rotation, there seemed to be a sound of huge dragon roars, and the blue-black light shrouded Kaido's surroundings, lingering into a huge black cyan dragon. Get ready for Iger. Bite down mercilessly. Chapter 762 Thunder Dragon vs Jinglong. With this jump, Kaido's entire body suddenly jumped to a height of several hundred meters, and as he landed while spinning at a high speed, the domineering aura of his body evaporated little by little in the direction of rotation, and followed the direction of the rotation. The direction of the stick body of Hakusaiga swung out, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, a spiral of lightning quickly surrounded Kaido's body. The spiral thunder and lightning turned bigger and bigger, until finally, in the space around Kaido, it condensed into a cyan black 100-meter dragon. Thanks to the ability of the green dragon fruit owned by Kaido, even Kaido's domineering body has obtained contain the attributes that dragons should have. Qinglong is generally lifelike. Each cyan black scale has edges and corners and is neatly arranged. Even the gaps between the scales can be clearly seen. 2 dragon horns extend from the temples on both sides of it and out. You can also see the traces of friction. Not only that, even the bristles around the neck of the blue-black giant dragon are distinct, and it is completely invisible to be composed of domineering thunder and lightning. See the space between each hair. The teeth are distinct, and there seems to be saliva dripping from the gaps between the teeth, just like Kaido transformed into a giant dragon just now. The muscles are squirming frantically under the scales, and the dragon teeth are all glowing with blue-black light, as if they can bite anything in the world into bite. Rumble boom! The giant dragon descended from the sky, and the fierce thunder directly shook the air along the way in the sky, and a blue-black imprint appeared in the void, as if even the space could not bear the pressure of the blue-black dragon at all. It collapsed and shattered into pieces. The pitch-black cracks were flying behind the blue-black giant dragon, like the tail smoke of a meteorite outside the sky, and in everyone's eyes, a huge black column was drawn through the heaven and the earth, and when this black column extended to the longest time, the many dragon heads are about to bite the whole body of Iger, including the ground under his feet, to pieces. No, Iger is not the only one alone. When this giant dragon hits the ground, I am afraid that the area of Fishman Island will instantly decrease by 1/3. Countless terrified eyes stared at the sky. The azure black dragon that fell rapidly. As long as it was the Murlocs or Mermen standing on the Murloc Island at this moment, everyone's heart felt as if they had been beaten. An invisible big hand squeezed tightly. Although this blow was not set off by the dazzling furious lightning that it seemed to have just now, the terrifying oppressive force emanating from Kaido at this moment directly caused the entire space to tremble. One after another dark space cracks quickly emerged from behind him, and then it seemed that he couldn't stand Kaido's fierce domineering, and began to vibrate violently. The spaces were all connected together. As the space crack spreads, it quickly spreads to the surrounding space. Buzz buzz. Until the end, the inside of the entire bubble film, together with the bubble film, and even the heavy sea water within a few kilometers around it, all involuntarily vibrated violently. Vibrate and make a crunching twisted sound. Is the world going to end? This thought arose in everyone's hearts at the same time. No one, not even any kind of creature, can stop such Kaido. But just when everyone was full of despair, and even felt that Fishman Island would definitely be destroyed by this blow, and in the air machine where the attack was locked, Iger seemed quite calm, even if the sky, the blue-black light above, had completely covered the silver lightning, but he still raised his head calmly, his eyes calm as water. He slowly raised the Thunder God prison halberd in his hand, and then gently stroked the top of his head. The tip of the halberd was facing the huge dragon head that fell from the sky. The bloody mouth was still blood pink, like a real giant, like a dragon. During the whole process, Iger's movements seemed to be quite slow, and even every subtle gesture and every angle were controlled quite carefully, as if the monks were devoutly reading the Buddhist scriptures in their hands. But in reality, Kaido's position in the sky hasn't even changed from the time he raised his trident until he aimed the tip of the halberd at the dragon's mouth. In the next moment, the lightning trident in Iger's hand seemed to be alive, as if it was going crazy. Buzz buzz. The frantic squirming of the trident seems to have triggered some chain reaction. In the midst of the shock of space, with the huge mass to ensure a stable ground, it suddenly trembled like crazy. It is different from the shock caused by Kaido. If Kaido simply oppresses the space to cause the violent shock, then Iger has bred a peerless beast directly under the land of Fishman Island. As if it was born out of a broken shell, the entire ground must be penetrated. Facts are always quite close to human intuition. Just as everyone was subconsciously grasping the things around them because of the sudden shock, exclamations and screams erupted in the streets of the fisherman country. Stand up! What the hell is that? Damn it! Is there something coming out of the ground? When did our Murloc nation ever have such a thing? Are there any ancient creatures that slept underground for a long time? Oh, it's coming out! Under everyone's horrified eyes, the already shattered ground of Caldera Square suddenly burst open, followed by an incomparably thick silver-white dragon arm protruding from the bursting hole, supporting the beside the above the ground. No one knew what it was, only that it seemed to be the arm of a giant dragon. The silver-white scales neatly wrapped its strong muscles, and the surging power escaped from it. The dragon arm supported the ground, and then the ground shook again. The other dragon arm also stretched out dozens of meters away, and then the two dragon arms exerted force together, and the ground between the two arms finally collapsed completely. Broken, a ferocious silver-white dragon head sticks out from under the ground. Roar! The first thing the silver dragon did after sticking its head out was a high roar, and then a pair of scarlet eyes locked on the rapidly falling blue-black dragon above the sky. Without any hesitation, it was terrifying. The power like a tsunami erupted from the dragon's arm in an instant, and the silver dragon rushed up to meet it, biting straight towards the black dragon. Chapter 763 Dragon's Breath. Rumble boom. The moment the silver-white dragon poked its head out of the ground, the bright silver light was like the sunlight that dispelled the darkness, as if it had a magical purification power. The blue-black light that originally filled the air was like remnant snow melting down. Roar. The silver thunder dragon roared high, and the huge sound even directly overshadowed the vibration of the entire space, soothing the space tremors that made everyone palpitate. The two terrifying dragon arms that were dozens of meters long swelled in an instant, and between the muscles and the scales on its surface, a terrifying giant burst out instantly, and then the entire Fishman Island trembled wildly. The huge silver-white body. The image is like an ancient creature that broke out of its shell, directly shattering the ground and rising into the sky. Click click. The birth of the white dragon was quite fast. Before Kaido in the sky fell to the ground, the entire body of the giant dragon had completely appeared in the space above the ground, and then the trend did not decrease but increased. The cannonball in the chamber, with its big silver-white mouth, was bitten by the blue-black dragon that fell from the sky. Boom, boom. The air is boiling, the earth is trembling, and the space is trembling. The entire Fishman Island is terrified because of the terrifying power of these two giant beasts, and just between the lightning bolts, two rays of light, one silver and white and one green and black, have it was in the horrified eyes and sluggish expressions of everyone, as if the heaven and the earth were colliding with each other fiercely. Boom _ hum. The sound of a huge explosion resounded in the sky in an instant. Within the scope of the entire Fishman Island, one of all the fishmen counted as one. As long as they stood on the Fishman Island, no one was spared. Everyone heard a sound, an indescribable loud noise, as if opening up the world, slashed directly into his head with a big axe. After that, everyone's head was pounded, and then nothing could be heard. The original huge noise, like the destruction of the universe, suddenly turned into a silent sound, the air, and the trembling of the earth, and turned into one. The volatility of the stocks is madly impacting everything on the island. Before this, no one had ever imagined that just the sound could have such destructive power. The violent vibrations, one after another, just like the invaders, were madly destroying everything on the island. Ordinary residents were directly thrown a few hundred meters away. With the square as the center, all the ground and the remaining broken walls were crumbled layer by layer, like crushed eggshells. The radial pattern quickly spread to the distance, and in the blink of an eye, the ground within a few kilometers dropped by a full 5 or 6 meters. Except for the earth-shattering vibration, the fish people only felt that all their senses had been completely blocked. Not only their ears were deafened by the huge explosion, but even everyone's vision was opened by the explosion. The huge flame is occupied by the tyrannical and domineering. The two-color light of blue-black and silver-white occupies half of the sky quite exaggeratedly. In the blue-black light, the space is broken, like scattered black petals, giving all the light in that half of the sky to the sky. Devour it. On the opposite side, the silver-white light seems to be a great celestial body born in the universe. It is a violent light that is completely unreasonable. It can't wait to fill the whole world. The silver light turns into a lightning-like spear, violently stabbed into the dark space opposite to disperse the darkness. The two gigantic rays of light eroded and devoured each other in the sky. It was the blue-black and silver-white dragons fighting each other fiercely in the air. The faint vibrations seemed to be transmitted to the body. The terrifying pressure released by the dragons. Everyone can't do anything at this moment. Even the children hiding in the corners completely lost their hearing in the shocking collision, and the small wooden boards they were hiding were completely blown away. Then the blue-black and silver-white rays of light were extremely arrogant and occupied all his vision. Everyone was quiet for a while because they couldn't hear any sound and couldn't see anything. They could only stand on the ground carefully, waiting for the results of the two rays of light in the sky, and this result seems to have come very quickly. I saw the two-color light that filled the sky, just like two dragons fighting each other in blood. Duo exploded, and every time it exploded, the silver-white light was blown to pieces. However, the vitality of the silver light seemed to be extremely powerful. It was blown to pieces, and then the silver light next to it would spread, and then the blue-black occupied piece was wiped out, and the areas outside the silver light were also occupied. From time to time, the area of silver-white light turned out to be getting bigger and bigger, and it was completely pushing the clear boundary of blue-black silver-white in the middle of the sky to the other end of the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, is this guy serious? This white dragon has the aura of a real dragon. How is this possible? The two colors of light in the sky are eroding each other frantically, and behind the light cover, Kaido himself is also full of shock. The thick black hair behind his head is also scattered at this time, and the clothes wrapped around his waist are also a little bit. It was tattered, and the solid scales all over the body were full of fine cracks. At this moment, the shock in his heart completely covered the pain in his body, because he felt the real dragon breath on the opposite thunder dragon. This kind of breath, according to the will he inherited from the green dragon fruit, he knows that this can only be possessed by the real dragon, and this breath is the real reason why the dragon is powerful. Now it has been realized in the hands of a thunder fruit ability, and it was so powerful that he felt a little trembling. Are you escaping? Isn't that bad? Just as he was in shock, Iggy's voice came from the other side of the sky. The sound of this voice instantly woke Kaido up from his daze, and at the moment Kaido woke up, he also suddenly felt that the silver-white lightning light on the opposite side suddenly skyrocketed. In the next second, the silver-white light engulfed the world. Chapter 764 Repair Tool Failed. Just like the explosion when the universe was first created, the whole world is a huge and shining light, and the light is filled with some unknown warmth and shock, and the most interesting thing is that gigantic flash that was supposed to be as terrifying as a natural disaster actually made the fish people present feel a sense of belonging that came from the depths of their souls, as if the annihilating light in the sky was the end of each of their birth and death. When they were born, their soul seemed to come from there, and when they died, their soul eventually back to that flash. Obviously, this is not possible, but it happened to everyone, including the boy hiding in the corner and the Murloc residents standing on the street, as well as the King Neptune, whose entire face had become numb from shock while standing on the high platform, and at the same time also included in the control room of Dragon Palace City, Jinpei, who just walked out. They all raised their heads and saw the silver-white violently shining light, which quickly rose in the blink of an eye. Then, the blue-black light that was still stuck with it, and the space that shattered under it. In just an instant, it was completely swallowed up by the silver-white color. This progress is approaching, and none of them reacted. The blue-black light represented who? It's over, it's over. There were still some buzzing noises in the ears, and the Murloc residents still couldn't hear anything, but they could tell from the mouth shape of the people around them that everyone was asking the same question. It's finally over. The battle between the four Emperor Kaido and the Holy One, who doesn't know where he came from, and which almost destroyed the entire Fishman Island, is finally over. Then, what is the result of the battle? After everyone went through such a turn, they finally remembered that since the battle is over, there should be a winner and a loser. With this thought in mind, everyone seemed to start raising their heads to distinguish what color the light remaining above the sky was. I remember when Kaido was blue and black. At the first moment, everyone subconsciously recalled in their minds that when Kaido fell from the sky, the scales all over his body were glowing with blue-black light, and the terrifying oppression even space itself could not bear at all, and shattered. However, when everyone raised their heads and looked left and right, they found that the light in the sky turned out to be all silver and white. Everyone thought it was a little strange. Isn't Kaido's color blue and black? If Kaido wins, it should be blue and black, right? How is this silver? Silver and white is the Perch Head Little John, right? Well, Perch Head Little John. Until this time, everyone seemed to finally realize something. The movements of raising their heads became much faster. They raised their heads one by one, and their eyes were full of bright silver, which was full of sacred and inclusive aura. There was Kaido from Qinglong. That oppressive feeling? Yes, Little John. Yes, Little John. Yes, it's Little John. The same words were repeated several times in everyone's mouth, and this fact was finally recognized by everyone. Just now, no one even thought of the possibility of this guy winning. When everyone realizes this problem, their minds are like fireworks bursting into the sky, which is extremely wonderful and gorgeous. Little John, the Murloc who acts extremely tough, can really outperform that for Emperor Kaido. Is this really something that can happen in this world? Call out. As if to confirm the thoughts in everyone's heart, the silver-white flash that filled the sky was like a tablecloth covering the table, which was suddenly pulled by someone, and disappeared instantly between heaven and earth. The dark clouds that originally covered the sky had long since ceased to exist, and the Sun Tree Eve was finally able to receive the sunlight it received from the ground, and swayed it toward the ground again. That is, in the sunlight that reappeared in this undersea dream country, the two highly anticipated figures reappeared in the eyes of everyone. It was still Kaido, whose body was covered with cyan dragon scales, and Iger, whose entire body was wrapped in an illusory white mist. The moment two figures appeared in everyone's field of vision, one of them suddenly seemed to be suddenly pushed out by an invisible giant palm. The scales all over the body collapsed, and then the whole figure fell straight to the ground like a missile. On top, boom, one figure flew away, while the other figure remained in the sky. Although the neat white fog looked a little messy at this time, Shenzai still maintained his demeanor. It was the Perch Head. The Murloc residents were about to scream. This guy is actually better than Kaido. That for Emperor Kaido. This is not a dream. King Neptune's eyes were straight, and his eyes were fixed on Kaido, the azure dragon who had smashed a big hole on the ground. The latter was obviously seriously injured. Is that Perch Head boy so terrifying? On the one hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that today's catastrophe could be avoided, but on the other hand, he was also a little worried. Such a strong guy is on Fishman Island. Is it a blessing or a curse for the royal family? As expected of you, Iggy-kun. In the distant Ryago castle, Junpei also saw the scene above the sky, but for some reason his heart was not shocked or excited. It was a feeling that a hunch came true. This leader of my own is really not wrong. Then next, it's time to make up. Compared with the people watching the battle, Iger certainly knows more clearly. Others can't feel it, but he can clearly perceive it. Kaido, who has fallen, is a little dejected, but when it comes to combat power, he is not yet really disappear. Immediately, Iger did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and he dived directly towards Kaido on the ground below. The silver-white light in his hand shone, and the trident of divine prison appeared in front of Iger again, and the violent tip of the halberd like a raindrop pointed directly at Kaido's head. Swish! Everyone was still immersed in the shock just now. Iger's figure appeared in the sky above Kaido, and then without hesitation, the trident in his hand stabbed fiercely. However, Kang, the sound of gold and iron clashing accompanied by the burst of sparks. The sharp tip of the halberd, just as it was about to penetrate Kaido's head, was tightly grasped by his blue palm. Chapter 765 Legion of Ability. Click click. The sparks flashed one after another with the sound of metal friction, and the trident of God's prison in Iger's hand trembled and wanted to stab down, but the palm that grabbed the tip of the halberd exploded with an extremely terrifying force. He firmly stagnated the tip of the halberd in front of his forehead. The pitch-black dragon pupil opened, and his eyes calmly stared at the tip of the lightning halberd in front of him. Ah, after so many years, I finally felt the slightest threat of death. The hoarse and heavy voice, accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roar, slowly came out from Kaido's throat. The calm tone was somewhat relieved, as if he had found someone who could kill him. What made him quite happy. Things are normal. And then, he changed the conversation. However, it seems that you don't have the ability to kill me now. Hehe, is that so? Iger didn't refute either. He just laughed lightly and asked a question. In fact, Iger did not disagree with Kaido's words. On the contrary, he knew that even if Kaido's body has become like this now, for him, he still has the power to fight again, but that this kind of power is nothing to Ig, who possesses the spirit of the sea god. What really makes Iger's will to kill Kaido quite difficult is his terrifying vitality. But even if Kaido's vitality is stronger than ordinary people, his defense is as strong as a monster, and he has various auras on his body that can't kill him even if he commits suicide. Iger definitely doesn't think that he is incapable of killing him. Therefore, Iger did not intend to stop. The surging domineering rage instantly rioted in Iger's body. After being washed again and again by the power of the sea god, Iger's current strength has been exercised to a considerable extent. Even after fighting against Kaido, his physical reserves are still bottomless. Domineering is still like a surging sea, moving freely. Iger's eyes, hidden in the white fog, froze instantly. Fierce killing intent burst out crazily, and then the trident in his hand exploded with huge power and slowly pushed towards Kaido's face again. I don't mind if you're willing to waste time with me in this place. Seeing Iger's reaction, Kaido seemed a little excited, and there was a hint of admiration for Iger in his eyes. But now, if you don't do something, then the image of the savior of Fishman Island that you finally built up, I'm afraid no one will help you spread it. What? As soon as Kaido's voice fell, the trident in Iger's hand stopped instantly, and then he seemed to remember something, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. Just above his head, outside the bubble film, within the range shrouded by the light of Sun Tree Eve, rows of ships wrapped in bubble film are looking down, and on the sails of those ships, the logo of the Kaido pirates is painted. Hehe, maybe you can insist on killing me now, but then you will waste a lot of time. By that time, I'm afraid this broken island will soon be destroyed. Right? Kaido, like Iger, turned his attention to the team of ships outside the bubble wrap with a smile on his face. You thought. Iger also wanted to laugh a little. Who hasn't prepared yet? But just as he was about to speak, a voice in the distance interrupted what he was about to say. Ige-kun, things are going bad. This unique title, I am afraid that only Shipping can call it like this on the whole sea. The fact is also true. Iger looked at the sound, and Jinbei was running quickly from a distance. On the Navy side, no reinforcements have come at all. What? Yiji's heart froze for a moment, and his brows furrowed at that time. What's the matter? Didn't Kyuzan say he's always on call? When Iger and Jinpei called Kyuzan, the latter patted his chest and assured that his soldiers would be dispatched by Iger. How? I don't know either. Just thinking about it, Jinbei has already run over. It was Sakazuki who answered the phone. He only said that he would notify the nearby naval base to send someone over, but I just called around, and none of the bases said they had received such an order. In just a few words, Iger already understood. Sakazuki. As long as this name is mentioned, Iger can recall the way this guy obstructed him in every possible way when he was in the Navy headquarters. Today's appearance is obviously because of Shipping's unknown navy. All All of these things were told to Sakazuki. And how could Sakazuki give up such an opportunity? Anyway, the 4 emperors are famous. If he fights this guy, even if he is killed by this guy, it is not surprising at all. He only needs to say that when he arrives, he has already been killed by Kaido, so he can perfectly deal with his competitor as a general. Saki. These thoughts flashed through his head in an instant. Iger squeezed Sakazuki's name out of his mouth almost word by word. The muscles on his face were directly twisted together. He looked down at Kai. The tone is mixed with some regret in the anger. You're right, it seems that I really can't kill you today. After speaking, without any hesitation, he flashed directly from the figure. The cloud-like body directly turned into a wisp of blue smoke and floated directly into the sky. Haha, it seems that bringing this legion here today is a fairly correct decision. Seeing Iger's hurried departure, Kaido also stood up unhurriedly, then turned his head and glanced at Jinping, who was standing aside with a rather dignified face, and said with a smile, "Why, do you want to kill me too?" "Well, maybe I don't have that ability." Jinbei was taken aback by Kaido's words, and then he replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, neither intending to block nor let him go. "Ha ha ha ha, let's try it then." Kaido raised his head to laugh a few times, and the domineering all over his body surged like thunder again. As soon as the momentum was released, the opposite Jinpei suddenly felt a great pressure. A groan came from his throat, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Facing Iggy and facing Jinbei, Kaido is obviously not the same person. In other words, Iger and Jinpei also faced Kaido, and the state they showed was very different. "Ha ha ha ha, forget it. I still admire this guy and don't want to kill you." Kaido was not polite either. He changed his body directly, instantly transformed into a 1,000-meter giant dragon, stepped on the flame cloud, and walked away leisurely. Chapter 766. Pirates enter the island. Bang bang bang. Above the sky of Fishman Island, the sound of bubble film being smashed sounded one after another, and the ships of the 100 beast pirates crowded into the sky above Fishman Island at a very fast speed, and then poof, fall into the river of the port. Huge water flowers splashed, and every battleship was in an orderly manner, one by one, and in a blink of an eye, they were already outside the city walls of the Murloc nation. What the hell is this? The 2 lobster soldiers who just met Perchhead and Iger this morning can be said to be the first people in the entire Murloc kingdom to see this scene, although it is not like Kaido came to the Murlocs on the Ghost Island. The island was generally shocked, but this ship with a black hole and gun muzzle extended for a few kilometers, which was enough for these 2 people to sweat coldly on their faces. However, before the 2 people could react, their minds were still in a state of shutdown. But the fleet on the opposite side was not polite at all. They had just fallen into the river, and the water had not yet fallen, when they heard a sharp roar. With a sound, the muzzles of the black holes turned to the pair of giant metal gates in unison, and rows of flames spewed out. Bang bang bang. The deafening sound of artillery fire exploded like a thunderbolt, and the black artillery shells roared and pierced the air, smashing straight towards the city gate with heavy kinetic energy. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the entire city wall trembled violently. Before the 2 lobster soldiers could recover, they were shaken to the ground by the sudden huge vibration. Rising up in front of the city wall, pull the alarm. It was not until this time that one of the lobster soldiers finally realized that these pirates were planning to forcibly break through the city gate, and immediately shouted. Another lobster soldier struggled to stabilize his body while shaking, moved to the side of the alarm step by step, and then pressed it down. Squeak underscore. The shrill and sharp sound of the alarm pierced the sky of Fishman Island, and the dilapidated scene in the city was a perfect match for this long-lasting alarm sound. In fact, even if the 2 lobster brothers didn't raise the alarm, it would have no effect, because the moment they raised the alarm, the sturdy city gate was blasted open by crazy ammunition. Look, that's Boss Kaido. As soon as they entered the city gate, the pirates of the capable legion were shocked by the sight in the city. The whole country seemed to have experienced a huge disaster. There were burning flames, broken buildings, and crying everywhere. Crowd, without a second thought, this is definitely the work of Governor Kaido. They looked up and saw Kaido in the form of a giant dragon, stepping on the flame clouds, and the ghost island rising up under him. Now Kaido is leisurely flying towards the sky above Fishman Island. As expected of Governor Kaido, he made Fishman Island like this all by himself. Seeing this scene, the pirates of course felt that Kaido did all this, and now their boss has no interest and is ready to go back, and the rest will be left to them to deal with the aftermath. Sure enough, Kaido's boss above the sky seemed to have discovered them too. The huge dragon eye glanced in the direction of the city wall, and a thunderous voice resounded through the sky. Then, I'll leave it to you. Be smart and leave when it's time to go. I'll go back to recuperate first. After he finished speaking, the flame cloud under his feet suddenly soared, and then the huge body that was winding for a full kilometer stepped on the ghost island and took off at a faster speed. After a while, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Yes, Governor Kaido, leave it to us next. Kaido left quite quickly, and even so, the pirates still respectfully faced the direction he left and saluted, and everyone let out a high-pitched roar. Brothers, Governor Kaido has handed over this country to us. Come on, rush, go on, kill all these pariahs. Each pirate was impassioned, his face flushed with excitement, holding up the sword, spear, sword, and halberd in his hand. The pirates on the boat behind the boat turned down the side of the boat and rushed straight to the nearest village, while the pirates in front of the team turned down the side of the boat. The ship continued to drive forward, and the black holes were aimed at the buildings that had not collapsed. Boom boom boom. The ships quickly spread out along the river of Fishman Island, and groups of artillery fire exploded, and the pitch-black shells shot out, and the terrifying kinetic energy instantly poured on the walls of the houses on the colorful coral reefs. Whoa. The house collapsed suddenly, and the broken coral fragments collapsed and flew out, smashing the surrounding innocent Murloc residents to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Those residents who were already injured in the disaster just now could only limp to escape, but this speed was not worth mentioning in front of the coral reef smashed by the shells, and was immediately pressed to the ground by the huge coral reef. In an instant the pirates were stimulated, and one by one they laughed wantonly, and the muzzle in their hands was aimed at the refugees. Fire it up, fire it up. The pitch-black shell was fired again, leaving a faint black mark in the air. If it was hit, the refugee would surely die. Swish. Seeing the cannonball rapidly magnifying in his eyes, the innocent residents also realized that they might die soon, and slowly closed their eyes. However, the severe pain he imagined did not come. Not only that, but he didn't even feel the slightest vibration. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked at his in front of him. It doesn't matter when he sees it, his pupils are suddenly maximized. You elites known as the 100 Beasts pirates attack these commoners. In front of the Murloc, it was IG who was covered in white mist. At this moment, the black cannonball is hovering in front of Iger, as if being pinched by an invisible hand, unable to move in. The pirates on the opposite side were also taken aback, and they took out their weapons one after another, looking bad. Just now, they didn't feel any breath at all. This person seemed to appear here out of thin air, and was able to catch the cannonball in such an incredible way, and Iger didn't have the mood to bullshit them. With a wave of his palm, the sea water outside the bubble film suddenly vibrated wildly, followed by an invisible giant force that slammed onto the ships nearby. Boom boom boom. In an instant, only an instant, the arrogant beast squad just now was destroyed. Chapter 767 Fish Princess White Star. Sawdust was flying, and 8 or 9 huge ships, together with the pirates loaded on them, were completely wiped out with just a wave of Iger. The Murloc who fell to the ground had seen such a shocking scene at such a close distance. He was stunned on the spot, and before he could react, he suddenly felt light on his body, and then looked back. He was pressing himself to move. Unbelievably huge coral reefs have been removed. Hey, thank you. The Murloc breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He turned around and wanted to say thank you to the white fog, but when he looked over, the white fog had completely disappeared. Damn this damn Kaido. How many people did you call here? In the streets of Fishman Island, Iger's figure quickly shuttled among the ruins. While running, he couldn't help but scold. These guys dispersed too quickly, as if they had gone through some kind of drill. Usually, when they just entered the door, they spread out and moved in all directions. In just 10 minutes, these guys have spread all over the small Fishman Island, and these pirates are like viruses, and they continue to spread. Iger has run back and forth more than a dozen times, trying his best to destroy these pirates, but he really underestimated the size of the Kaido pirates. This Nima, there are thousands of fishing boats. How rich is it to be able to directly throw these people here? Iger didn't understand, but he was annoyed now, because he found that even if he could kill these pirates in seconds, it would take some effort to completely eliminate these pirates. IG couldn't wait. Through what Jinbei told him, he always had an ominous feeling in his heart. Why would Kuzen's call be answered by Sakazuki? And the words were unclear. It's only been a few days, and there must be someone in the Navy. What a huge change. He wants to go back to the Navy as quickly as possible. I don't know if any measures have been initiated at Neptune. Iger muttered to himself, and then his figure flashed, and he reappeared on the high wall next to Calder Square. There, Neptune was talking with the phone bug. His expression was nervous and anxious. Every beard was shaking, and when I saw Iger coming, he put down the phone bug in his hand, and there was some fear in his eyes. Fear. Little John, here you are. Don't say that. Iger was not in the mood to listen to his greetings at all, so he interrupted his words with a wave of his hand and asked, have your royal guard and royal army been dispatched? No hurry. Now the pirates have invaded the village. Alas, Jinbei has already been dispatched. Hearing Iger's words, Neptune also sighed. The first time I saw those guys landed, I sent all the troops to stop them, and I should be able to catch up now, but the strength of our kingdom army army is limited after all, and it was scattered by some pirate soldiers. Those able-bodied legions can't handle it at all. The people who can fight in the entire kingdom, except Neptune, has been fully dispatched, and even the Shark Star Prince rushed out towards the weapon, and Neptune needs to sit in the highlands and take charge of the overall situation. Is there not enough manpower? Iger frowned. Sure enough, the armament of the Fishman country is really not hardcore enough, otherwise it will not be twisted into various appearances under the lewd power of these pirates. In this case, it seems that there is no other way but to be hard. If all these pirates were solved at once, IG could even hit the entire area to the ground. But around the pirates, there were also various Murloc residents and kingdoms. Soldiers are quite prone to accidental injuries. If there is really no way. While thinking about it, Neptune, who was next to him, suddenly gritted his teeth and said something with an inexplicable determination in his tone. I can only use that trick, but she hasn't awakened yet. If she uses that kind of power forcefully, she might even destroy this Fishman Island. What trick? You're also a Murloc, so if you want to come, you can. No. Neptune sighed again. Our Murloc nation has actually been guarding an ancient weapon on the seabed for thousands of years. This is a rumor from the outside world. Sea King? Iggy's eyes lit up. Yes, the ability to control the Sea Kings, as long as you attract countless Sea Kings and let them kill the pirates. However, this method takes quite a long time. After all, it is much more laborious to direct those Sea Kings to act than to control their own bodies. Yes, Neptune nodded with a worried expression. But in fact, our Murloc kingdom has always been the inheritor of the Sea King. The Sea King is not an actual weapon, but an ability. And this ability, every few generations, will be born in the blood of our royal family. Your Princess Bysing is the inheritor of this generation. It's just that she hasn't woken up yet. Well, if you force her to use that kind of power, the Sea Kings will go berserk, and at that time, the entire Fishman Island will be destroyed. Take me there. Before Neptune's words were finished, Iger continued. Well, what? Neptune was a little stunned, as if he didn't quite understand what this guy said. Take me to Shirahoshi and I can fully awaken her powers. Iger raised his head and stared at Neptune's eyes. Although the latter could not see his eyes and expressions, he could still sense his seriousness. In an instant, Neptune realized that the person on the opposite side was serious. Although I don't believe it in my heart, there is absolutely no other way now. Besides, the person in front of me, but just now, just hardened Kaido and beat Kaido to the ground. Such a person, in this kind of it's impossible to lie at the right time. After thinking for a few seconds, Neptune nodded heavily and replied solemnly. Good. Running all the way. In an instant, Neptune and Iger have arrived at the residence of White Star, this incomparably gorgeous white tower. The Murloc princess lives here. Of course, now Iger is no longer in the mood to appreciate the charm of this tower, and directly urged Neptune to open the door. The two of them rushed to Bysing's room without any pause. Colorful corals and bubbles filled the room. A huge shell bed was placed in the center of the room, and the Fishman Princess Shirahoshi was sitting on the bed, watching the two who pushed the door in. Chapter 768. Go protect your country. Is this the mermaid princess? Although Iger had absolutely no mood to think about a mermaid or a princess at this moment, the moment his eyes fell on Bysing, he was still a little dazzled. It's not because of the light shining on this mermaid princess, but because the White Star at this time is already so beautiful. At this age, Bysing was still 10 years ago, and the overall figure was not as huge as the animation, so huge that a certain future One Piece could trampoline on it. The current Bysing's entire body is a circle larger than his own. The sea god's spirit, with long pink hair scattered behind his back and fair skin as fair as a pearl. No, he simply gave away all the pearls that were used for decoration around him. Completely compared to the bottom, blowing bombs can be broken. Even if her lower body is a fishtail, without the graceful curves of a human body at all, just looking at her facial features is enough to make you sink in. The big eyes like crystals on the seafloor are obviously big, but placed on the delicate and pretty nose on the face, as well as the cherry pink lips, can definitely make the whole seabed and even the whole world fascinated by it. Even now, she is only a child. Of course, Iger didn't feel much about this underwater beauty. After all, for him, no matter how beautiful, he was still a child after all. Father, what happened? I seem to hear the chaos outside. Seeing his father and a cloud of white mist walking in, some fearful Bysing did not dare to look at the strange cloud of white mist, but looked at his father with a pair of pitiful eyes and asked, Rao is Neptune, the king of a country, and his heart is on the well-being of the country. Seeing his daughter like this, he couldn't help but feel his heart pumping, and he was at a loss for words for a while. Get down to business now, King Neptune. I just stopped at Bysing for a moment, and Iger didn't hesitate. He turned his head to look at King Neptune, who was obviously caught in some kind of emotion at this time. He stared blankly at his daughter, and the circles of his eyes were slightly blurred. Seeing this scene, Iger also understood understands and turns the conversation around and comforts him. Don't worry, the power I have can quickly awaken her ability and help her master this ability. It will not cause any damage to her body and even give her considerable fighting power. Joke, you have the most orthodox sea god power in this world and you want to pass on your ability to control sea kings to a mermaid who already has this kind of power. King Neptune didn't answer immediately but looked at Shirogane with pity and remorse with an expression of indescribable grief. If you can, I really hope you don't have to fight for the rest of your life. Shirahoshi. Fight. Hearing Neptune's words, Baising's expression became slightly solemn. Although he didn't know what was going on outside, he intuitively told Xiao Beixing that the current situation might be so serious that even his father couldn't solve it. Since she was a child, she has known that there is some extremely powerful force in her body, but she has never been able to control that power well. Father and the white mist weirdo seem to be here for this very thing. If I can fight. Baising's little face was full of determination and he looked at Neptune seriously. If his abilities could come in handy, then he must protect his own country and that white fog monster. Although I didn't see him very much, I don't know why, but the breath that came from him made me feel quite at ease, and that feeling of peace of mind was even stronger than what my father brought me. It was as if he had been his child a long time ago, and I have never even seen him. It is this wonderful feeling that makes little white star surprisingly have no resistance to Iger. Oh, then, let's get started. Neptune sighed heavily again, then waved his palm and stopped talking. Princess Beixing, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Although it may change your fate, I think it's worth it. Trust me. Okay. With Neptune's permission, Iger also spoke to little white star in a gentle tone as much as possible, and at the same time he spoke, the aura from the sea god was released slightly. Good. The effect was outstanding, and Xiao Beixing didn't have any resistance. This scene also made Neptune secretly stunned. In his impression, Xiao Beixing would be afraid of everyone except his three brothers and his parents. I was still thinking about it here, but Iger had already started to act over there, and I saw him approaching Xiao Beixing cautiously, motioning her to hand over his palm. Then, Iger lightly held little white star's palm, followed by a gleaming blue light that lit up from Iger's palm. The bright blue light flickered gently, wrapping Xiao Beixing's entire body, and at the moment when the blue light lit up, Neptune next to him suddenly felt an extremely heavy pressure, and then his fishtail could no longer support his body, and instantly bent, unexpectedly kneel down in the direction of Yi. What's going on? Neptune was shocked. He was the royal family of the Murlocs in the sea. How could he kneel down to a perch head? That smell, what is it? Ancient and vast. I can't even raise the heart of resistance, except for my brain. I want to bow down to him with all my heart. Just as Neptune was horrified, the blue light that spread from Iger to Xiao Beixing suddenly enlarged. It seems that the sound of the light penetrating the entire tower can be heard in the dark, and the blue light instantly penetrates the doors and windows, shrouding the entire tower in it. In the blue, Neptune raised his head with difficulty and saw that the figure of little white star was already suspended high in the air, with both arms raised to the sides, and the fishtail took a rather sacred posture. An extremely ancient and vast aura is exuding from her body. How is this possible? Neptune stared and turned his head, watching the blue light rushing out of the window, sending hundreds of kilometers of support like a beacon in the dark, exposing his position to the world. In the distance, he could feel that there seemed to be some kind of huge life awakening. It was at this time that the terrifying pressure on Neptune suddenly disappeared. His center of gravity was unstable, and he almost fell to the ground, followed by the sound of footsteps and the sound of perch head. Okay, just leave the rest to Princess White Star. I have to trouble your majesty to prepare a boat for me. Chapter 769 Marshall resigns. As expected of a girl who accepted my sea god's breath, this kind of power is really powerful. In the dark and gloomy seabed, a boat wrapped in rainbow bubbles traveled among the chaotic ocean currents, and a sun tree leaf was hung above the bubble film, illuminating the surrounding seawater. Of course, in fact, for the two people on the boat, whether the light is on or not is not that important, because they can feel the huge creatures that hide their bodies in the dark sea water only a few hundred meters away by relying on the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing. Sea kings. Yes, at this moment this small boat wrapped in bubble film is retrograde in a group of sea kings, and the strange thing is that sea kings that can overturn a warship casually at ordinary times. This will see this boat, all with a look of awe, and then avoid it far away. The entire school of Neptune fish has a hollow tunnel formed in the middle for this boat to pass through. Ige-kun, your ability is really exaggerated. On the boat, a large blue murloc wearing a blue-printed karate suit and a sun mark on his chest could not help but exclaim as he watched the giant creatures swim past one after another outside the bubble wrap. That's right, the two people who were riding on the bubble film boat and traveling up against the bodies of countless sea kings were Jinpei and Iger, who had just left the Murloc kingdom. At this moment Iger has also changed into a human form again, and he no longer has to live on the body of the perch head, which is also quite gratifying to him. His eyes passed through the bubble film and swept across the terrifying creatures that existed in the deep abyss. There was also a shock in his eyes. If he lived in the 21st world, it would be impossible to see such a scene. The reason why the Sea Kings are called Sea Kings is because their size is so large that they can completely dominate the situation. They are many times more powerful than sharks and killer whales. They are 50 meters long to one. It is 100 meters long, and some are even 200 meters long, which is several times larger than the blue whale on the earth. And these behemoths, there are tens of thousands of them in groups, and they all set off towards the Fishman Island. It is difficult for Iger to imagine that with the little pirates that Kaido left on the island, they can still turn over what wave. Speaking of Fishman Island, don't worry too. Iger walked up to Jinbei, patted the latter's shoulder on tiptoe, and said softly, "Your Princess White Star has completely mastered the power of the Sea King, and even with my help she has been able to manipulate the Sea King and the surrounding sea water as she pleases. Even if the world's official government wants to come here to do things in the future, son, we have to weigh up. Thank you for today's matter, Ige-kun, and I am very grateful." In fact, Jinpei knew about Iger's words a long time ago, and he nodded heavily at the moment and then gave Iger a bow and thanked him. "It's just that, Little John, is it okay to stay in the palace?" Little John is naturally the perch head possessed by Iger. When Iger and Neptune wanted to leave, he only said that Jinbei was going to the naval headquarters and he still wanted to stay in the palace. In this way, Little John stayed in the fisherman country and became a general protecting the country with a detached status, and Iger quietly followed Jinping to the ship that left the fisherman island. Iger couldn't help but be amused when he remembered the timid look of the perch head when he was about to leave. He will make a good general. I gave him the essence of the two colors of domineering and also passed on some of the power of the sea god to him. He can use the power of the ocean to exercise himself anytime, anywhere, and he can also use the power of the ocean in battle, although the combat power is still worse than the Jinping a little bit, but with time he can definitely become an excellent guardian of the kingdom. Really, that's really not bad. That kid can be considered a huge benefit. Although Jinbei didn't know what Iger gave to the perch head, what he could know was that since Iger said so, it must have been given to him so that he could take up the position of general protector of the country. It's good. Maybe if it's not good, maybe that kid will become stronger than himself in the future. Hey, the fisherman country is all over. The secret of Sea King has been kept. Kaido's attack has also been defended. The White Star can also protect the fisherman country, and even Little John can be a man again. So now, Iger's eyes were a little deep, and he looked up at the dark sea water. The expression on his face changed from a sigh of relief to dignified and cold again. "Sakazuki, let's do a good calculation on this account. From the bottom of the Fishman Island, it takes a long time for Jinbei to float to the surface. If the float is too fast, the bubbles will explode." Considering this reason, the two rushed from the Fishman Island to the Navy headquarters. Even with a legendary helmsman like Shiping, it took 4 or 5 days. On this day, the bubble wrap finally completed its final mission. It emerged from a sea surface about a few kilometers away from the Navy headquarters and then burst into a stream of foam with a pop sound. As soon as they surfaced, Iggy and Jinpei felt an unusual atmosphere. Although the two men's ship had not yet docked and they could only see the appearance of the naval base on the opposite side, they still felt that now the Navy headquarters seems to be different from before. The two of them didn't speak. They were sailing towards the base of the naval headquarters. They had just walked less than 100 meters when a familiar cry came from the sky. The seagull called twice just above the boat and then dropped a newspaper. This newspaper came quite timely. Iger had long wanted to know what happened to the naval headquarters after the battle between himself and the White Mask. Even if he asked Kuzan at the time, the answer he got was evasive, as if he was hiding something. Without any hesitation, Iger raised his palm and a burst of suction burst out. The newspaper floating in the air was immediately pulled and flew straight towards Iger's hand. Iger was a little impatient and opened the newspaper immediately. However, when I spread out the newspaper and saw the first line of large characters, Iger fell into an ice cave. The Admiral of the Navy resigned and the new general is about to take office. Chapter 770. Get out. This Nima is teasing me. Ever since Iggy came to this pirate world, he has never made such a scream. At this moment, this stomping of the foot can make the whole Fishman Island shake 3 times. Holding a newspaper in his hand, his eyes are about to fall to the ground. Is this horse riding for real? There was a huge accident in the Navy headquarters recently. The scale was so large that it almost destroyed the great shipping route. Marshal Kong, Admiral Sengoku, and naval hero Karp were summoned to the Holy Land Marine Captain Vando 2 days ago to be investigated. The details of the investigation are not yet known, but the day after they returned to the Navy headquarters, Marshal Kong called an emergency call. At the press conference, it was announced that he would step down as a naval marshal and be replaced by the General Sengoku. As for the naval hero Carp, he has not been affected too much. Under the current situation where the admiral resigns and the admiral takes over, the position of admiral in the naval headquarters is vacant, and this is the opportunity for the birth of a new admiral. A new admiral is about to take office. Iger browsed through the entire article at a very fast speed, and his brows twitched a little after reading a line. When he saw the last sentence, a brand new general is about to take office, he instantly understood. What's going on with the Navy now? Has something happened? Iger-kun. Jinpei, who was at the helm next to him, heard Iger's scream, and he couldn't help but shudder. It must be a big event to make Iger make such a scream. Yes, and this matter is not small. Iger slowly put away the newspaper, turned his eyes to the naval headquarters in the distance, and pondered. The marshal has been replaced, and there are no generals in the Navy headquarters. Now the Navy is like a leader leading a group of lieutenants. Everyone is staring at the position of the general, and they are all secretly competing. No wonder no one cares about us. The current Navy is probably not in the mood to engage in other things at all. Well, is it like this? After hearing Iger's summary, Jinbei was also stunned for a moment, and then he realized that this naval headquarters is now in a mess. Whoever moves will consume his own strength and lose a chance to win. But with Lieutenant General Kyuzen's character, no matter how busy he is, he will come to help him, and he will not let Sakazuki answer the phone. There must be something strange about this. Just thinking about it, the boat has come to the front of the harbor of the naval headquarters under the control of Jinbei, who, as soon as they landed on the shore, the two heard a roar amplified by a horn from the base opposite, and then a pair of Navy soldiers ran over with guns and stood in a row at the port. Looking at these Navy soldiers running over, Iger also felt a kindness in his heart for no reason. Immediately, he smiled and said to the Navy soldiers on the opposite side, "I'm Yige, Lieutenant General Yige. It seems that you are all right. So good." Iger's gaze passed over these Navy soldiers and looked towards the building behind them. He saw that the tall Navy office building had been repaired, and there were also a group of Navy soldiers gathered there on the training ground. Obviously there was some activity. Iger was immediately relieved and smiled at the pair of Navy soldiers. However, he didn't expect that before he finished speaking, the Navy soldiers on the opposite side lifted their black muzzles in unison. Right to Iger, he forcibly held back what he was about to say. "Do you think you can get away with just reporting your name? What about Lieutenant General Iger, who has already died in the battle with Kaido? Tell me honestly, what are you guys doing here, huh?" As soon as these words came out, Iger and Jinpei were dumbfounded at the time, and they stared at each other for a long time before they finally realized what the Navy soldiers on the opposite side had just said. "You said," Iger pointed to the sailor who spoke just now, and then pointed to himself after a while. "I'm dead." "Who said that? Hey, who else said that?" The Navy snorted disdainfully. "You don't even know Lieutenant Admiral Sakazuki, and you still want to say that you are a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters?" Boom. The Navy soldier hadn't finished speaking. To be precise, he just said the name Sakazuki when he suddenly felt that there was a peerless beast in the body of the child opposite, and suddenly woke up. Swish, click click. The pores of the Navy soldier's body opened instantly, and before he could react, he just felt that the child appeared directly in front of him. "Don't move." All the Navy soldiers were shocked and subconsciously wanted to raise their guns to shoot, but they didn't realize until they picked up the guns that the barrels in their hands had been broken into two pieces at an unknown time, and the broken ends were crackling. "Fall down." "What?" The Navy soldier who made a big statement was stunned for a moment, and before he could scream, a fist quickly enlarged in his eyes and then slammed into his face. Boom. The heavy muffled sound sounded in an instant, and the crisp bone cracking sound also spread to the ears of the surrounding Navy soldiers. The next second, this group of Navy soldiers saw in horror that the guy's body was shot straight on the ground. On the ground, even the ground where the Navy headquarters was poured with metal was smashed with deep impressions. Cough cough cough. The Navy soldier slammed his back on the ground. His internal organs were violently displaced, and he coughed violently immediately, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "How can this child be so strong?" I said. The Navy soldier was knocked down with a punch, and Iger's face was as hard as iron. That face that looked a little immature and handsome. At this moment there was an irresistible feeling of oppression like an overlord. He looked at the rest of the Navy, his voice low. "Sakazuki, what is it?" He said. "I'm dead, and I'm really dead." "Do you really believe it?" Seeing Iger's gaze swept over, and feeling the sense of terrifying oppression emanating from him, these Navy soldiers suddenly panicked, shaking their heads and waving their hands again and again. "No no no no, it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding." Yes yes yes, Lieutenant Lieutenant General Eagle. We are blind to Tarzan. Come around us. This is all arranged by Lieutenant General Sakaski. Seeing the sweaty begging of these Navy soldiers, Iger didn't care too much, just snorted coldly and walked straight towards the interior of the Navy. In the next second, its furious voice resounded throughout the naval headquarters. Sakaski, get out of here. Chapter 771. Are you going to choose a general? Sakaski, two-faced bastard, get out of here. A furious roar erupted from Iger's throat, with thousands of thunder blessings wrapping his voice, resounding directly through the entire naval base like thunder on the ground. No, this voice is Iger. The rolling thunder not only did not cover Iger's voice, but also made his voice clearer and more domineering. In an instant, everyone in the entire naval base could hear it clearly. One by one, the naval soldiers and generals at all levels stopped what they were doing at this moment, raised their heads, and listened carefully to the long-lasting voice hovering in the air. On the thick shock, this voice, the naval soldiers who have seen the style of Lieutenant General Iger and heard his voice with their own ears will never forget it. There is absolutely nothing wrong. This is the voice of Lieutenant General Iger. Lieutenant General Iger is still alive. Didn't Lieutenant General Sakaski say that Lieutenant General Iger had already been killed by Emperor Kaido on Fishman Island? Shouldn't it be his? Impossible. But if it was Lieutenant General Iger, it should be possible, right? Regarding what Sakaski said before, they felt that it was not in vain to some extent. Lieutenant General Iger should be against Kaido. In that case, it was concluded that Iger would be killed by Kaido. Not surprising. But now, Lieutenant General Iger actually appeared at this naval base alive. Isn't that the explanation? Lieutenant General Iger was able to come back safe and sound in the head-on conflict with Kaido. This is too scary. Boom. When the vast majority of the Navy soldiers were terrified by Iger's voice, an explosion, accompanied by a violent vibration, suddenly exploded. In the next second, the window of the office building of the Navy headquarters shattered, and then a figure drew a blurry black shadow in the air, like an arrow from the string, and went straight towards the IGE explosion that was heading for the Navy headquarters. Shoot away, IG. The speed of that figure was quite fast, and just after everyone heard the sound, the figure appeared in front of Iger with a rather long sound. As for this menacing figure, Iger just stopped in his footsteps, and then quietly raised his head to face the rushing figure. His face was just as hard as the wrath of thunder, and suddenly there was a touch of it. Relaxed smile, because the visitor is the one he misses a lot in his line. Lieutenant General Garp. Boom. In just an expression change time, Garp's two iron legs have deeply smashed the ground in front of Iger, and then raised his head. His bloodshot eyes stared at Iger fiercely. IG. His voice was trembling, his face was full of messy stubble, his originally healthy dark face was a little sickly sallow for some reason, and his eyes were surrounded by black. Apparently he hadn't closed his eyes for several days. Iger also looked at Garp, and felt a little inexplicable in his heart. It seems that after he disappeared, Garp also suffered a considerable blow. It was only a few days ago. He was so strong and healthy, and even a punch, Garp, who could blow up the mountains, turned into a little old man, so haggard. And when Garp saw Iger, he couldn't even say a word at all. He repeated Iger's name in his mouth, and his two big hands tightly grasped Iger's arm, shaking violently. Grandpa, you're worried. I'm back. Iger took a deep breath, resisted the excitement in his heart, opened his arms and hugged Garp opposite, and said softly. In his arms, he seemed to be able to feel that the old man was shaking, obviously trying to restrain something. After a long time, Garp finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a tired and hoarse voice slowly sounded. It's all right. It's all right. Well, isn't this Lieutenant General Iger? You've finally returned safely. I'm really happy. I've always wanted you to come back. Just as Kopug's grandparents reunited, a familiar voice sounded not far away. Iger looked back over Garp's shoulder and saw Sakaski, who was 100 meters away, slowly walking towards the two with a group of Navy soldiers. Oh, Lieutenant General Sakaski, you really said everything. Letting go of Garp, Iger's whole face turned back to a steel-like coldness, and he sneered heavily. You were the one who said that he would immediately contact the surrounding naval bases to come to support, and you were the one who said that I lost to Kaido and was killed in the end. Now that I'm back, I've always wanted me back. It's you. Why, your rockberry is really. Did you have three mouths? You. Sakaski heard Iger's words, and subconsciously wanted to justify it in public, saying such things could have a considerable impact on his reputation. Of course, his heart is naturally quite shocked. This guy is facing that Kaido. For Emperor Kaido. Even if it is yourself, it will definitely be quite embarrassing to face Kaido, right? How did this guy come back? How can he still look like a normal person? However, before he could say anything, he felt that the air in the entire naval headquarters was suddenly much heavier. When he looked up, he saw Garp's hunched figure on the opposite side suddenly straightened up, turbulent. His arrogance erupted like a tsunami. Sakaski, is what he said true? Seeing Garp's reaction, Sakaski Sakaski was also a little worried for a while. In his imagination, Iger was perfectly resolved by Kaido, and he released the news a little earlier, but it was nothing. At most he is targeting Kaido, but now this guy has come back, and it is himself who has to face Garp's anger. The opposite Garp saw Sakaski's reaction and immediately understood, and then the black iron color of his fists spread, and the momentum that could crush everything was ready to erupt like a volcano. However, just when he could no longer contain the anger in his heart, his tense arm was suddenly held down by a hand, and when he looked back, his grandson was looking at him with a smile. "Leave it to me, Grandpa. There are some things you can't rely on the elders to succeed," Iger said, and walked in front of Sakaski. His eyes were as calm as water. "You've done so much. Don't you just want to become a general? I'll give you this chance. Let's duel." Chapter 772. The duel begins. Duel. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. All the Navy soldiers who came to watch the fun were stunned on the spot. This really is Lieutenant General Iger, and he can still do things so well. Everyone's eyes are full of surprise. This Lieutenant General Iger will not come back, and he will directly duel with Lieutenant General Sakaski once he comes back. And it was in these people's amazed eyes that Iger continued to say something like a bombshell. "The loser will automatically withdraw from the admiral competition." Whoa. This time, everyone couldn't hold back. Even Sakaski's mouth twitched, and the other Navy soldiers were even more discussing. "Iggy, don't make trouble." After listening to Iger's words, Garp stepped forward and grabbed Iger's arm, frowning tightly. "To say that in this Navy, there are only a few people who are qualified to serve as generals. The first is the threshold of combat effectiveness. This alone is enough to wipe out the vast majority of people. Now, some people in the Lieutenant General's regiment have combat effectiveness that is far beyond ordinary people, and they also have accumulated illustrious military exploits. But it is in this combat power that we are far behind. In the entire Navy, those who can reach the threshold of being a general are probably the veteran lieutenant generals of his generation, and then there are the students who were taught by Zifa back then. Sakaski, Kyuzen, Holusalino, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, etc. are the leaders of the lieutenant generals. These people, whether it is military exploits or combat power, are absolutely sufficient, and the best among these people are Sakaski, Kyuzen, and Paul Salino. Kyuzen's strength Garp knows. After all, he is quite familiar with himself, and Iger has played against him before, and it ended in a draw. Paul Salino has always been elusive because of the ability of the fruit. These three, the strongest among the people may be Sakaski. This guy, no bragging, is definitely a marshal, and Iger proposed to duel him, which is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. Not only is Sakaski's strength stronger than Kyuzen, but also because the duel between the navies is a real battle of life and death. In any case, Iger is a child, and it is hard for Garp to believe that he can have the temperament of Sakaski. Of course, Iger must be aware of this worry, and he patted Garp's arm at the moment, smiled at the latter, and comforted. "Don't worry, grandfather, I said that I want to be an admiral. Don't you think this opportunity has come?" After he finished speaking, he ignored Garp's obstruction and walked straight towards the martial arts field, leaving a sentence in the distance. "Come on Sakaski, stop the ink. I've come back. Even if it's a normal procedure, you will definitely meet me. I just came back, and even my strength has not fully recovered. If you want to beat me, take advantage of it now." Bar. This guy. Looking at the back of Iger, who was far away, Sakaski also gritted his teeth secretly. This guy just came back. He stole the limelight. Before this guy came, he was the leader of the younger generation of the Navy, not only in combat ability, but also in commanding ability, analytical ability, and even decision-making ability. He was the most outstanding existence. But since this guy named Iggy entered the Navy, all the limelight has been robbed by him, and even this guy has raved about what kind of admiral he wants to be. And the most disturbing thing is that this guy, the strength and prestige shown, really has this qualification, but he is only 8 years old. It is precisely because of this that Sakaski listed him as a dangerous object. This person is definitely the biggest obstacle on his way. Definitely get rid of him. However, defeating him when he is not fully recovered would obviously damage his reputation. Sakaski opened his mouth and just wanted to speak, but suddenly felt Garp's gaze behind him. The latter's face really made him look quite chilled, and the words he was about to say suddenly choked in his throat. Then, Garp's voice came over in a low voice. "My grandson wants to duel you right now. What's your dissatisfaction?" Sakaski. Well, being stared at by Garp like this, although Sakaski was a little uncomfortable, he was also a lieutenant general, at least in the army, and he could be on an equal footing with Garp. He snorted and turned his head from another head towards the martial arts field. "Since it was Lieutenant General Iger's initiative, then I have no reason not to agree. I just want to take care of myself. When I lose, I just hope that I don't blame others." Martial arts arena. The news of Lieutenant General Iger's strong return, and the news that he challenged Lieutenant General Sakaski at the first time spread to everyone's ears at an extremely fast speed. In fact, even if everyone didn't know it was "What's the matter? I heard Lieutenant General Iger's roar, so I should go ask each other." Although there are some Navy soldiers who have not seen what Lieutenant General Iger looks like, they have heard the legend of Lieutenant General Iger. In any case, the martial arts field at this moment is already full of people. Everyone is holding a camera and snacks, sitting in their seats, watching the two figures in the field, one red and one white. It was Sakaski and Iger. Then, the rules of the duel: the two sides cannot exceed the scope of the martial arts arena, and then, one side admits defeat or has no ability to fight again, and the other side wins. Some helpless voices from the Warring States period resounded through the martial arts field through the microphone. At this moment he is standing in front of the main podium as the notary and host of this duel. His eyes are full of worry. After talking about what he just said, he turned off the microphone, sneaked into Karp's ear and asked, "Yurigi, can you do it? He and Kuzan can draw a tie, but Sakaski is stronger than him." In this regard Karp also shrugged non-committally, but his expression did not fluctuate too much, as if he didn't care about Sakaski's record of annihilating 50 pirates in the past. Let this matter be left to Iger. Since he wants to be an admiral, he has to go through this step. Moreover, since he dares to challenge Sakaski directly, it shows that he is sure. Sengoku didn't quite understand Garp's confidence, but since even the grandfather insisted on it, he couldn't say anything, so he cleared his throat and announced to Mike again, "Okay, then I announce duel Sakaski vs IG. Start now." Chapter 773 Lieutenant General Iger vs Sakaski. Duel start. As soon as the voice of the Warring States fell, the entire audience was boiling. Lieutenant General Iger and Lieutenant General Sakaski, right in front of them at this very moment, are about to start this long-awaited battle. In fact, long before Lieutenant Admiral Eagle returned to the Navy headquarters, even before Lieutenant General Eagle fought CP0 White Mask them, it can be traced back to Lieutenant General Eagle just came to Lieutenant Admiral the second day and solved the when the Lieutenant Generals of the General Regiment were still tied with Lieutenant General Kuzan. The Navy soldiers had already begun to look forward to this match. To be precise, it was starting to look forward to the battle between Lieutenant Admiral Iger and all the other high-ranking admirals in the Navy, and this one between him and Sakaski is the most eye-catching one. Although it was said that Lieutenant General Iger and Lieutenant General Kuzan were tied, but in fact everyone knows that these two people have not fought to the level of exhaustion, so in some legends among them there will be some kind of statement that Lieutenant General Iger is obviously not doing his best. But for this statement, a large number of naval soldiers are dismissive. Lieutenant General Iger did not use his full strength. Isn't Lieutenant General Kuzan the same? Kuzan, Palsalino, and Sakaski, these three lieutenant generals, were all men who were called monsters as soon as they entered the Navy. How many are left behind? Even the talented Lieutenant General Iger was somewhat tender in front of these three people who were also talented. What's more, in the Navy's internal consideration table, Lieutenant General Sakaski's strength is even stronger than Lieutenant General Kuzan, and today's game is a duel. All of a sudden, in front of Sakaski's prestige, Lieutenant General Iger's possible winning chips all seemed a little weak. Most of the naval soldiers in the field felt that the probability of Lieutenant General Sakaski winning was hundreds of times greater than Lieutenant General Iger. Of course, this did not delay them looking forward to this wonderful battle. Go on, Lieutenant General Sakaski. Come on, Lieutenant Admiral Eagle. There will definitely be a place for you in the future as an admiral. Both of you must do your best. The cheers and shouts that were higher than the sound were intertwined in layers and turned into a huge sound wave, drowning the atmosphere of the entire martial arts field. However, in the midst of such a lively wave, Sakaski and Iger stood in the middle of the martial arts arena, facing each other, without any movement, as calm as the cheers around them, nothing to do with the two at all. What did you do to Kuzan? In the cheers, Iger's voice fell quite clearly in Sakaski's ears. His face was calm, and his eyes were calm. Kuzan? Hearing Iger's question, Sakaski was stunned for a moment, but his face sank even after he understood what Iger meant. That guy went out on a mission. I answered the phone for him. You want to kill me with Kaido's hand? Before Sakaski's words were finished, Iger asked immediately, if Kaido can really do it, that would be great. Sakaski seemed to smile, and a stiff arc appeared on his stiff face. There is a seeking. If you can't come back, then you are not qualified to participate in the position of general. I don't agree with the kind of thinking you and Burgapunk said. If you become a general in the future, I'm afraid I'll be miserable. Yes, then don't say more. Hearing the good news that Kuzan was okay from Sakaski's mouth, Iger was relieved in his heart. Let's get started. Before he finished speaking, Iger burst into a terrifying breath all over his body, and even the surrounding air hummed violently. I won't let go. Seeing that Iger had opened his stance, burst into breath, and felt the surging power like the ocean, again. Sakaski shook his head secretly in his heart. This Iger, after all, fought with Kaido. Even if he was not injured, the consumption was quite huge. Now, his breath is obviously a little vain. If he wants to duel with himself in this state, he can only say this guy is really too big. Hush, huh. Taking a deep breath and then exhaling him for a long time, Sakaski calmed his breath, condensed it in his danchin, and then ignited like a piece of charcoal in a stove from crimson light. It was like a bonfire suddenly ignited in a room where all the heat was siphoned off by the cold winter. When Sakaski let out his breath, all the Navy soldiers and admirals were in at the same time. An amazing heat wave broke out in the field. The red light filled the entire martial arts field in an instant, releasing its scorching temperature into the surrounding air. As if the boiling water was boiled in an instant, the air above the martial arts field boiled one after another. In just a few seconds, the Navy soldiers in the surrounding stands were already sweating. Immediately afterwards, the red shirt on Sakaski's body seemed to be ignited by flames, giving birth to a fire, and then slowly melted. Grumpy. One by one, the bubbles continued to bulge and burst on his body, splashing the crimson and gray-white viscous liquid around him. At this moment, Sakaski's entire upper body was completely destroyed. It turned into red-hot magma mixed with gray and white. Boy, I would like to advise you at last that you have to sacrifice your life for a duel. If you don't have this kind of awareness, it's not too late to regret it now. In the gurgling magma, red light illuminated Sakaski's angular face, and his loud and powerful voice, against the background of the hot magma, slowly reached Iger's ears. In the scorching heat, Iger's aura was undoubtedly much weaker. However, even so, Iger's expression was still incomparably flat. He just glanced at Sakaski lightly, and then smiled lightly. Don't worry, do your best. Hearing Iger's answer, Sakaski couldn't help but snorted coldly from his nose, then stopped talking, and the red light on his body became more and more shining. The dog bites the red lotus. Chapter 774. How does this dog tooth look like a pot of rice? Gollum. Sakaski's voice has just fallen, and the body that has melted into magma suddenly burst into large swaths of boiling bubbles. The red light was prosperous, and the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly increased a lot at this moment. If the previous Sakaski was a magma man intertwined with red and gray, so now Sakaski is undoubtedly a moving volcano with scorching red light all over his body. Gollum. The scorching temperature was no longer content to just heat the surrounding air, and instead went all the way down, eroding the ground beneath Sakaski's feet. In the blink of an eye, the ground he was standing on was melted into a small pool of magma by the terrifying temperature on his body, and his strong body was slightly sunken. Call. Sakaski waved his arm, followed by a gust of hot wind, and the arm that seemed to be made of steel was slowly dyed a rich dark red color, and the clothes and skin muscles on the surface began to melt, dropped into a lump of molten lava. Immediately afterwards, Sakaski did not hesitate, and his arm that turned into semi-liquid magma slammed into the magma pool below him fiercely. In the next second, everyone felt it at the same time, and a violent vibration instantly spread throughout the entire martial arts arena. Is that what Lieutenant General Sakaski did? The dog bites the red lotus. That is the ability to use the terrifying magma to completely swallow the opponent. I'm afraid Lieutenant General Iger can't stand this blow, right? Did he actually use this move from the beginning? It seems that Lieutenant General Sakaski is planning a quick solution. The red light was bright, the air was hot, the ground was trembling, and the surrounding Navy soldiers also began to have a heated discussion. Most of them knew this trick, the group's terrifying tricks. In the face of this kind of skill, no one thinks Iger can handle it. And just when everyone was thinking, the ground that was shaking violently suddenly became quiet, and then the Navy uniforms that had been soaked in sweat and dried by high temperature seams through layers of perspiration at once. The next second, accompanied by an exclamation, a dazzling red light completely enveloped the entire martial arts field. I saw Sakaski's arm slowly pulled out from the magma pool. I thought it was just pulling out the arm, but who knows, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, and that arm is not there yet. Pull it out. And it wasn't until the distance of about 100 meters passed that Lieutenant General Sakaski finally stood up straight, and at the same time, on his shoulders, lay a three-headed vicious dog that was 100 meters long, completely different from the magma on Sakaski just now. The three vicious dogs born from the ground were covered in glowing steel and rocks. The huge head had a bloody mouth, and the sharp canine teeth were jagged, and scorching saliva flowed from the corner of the mouth. The scorching bubbles on the huge body emerged one after another, and the terrifying high temperature even distorted the air around it. Roar. It is obviously a three-headed dog, but the sound coming from the dog's mouth is a vicious beast roar. Sakaski didn't hesitate. The three-headed dog aimed directly at Iger, who was 100 meters away, and the magma at his shoulder swelled. Then the terrifying force like a volcanic eruption exploded in an instant, and the magma three-headed dog with a body of 100 meters, like a stone erupted by the volcano, blasted towards Yai. The red light shining three-headed dog exudes a terrifying high temperature all over its body. Even if it passes at a lightning speed, the ground along the way is still melted into a soft stone liquid by the terrifying high temperature. This terrifying high temperature, don't think about it, no matter who gets on it, it will definitely be completely burned to ashes. Lieutenant General Iger, it's hard. In the hearts of everyone, they couldn't help but skip this sentence, and even Sengoku and Garp's fists were inadvertently clenched tightly. Eagle, be careful. With the rapid passing of the magma three-headed dog, everyone's eyes quickly shifted to Iger, and what made everyone quite incredible was that in the face of Sakaski's attack that could melt everything, Lieutenant General Iger, he was still standing there with a calm expression on his face. Swish. The distance of 100 meters is approaching in an instant, and the magma three-headed dog exuding crimson light is already on the verge of Iger in the blink of an eye. The crimson saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, melting the ground under his feet into a pool, and the scorching rays of light from his body had already ignited the navy uniform on his body with sparks. And it was not until this time that Iger finally slowly raised his arm, and a red-black viscous substance spread rapidly from his arm, covering his entire upper body in an instant. The next moment, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the magma three-headed dog emitting a sun-like crimson light has opened its mouth and bit Iggy. This kid, I really don't know how high the sky is. Seeing that Iger was just wrapping his domineering arrogance, he dared to bite the bullet and take his own attack, and a sneer appeared on Sakaski's face. In addition to the domineering arrogance wrapped around the magma, the terrifying high temperature attached to the magma is the real killer. Well, let this guy suffer from this loss. It can be regarded as a lesson for him. Sakaski thought so in his heart, and then looked at the magma three-headed dog on the opposite side with some ease. The current Iger should have been struggling in the three-headed dog's stomach. However, as keen as him, he found something wrong. Why is the audience around so quiet? All of them opened their mouths as if they had seen something extraordinary. Also, why does your own magma three-headed dog keep that big mouth open? Click, click, click. However, before he could react, the sound of shattering sounded one after another in front of him, and then he was horrified to see that twisted red and black cracks quickly passed from the back of the three-headed dog's head. It began to spread, and in a blink of an eye, it had spread all over the body of the three-headed dog. This is what? Boom. Before Sakaski's muttering was finished, he heard a bang. The three-headed dog in front of him suddenly seemed to have swallowed a nuclear bomb, and his entire body was blown into pieces in an instant. In the rain of debris that filled the sky, Iggy's figure still stood opposite and even smiled at him. You bastard, how come you look like a crockpot? Chapter 775 Invalid. It's just crunch. The crimson magma three-headed dog exploded into flint that filled the sky in Iger's hands, and when all the flint slowly cooled into pieces of volcanic rock and scattered all over the ground, everyone was horrified to see that Iger, who should have been swallowed by the three-headed dog, actually held the two canine teeth of the three-headed dog and played with it in his hand. After playing for a while, he seemed to have accidentally used a lot of strength, and a huge force exploded directly in his hand and passed it to Canine Fang along his fingertips. In just an instant, the two canine teeth had become all over the ground of crumbs. Call _ a gust of breeze blew past, and the gentle force slowly blew the crumbs away, turning them into a flurry of dust, and the entire scene, like the dust that was lifted up, lost any sound. How possible? Almost all the Navy chanted a sentence in their hearts, and their mouths were so stiff that they couldn't make any sound at all. Everyone held their chins with both hands, and then retracted them little by little, and their eyes were almost straight. What is this, Nima? This guy actually smashed Lieutenant General Sakaski's dog into the Red Lotus with his bare hands, and crushed it with his bare hands. That is magma with a temperature of several thousand degrees. Moreover, the body of this magma three-headed dog is also wrapped with the powerful and domineering arrogance of Lieutenant General Sakaski. That's it. It was crushed by this guy with his bare hands. This Lieutenant General Iger is indeed a monster. Such an eye-catching scene. Not only the Navy soldiers in the surrounding stands, but also Garp and Sengoku's eyes widened, and the wrinkles on the two old faces were completely relaxed. Cap, your grandson is really amazing. Warring States coughed lightly and said something dry, his eyes full of shock. Yeah, right. The old man also thinks it's amazing. Garp also snorted the old snot that came out of his nose, but he didn't know what to say. Of course, compared to Garp and Sengoku, the shock in Sakaski's heart was absolutely overwhelming. The old face, which was originally as hard as steel, was as stiff as a volcanic rock falling on the ground for a while. Eyes full of incredible. This Nima, is this really something an individual can do? Since this is your move, then next, it's my turn. There was a strange silence, but it was broken by Sakaski's voice. And it was at the moment when this voice sounded, Sakaski woke up from the silent horror just now, because in his perception, the Eiger on the opposite side was originally like a dead tree. Ordinary breath suddenly soared to an extremely terrifying level. It's like the cat who has been teasing the mouse to play, loses interest all of a sudden, and then completely shows its claws and fangs at the mouse. And I don't know why, Sakaski has an inexplicable illusion, as if he is the mouse. But no matter what, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that now he feels an indescribable kind of danger. As expected of a high-ranking naval general who has made outstanding achievements on the battlefield, Sakaski's reaction was quite fast. The moment he felt the killing intent from Eiger, his hand also moved instantly. Volcanic meteor. A loud and powerful roar immediately erupted between Sakaski's throat, and the next moment the air and ground that had just cooled down boiled again in an instant. The crimson lava flames erupted, filling the entire range of the martial arts field in an instant. The terrifying high temperature almost turned half of the range of the martial arts field into a whole lava pond. Grumpy. The scorching bubbles rose frantically from Sakaski's shoulders that had turned into lava. As the bubbles continued to rise, Sakaski's shoulders became more and more bulging, and this bulging, it was also when it reached a critical point. It finally reached the extreme point, and then it exploded. Boom boom boom. Countless dark red lava, like frantically sprayed out from above Sakaski's shoulders towards the sky, crackling as if it were not worth the money. Sky throws it out. Buzz buzz. One after another domineering sprayed out from Sakaski's body, and instantly caught up with the lava mass that was thrown into the sky. Then, the dark red lava cloud that covered almost the entire sky instantly became red. Rise. Swish swish. Without any delay, Sakaski's thoughts moved, and the lava clumps filled the sky, like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing down. The entire sky was burned into a dark red, and the lava mass seemed to be the funeral of hell at this moment. Everything in the entire martial arts field must be completely reduced to ashes. In the face of this overwhelming terrorist attack, Eiger just smiled lightly. He looked up at the mass of lava that fell from the sky. With the thought, every pore on his body stretched out, a mass of red-black viscous substance. The red and black viscous liquid gathered on the surface of Eiger's body, and the pseudopodia were connected to each other, covering Eiger's whole person in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, Eiger stopped looking at the lava meteor shower, took a step, and walked towards the opposite Sakaski step by step. Boom boom boom. The lava meteorite fell madly, with the terrifying high temperature that can burn everything and the heavy kinetic energy of falling from a high place. One after another smashed on Eiger's body. Almost instantly, the surrounding of Eiger's body became a piece of debris, a sea of lava. However, a strange scene happened. The pieces of lava meteorites that hit Eiger in between burst into pieces, or were absorbed by Eiger's skin, and Eiger was in the whole process. The figure has not changed in any way, and even the footsteps have not trembled. What? How is this possible? The strange scene in front of him made Sakaski look stupid, and when he was thinking about how to deal with this kid, his heart suddenly jumped, and then a flower appeared in front of him, and his whole body was wrapped in red and black sticky. Ignatius in the liquid suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he raised his red and black fist, aimed it at Sakaski's face, and smashed it down. Chapter 776. One punch. Lieutenant General Eagle, what skill is that? It's okay to be hit by magma. This is too strong. 80% of the weird things made with his fruit power, but I have to say, this trick is really too powerful. The high temperature didn't even hurt him, although it is said that this battle does not have the explanation of the national character face. But everyone's enthusiasm for watching the game was not low at all, and their eyes and mouth were not pulled down by the actions of the two people on the field, especially when everyone saw that Lieutenant General Eiger was wearing a black-red viscous liquid and stood still in the magma meteor shower as if nothing had happened. Everyone was dumbfounded. This hand is really too strong, and just when everyone was amazed, Yige in the field bowed slightly. This is a fairly small movement, and in the eyes of the surrounding Navy soldiers, it is even just an inadvertent shaking. In the eyes of Sakaski, who fell on the opposite side, this is the signal of an attack. The black pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of pinholes, and the moment Sakaski caught Igna's tiny movements, the pores all over his body opened. Swish. Sakaski just reacted, and he didn't wait for him to make any moves. I only felt a flower in front of my eyes, followed by a horrified discovery. Eiger, who was still 100 meters away from him just now, appeared in front of him in an instant. At this moment he was raising the fist in his hand high, the fist covered with red and black viscous liquid aimed at his face, and smashed it fiercely. Does this look down on me? The red and black fists rapidly enlarged in the pupils, albeit extremely fast. But when it comes to fighting, Sakaski is really not afraid of anyone other than Carp and Kong in this navy. Nameless anger ignited wildly in his heart, and Sakaski's domineering body was like a volcanic eruption. A terrifying high temperature erupted from his body instantly, and red-gray magma seeped out from under his skin. Domineering mixed with magma directly wrapped his entire arm in it. The entire arm is directly transformed into a giant pillar of scorching magma, and the tough and domineering from Sakaski is also mixed in it, reinforcing the magma to be harder than real diamonds. In the next moment, Sakaski forcibly twisted his waist and arched his back, and the giant magma fist rushed forward without fear. Wow! This lightning-like collision immediately caused an uproar among the Navy soldiers, not only because of Iger's speed but also because of Sakaski's reaction speed. As expected of the leader of the Navy's Mesozoic generation, this fist is really mighty. In this way, Lieutenant General Iger's fist will be much weaker. Lieutenant General Sakaski's boxing skills are also among the best in the entire Navy. This Lieutenant General Iger is afraid that he will suffer a little. At the moment when the two fists collided, countless thoughts flashed through the minds of all the Navy soldiers at the same time, and every thought, with little difference, was basically an admiration for the magma fist of Sakaski's, and at the same time, it was a sweat for Lieutenant General Iger. Not only the Navy soldiers, but even Lieutenant General Garp and the Warring States Marshal who were sitting on the viewing platform were all nervous. Sakaski was a man who was called a monster when he first entered the Navy. After so many years of growth, his strength has reached a rather terrifying level, especially his boxing combined with the high temperature of the magma. Not easy to do. And just when everyone was nervous, the two fists, one big and one small, collided fiercely in the martial arts field. Boom! There was a magma fist the size of a car, blasting with a long scorching hot air to the opposite side that looked dry and only had an ordinary black fist. As soon as the two collided, there was a heavy muffled sound. In the next moment, the terrifying air wave suddenly folded into a substantial energy ripple in the air, spreading frantically toward the surroundings. Whoops! The scorching air radiated wildly, and the ground that had turned into lava was pushed away layer by layer, and the pieces of lava were scattered and splashed out. The lava splashed, and hot spots of light scattered to the surrounding auditorium. The Navy soldiers hurriedly summoned their domineering arrogance to block it, and at the same time their eyes were still staring at the collision of the two people in the martial arts field. This scorching breath, Lieutenant General Sakaski actually gave Lieutenant General Iger to. Everyone's eyes flexibly bypassed the splashing lava curtain, and finally fell back to the two people. However, it doesn't matter this look. Everyone's pupils are suddenly tightened, because it was in the center of the martial arts arena. The fists of the two were still tightly pressed together. Lieutenant General Iger, who should have been burned into a flame in his imagination, still stood there well. On the contrary, it was Lieutenant General Sakaski, whose thick magma arm was actually covered with thick red and black cracks. Click click. In the horrified eyes of everyone, including Sakaski himself, Sakaski's lava arm the size of a car suddenly collapsed a piece of magma. The next second, it was like a chain reaction was triggered. Pieces of magma fragments fell crazily from Sakaski's arm, and then with a sudden bang, they exploded into magma fragments that filled the sky. Yanajing's giant fist collided with an ordinary fist, and the result was that the face of the magma giant fist collapsed. What? Maybe. Sakaski finally couldn't stand it anymore, and the cigar he had been biting in his mouth also fell to the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "Hey, you can't be distracted when fighting." It was at the moment when Sakaski was absent-minded that Iger's voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, Sakaski felt that another all-round black and red fist was slamming towards his temple. Done. At this moment there was only one thought in Sakaski's mind. This time, Iger didn't keep his hand. A white fist stained with red-black viscous liquid. It was just a faint black mark in the air, and without giving Sakaski any chance, it was slapped on his face. Boom. Sakaski only felt his head buzzing, and then his whole body was like an overturned train. The whole person turned half a circle in the air, and then fell to the ground. Boom. The huge vibration passed directly through the ground of the martial arts arena, causing the entire auditorium to tremble violently. Chapter 777 Beat the Monster. Click click. The terrifying thick crack burst out under Sakaski's body in an instant. Like a spider web, it quickly spread to the entire martial arts arena, and then the flat ground of the entire martial arts arena was instantly shattered into pieces all over the ground. It was too late for everyone to react to the sudden change. When he came back to his senses, he still set the entire martial arts field into a sea of lava fire just now. Lieutenant General Sakaski, who looked like a volcanic eruption, was smashed to the ground by Lieutenant General Iger, who looked ordinary. And then, Lieutenant General Iger demonstrated to them what it means to beat a dwarf dog. Sakaski's body was instantly smashed to the ground, and his back hit the ground hard. The internal organs were displaced along with it, and a mouthful of old blood was swallowed by the remaining wool. In the next moment, before he could recover from this shock, in the midst of his nervousness and excitement, he immediately felt that something smashed down. Indeed, just above Sakaski's head, Igor raised his heels high. The entire leg was covered with a red-black viscous liquid and then stomped down. No. Sakaski saw this. His scalp tingled immediately and then he forcibly cheered up. Then he tried his best to twist his neck to the side. Boom. Igor's foot stomped on the ground fiercely and the terrifying force directly threw Sakaski's body into the air. Immediately after Igor's waist twisted, the other foot was also stained with red and black. Then he hooked his toes, flew up and nailed it directly to his back, kicking his entire body directly into the air above 100 meters. In the next second, Igor's leg slightly bent and then the whole person disappeared in place in an instant. The Navy soldiers who were watching the battle were simply watching with their eyes. Almost all of them can't keep up with Iggy's movements. They can only see. After Lieutenant General Sakaski was smashed to the ground, he struggled for a while. Then Lieutenant General Igor kicked him into the sky and then Lieutenant General Igor disappeared in place. Ah, in heaven! Suddenly, someone in the audience screamed, which directly attracted everyone's attention to Lieutenant General Sakaski in the sky. At this moment, Lieutenant General Sakaski was already in the sky and he seemed to want to use the moon step to stabilize his body to move on to the next step. However, his intention was clearly grasped by others. The sole of the foot that was just about to be kicked out was caught by Lieutenant General Igor and then was thrown to the ground by Lieutenant General Igor. Boom! Lieutenant General Sakaski's body fell straight from the sky like a shell from its chamber. A curtain of smoke and magma exploded on the ground, completely blocking everyone's vision. The splashing lava curtain, although it is said that people cannot see the situation, but everyone can hear it. One after another, scalp-tingling sounds erupted from behind the lava curtain, one after another. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of fisting to the flesh, like a cannonball, sounded densely. Although everyone can't see it, it can be imagined. Behind the cover, Lieutenant General Sakaski, who is being covered in all directions by Lieutenant General Igor's crazy fist-like raindrops, is suffering the most brutal beating possible in this world. Obviously, the time was quite short from the lava curtain being splashed and then to that circle of magma crashing down. The whole process probably didn't take more than a few seconds, but the sound of a series of fists colliding was already loud. In everyone's cognition, it has rang at least more than 100 times. In such a short period of time, everyone sitting in the audience felt that several minutes had passed, and when the lava curtain slowly fell, everyone finally saw the battle situation in the martial arts field once again. Everyone, all the Navy soldiers, all the Navy officers, including the two giants Garp and Sengoku, everyone took a deep breath at the same time. Everyone's brain seems to be in a state of downtime and there is no way to turn it. Everyone's mouth was open and their eyes seemed to be tightly held by two hands. There was no way to get out of the situation in that game. The whole scene was silent and the atmosphere of the entire martial arts field seemed to be frozen and no one could say a word because the scene in front of him is really too amazing. I saw a figure standing alone in the martial arts field and the surrounding ground had cooled down from the scorching magma and turned into twisted volcanic rocks covered with broken stones. At the foot of that figure, another person was lying softly on the ground as if he had completely lost consciousness. The figure lying on the ground, the Navy uniform on his body is already out of shape and in those cracks, red shirts could still be vaguely seen. The one who fell to the ground was Lieutenant General Sakaski and the figure who was still standing on the ground with no trace of wounds on his body was Lieutenant General Igor. Just so, it's over so soon? Lieutenant General Sakaski is just like this? Is Lieutenant General Igor already so strong? One thought after another emerged from the bottom of everyone's heart. It's just that they are all stuck in everyone's throats and there is no sound at all. Iggy, this kid. This scene is really too impactful and it is because of Karp's tenacity that he often trains by Igor's side. They couldn't hold it at all and murmured dumbly, "It's really scary." Hey, Warring States Marshal. Just when everyone was caught in this silent shock, the still tall figure also spoke slowly, breaking the strange silence. Sakaski should not be able to stand up, so I won this duel. After being reminded by Igor's words, Sengoku finally woke up from his stunned eyes. Immediately after that, he quickly stood up from his seat, picked up the microphone in front of him, and after a few seconds of silence, he seemed to have organized the language and said, "Ahem." Then I announced the duel between Lieutenant General Igor and Lieutenant General Sakaski. The winner, Lieutenant General Igor. According to the bet before the duel, the loser, Sakaski, will no longer be eligible to run for general. Chapter 778 Preparing for the General Election. Sakaski, we can only wait for the next general election in the future. The voice of the Warring States period slowly echoed throughout the martial arts field, delivering this explosive news to everyone's ears. However, this piece of news that should have been earth-shattering like a meteorite falling to the ground fell in the ears of many Navy soldiers. But it seems that he has become become a deaf person, and no one has any reaction at all, because right in front of their eyes, a scene that is far more shocking than this news is right in front of them. Pictures and facts are always more impactful than words. And now all the Navy soldiers are deeply immersed in some kind of shock in this scene. Lieutenant Admiral Sakaski, who joined the Navy at the age of 23, became the first apprentice of Admiral Zephyr the Black Arm. Just entering the threshold of the Navy when he was a recruit, he was already strong enough to be called Monster Lieutenant General Sakaski. When he had not yet obtained the Devil Fruit, he had already relied on his powerful physique, domineering, and swordsmanship. Lieutenant General Sakaski, who killed more than a dozen pirates with just one sword. Then after getting the Lava Fruit later, the strength has skyrocketed exponentially. He became the leader of the Mesozoic generation of naval soldiers, and Lieutenant General Sakaski, whose strength surpassed Shishibukai and was even stronger than the Emperor's deputy, just today, in front of everyone's eyes, was defeated in a fairly simple way, and it was completely defeated, and there was no strength to fight back. Everything is clearly seen by everyone, and Sakaski has used his strongest ability. The insanely powerful attack almost melted the entire martial arts field into a pool of stagnant water, and it is such an attack there is no way to hurt the opponent at all. On the contrary, the other party is not only not injured but is like a stroll in the courtyard. Picked up all of Lieutenant General Sakaski's attacks, and then followed with a plain and ordinary fist. All the defenses of Lieutenant General Sakaski were forcibly defeated. All naval soldiers know that this other is called Eagle. Lieutenant General Eagle, a man who directly threatened to challenge the entire corps of lieutenants on the first day he came to the Navy headquarters. No, it would be more appropriate to call him a boy. And this young man really used his own strength to destroy the entire regiment of lieutenant generals with one move. On the second day of his arrival at the Navy headquarters, he was tied with Kyuzan, who was a brigadier general. That's not all. After that, he seemed to be showing that he wasn't just stuck with fighting. Even the knowledge is quite rich, challenging Vegapunk. In 1 month, he created a creation that could defeat the Vegapunk craftsmanship. Even this seemingly impossible task was actually accomplished by him. After that, even that kind of earth-shattering thing happened. Originally, everyone thought that after Lieutenant General Iger was exiled to Fishman Island, he would definitely die on Fishman Island in the confrontation with Kaido. But beyond everyone's expectations, this guy not only came back alive but even defeated Lieutenant General Sakaski on the day he came back. This kind of achievement is simply divine. All of a sudden, some kind of fanatical worship was quickly born and fermented in the silence in the martial arts field. Like a volcano, it became more and more violent until at the end it turned into an overwhelming cheering sound, drowning the entire martial arts field. Lieutenant General Eagle, Lieutenant General Eagle, Lieutenant General Eagle. Every Navy soldier raised his excited fists and shouted the name of Lieutenant General Iger, as if to let this name spread all over the world. Amidst the excited crowd, Carp's face slowly showed a gratifying smile. The corners of his wrinkled eyes were filled with sparkling tears. He looked at Iger on the stage and felt for a while that his grandson was really okay. In the future, he will be able to take charge of this naval headquarters alone. Although the duel between Iger and Sakaski ended in just half an hour, it ended quite quickly. But it is also because of this that this explosive news quickly spread throughout the entire naval headquarters at a lightning speed. The Mesozoic leader of the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Sakaski, was eliminated by Lieutenant General Iger within half an hour. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused the whole Navy headquarters to boil. Lieutenant General Eagle is back. Moreover, he defeated Lieutenant General Sakaski as soon as he came back. For a while, the entire Navy headquarters was praising the deeds of Lieutenant General Iger, and when the whole Navy is preaching the deeds of Lieutenant General Iger, everyone is full of admiration and discussing how Iger solved Sakaski. The person involved was sitting at the desk of the new marshal with his grandfather, drinking tea and nibbling on rice crackers and senbei. So, what's going on with the recent general election, Marshal Kong? Iger took a bite of the rice cracker and looked over the top of Warring State's head to look at the folding fan on the wall behind him with the word wisdom written on it. Looking at the solid wood patterned desk in front of the Warring States period, he asked in a heavy voice. Although I had already expected that Iger would ask such a question, but Rao had the mind of the Warring States period and he didn't know where to start for a while, so he could only sigh and then threw the pot to Garp next to him. That's a long story. Alas, Garp, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the general first. Garp also seemed unwilling to mention what happened before and knew that it would not be very pleasant. His dark face was dignified. As you can see, the current Navy, because of the vacuum at the level of generals and the fact that Grandpa Warring States just took office, is not capable enough to make good arrangements. The following vice admirals are beginning to move around, peeking at the position of the general. Whoever becomes the general first will be able to have a considerable right to speak in the Navy. After thinking about it, we still found that you are the most suitable. Me. Iggy's heart moved. Yes, because among the young people now, you are the only one with considerable prestige in the Navy. This time defeating Sakaski is a good opportunity for publicity. Garp's eyes were quite serious, quietly looking at the void in front of him. But even so, if you want to be an admiral, it's not enough. You need military exploits, a lot of combat exploits. Hearing this, Iger's mouth suddenly showed a smile. Is it a military exploit? I happen to have a goal. Chapter 779 Target for Emperors. Target. Hearing Iger's words, both Garp and Sengoku were interested. This Iger has always been interested in those big pirates who are traversing the sea since he went to sea. So far, he has been on his roster of military exploits. The famous big pirate. Now, Iger has reached the level of a vice admiral or even a quasi-admiral, and his strength has reached this level. I don't know who this guy is targeting. Are they the giants in the Kaiwahe, Hawkeye, or who is it? The two of them cast their eyes on Iger with great interest, waiting for his answer, and Iger didn't dawdle. A pair of black eyes showed a burning fighting intent, which was clearly like a black hole. In the middle, there seems to be a flame burning. My target is Kaido. Oh, so it's Kaido. Hearing Iger's answer, Sengoku subconsciously repeated it with a smile, and was about to open his mouth to encourage him, but he was only halfway through his words, and then he felt that something was wrong, and then his glasses fell off his nose. What did you say? Kaido. Iggy, are you serious? You didn't come back from his hands with great difficulty. Hearing this kind of crazy idea, even if he was as heartless as Garp, he couldn't help but look a little dignified, and asked Iger carefully. His eyes were full of worry. That kid Kaido, although his strength was decent back then, and at best he was a better pirate, but that guy's later growth can be described as terrifying, and now, even if it's me, it's possible to deal with him. It takes a lot of effort. Looking at Iger in front of him at this moment, Garp has a rather strange feeling. He is clearly talking about an emperor-like figure whose strength are at the absolute peak in this world, but he doesn't know why. But there is a feeling that the grandson is going to go to the big city, and the old man in the small county is full of worries. This kind of feeling is quite strange. He is clearly above the sea, and his strength can be said to be at the peak. Why does he feel this way? Because he knows that Kaido is not just Kaido. Once the name is mentioned, it also means that the huge beast pirate group under his banner is hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. The giant is completely an army, and it is not impossible to even become an empire by itself. To deal with Kaido means to deal with this entire huge pirate empire. The difficulty is completely unimaginable, not to mention the intricate relationships that exist among these pirates. The reason why the Navy has been reluctant to move the four emperors. Because of that, the consumption is really too terrifying. That's how things should be. But why does Garp feel like he's the frog in the well when Iger says this? Before Garp could understand the source of this feeling, Iger, who was opposite him, smiled, then patted his shoulder lightly, and said softly, "Don't worry, Grandpa." This time he came back, but he didn't show mercy. No. The young man's gentle words suddenly made the originally warm atmosphere suddenly solidify. The rice cracker in Warring State's hands was crushed into pieces with a click, and the teacup in Garp's hand trembled violently, and it was boiling hot. Of tea spilled all over the table, but Rao was still unable to divert the attention of the two from Iger. The two stared blankly at Iger, looking at the latter's calm face full of thoughts that he just said lightly past. This time back, he is not showing mercy. Kaido has no mercy at all. Didn't Iger escape? Anyway, please don't worry about this matter. I will handle it. Seeing these two reactions, Iger also smiled, and then the conversation changed. Let's not talk about that. Compared with Kaido, I still want to know how Marshal Kong and Xiang Sun are doing. Since the last battle with White Mask, Iger felt that his strength had undergone an amazing change, which was especially obvious on Fishman Island. He could not only control it completely in the form of Sand Basehead while fighting. When he was fighting against Kaido, he didn't even feel weak at all. Although I don't know what's going on, Iger can more or less guess this matter. It must be related to the system. After that war, the system seems to have fallen asleep. No matter how much he calls it, there is no response. Even the daily check-in has stagnated, and there has been no response for nearly a week. But this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. His own strength has almost reached a level that even he himself feels terrifying, so he has considerable confidence. Facing Kaido, now he has the capital to fight. This was already evident enough in the battle on Fishman Island. Therefore, compared to the battle with Kaido, Iger cares more about the Marshal Kong, who was innocently implicated by him and was forced to resign, and his granddaughter or his colonel, Xiang Keiru. That girl is probably the most pitiful one. A trace of guilt flashed in Iger's eyes. When he contacted Kuzan, he didn't ask him about the current form of the Navy, and he didn't think of her until now. Marshal Kong. Actually, he's retired. Seeing that Iger didn't seem to care much about Kaido's affairs. He seemed to be quite confident in himself, and his attention was always on Marshal Kong, and the Sengoku general also sighed. Earlier we had sent him back to his hometown where he could live well. As for the girl Xiang Sun, after sending her to investigate Irene, she quit the navy. I heard that she actually has another identity. Anyway, she left, but she always sent some letters to Marshal Kong saying that she was fine. Alas, after listening to Sengoku's speech, Garp sighed a little and patted Iggy's hair. You don't have to feel too guilty. No one thought of this kind of thing. Well, Iger was a little silent, nodded, then stood up slowly and walked out towards the door. I'll clean up Kaido, and as for some guys, I'll never let them go. Chapter 780 Reissue sign. Look, that's Lieutenant General Iger. Huh? That's Lieutenant General Iger. I finally saw the real person today. It looks so handsome. Even a man like me thinks this guy is handsome. Tisk tisk tisk. I'm only 9 years old. He has already defeated Lieutenant General Sakazuki. This guy has no limit in the future. What's going on? You can't match your combat power now, right? As soon as he walked out of the naval office building, Iger felt that there were several naval soldiers and some civilian female soldiers who were secretly watching him from a distance, and they were discussing something with each other. Don't think about the content. It was obviously something about how are you doing this year? What have you done? It seems that Sakazuki's weight in the hearts of the Navy soldiers is quite heavy. It is also because of his inexplicable increase in his strength that he can show considerable importance in the battle with Sakazuki. Pressure. The battle at that time really didn't leave any face for Sakazuki. It was a one-sided hammer blow. Sakazuki, who was already the ceiling of the Navy's Mesozoic combat effectiveness in the hearts of naval soldiers, was brutally beaten at the hands of a recruit who had just joined the army for less than 3 months. Anyone would be impressed by this exciting contrast. However, Iger himself didn't care much about these, and he didn't care at all about the gazes of the surrounding Navy soldiers, because all his attention at this moment was attracted by a series of prompts that sounded in his mind. After the crisp sound of the bell, a gentle female voice that makes people feel relaxed. Ding, dear master, I'm sorry for the troubles that have caused you these few days. The system has only been restarted successfully today. I'm really sorry. Ding, dear master, in order to compensate for the lack of sign-in in the lottery in the past few days, the system will automatically issue rewards to your mailbox. Please pay attention to checking. Ding, congratulations to the master. You have obtained the Guangji socks full of seawater, which have been put into your backpack. Ding, congratulations, master. You have obtained the brace of the King of Souls, which has been put into your backpack. Ding, congratulations, master. You have obtained true dragon blood, which has been put into your backpack. Ding, congratulations, master. Get a piece of pizza that can never be eaten. Put it in your backpack. A series of prompt sounds really made Iger feel very cordial, and for a while he felt as if he went home and heard his parents calling him to eat. He doesn't know why. Maybe this is information identification. After all, it may exist in this world. Only the system and him know that they do not belong to this world. This is their secret. Of course, after a familiar feeling of nostalgia, a question also emerged in Iger's heart. System, where have you been for so long? It's been a long time indeed. After the battle with White Mask? No, since when I entered the Navy, the system stopped talking every day except for the daily check-in. I don't know what I'm researching, but after I finished fighting with the White Mask, I disappeared completely for a few days and only came back now. Ding, at that time, most of the body of the master detected by the system had been damaged. If the system did not interfere, the master would die within 13 minutes, so the system started the emergency repair program. However, because the amount of computation required to repair the master's body is too large, the system was forced to shut down for a period of time after the repair was completed, and it was restarted successfully this morning. Well, is that so? As for the system, Iger also had no way to verify it. After all, he was seriously injured at the time. If there was no system repair, I am afraid that he would really not be able to survive. After getting the explanation, Iger didn't ask any more questions, but instead focused on his mailbox, where there were good things that the system just gave him, although a large part of it was still the kind of cookies that someone has eaten before, who's wine barrel and the like, but there are still things that Iger can feel the intensity of just by hearing the name. Item name: Guangji socks full of seawater. Item rating: SSS. Item description: at the same time, it has the weight of seawater and the odor of the devil in socks. At the same time, the odor is fermented in the fishy smell of seawater, which greatly enhances the lethality. Imbuing the sea god's breath into it will have an unexpected effect. Remarks: this stinks. Let the whole United States Capitol passed out. It's still the style of the system, but looking at this description, it should be a rather incredible artifact. After all, there is a smell called Guangji. Item name: Spirit Lord's dentures. Item grade: SSS. Item description: the dentures used by by Enlil, the Lord of Spirits. Although this guy is called Master of Spirit and Master of Sky and Earth, it still can't hide the fact that this guy has no teeth and it's from birth. The lifespan of the Lord of Spirit is 360,000 years, so this pair of dentures also has a history of 360,000 years. If you wear it on your body, you will be blessed by the Lord of Spirit and may even be blessed by the Lord of Spirit. Strength. Remarks: don't try to put this pair of dentures in your mouth. You are likely to attract the wrath of the spiritual master. Well, 360,000-year-old dentures. Would someone really put this thing in their mouth? Iger really doesn't know what to say. Although I feel that these two things are quite strong, they just make people not want to use them. Well, let's look at the next one. With a sigh, Iger turned his attention to the other two things. Item description: true dragon blood. Item rating: SSS. Item description: the thing that should have been extinct in this world is the essence of the strongest dragon, highly poisonous, corrosive, and even able to melt the seafloor stone. But if something can withstand its tempering, then you will also get the power of the real dragon. Remarks: humans should not drink him. Your grandma's humans can't drink it, so what's the use of this thing? Item name: never finish a piece of pizza. Item rating: S. Item description: as the name suggests, you can never finish eating. Just meditate before eating. You can eat the desired taste. Remarks: is there a more perfect dry food than this? Pirate Eye, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 781-801. Chapter 781. Prepare for war. How should I say it? Although I haven't seen you for so long, it always feels familiar to hear your voice again. But Iger was talking while walking, and he didn't know how to describe his expression. There was an inexplicable feeling. A sock, a pair of dentures, a glass of blood that no one can drink, and a piece of pizza. What should I use this Nima? Ding master, don't be impatient. These are the good things that were carefully selected for you and will be of great use to your next battle. The system seems to have really come back directly in Yi Ji's mind. Oh, forget it. The system is still the same system. It is still a familiar taste. Iger sighed and turned his eyes to other places. By the way, did you use any new materials when you repaired my body? Why do I feel like I've gotten so much stronger after that? Ding, I just used a piece of pork from the God Realm. You. Ding, I used a piece of God Realm pork to maintain nutrition, and then I used the wreck of a God Realm fighter to find something that could be used, and repaired the gap in your master. After all, it is from the God Realm. Even if it is a wreck, it still has considerable vitality, and it is not easy to find a model that matches you. So, after listening to the system's explanation, Iger seemed to understand. Now my body is no longer the body of an ordinary human being. Ding, yes. Then I can drink the blood of that real dragon. Ding daybat. Why? Ding, because the blood of the real dragon is not used like that. But Iger listened to the systematic explanation, and his eyes slowly brightened. Since Iger returned to the Navy, time has passed for nearly a week. In the past few days, the Navy has not been calm enough. Every Navy soldier is thinking in the next general election, who will come out on top and become the new general. The most vocal Lieutenant General Sakaski has been cleaned up by Lieutenant General Iger, but Lieutenant General Iger's military exploits seem to be not enough. Even if he has defeated Lieutenant General Sakaski in the competition of generals, is still not dominant. There are also rumors in the Navy that Lieutenant General Iger is ready to attack the 4 Emperor Kaido. Many people scoff at this, thinking that no matter how strong Iger is, it is still not enough to fight against Kaido. There are endless remarks, but not many people are really optimistic about Lieutenant General Iger. However, Lieutenant General Iger doesn't seem to care about this. He still goes in and out of the port of the Navy headquarters every day, and he doesn't know what he is busy with. On this day, there was still some distance from the naval headquarters on an unknown island. Boss Long Igboe said today that there is a big matter for us to discuss. What will it be? On the edge of the island, a she-male with a huge head blinked his eyes and looked up at the dragon next to him. At this moment, the dragon's expression was a little nervous, and he looked solemnly at the sea in the distance. There is a Navy ship that is slowly approaching. Come on. Seeing that ship approaching, Long was also refreshed. He didn't explain anything to Ivankov. He walked forward quickly, with a touch of excitement on his face. Waiting for you, Eagle. Long beckoned towards the distance, and there was an undisguised excitement in his voice. No wonder he was so excited. After all, what Iger told him on the phone at the time was an earth-shattering event. Defeat Kaido. Swish. Before the distant ship docked, a figure on the bow suddenly lit up with a flash of light, and then everyone only saw a flash of silver light, and in the next moment, Iger's figure appeared on the beach. Long time no see, Eagle Boy. Ivankov shook his big head and came to greet Iger, looking quite enthusiastic. Long time no see. On the other side, Seong was also holding the book that he had read many times, standing quietly behind the dragon, and nodded slightly at Iger. After saying hello to these two right-hand men, Iger finally turned his attention attention to his titular father. Looking at each other, what exploded was not the kinship between father and son, but the excitement of the two men meeting each other before they were about to do something earth-shattering. "It's been a long time, Iggy. I didn't expect to see you again. You're already a man of this level." Long looked at Yi and there was a kind of relief in his eyes. Who would have thought that when he was at home he thought that Yi did not know his identity, but now it seems that he does not know himself at all. The power of this son. In just 2 years he has changed from a child who just went to sea to a navy tycoon who wants to crusade the 4 emperors. Long was not worried about what Iger had done. With what Long knew about Iger, since he had already decided to do it, it showed that he must be quite confident in himself, but he felt quite excited. While chatting, the father and son walked towards the conference room with the generals until everyone sat down and finally told everyone their plan. "What did you say?" "Defeat Kaido." Sure enough, after hearing this plan, Ivankov slapped the table, stood up and roared with the loudest voice he could shout in his life. A table full of question marks poured out of his big head. Looking at the father and son, the eyes of the two are like looking at a lunatic. "Killing pirates, is that what our revolutionary army should do? In the country of Wano there are General Orokai and Kaido. I will solve Kaido and the revolutionary army will solve Orokai. As for the post-war, I will collect the military exploits and the revolutionary army will be the hero of the country of Wano." To this question, Iger's answer was also concise and to the point, directly explaining the whole central idea. Iger is right. The development of the revolutionary army in the past 2 years has also been quite rapid, and the armament we have mastered has even been able to approach the Justice Navy. On the sea, day by day, more and more people have converted to the idea of intimacy. In this regard, Long also expressed his support. He stood up and told his thoughts to the people under his command. "The time has come, and it's time to show off our revolutionary army. The next step is the opportunity for our revolutionary army to develop." Chapter 782 War on Wano Country. After this meeting, and after some guidance from Boss Long, all the revolutionary army members understood that if the crusade against Kaido can really be won, then the significance to the revolutionary army will be extremely important. Today's revolutionary army needs to have such a country, whether it is production technology, productivity, or a country with a fairly high per capita combat effectiveness, and let the revolutionary army operate behind it. After Iger dealt with Doflamingo, Dressrosa had been quietly infiltrated by the revolutionary army. It didn't take long for the entire revolutionary army to select and cultivate outstanding leaders. Of course, the more land like this, the better. In this way, the revolutionary army can not only improve its own armament but also absorb more and stronger people into the big family of the revolutionary army in a subtle way. And the country of Wano is exactly the place that Boss Long has aimed at many years ago. The living conditions of the people also have room for the revolutionary army to intervene. The military strength and national combat effectiveness are also quite tyrannical. It is simply the most perfect place for development. If the revolutionary army can enter it, it will not be long before a considerable number of talents will emerge from this land. It's just that he has been suffering from not being able to enter the country of Wano in a grand manner, so he has not stretched his hands and feet in. Now, with the opportunity provided by Iger, of course, we must seize it well, and we must not hesitate. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the revolutionary army's team was dispersed into several groups, starting from different directions, along different routes, along with Iger's naval ships, and rushed to the waters of Wano Kingdom. Finally, on this day, the revolutionary army-navy alliance formed by Iger and Dragon divided into several groups approached from all directions of Wano country. At the same time, in the country of Wano, on the ghost island with 2 long curved horns, a huge figure is sitting in a certain hall holding 3 personal-sized wine gourds. Gollum Gollum. Kaido picked up the wine gourd in his hand and caught it with his own lips with a puff, followed by tons of sips of clear wine which poured out of the wine gourd along the corners of his mouth. The madness came out flowing down his neck and into his clothes, but he didn't seem to care at all, letting more and more wine wet his body, still pouring wine into his mouth wildly until his throat finally had enough of the pleasure of swallowing. Finally stopped this greedy sucking and swallowing, put down the wine gourd in his hand, then wiped the remaining wine on his face and burped for a long time. Hiccup. "So, Lingling, do you think our alliance can kill that guy?" These words seemed to fall in the empty air, but in fact the person who spoke was facing the other direction of the hall, the figure as huge as Kaido, hidden in the shadows, with a pink hat, a pink dress with pink and white flowers, and a body as strong as a giant. She is also holding a large wine glass that can hold 2 or 3 people in her hand. The wine glass is full of bright red wine. He also drank the wine from the cup and then let out a long breath and laughed. "Is it Kaido? It's been so many years since you've passed. Why are you still so timid?" The fishman island. Since it can be brought under Newgate's command, there is absolutely no possibility of any terrifying existence. Besides, even if there is such a person in front of the two of us joining forces, it is nothing at all, right? This appeared in Kaido's Ghost Island, the same strong body as Kaido, and even the woman who could mock Kaido's worries and call Whitebeard's name unscrupulously is another emperor at sea today. The four queens who rule the world. The leader of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Lingling. After I came back from Fishman Island, I said, why you didn't make any noise? It turned out that you encountered such a thing, and you pulled me to form an alliance. Lingling put the big wine glass in her hand on the ground. A sinister smile appeared on her old face. After this matter is resolved, the treasure on the Fishman Island will be given to me, right? When did I lie to you? Kaido's voice was like thunder, and he roared loudly, still a little drunk, and then took a sip of wine into his mouth. Wait until that guy is solved. The Sea King is yours. Is it? I can't believe that you have given up all the ancient weapons. What kind of opponent would that be? Report to Governor Kaido. Before Lingling's words were finished, a pirate with two black horns on his head rushed in screaming, holding a video phone bug in his hand, and then he half knelt on the ground and smashed the phone bug. Put it on the ground. The video is aimed at the wall next to it, and the light hits the wall, projecting the situation thousands of miles away in front of the two of them. No, it's not good. There are naval ships here, as the pirate said. At this moment, in the light curtain on the wall, an alum bearing the Navy mark appeared on the sea surface, slowly moored at the huge waterfall at the entrance of Wano Kingdom in front of Navy. Kaido's brows slowly wrinkled. This country of Wano has never been a member of the world's official government. It is a completely extrajudicial land, and even the Navy does not accept it. How could anyone at this time coming to Wano country? The appearance of this group of Navy at this point in time really seems quite strange. Kaido, and when the three people present became a little confused because of the appearance of the Navy, a horn suddenly sounded from the other side of the video phone bug. The three of them looked up and saw the bow of the Navy ship. Standing there was a young man in a white Navy uniform who was shouting at the side with a loudspeaker, "Get out of here and die." No. Lingling and the pirate who reported the letter felt ridiculous after hearing this sentence. A child yelling in front of Wano country to let Kaido go out and die. Even if it's a joke, it's not so big. However, this voice fell into Kaido's ears, but it suddenly made his black pupils suddenly shrink, because this voice was the one he had heard on Fishman Island before. Chapter 783. Are you coming up? This voice is, even if he is already as strong as Kaido, he is already the emperor of the sea. Kaido, who is sitting on a country's resources. When I heard this voice, I felt an inexplicable panic, and the black pupils shrunk directly to the size of pinholes. Really, that guy? Is that guy really a Navy? As early as when he was on Fishman Island, that guy hadn't shown his form yet, but Kaido had already kept his breath in his heart. After all, the breath of this Navy is quite ancient and vast, and it is absolutely unique in the world. So as soon as he heard this guy's voice, Kaido's sense of sight couldn't help but tell him that it was that breath. This guy actually really represented the Navy to crusade himself. For a time, Kaido fell into a state of panic, and he couldn't even speak. Huh? Kaido. Lingling on the other side also seemed to have observed Kaido's situation, turned her head a little strangely, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you afraid? In the Navy? When did you become such a fearful person?" Lingling felt a little strange in her heart for Kaido's reaction. When the two decided to cooperate, it was because Whitebeard went to the East China Sea that they were ready to move. The two of them cooperated to prepare to take the ancient weapons of Fishman Island as their own, but Kaido actually went back in embarrassment after going there in person. Even to himself, this guy is very secretive, only saying that he can win only if he joins forces with him. Kaido, that's it, Majesty. In this sea, apart from the original Roger and Carp warring states, there has never been a man who feared anyone. Such a man would have such an idea for a certain navy he had never heard of before. He can't beat him alone. Originally, Lingling just thought this guy was joking, but now, it seems to be true. Kaido, are you really afraid of this person? Without answering Lingling's question, Kaido just quietly stared at the other end of the screen. There was a dull snort, and the big hand holding the wine gourd unconsciously tightened a lot, but in a split second, he relaxed again, pouring clear wine into his mouth. After another heroic sip, he burst out laughing a few times, and the thunderous voice was transmitted to the other side through the video phone bug. Ha 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 ha. Navy brat, do you think you can kill me with just your naval warship? You can't even enter the border of my country. And Kaido's voice suddenly lowered. After a pause, he continued, do you think you are facing only me? Haha, you are facing the entire Wano country. Let's talk about these big words when you can successfully land in the country of Wano. Sure enough, it is strictly guarded. Kaido's voice was transmitted to the Wano country customs through the video phone bug. Above the cloudy turbulence, the naval warship seemed to be suspended above the sea, and was not affected by any waves at all and even shook a little. Nothing. Iger stood on the bow of the ship looking at the huge waterfall. A group of people who were eyeing. At this moment on the seaside where thunder and lightning flashes all year round, there is a huge grey stone wall with a length of hundreds of kilometers and a height of 1 kilometer. And right in the middle of this grey stone wall, a frantic waterfall with a width of several hundred meters fell from the height of that kilometer. The terrifying kinetic energy accumulated at an altitude of 1,000 meters splashed countless huge water splashes on the sea surface. Plop plop, the waterfall fell from the sky and plunged straight into the sea. However, in the waterfall, one after another, strong golden carps were swimming into the waterfall from the sea water in groups, and then swayed their powerful and flexible bodies, climbing little by little towards the top of the waterfall, and go. Each carp is more than 10 meters long, and these strong carp are the only way for ordinary ships to enter the border of Wano. But at the critical juncture of the only road, there is a group of guys who are staring at him. Those people, Iger knew. Fuzzfu, wearing a red bull head mask, is much taller than ordinary people, with 2 long red horns on his head, dressed in a kimono, a black Maria with a Katsuyama bun, and a white officer's hat on his head. Sasaki with green hair with long horns on his forehead, Junti with blue hair and pink shell mask, and Peggy Wan with purple wavy hair. Not only that, but Iger even saw 2 familiar figures in the crowd. A pair of black wings grows behind him, a red flame ignites on the back of his neck, and he wears a steel mask on his face. The other, with 2 huge ivory on his shoulders, wears a metal protective gear to cover his mouth, and his body is as strong as a mammoth. 6 sons of Linkong. And are there 2 remaining big Kenbans? You are really tough. Are you still alive? Looking up and seeing that next to the waterfall, Linkong Lyoza was guarding him, as well as Yin and Jack, who had been buried in the desert by himself, and Iger couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing Iger's words, Yin above the waterfall and Jack's faces suddenly became quite embarrassed, and then snorted coldly, and said in unison, "Today we just need to guard this waterfall and not let your boat swim up. With us here, you will never want to come up for the rest of your life. The only way has been defended by them, and as a capable person, Iger must rely on that ship to get up. In this case, they can be said to have the advantage." "Oh, is that so? Are you really confident? You are so arrogant even though you are a defeated general." However, Iger didn't pay much attention to this. Instead he smiled slightly. "In that case, I will set foot on the land of your Wano country in front of your face." After speaking, Iger slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them a few seconds later. Originally white eyes and black pupils turned into pitch black in an instant. Buzz. A burst of invisible fluctuations came from the depths of the air, and then in this dark space, a pure darkness was born, and the entire warship was wrapped in it in the blink of an eye. Then, with a slight concussion, the entire naval warship slowly floated in front of everyone. "Just a few of you. If you want to stop me, don't dream." Chapter 784. Don't rob anyone. Mine. Buzz buzz. Amid the vibrations in the space, the naval ship Iger was in began to levitate little by little. Is this the ability of Lieutenant General Iger? It's so strong, it can lift the entire warship directly. Just behind Iger, a group of Navy soldiers looked at the black film that covered the entire warship, and they were amazed. After the big change in the Navy soldiers who were originally under the command of Lieutenant General Iger also came in with new recruits. The original position of Colonel was also replaced by Old Jack. They had never seen the heroic figure of Lieutenant General Iger in battle. These naval recruits all felt some kind of deep shock. Of course, Old Jack didn't care much about the words of these new recruits. Instead, a trace of worry rose in his heart, because there is only one ship from head to toe who came here to attack Kaido, and in fact, only Lieutenant General Iger can show actual combat effectiveness in the battle against Kaido. In other words, Lieutenant General Iger alone would not only face an opponent of Kaido's level, but also face everyone in the entire Beast Pirates. This battle will be quite difficult, and even this first battle seems so difficult. As a veteran, he is quite familiar with the wanted order. Old Jack. Old Jack knows all the people above the waterfall. They are Kaido's subordinates in the Beast Pirates, the strongest 8, and behind them, a group of Viking-dressed pirates with muskets gathered. All these people need to do is to target this naval warship and then launch an attack. At that time, as long as this warship is shot down, everyone, including himself, will become a burden to Lieutenant General Iger. At that time, even Lieutenant General Iger might not have the ability to deal with so many people while protecting himself from these burdens. Is this the ability of that guy? But even if he has the ability to directly move the ship to the waterfall, can he really resist the attacks of your subordinates? On the other side, far above the Ghost Island, Lingling is also using a video phone bug. When I saw Iger's operation, I was immediately suspicious. Just maintaining the ascent of this boat is already a distraction. To say that this operation can, Lingling did not quite believe that she had successfully reached the summit. In the face face of Lingling's reaction, Kaido didn't pay much attention. Instead, he was a little stunned. His eyes were like being locked on the warship in the screen, and there was no way to leave, because he clearly remembered that when he was on Fishman Island he never used this ability at all. His ability, shouldn't it be the thunder fruit of the nature department? What is the power of this spooky black? Who is this guy? Of course, the people above the waterfall didn't know anything about Kaido's mood. Is this the guy we're going to deal with today? Fuzzfu looked condescendingly at the teenage boy standing on the warship below and snorted coldly at that time. That's right, how could Governor Kaido let us deal with this kind of guy? Runty, who is also the sixth son of Ling Kong, also snorted disdainfully, and then her voice suddenly became extremely gentle. To defend this kind of waterfall, one of our little one is enough, right? Hey, don't call me that. Peggy-wan, who was standing on the side, did not look at the slowly rising naval warship below, but looked at his sister with some dissatisfaction. Hey, I said, you guys, are you looking down on me and Jack? Seeing the six sons of the sky surrounded by pirates, everyone showed considerable disdain, and Jane couldn't help but criticize. Wait for everyone to use the strongest force for me. Be sure to hit him back into the sea with one blow. Hey, it's just because you're not strong enough to be cleaned up. What are you pulling? Being reprimanded by Yin, Runty was obviously quite unhappy. Her mouth in the mask twitched, and she mocked with disdain. Hee, if you guys are stronger, it's not us who are the big Kanban now. Jack couldn't bear to watch it and couldn't help but snarled. Ah, these are the leaders of our 100 Beasts pirates, so reliable. Behind the big Kanban and Ling Kong Liozi, a group of pirates were also whispering. That is, the enemy has already arrived. They can still cheer each other up like this. Is it really too powerful? Hey, just look at the navy below. It's obviously a child. With so many people guarding here, just one person is enough to tear down his warship. It's so naive. It's just nonsense to want to challenge the beast pirates with a single ship. A group of pirates also looked at Iger's immature face underneath, quite disdainful. In their eyes, the six sons of the sky alone are already big pirates who can traverse the sea. What's more, there are still two big Kanbans staying here, and needless to say, just above those people, there are even more terrifying strengths, enough to make these adults all bow down to the Governor Kaido. Just that kid? What a joke. Don't say anything. That kid is here. Just when everyone felt a touch of contempt in their hearts, Yin's somewhat anxious voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention for a while. Everyone followed Yin's voice and saw that the naval ship slowly rose vertically from the sea. There is no carp going up the waterfall, and there is no spray device, just that thin layer of black light, like a big hand in the dark, slowly holding the naval warship, raising the support little by little. Go up in general. And during the period of time that everyone was discussing, that warship had already crossed most of the waterfall and was about to rise to the top of the waterfall. Get ready. With Jin's loud shout, Ling Kong Liozi, and all the pirates, although they were all talking lazily just now, but under this order, they all showed their best fighting state. Rumble boom. A series of violent vibrations oscillated above the waterfall, and then several burly figures appeared above the waterfall. Saber-toothed tigers, tarantulas, triceratops, pachycephalosaurs, spinosaurus, mammoths, and pterosaurs. Everyone is in their most powerful form, and they definitely don't want to be left behind by anyone else. Don't rob anyone. That ship is mine. Chapter 785. Forced to join forces. No one is allowed to rob me. This ship must be mine. Among the people in the circle above the waterfall, Runty took the lead and rushed out. The huge body stepped on the solid rock wall, causing the rock wall to shake violently. One after another cracks spread wildly under her feet, and the violent waterfall instantly splashed countless water waves along the cracks. Just as Runty rushed to the edge of the waterfall, Iger was also driving the warship under his feet to rise rapidly. In just a few seconds, the warship rose a full 100 meters, only one step away from the end of the waterfall. Let's see, my six sons in the sky are amazing. With the huge body squeezing the other colleague's Runty's throat, a crazy roar sounded, and the big head with a width of more than 5 meters was quickly covered with a black iron color appeared. It's the meteor head, but from Miss Runty. Seeing Runty rushing out, the pirates behind him also knew what kind of trick Runty was about to use, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. You must know that why Runty was called the sixth son of the sky was because of this terrifying head, but if this head goes down, even a warship will fall apart in an instant. Swish. Immediately afterwards, Runty threw her head like a heavy meteor hammer. Her huge head pierced the air and threw out bursts of sharp wind-breaking sounds fiercely with the rapid rise from bottom to top. Raised bows collide together. Clang. The iron head collided with the captain of the warship, and there was a very loud sound of gold and iron clashing. It was as if a giant species with a width of 100 feet was knocked, and the terrifying sound suddenly swept the entire waterfall. Everyone present only felt a shock in their ears, and then saw a huge black shadow that flew out like a shell. At the first moment when the shadow flew out, almost everyone's eyes missed the frame when the shadow flew out. When they reacted, they imagined that the warship was hit by a hammer. The picture of Long Yi's head smashing into pieces did not appear at all. Instead, a black warship continued to rise slowly, and until this time, everyone finally realized that just now who was the figure that flew out directly. Lord Runty. The pupils of the pirates instantly shrank into a ball, and their heads swayed in the direction the black shadow flew out. When they saw what the black shadow was, their whole brains were buzzing. That dark shadow is exactly Runty, who just rushed out. How possible? Runtishang still had a little bit of consciousness in the air, but at this moment her mind was full of those 4 words. How can it be? When her head hit the bow of the ship, her whole brain was like hitting the red soil continent, and she hummed, and then her consciousness instantly became blurred. Boom! The huge body flew upside down like a broken kite, and then fell heavily on the ground. After that, Runty couldn't support her consciousness any longer, and she fainted as soon as it got dark. What? This extremely impactful scene also shocked the other 6 sons of the sky. Although everyone did not turn their heads to look, but with their sensitive knowledge, all the generals still felt that Runty's body was rapidly wilting. In just a face-to-face encounter, Runty, one of the 6 sons of Ling Kong, was directly knocked out. Everyone looked at the black warship soaring into the sky, and their hearts sighed unconsciously. Isn't that layer of warships covered by the warships not only able to float the warships? The domineering in it is even more terrifying. Runty, who was able to smash the walls made of steel, did not move at all in front of this rather flimsy-looking warship. It is possible to cover an entire warship of this size with such strength of domineering. Then the level of the user itself must be quite high. This guy is quite strong. Don't think about grabbing the credit. Let's go together. When she saw Runty, she was knocked out instantly. Yin's face was already ugly and couldn't be any more ugly. He immediately roared and summoned all the cotters to come together. He already knew that the enemy he was about to face was extraordinary, but what he never expected was that a ship that was supposed to be quite fragile would be so difficult to break through. When the others heard Yin's roar, their eyes quickly changed a few times, and the thoughts in their hearts went back and forth several times. Finally, they felt a sigh in their hearts at the same time, and then nodded heavily. These guys have never been so united since they joined Kaido. Although they looked at each other quite unhappy, they exchanged glances quickly at this moment, confirming each other's intentions. After doing this, the cotters finally locked their eyes on the dark shadow of the warship that was about to fly, and the fierce color in their eyes spurted out. Hoo hoo hoo. Moo moo. Spinosaurus, Triceratops, and Mammoth roared high at the same time, and then the body, which was already 100 meters in size, swelled frantically again, one after another like a turbulent domineering madly injected into each one. In a muscle cell, the explosive power is completely released. In just a blink of an eye, these heavyweight beasts have rapidly expanded to several times their original size, and each one is like a moving fortress standing on the ground, as if in front of their huge power there is no something can resist. Boom boom boom. The stature swelled, and the unprecedented sense of strength also swelled in their hearts. Every giant beast roared loudly, and its powerful limbs slammed on the ground, causing the ground to shake for a while, moving towards the warship like an overwhelmed sea. Bump past. Sizzle. At the same time, the saber-toothed tiger and the ancient tarantula also jumped high, the former showing its fangs and biting towards the warship fiercely. As for the latter, the cobwebs sprayed out from his lower abdomen, covering the entire warship. Behind the two, the toothless pterosaur stretched out its wings, and then the whole body flew up to 1,000 meters in the sky, then turned its body and swooped down with the help of gravity. Brush brush. Several giant beasts displayed their most powerful moves at the same time, as fast as lightning, crossed the space, and slammed into the warship controlled by Iger from different directions at the same time. Chapter 786. A ship broke. Boom. The sound of a huge collision was like a thunder that exploded in the sky, and the terrifying sound immediately made all the pirates cover their ears. The claws of the pterosaurs, the teeth of the saber-toothed tigers, the webs of the tarantulas, the horns of the triceratops, the trampling of the mammoths, and the slamming of the spiny-backed dragons. Several giant beasts at the same time exerted their own milk-feeding strength completely, unreservedly. It collided fiercely with the flying warship. The energy ripples that seemed to be in essence suddenly burst out, forming ripples visible to the naked eye one after another, spreading wildly in a radial fashion, and the incomparably fierce power turned into an almost infinite power of the surrounding air. Large tracts of air were boiled by the shock wave that surged up and swelled into huge waves like the sea in the air. La 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 la. The terrifying air waves exploded, and the pirates above the waterfall were blown to the side with their guns. The guns in their hands and the hailstone bullets hidden in the guns did not play the role they should have. The crutches in the hands of each pirate. The pirates slammed the guns in their hands into the gaps in the ground, and the whole body was half kneeling on the ground, which was barely able to ensure the balance of the body. But this is the case. The pirates are still holding their eyelids, their eyes widened, staring at the battle of the ships and giant beasts above the sky. Long Kong Liozi plus 2 big kanbans. All the Cotter's strange powers are integrated together, and the power generated may even be crushed into powder by this mountain wall. I can't believe that Navy ship is so strong. No, that person's domineering arrogance can't be that strong at all. At the same time, it has to cover the entire warship, and on the other side, he has to use his abilities to fight against the power of Boss Jin and the others. It's not something that humans can do. Little devil, it's just a joke after all. Even under such circumstances, the pirates still gritted their teeth and shouted their hearts out. Although they were blown away by the raging wind in an instant, they still couldn't stop them from supporting their boss. It's amazing to be able to knock that little swollen dragon into the air. On the other side, Ling Ling was also sitting in the middle of the ghost island, holding a wine glass and watching the shocking collision between the Navy ship and the giant beasts on the screen, and there was not much interest in her eyes. A ship with nowhere to borrow, and a few monsters with full force, not to mention that any of these monsters can sink an island. You don't need to look at this confrontation to know what the result will be, right, Kaido? Facing Ling Ling's question, Kaido did not answer too much. His eyes were still fixed on the screen, his expression a little nervous. Seeing Kaido's appearance, Ling Ling couldn't help but pouted. It seems that the Navy boy left a very deep impression on this guy on Fishman Island before buzzing. Just when Ling Ling sighed Kaido's reaction, in the center of the big screen, the black film covered on the surface of the naval ship suddenly vibrated violently. The black film, which was as stable as a coating, suddenly vibrated. Even a fool would know that this was obviously a sign that the warship was about to endure. You see, I just said that kid won't come. Seeing such a scene, Ling Ling couldn't help laughing, and then turned her head to look at Kaido with a relaxed face, ready to say something ridiculing. I told you. Boom. However, just when Ling Ling was about to say something to Kaido, there was a loud explosion at the other end of the video. Ling Ling reacted quickly, turned her head quickly, and looked at the video. It didn't matter, but she almost spilled the huge wine glass in her hand, because the moment she turned her head, in the video light curtain on the wall, the thin black film that originally wrapped the Navy warship suddenly exploded into a black light all over the sky. The black film that was supposed to be on the verge of being shattered and crumbling was not because it couldn't withstand the tremendous force of those monsters, but because an explosion was brewing. Just like a nuclear bomb exploded in the air, the black film with only one layer actually exploded directly into the sky, and the black light madly flooded the surrounding space like a tide. As if it had substance, the terrifying tidal power instantly soared, and in an instant the few giant beasts that hit it were madly blasted out. Bang bang bang, one after another. The sound of blasting sounded one after another on the bodies of the giant beasts, as if endless black light exploded on the bodies of Ling Kong Liozi and Dakon Ban, which seemed to be only light and fluttering. But in fact, every inch of black light seems to have extremely strong penetrating power. Each beam of black light is an extremely sharp spear, and the moment it bursts out, it seems to be able to penetrate everything. It is such a strange black light. From the moment it burst out, it has penetrated from the abdomen of these terrifying giant beasts to the back waist, and then directly pierced into the sky on the other side. In an instant, Ling Kong Liozi and the 2 big kanbans joined forces, and they were all penetrated into a sieve by the black light. Puff puff puff. The giant beasts are all under the banner of Kaido and the existence of the top strength. Just one encounter, they lost all their fighting power, and then fell back softly, fell into the waterfall, and followed the waterfall, was washed down. How is this possible? Ling Ling, who had a relaxed face just now, never thought that this turnaround would come so quickly. That's a big sign. Not to mention Ling Kong Liozi, that is the existence in the entire 100 beast pirates that can rank at least in the top 10, and most importantly, there are those 2 big billboards. Those are 2 men who can at least rival his own sons, Katakuri and Pero. Even in one face-to-face, he lost his combat effectiveness at the same time. With this kind of combat power, they already have the ability to challenge the 4 emperors. At that time, when the news that Pero and Katakuri were beaten came back, she didn't care much, but now it seems that this kind of thing is very likely to be true. Puff. The black light dissipated, and the warship regained its blue color once again, and then fell heavily into the river, and the splashes built high water walls on both sides. On both sides of it, the pirates have collectively petrified, let the splashing water wall fall down, and teach themselves to be rotten chickens. Crackling. The next second, everyone dropped the guns in their hands at the same time and raised their hands. Surrender. Chapter 787. Wash and wait. This is not surrender. What are you waiting for? The leading cotters who were standing in front of Nemo were all knocked over by the ship in a single encounter. Those are are the 8 most powerful people in this beast pirate group apart from Governor Kaido. Even if these cotters shot at the same time, they are not the opponents of the ship under his feet at all. Even if they have guns in their hands, and the guns are still bullets made of seafloor stones, what is the use? If Hilushi's bullets were useful, wouldn't he be able to sit at the top of the beast pirates? Obviously not possible. So at this moment the pirates with the dragon horns on their heads have no choice at all, and the first person threw the musket. The others didn't even think about it and immediately threw the musket in their hands for fear that they would not lose it fast enough and would be targeted by the great god on the opposite boat. Immediately afterwards, everyone raised their hands without hesitation at the same time. Admit defeat. We admit defeat. Every pirate shouted out such a sentence quite simply, which made a row of navy soldiers on the opposite navy ship put down their muskets. In an instant there was silence on the entire mountain wall. Everyone, not just a group of pirates standing opposite the naval ship, including Old Jack on the naval ship and the naval soldiers standing beside him. At the other end of Wano country, Kaido and Lingling, who are sitting in the ghost island at this moment, fell into a strange silence at this time. No wonder he has the confidence to come to this country of Wano. Old Jack was still in shock, standing next to the hatch and looking at Lieutenant General Iger standing proudly at the bow. His eyes were full of horror. This man's original strength was enough to make people feel quite shocked, but what he never expected was that his tyranny was far beyond his imagination. When Lieutenant General Iger first came here, although his strength was a bit exaggerated relative to his age, the actual combat power was more or less in everyone's imagination. The ability to use the fruit to defeat the entire Lieutenant General's regiment. The monsters who are also Lieutenant Generals can do it. At that time, Old Jack had just joined the command of Lieutenant General Iger and observed his battles several times. Although the results of each battle were somewhat exaggerated, they were not exaggerated to any extent. And today, right in front of his eyes, his Lieutenant General Ignatius really showed him in front of him what is exaggerated combat power. That's a big billboard. The big Kanban of the beast pirates is the most exaggerated guy under Kaido, and every one of them in the navy is at least an existence that can far exceed ordinary lieutenant generals, especially after possessing the fruit of the animal system. The terrifying physical strength and domineering can easily smash the entire mountain wall. 1 or 2 is not enough. 7 or 8 such giant beasts come to ram the ship they are on. Not to mention that there is no place to borrow strength. Even if there are 1,000 naval soldiers behind the stern pushing together, it is impossible to resist the slamming of these giant beasts. But the fact is that he and these navy soldiers stood on the deck of the warship and didn't even feel the slightest vibration, let alone the slightest movement of the warship. On the contrary, those giant beasts that were clearly capable of smashing the mountains were stunned and pierced in an instant. How can this be an exaggeration? If Lieutenant General Iger himself was able to deal with these guys, Old Jack would not be surprised at all. But the problem is, this guy just relies on his domineering outreach and cooperates with a little bit of ability. You can achieve this effect. What a terrifying domineering this is. At this level, I am afraid that the 4 emperors in the legend who exist as terrifying as gods can all be touched. On this side, Old Jack, as his own, was shocked by such a shock. On the other side of the ghost island, the shock to Kaido and Lingling's heart was even more indescribable. Is this guy really that strong? Obviously she was the first to react, but until the warship had returned to its original blue color, Lingling's expression was still a little dignified. For no other reason, the strength displayed by this naval general was already unbelievable. The point. In a split second, the giant beasts headed by Yin and Jack were all stunned with their domineering arrogance, and they even had the strength to fight back. During the whole process, the warship that had no way to take advantage of it didn't even tremble at all. This kind of thing, Lingling asked herself, she couldn't do it at all. Even if he was able to repel these giant beasts with one blow with his powerful strength, there was no way to keep the ship from moving. In other words, this guy, who just showed sturdiness and domineering, even faintly surpassed himself, which means that the incoming person has at least the strength of the 4 emperors. And it looks like this. Lingling couldn't help but turn her eyes to Kaido on the other side, only to see that the latter's face at this moment turned out to be an expression of as expected. Obviously, Kaido is not at all surprised that he can do such a thing. It seems that Kaido said before that he suffered a small loss in the hands of this guy. It should be really not exaggerated. This navy is very strong. However, that's it. Although this guy is very strong and surprisingly strong, it is hard to imagine that there is still a hidden master in the navy who can match them as the 4 emperors. But no matter what, sitting here, there are 2 4 emperors. Kaido, wash my neck and wait, I'm here to get you back. While Lingling and Kaido were both silent, the voice of the navy came from the other side of the video phone bug again. No. Hearing this, Kaido, who was still a little silent at first, immediately clenched the wine gourd in his hand. and bloodshot slowly climbed up in his huge eyes, and finally his loud and thunderous voice was on the ghost island. Sounded slowly, "If you have the ability, come here, I have prepared a big gift for you." After speaking, the wine gourd in his hand suddenly smashed out, smashing the video phone bug in front of him. After doing this, he reached out and picked up another phone bug in his hand and dialed a number. Chapter 788 Naval Accident. Beep _ The video projection above the waterfall, after Kaido finished saying that, suddenly took a while, then fluctuated twice, made a few noises, and then dissipated invisible. Without Kaido's video, the pirates above the waterfall no longer had any confidence. They squatted down on the spot with their heads in their hands and waited for the Navy to deal with them. Even the big Kanban and the 6 children in the sky that they had looked up to for many years were instantly resolved. Even if they resisted or escaped, what effect would they have? It's better to wait honestly and wait for the treatment. Maybe you can get a few fewer beatings. Even if you are caught, the punishment is not very strong, and you can even be a new person after going through labor reform. So obedient. Between each pirate, although they did not speak, they made the same action quite tacitly. Clap la la la. However, just when all the pirates squatted down with their heads and waited to clean up, the warship carrying a certain naval god actually set off ripples like that and then slowly passed in front of everyone. After a while, the sound of the water at the bottom of the boat left them far behind. Well, what's the situation? This is, let it go, let us go. After waiting for a long time, they didn't wait for a navy to clean up their pirates. After a long time, they slowly opened their eyes. While muttering in their eyes, they looked at the pirates who were far away along the river. The navy warships are all dumbfounded. Lieutenant General Iger, just let them go first. When the navy comes to clean them up, it will be a lot of work. On the distant warship, old Jack also stood behind Lieutenant General Iger and asked softly, "We only have one ship now?" Iger also shrugged helplessly. After looking around for a week, he continued, "If you can hold this pile of garbage, the other people will not be able to hold it. Let's put them here first. They won't be far away anyway. We have to get to the ghost island as quickly as possible." Well, that's right. As the navy ships entered quickly along the river, the whole picture of Wano country slowly unfolded in front of everyone, which was different from all the island countries that Iger had seen before. In the process of driving in, other island countries can see the bustling fireworks in the distance. Whether it is fireworks or towns, you can see a thriving feeling. But the first impression Wano gave to Iger was completely different. Walking along the river all the way deep into the interior of Wano country, only the barren and dilapidated land can be seen. As far as the eye can see, it is all reddish land, and there are a few big trees scattered, like a few scattered hairs on a bald head. Originally, the Navy soldiers thought that this was just because the Navy ship was still on the border of Wano, so it would be more or less desolate. But just a few hundred meters away, the Navy soldiers saw that on the river bank, not far from the edge, there are several small villages. It doesn't matter if you see them or not. When they saw these people, the Navy soldiers suddenly had a bitter look on their faces. It is said to be a village, but in fact there are only a few scattered houses. No roof of a house is complete, and every roof is half broken. The door was completely tattered, and the villagers who were not fully clothed were curled up in the corner of the house. And the Navy soldiers, the more they moved forward, the more they discovered that the river water carrying the warship became turbid at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if there were some poisonous substances in their hands. Looking at these, Iger gradually frowned. When I read the manga, I knew that the citizens of Wano Kingdom were living quite miserably, but who knows, until I saw the scene with my own eyes. Iger finally knew what was miserable. I have just stepped into the country, and I have seen this scene. Who knows what the life of the people is like next to the farmland where all kinds of factories have been built and all kinds of chemical pollution have made no grass grow. If this Kaido can be removed, it will be a great blessing for this Wano country. Old Jack was also standing beside Iger, looking at the miserable state of the people. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help sighing. No, Kaido is just a pirate. The most things he has are factories and military force. The one who really tolerates Kaido staying in this country and commits such atrocities against this country is the ruler of this country. Hearing what old Jack said, Iger shook his head involuntarily, looked at a certain direction in the distance, and replied softly, "Although everyone mentions Wano Kingdom, everyone will immediately think that this is Kaido's occupied territory, but they often forget that under the halo of Kaido's 4 emperors, Wano Kingdom actually has another owner, Black Charcoal Serpent. However, although this black charcoal snake is quite unpleasant, Iger is also quite disgusted by this guy. But in the current position of the Navy, there is absolutely no reason to touch him. After all, the Navy can do it without a reason, only pirates, and the Navy has no authority to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries." Old Jack knew this too well, so he couldn't help but sighed, nodded, and didn't answer. But if this guy guy doesn't know how to flatter. Then what to do? What to do? Eagle paused, then continued. On this side, Iger is taking the naval warships all the way to the hinterland of Wano country, and there is a new situation in the naval base on the other side. Report. In front of the steel reinforced door, a Navy soldier in a Navy uniform stood up straight, gave a standard Navy salute in his hand, and roared loudly, "Come in." In the iron gate, an ancient well sounded without waves. Creak _ The heavy iron door was carefully pushed open by the Navy soldiers, and what he saw was the large desk with wisdom hanging by the Marshal of the Warring States period. At this moment the Marshal of the Warring States period was frowning, looking at the documents on the table, very busy. Seeing the Navy soldiers coming in, the Warring States Marshal just glanced up, then lowered his head and prepared to continue working. However, just after lowering his head, he seemed to have reacted to something, and raised his head again, his eyes dignified. I saw that in the arms of the Navy soldier he was holding a pure white document bag, and its surface was covered with a stamp. As a marshal, he naturally knew that it was the special stamp of the world's official government. Chapter 789 General or Sakaski. So, we have just returned from the world's main residence, so are we going to go again? The dog-headed warship sailed on the vast sea. With the help of the cannonballs thrown out one by one in Karp, it moved quickly towards the red soil continent, and at the stern, wearing a lieutenant general garb who was in uniform, threw a cannonball with one hand and inserted his little finger into his nostril with the other, and asked Sengoku, who was behind him, a little carelessly. Hearing Karp's question, Sengoku was also helpless. Behind the black round-rimmed glasses was an inexplicable headache, and he sighed deeply. Immediately afterward, he seemed to mean by saying, "It's not because your precious grandson, who just came back from Fishman Island, did another earth-shattering event on the first day, killing that kid Sakaski directly. Some people above are not happy." Well, they're not happy, that it's their business. What's it about Arigi? When the Warring States said this, Cap was immediately unhappy. Iger had just ended his loss of contact, and through this election of the general, he was directly preparing to crusade against Kaido. There are still people who are dissatisfied when such a person is a naval general. You don't need to leave such a good guy alone, and you want to ask the two of them to go to a meeting? That group of old men also thought that they were very powerful, but do they really think they are the ones who made history? Iger will definitely be one of the best fighters in the Navy in the future. What kind of trouble do these idiots want to make? Apparently feeling quite dissatisfied with the behavior of the people above in Sengoku's mouth, Garp said while picking his nose while shaking his head. In this regard, Sengoku is also non-committal, but before he nods to agree, his complexion changed slightly, and then he patted Garp's arm and whispered, "Don't talk about it, we're here. You'd better restrain yourself after a while and listen to their words first." Good. Garp shook his head and agreed twice, and the burst of shells in his hand also stopped. The dog-headed warship slowly moored at a port on the Red Earth continent. On the Red Land, there were already 2 rows of people wearing black suits and black sunglasses standing there quietly, as if they were especially waiting for the arrival of the two. In a group of black suits, Sengoku and Karp's white Navy uniforms are extremely conspicuous, like stars surrounded by a group of bodyguards. However, these men in black did not feel like bodyguards. The one headed by them pushed the sunglasses on their faces with a flat tone without any fluctuations. Marshal of the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Garp, the 5 old stars have been waiting for the two of you for a long time. Please come with me. Hearing the words 5 old stars, Sengoku and Karp's expressions froze, and they didn't make a sound, just nodded slightly, and then let the bunch of people in black surrounded them. Moving towards, he walked among the huge and magnificent building on the Red Earth continent. The 5 old stars may be the people with the highest status in the world. At least ordinary people and even government officials all over the world feel this way. In fact, the same is true. The 5 old stars are the highest power organization in the whole world. They control the operation of all the departments of the whole world. From CP1 to CP9, they are all under their control. Drop a country. Not only that, according to legend, they have quite terrifying combat power, which is also the basis for them to have considerable prestige among the personnel of the espionage agency. All in all, when these 3 words are mentioned, almost everyone will be nervous involuntarily, because they almost symbolize the apex of power in this world. On the tall Red Earth continent, through the gorgeous and white promenade, Garp and Warring States came to the 5 old stars side by side. Although it was not the first time to see these people, the arrogance that came from them still made Karp and Sengoku feel uncomfortable. A black suit with white curly hair, a dark blue suit with long beard, a dark red suit with blonde hair, a dark green suit with a mustache, and a bald head with a white Taoist robe holding a sword. "You two are finally here." As soon as the two of them came in, the black suit greeted him casually, with an indescribable feeling of superiority in his tone, which made Karp's brows wrinkle chuckle slightly immediately. I heard that there is a boy named Iger in your navy who defeated Sakazuki. Before Sengoku and Garp could answer, the dark blue suit on the other side took over. That's it? Sengoku nodded. However, just as he was about to answer, he hadn't said the words and was interrupted by another dark red suit. That kid. It is said that he is going to crusade Kaido recently in order to run for the general. Yeah, my grandson. Iger is very good, right? Before Sengoku could speak, Garp grabbed the conversation immediately and even had a show of it. Of course, this kind of meaning in the eyes of the 5 old stars will only cause considerable dissatisfaction. Just as Garp was about to continue, the dark green suit was inserted again and the 8-legged beard shook violently. Let him stop nonsense. Come back quickly and let Sakazuki be the general. In a word, I was quite impatient. I didn't give Sengoku and Garp any chance to speak and they made a final decision which made the air in the entire hall become dignified. What did you say? Although after an interview, Waring states, and Garp really did not expect that the 5 old stars would be so tough this time. There was not a single word redundant and they did not even say that Iger should withdraw from the campaign. The next general, Sengoku and Garp glanced at each other, both of them being able to see clearly the meaning in each other's eyes. At this point, both of them have already understood that either Sakazuki has something to do with this side, or the country of Wano is not very clean, and it is even possible that there is something on both sides that the two do not know about. The meaning of the 5 old stars is already obvious. If the previous Sengoku and Garp had agreed to this wave, but the current 2 people, after the empty incident, their mentality has changed greatly. Well, I'm sorry, I'm afraid it won't work. Sengoku stared at the eyes of the dark green suit for a while, then suddenly shook his head. Sengoku is right. At this moment, Iger has arrived in Wano country, right? Garp also stood behind him and shrugged. What did you say? Before he finished speaking, the bald head of the white robe sitting on the windowsill suddenly stood up and the knife in his arm suddenly burst out with a fierce sword intent, instantly severing the pillars in the house in two. Chapter 790 Azura Boy. Whoops, Ken. The sound of water rushing under the warship one after another. The river that had become a little dark and shiny became narrower and thinner in front of the huge size of the warship until finally the warship can no longer advance half a point in the river. Report, Lieutenant General Eagle. Our ships can no longer move forward. The rivers here are not enough to carry our warships. On the deck, a Navy soldier ran to Iger, gave a standard military salute and roared loudly. His face, which was covered by the shadow of his hat, was flushed with excitement. Since a few days ago, Lieutenant General Iger didn't take action directly in front of them. He just used the bottom of the boat to destroy the entire Kaido's army. This move really shocked all the navies on the ship. Soldiers. Everyone is a well-trained soldier, and they are all veterans who have been in the Navy for at least a few years. As for those big pirates at sea, even if they have never eaten pork, they have seen pigs run away more or less. The melons in my head are overripe. It is precisely because of the guys who were dealt with by Lieutenant General Iger that they knew how strong these guys were, and they also knew that Lieutenant General Iger's hand a few days ago was really too powerful. So powerful that facing this man, they may faint just because the other party blew a breath. So in the past few days, these new naval soldiers who came under the command of Lieutenant General Iger are full of admiration for this new boss. Even if it is just a report, it is enough to make them feel quite excited. Of course, Lieutenant General Iger himself had no reaction to this. During the voyage these days, Iger himself had his own plans. This is July, isn't it? Iger looked at the vague factories standing in the distance, surrounded by dilapidated buildings. Although it could be vaguely seen that there was a township, it was obviously many years ago. The present place is quite similar to what Iger remembered. The land is barren to the naked eye. Not far from the place where the fields should be cultivated, all that grow up are dead seedlings one after another, and in those dilapidated and scattered at the door of the house, a few ragged He-style residents sat slumped at the door, not knowing whether they were basking in the sun or had passed out. There was a faint pungent smell floating in the air, and this smell made Iger feel a bit inexplicably familiar. It was when he was on Earth, and in the smoggy weather reported by some weather forecasts, there would be smell. Here, I don't know where. Hearing Iger's question, the Navy soldier suddenly seemed a little flustered, scratched his head and pondered for a while, and finally shook his head a little dejectedly, expressing that he didn't know. Of course, Iger didn't care about this, and he didn't care what the Navy soldier said. He opened his eyes and closed his eyes to search for something around. After a while, he abruptly opened his eyes, and after he dropped a sentence, "Look at the boat carefully." It turned into a silver light and then disappeared on the deck. Scoff. In the next instant, a silver light ripped apart the air and flowed towards the distance at the speed of lightning. Swish. The silver light flashed by, and in just an instant, Iger's body was already several kilometers away, in front of a dilapidated shop. A closer look shows that this dilapidated dilapidated shop has some charm. Although it is only a wooden house, whether it is the signboard, the walls, or the interior decoration, it is just a little old, not broken. The wood yellow walls retain the original charm of wood, and the orange-red stripes embellished on the ground and under the eaves also make the cottage look a little fresh. Seeing this hut, the curtain of memory in Iger's heart was immediately lifted. This is a very important place in the part of Kuri, the tea house opened by the wife of Huhuo Kinnaman's wife, Ahe Tea House. At this moment, a man with a samurai bun but wearing a tattered sackcloth and stepping on broken clogs under his feet was holding a martial sword in one hand and a small red bowl in the other. Sucking. Gudong sigh. The man drank the contents of the bowl in a few gulps and then let out a long sigh of relief. Then he picked up the bowl in his hand again, stretched out towards the door of the tea house and laughed twice. As expected of Ahe's Yuanzasu. Could you give me another bowl? Before the man's words were finished, he saw a flash of silver light in the surrounding air, and then a figure wearing a pure white cloak appeared beside the man, which immediately aroused the man's surprise, and the martial arts knife in his hand was pulled out in an instant. Came out. Oops, what's the matter? Hearing the scabbard of the long knife, a gentle female voice also came from the tea house, followed by footsteps. A woman dressed in a kimono decorated with pink cherry blossoms on a dark blue background slowly lifted the curtain and walked out. This woman in a kimono, Iger knew, was the owner of this tea house, the wife of Kinnaman, Ahe. When Ahe walked out the door, he was attracted by the pure white cloak on Yiji's body at first sight. He immediately recognized Yiji's identity. This was a Navy. A smile. It turned out to be Lord Navy. What's your reason for coming here? See, Navy. Hearing Ahe's words, the man seemed to recognize it and immediately took 2 steps back with a dignified expression, not forgetting to return the bowl in his hand to Ahe, and then turned around and ran away without saying a word. I haven't said what to do. What are you running for? Iger was also a little surprised by the man's speed. In just a second or two, the guy had already run for nearly 100 meters, but he just chuckled and then his figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in front of the man. What are you going to do? Seeing Iger's strange movement, the man was also a little frightened, and the yuanza soup he had just eaten immediately turned into a cold sweat and seeped out. Are you from Ajuradiji? No bullshit. Iger straight to the point. What are you doing with the boss of Jushinwan? The man was stunned when he heard Iger's question and asked a question subconsciously. Okay, it's you. Hearing such an answer, Iger's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he picked up the man. His body lit up with silver light and instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 791. The most dangerous man in July. Hey, what the hell are you doing? 9 miles, a certain hill in front of the old wooden fence. The man was gently placed in front of the fence by Iger and turned to look at the Navy boy, who was only 15 or 16 years old at most. He didn't know what this guy was doing. This guy is simply inexplicable. Not only is the strength tyrannical and powerful, there is no pressure at all to lift his body with one hand, and he can move at that terrifying speed. The most important thing is that this guy seems to be directed at himself. The boss is here. Who is your boss? Known as Ashura Boy, also known as Jushinwan, he is a famous robber leader in Julai. He alone leads thousands of subordinates to occupy a Julai mountain. For 10 years, no one dared to invade. Although he is a robber in name, in fact, if anyone wants to violate the safety of Julai, then the boss of Jushinwan will be the first to rush out and beat up everyone who dares to commit the crime. The boss of Jushinwan, that is known as the most dangerous man in Julai. Don't worry about it. Go in and tell your boss and let him come out and fight me. Iger shrugged nonchalantly, as if he didn't want to waste his time explaining, so he responded casually. A few seconds later, seeing that the man hadn't moved, his eyes were full of doubts, and he looked at himself with a puzzled face. Iger sighed again, and then explained, if you are like this, tell him that there is someone who knows where Jin Eman is, and come to him. But the man still didn't seem to understand, and wanted to ask something, and then was kicked back by Iggy. But what? Go. Julai bandit stronghold. Come, drink. Give me a drink. In a room that was still open and bright, a sturdy man with thick pink-purple hair and a blue-purple cloak with bare breasts raised the wine bowl in his hand and yelled at the surrounding men dressed as samurai. After the burly man shouted, he immediately picked up the wine bowl almost the size of a casserole in his hand, put it straight into his mouth, and then drank it, not caring that the exposed wine spilled on his chest and stomach, on top of the belly. Report. But before the burly man wiped the wine off the corner of his mouth, an anxious shout approached quickly from the door, and then the door of the room was slammed open by a pair of hands, and a man stepped on a broken clog. The man rushed in a panic. It was the samurai man who was caught here by Iger just now. Hiccup. Seeing the man rushed in a hurry, the sturdy man didn't pay much attention to it, but burped for a long time, and then scolded with a shaky voice. What are you panicking about? What does it look like in a hurry? Slowly tell me what's going on. With my Jushinwan, what are you afraid afraid of. This burly man with a wine bowl and bare breasts and a height of 4 or 5 meters is impressively the leader of the robbers on the entire mountain. Ajura boy Jushin Wan boss Jujuju Tien Wan. Outside. The man seemed to be running in a hurry, gasping for more than 10 seconds before finally breathing down. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed out the door, stammering, "Outside. Someone told you to go out and fight him." Oh, who? Hearing that someone came to fight, Jutenmaru's half-moon-shaped eyes flashed a little bit of coldness, and his tone changed from the boldness just now to a little cold. "It's a teenage-looking navy. Ha 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 ha." As soon as the man's voice fell, all the robbers choked, and then a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. "What are you joking about? Aren't you going to drive him away with such a fool? Teenage navy? What the hell? You dare to fight with our boss Jushin Wan?" I'm dying of laughter. When will our boss Jushin Wan be challenged by these little dolls? For a time, the robbers, you and I, taunted the man and the teenage navy who had never met, and their words were full of undisguised disdain. "What are you kidding? Who is the boss of our Jushin Maru? The most dangerous man in Julai." Back then, he was a man whose fighting power was only second only to Guri Daimyo, and when the famous name of Julai fell, Jushin Wan's boss was well deserved as the strongest in Julai. Where can teenage cats and dogs be challenged? Although Jushin Wan didn't say these words, but as the leader of a bandit, he really had no interest in this teenage boy. He immediately waved the empty wine bowl in his hand, and his interest was waning. "Cope with that guy. Go wherever you like. Don't delay Laozi drinking." Well, he also said he knew where Kinnaman was. Hearing that the boss of Jushin Wan really had no interest, the man also paused, and after hesitating again and again, he bravely said what the navy had just explained to him. "Kinnaman? Who is that?" "Don't know." When the robbers heard the name, they whispered to each other, saying that they had never heard of the name, and while discussing it they pouted. But just when all the robbers thought that the boss of Jushin Wan would definitely let the man out impatiently and send the navy away, the big hand of the boss of Jushin Wan suddenly clenched, and the wine bowl in his hand instantly shattered into powder. "What did he say?" "Kinnaman." Shuten Maru repeated the man's words, stood up slowly, and an unknown aura suddenly swept away from him, causing the air in the entire room to stagnate. He. "Yes, I'm talking about Jinwai men. Not only that, but I also know Hesong, Xiaoju, Lazang, and even who among you is a traitor." "Are you sure? Won't you come out and meet me?" Before the man who sent the message could answer, a loud and clear laughter suddenly sounded outside the hall, and at the moment when this laughter fell, Jushin Wan in the room, with his normally drooping eyes, suddenly stared. The turbulent domineering gushed out, and the sword in his hand was unsheathed with a clang. Immediately afterwards, he didn't show any slack anymore, and rushed straight towards the door. "You bastard, we are the 9 heroes of Chixiao, all of whom are loyal and righteous. How could there be any traitors? If you continue to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will cut you into 8 pieces." Chapter 792. Unbeaten in one move. "Count me as a loser. Believe it or not, I'll cut you into 8 pieces." Jushin Wan roared like an angry thunder, resounding through the entire mountain top, and the sturdy body trampled on the top of the mountain step by step, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Shuten Maru waved the broadsword in his hand and ran out of the robber's house in a rage. Even the robbers, who were the younger brothers of Jushin Wan, could not help but feel the trembling in the terrifying, suffocating aura emanating from Jushin Wan. As expected of our boss, the thieves couldn't help but have such an idea in their hearts, and then everyone involuntarily turned their eyes to the direction of the clear laughter, and their expressions were a little embarrassed. In the middle of the forest on the top of the mountain, not far from the thief's stronghold, a figure covered by a pure white cloak was standing opposite, and the momentum was extraordinary. But in terms of the huge body that is 4 or 5 meters high with the boss of Jushin Wan, that navy is simply a child among children. No, he is a complete child at all. This kid is miserable. The robbers' eyes focused on Iggy for a moment, and then they looked at their companions around with a look of pity on their faces. What a pity. This navy is only in his teens, so he dares to challenge the boss of Jushin Wan alone. Isn't this looking for a fight? And looking at it like that, he also angered the boss of Jushin Wan. Maybe the boss of Jushin Wan won't keep his hand at all. Just grab it and beat him. He. You don't have to. Let's make a bet. The robbers had just made an evaluation of Iger in their hearts, and Iger, who was opposite, spoke immediately. Bet? What bet? Jushin Maru has been the leader of the robbers for so many years, and he knows that the other party is aggressive, but the aggressive method makes him quite concerned. In any case, the names of the individuals he mentioned are in this country of Wano has not been mentioned for at least 10 years. In particular, the country of Wano did not join the world's official government, and the navy could not know what was going on in the country of Wano. This guy obviously has some purpose. Seeing Jushin Wan's reaction, Iger nodded with satisfaction and continued. It's very simple. No matter what I say now, you won't believe it, so you take a move from me. If you still stand after one move, even even if you win, I will never appear in front of you again. Otherwise, if you lose, no matter what I say, you have to believe it firmly. Iger's voice fell in the dark woods, as if it fell into the dark abyss, without getting any echoes. Everyone looked at Iger blankly, and fell into a strange silence. For a time, the air on the whole mountain froze a little, until a certain jet sound made this strange sound. Silence is broken. Ha 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 ha. What did this kid just say? Did he say that if our eldest brother can pick him up and fail, he will win? Don't say that. Ha ha ha. It means that he can defeat our boss with one move. Hey, stinky bastard. This is not a place to pretend to be a family. Go home and play a navy game. Who do you think we are? We are real robbers. Believe it or not, we killed you for meat. After a long silence, there was a burst of laughter brewing. All the robbers burst into laughter at this moment, pointing at Iger, whistling, swearing and mocking one after another. Even Shuttenmaru didn't know what to say when he heard Iger's arrogant words, and looked at Iger opposite him with strange eyes. Faced with such a reaction, Iger was neither angry nor annoyed, but turned his gaze to the robbers who laughed the loudest, and said softly, "These guys are a little noisy." Before he finished speaking, Iger's eyes suddenly condensed, and an invisible wave spread out with him as the center, as if a breeze passed by. Most people, including Jushin-wan, felt that a breeze just happened to blow, and at the same time, the robbers who were locked by Yiji's opportunity suddenly hit a ghost. On the spot, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Bang bang bang. Following a few heavy muffled sounds, Jushin-wan's pupils also slowly tightened. This is, others don't know, but he knows that this is the Overlord, a tyrannical color that can make a weak opponent faint at a glance. And while he was displaying the Overlord color, he didn't even feel the slightest bit, which showed that his control over the Overlord color was quite impressive. In other words, the strength of this person is very strong. The heart that was still a little contemptuous was slowly tense, and Jutianmaru raised this person from a nonsense kid to a strong opponent in an instant. The arrogance like an angry dragon surged wildly in his blood vessels and muscles, and the rough skin around Jushin-wan was instantly covered by the color of black iron. Two words were slowly spit out from the throat. "Come on." Jushin-wan's action immediately attracted the cheers of a group of robbers. "Go on, the boss of Jushin-wan, let him see our strength." "That's right, don't worry about any tricks, just kill him." As for these calls, Iger completely ignored them, and smiled lightly at Shuttenmaru, who was facing him. "Hehe, it seems that your boss's eyesight is not bad. Then, be prepared." Before he finished speaking, Iger's aura suddenly shook like a river overturned. If the previous Iger was still a white rabbit who was slaughtered, then at this moment Iger had become a roaring dragon king. Ken. The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded somewhere in the space, and a long metal sword flickered into Iger's hand. The dragon pattern on the blade was a dark red color. Roar. Iger's feet exerted a little force, and a high-pitched dragon roar resounded in his hand, followed by a flash of red light, and Iger's figure disappeared in place in an instant. No, that is to say, at the same time, Jutian-wan, who was facing him, had reached a peak in his domineering arrogance, and without any hesitation, he decided to slam it out somewhere in front of him. Swish. The bright red sword light ripped through the air like lightning. All the robbers had not yet realized what was going on. Iger's figure had already appeared 5 meters behind Jushin-wan. Click. The long sword was returned to its sheath, and Iger slowly stopped and stood still. At the same time, the Jushin-wan behind him also spurted blood from his mouth. Chapter 793. His surname is Haitan. Hoof _ The bright red blood was particularly conspicuous on the bare hilltops, and it spurted out of Jushin-wan's mouth and then spread into a blood mist that filled the sky in the wind. The blood mist slowly scattered, and at the same time as the blood dissipated, all the thieves present were also staring in horror. On top of his sturdy body, from the collarbone on the right to the lower abdomen on the left, an incomparably eye-catching huge knife scar split open. When exactly is it? What time is it? They only saw the navy chuckle softly, and then the boss Shuttenmaru on the opposite side used all his arrogance. As a result, the figure of the navy just disappeared from the place just in the blink of an eye. He has already appeared behind the boss of Jushin-wan. After that, as if everything was over, the navy stood still and slowly put the long sword in his hand into the scabbard, and then the boss of Jushin-wan just vomited blood and fell down. Is this guy so strong? The robbers looked at the silent navy, who even had a faint smile on his face, and his teenage face when he died. Wake up from a damn dream. What are you kidding? A teenage baby can already behead the boss of his own family with one knife. Has the overseas world become so terrifying? Boss Shuttenmaru. After a full minute of silence, someone in the group of sluggish robbers finally reacted, shouted and rushed to their boss. However, these robbers were not even halfway through when they were interrupted by the voice of Shuttenmaru. Don't come here, I'm fine. Jushin-wan's condition looked really good. At least the sound was still as loud as a rock collapsing, and after calling to stop his subordinates, he took a deep breath and then struggled to stand stand from the ground. Get up, turn around and look at Iggy's back. Feeling the gaze from Shuttenmaru, Iger also turned around, his expression as usual. Do you want to continue? Iger's words made Jushinwan's complexion a little gloomy for a while, and the surrounding air also became unusually quiet and solemn. The bandits watching the fun held their breaths, and they didn't dare to breathe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After an unknown amount of time, Jushinwan suddenly moved. He suddenly waved the big sword in his hand. Is it true that the boss of Shuttenmaru is going to start coming? In an instant, such an idea flashed through the robbers' minds. However, just when everyone thought that Jushinwan's boss was starting to play seriously again, he fiercely inserted the big knife in his hand into the ground under his feet, and then his hands were gently hanging by his side. The low opening replied, I lost. It wasn't until the sentence was finished that the robbers seemed to finally react. This absurd gambling battle was over between the Lightning and Flint just now. The boss of Jushinwan, in just one move, lost to the teenager who looked like he was only in his teens. Alas, come in with me. Although it was said that he was defeated in front of his subordinates, Shuttenmaru felt that he had lost all face, but this was not the first time, so he felt okay. So he ignored the discussions around him. He retracted the broadsword into the scabbard, greeted Iger, and walked towards the base without looking back. But it was just a few short steps, but no one could see that Zhu Tianwan's arms were shaking slightly. It's not that Jushinwan doesn't want to fight again, but that the Navy's knife just now was completely complete, shaking his arm with domineering force to a state where he could no longer exert force for a short time. This person is an opponent that he absolutely cannot defeat. So, what do you want to tell me? Or, what do you want me to believe unconditionally? Taking Iger into the house, Shuttenmaru took a wine bowl, filled it with clear wine, handed it to Iger behind him, and asked casually. The robbers outside the house were a little surprised when they saw such a move by Shuttenmaru, and then looked at each other, not knowing what to say. According to the rules of their mountain, regardless of the outcome, if the boss of Jushinwan has finished a fight with someone, and then handed over a bowl of wine, it means that the boss of Jushinwan has recognized this person, no matter who the opponent is. Identity. In other words, the behavior of the boss of Jushinwan shows that he has been completely convinced by the young man in front of him. Iger naturally didn't know what this meant, and didn't care about it. He brought it over and drank it, and then said straight to the point, Kinnaman, 10 years from now, we'll be back. Just after the first sentence fell, Jushinwan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes. His breathing became chaotic, and his thick lips began to tremble because of excitement. You said, what? Also with Kinnaman, there are Lazang and Xiaoju. Iger didn't care about Jushinwan's reaction either, and continued speaking on his own, concise and to the point. Believe it or not, they are now fighting hard for the restoration of the country after 20 years. I know that you were one of the 9 heroes of Chixiao, but in this situation, although you are unwilling, you can't do anything about it. After all, even your master died under someone's gun. If you really want 10 years from now, when your colleagues come back, they will see a wealthy country, strong people, and happiness, and do something about it. Kawamatsu, he is being locked up in the rabbit bowl. Kaido's cotter who arranged there has been resolved by me. Denjiro, I'll find him soon. If you really want to pass on Odin's will, go and get rid of Orakai. Kaido, I'll deal with it. A sentence slammed into Jushinwan's heart like a falling stone, and when he heard the word ocean, his breathing became rapid, but at the same time, a question also raised in his heart. Then, where is Kenjiro? Iger said so many names, but he didn't mention Kenjiro, who is also the 9 heroes of Akasaka. Hearing Jushinwan's question, Iger also paused, then took a step, walked out of the house, and left a sentence from a distance. If you decide this time tomorrow, put a candle in front of the second fence outside the door. As for Kenjiro, all I can say is that his surname is Hitan. Chapter 797th Iger's design. His name is Kenjiro Kuritan. That's why your mission failed at the time. After Iger finished the last sentence, he didn't stop for any more, stepped out of the threshold without any nostalgia, and then disappeared from everyone's field of vision, leaving only the Jushinwan and a group of robbers confused in the house. What did he just say? I'm not sure, but looking at the look of the boss of Jushinwan, what this guy said is quite remarkable. Indeed, after Iger left, Jushinmaru stood in the room, staring blankly at Iger's distant back. His entire consciousness was plunged into distant memories, which seemed to make him almost forget about it, the distant past. But for these, although Iger expected it, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Hello, Dad, it's me, Iggy. After walking out of Jushinwan's territory, Iger quickly took out the phone bug in his arms and dialed a certain number. How's it going? Soon, there was a response from the other end of the phone bug. It was the voice of Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I have already dealt with Jushinwan, and I told him the previous things, and I gave him a day to react. It is estimated that at this time tomorrow night you can negotiate communicate with him again. Iger narrated it in a flat tone, and then he didn't say any more and closed the phone bug in his hand. After that his figure did not stop. A silver light lit up on his body and flashed away in a certain direction in the distance. As the Lieutenant General of the Navy and the grandson of Garp, Iger certainly has considerable appeal in the Navy, and even the Marshal of the Warring States period has to give him considerable face. Iger said that there is absolutely no problem with how many troops he needs to call. If he wants to come over to attack Kaido, Iger can at least call up a force of the same size as the Beast Pirates. But he didn't do that. In order to be able to cooperate with forces other than the Navy, that is, the Revolutionary Army led by Long. The reason why he chose to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army was naturally due to Iger's consideration. First, the Navy is in turmoil right now, and it coincides with the general election, and the various factions in the Navy are also complicated. A considerable amount of troops may not be easy to use. Second, after these exchanges with CP0, Iger can feel more and more that in today's world, the world's official government is like a big hand that cannot be seen in the dark, secretly controlling the history of the world. Towards whether it is the balance of the forces of the 4 emperors, or the establishment of the 7 marshalsees, or even the number of generals and marshals in the Navy, they are all for the so-called world balance. And the purpose of establishing this kind of balance is to protect the ultimate secret of the world buried at the end of the Great Route. For the world's official government, this secret is crucial. In order to protect this secret, whether it is to secretly support the pirate forces, force the Navy officials to step down, or let some pirates wantonly mutilate ordinary people, residents are insignificant. This is why Eagle can see CP0, Pero and Quinn appearing together on Fishman Island at the same time. Because of these, Iger felt more and more that if he wanted to get close to the ultimate secret, the power hidden behind the scenes of the world's official government was definitely a huge stumbling block. In order to fight against this force, one's own warm-hearted ideas and weapons are necessary. This vote is in Wano. If the Revolutionary Army can be inserted smoothly, it will undoubtedly be of great help to the growth of the Revolutionary Army. If you want to compete with the world's official government, it will also be a great help. Third, it is also for this reason that in order to make the Revolutionary Army and Wano country better, the country must be established. It's definitely not just Kaido, but the Black Charcoal family standing at the top of Wano's power today. Of the Kojiki family back then, 9 heroes of Chixiao, with these former courtiers taking the lead, all of Iger's actions became famous. The former minister of the Kojiki family supported the bloodline of the Kojiki family, and with the help of the Revolutionary Army, the country of Wano was changed back to its original appearance. This is what Iger wanted to see. He believed that with Joshinwan's temperament he would definitely pay attention to this kind of thing, but if he wanted to know whether what he said was true or not, he would definitely come to the rabbit bowl to find out. At that time he would see each other again. To your own. And now, I am going to another place. Iger's whole body exploded with silver light, and one after another hot silver lightning exploded in the air. Using the power of the lightning, Iger's body jumped directly into the sky several thousand meters high. Then, without any hesitation, the silver light all over his body rose sharply, directly turning into a lightning that ripped apart the thunder and flickered in the direction of the most prosperous light in the distance. If the whole Wano country is regarded as a flower, then its capital is located in the stamen part of this flower, and just like a real flower, the color of the stamen is always a bright yellow, attracting the whole country. Bees and butterflies came flying all over the place. Yes, this place is called the capital of flowers, the capital of Wano, and the next stop for Iger. As the capital of Wano, the prosperity of the flower capital is very different from those in the surrounding back country. On a cloudy evening, Iger just jumped into the sky and could see that at the very center of Wano, it seems to be a huge bonfire, and next to it there are only a few scattered fireflies. With the landing of Iger, this gap is also expanding wildly in geometric progression. A row of well-decorated shops and houses are lined up neatly in the capital. In the direction of the general's mansion in the center, you can also see a beautiful giant tree full of lanterns. Every household can see orange lanterns hanging at the door, and the bright light illuminates the flower capital warmly and warmly. The streets and alleys were always crowded with figures, and everyone seemed to be smiling. It was very lively. Every once in a while, Iger could hear a word in his ears. It was the Lantern Festival. Chapter 795. I think Take the Warren Away, or called the Drinking Carnival, or the Warren Festival, or the Ghost Island Festival. In short, different people have different names for this day. After all, everyone has different plans for what they should do today. Some people will rush to the street to frantically look for drinks. Some people will take their children and wives to the street to admire those lanterns. Of course, more people will wait beside the street waiting for for a very popular one. The tall figure passed by a certain fixed route. The Warren. Yes, Warren. On this day, the most beautiful girl in the whole Wano country will put on the most gorgeous clothes, the most beautiful makeup, the most beautiful hairstyle, and sit down and be rewarded by the general of the Wano country. The sedan chair, carried by a group of people, slowly walked towards the general's mansion. It was the time when the lanterns first came on in the evening. This day is like this every year, but this year's festival is a little different from the past, because it is said that this year, the Warren has changed. Girl called Little Purple. According to legend, she has the appearance of a fairy, a slender figure like a goddess, a graceful dance like an elf, and even a godlike piano skill. In any aspect, it is absolutely perfect and impeccable, and even before he was selected as the Warren, he directly fascinated all the men. Therefore, the streets this year are more crowded than usual, and everyone wants to see what the new Warren this year will look like. Ah, here it is. With a shout from the crowd, everyone's eyes were gathered, and at the other end of the street, a gorgeous sedan chair, carried by a group of wrestlers, marched along the street from a distance. The band drummed up the most classic and lively music. The flower team held flowers and spread petals around, and the luxuries worked together one by one to hold the sedan chair in an orderly manner, so that the one sitting in the sedan chair could feel safe. Stand up, open the curtain and walk out. Hello everyone, I'm this year's new Warren. I'm Xiao Zia. Please give me some advice. The slender jade hand gently opened the satin curtain, and Xiao Zia, who was dressed in Chinese clothes, walked out of the sedan chair and waved to the people on the street. She was obviously still a girl. Her voice was light and lively, and she had the vigor of youth, and this youthful vigor, under that dress, actually gave off a charming color, and the invisible charm radiated out, making the people next to him fascinated, and the eyes of every man turned into the shape of love. Spontaneously picked up the flowers that had been prepared a long time ago, and threw them towards the middle road. Xiao Zia, Xiao Zia, Xiao Zia, Xiao Zia. Among the cheers one after another, the sedan chair moved forward steadily, leaving behind the cheers and ushering in a new wave of cheers. Xiao Zia, be my wife. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd, and then a tall fat man emerged from the crowd. This fat man simply used brute force to push away the crowd around him, his eyes full of love and straightness. He rushed towards Xiao Zia and opened his hands, as if he wanted to hold Xiao Zia and the sedan chair together in his arms. Go away. And just when the fat man was about to rush in front of Xiao Zia, a loud shout suddenly sounded, and then a sharp sword light flashed. Fatty fell into a pool of blood, which also caused some people with evil thoughts in the chaotic crowd to calm down a little, and then cast their fearful eyes on the figure that suddenly appeared in front of the sedan chair. The blue plain head, the naturally upside down eyebrows and the long narrow eyes, the blue and purple samurai robe, and the sharp practical knife he held in his hand. This guy can be said to be the most dangerous man in the entire flower capital. Sleep Crazy Death, the boss of the underworld in the flower capital, an offering from General Black Charcoal. He is insane and impermanent, but his strength is extremely powerful. Even the Black Charcoal Orokai general wants to give him some face, and once he rises, he will kill people without warning. It is an existence that absolutely cannot be provoked. Even this tall and strong sumo wrestler was cut to the ground in just one encounter. Oops, there seemed to be a lot more people this year than in previous years. While everyone looked sideways, Kuang Shilang slowly returned the long sword in his hand, and sighed in mock surprise. This year's Warren Parade is indeed much more popular than in previous years. After all, with the existence of this new Warren, everyone wants to see the flowers, and Kuang Shilang was specially sent here by General Black Charcoal Orokai to protect the safety of the Warren. Seeing Kuang Shilang appearing, those who had some evil thoughts in their hearts also slowly restrained their minds, and then they had to look at Huakui from a distance, and a trace of unwillingness passed through their hearts. There is no way, the fierce name of Kuang Shilang, but it is actually played out. This guy used only one sword to split the entire mountain. With this terrifying guy staring at him, between beauty and life, everyone knows how to choose. However, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. Just when Kuang Shilang thought that killing a chicken was enough to dispel some thoughts from the remaining monkeys, a figure emerged from the crowd again and stopped Kuang Shilang and Xiao Zia and the others. Clatter! Kuang Shilang's footsteps paused, and then a violent look flashed in his long and narrow eyes. He slowly raised his head, held the long sword around his waist at the same time, stared at the uninvited guest in front of him, and said, although it is said that the Navy's intrusion into the border of Wano country is not under my control, but as a Navy, you are not afraid of embarrassing the Navy when you grab the Warren in the street. It was none other than Iger, who came like lightning. At this moment, Iger is wearing the Navy's cloak of justice, and holding a long sword engraved with the Yinhong Shenlong in his right hand. This posture is needless to say. The Warren was on the street and jumped out of the crowd with a long sword, which was obviously here to rob the Warren. When the surrounding residents residents saw Iger appearing, they couldn't help but sigh, knowing that there is such a terrifying madman who is staring at him. This guy dares to commit crimes against the wind. In the horrified eyes of the surrounding residents, Iger raised the tip of his sword and pointed at the domineering Kuang Shilang. The clear voice slowly resounded on the lively street. Kang Shilang, I want to kidnap the Warren. What are you going to do? Chapter 796. With a sword. Take the Warren away. What did he just say? This guy just now. Did I hear it right? Actually, in front of the boss of Kwangshilang, he said that he was going to rob the Warren. This kid, isn't he wearing a navy uniform? How dare you do such a thing? That's not the point, right? The point is this guy dead? The originally noisy street suddenly quieted down when Yike's voice sounded. The flowers of the flower team stopped spreading, the music of the band stopped playing, and the waving arms of the residents next to them were slowly put down. Everyone, including Kuang Shilang, at this moment locked their eyes on that pure white figure. This guy, obviously not even 1.8 meters tall, with that immature face, is only a teenager at most, and his body type is also a bit thin. All over the body, except for the knife in his hand, there is something worth seeing, and it is completely out of stock. I really don't know where this guy got the courage to dare to threaten to rob the Warren in such a large audience. This is a blatant provocation for the boss of Kwangshilang. Alas, the color is stunned. For a time, a wave of pity rose in everyone's heart. Yes, it was for this ignorant navy brat who provokes Kwangshilang in public, and I'm afraid he doesn't even know how he died. This kid is about to splatter blood on the spot. Thinking of this, the surrounding residents and the sedan chair team quietly turned their attention to the madman standing in front of the sedan chair, silently speculating in their hearts when the boss of the underworld would choose to act. Arrogant people, everyone also wants to know how to die. Sure enough, hearing the navy boy's arrogant opening remarks, the originally distorted face of Kuang Shilang's boss suddenly became like a wrinkled rag. Huge and terrifying anger visibly twisted on his face. Then, as the domineering arrogance in his body slowly swelled up, his eyes fixed on Iger like a poisonous snake, and his tone was solemn. Young man, you had a bright future. Is it worth it to come here and sacrifice your life for an Warren? He. Iger chuckled twice, his body slowly surging like the domineering waves of an angry dragon, and the long knife in his hand seemed to roar a dragon roar. The air vibrated slightly. I don't know why. Although everyone present didn't know what happened, they could feel that in the invisible air there seemed to be some huge creature swinging it, thick and sharp limbs. Of course, for most people, they don't think it's dangerous, and even think it's just an occasional breeze. And in this breeze, Iger's voice spread again. One sword. I'm going to take the Warren. If you pick me up and still stand still, then I'll disappear. Puff. As soon as the voice fell, there were bursts of laughing sounds from the surrounding crowd, followed by discussions between residents and residents. Does this guy know what he's talking about? Did he think he was invincible because he was a navy? Wait for a good show. Even if this guy dies here, the navy won't know where he was left, right? The residents were one by one, and the eyes intertwined in the air were full of ridicule and disdain. Some people also shook their heads and sighed, lamenting that this guy was really arrogant and dared to provoke the boss of Kwangshilang. Who is the boss of Kwangshilang? They don't know his true identity. They just know that this person suddenly appeared in the flower capital one day. In less than half a year, he single-handedly defeated all the local underworld big brothers and directly transformed himself into a real flower capital. Just got the handle. The current status of the boss of Kwangshilang is definitely made by real swords and real guns. So far, no one has ever seen Kwangshilang old ambassador show his true strength, whether it is the boss of the underworld, a warrior who practiced alone, or a wild robber. Any opponent, the boss of Kwangshilang is absolute one-shot kill. Without any doubts, it is a one-shot solution to the battle, and the opponent is the boss of the underworld. Where can such a fledgling navy kid be compared? Everyone shook their heads secretly towards this navy boy, and even the Warren. The party involved was not nervous or flustered at all, just gently spread out the folding fan in his hand, hiding it in front of his nose and lips. With the beautiful eyes like autumn water, he quietly looked at the back of Kuang Shilang's boss not far away. The meaning is quite obvious. In the eyes of this Warren, the fighting power of the boss of Kwangshilang is absolutely beyond doubt. What an arrogant brat! In the face of the conditions of victory and defeat that Iger said, Kwangshilang is obviously disdainful, and on his face, the fierceness like a demon burst out in an instant, and the next second, it seems like a sword with cherry blossom petals floating in it. The wind burst out this sentence, let's wait until you can catch my sword. As the figure of Kwangshilang disappeared instantly in place, his stern voice was like the roar of an evil spirit, causing the air of the entire flower street to vibrate violently. Everyone can't see the figure of Kwangshilang, but everyone can feel that the full-blown Kwangshilang is setting off a frantic wind in front of them. Charged towards the navy kid on the opposite side. Kang! The crisp sword sound bounced high in the air. It was clearly on the street with bright lights at night, but everyone seemed to see the sun being born. To the navy kid on the opposite side, the cherry blossoms fell, the petals were swept into the turbulent flow by the flowing water, merged into the rushing rivers, and finally all flowed into the vast sea. All this just when the high-pitched sword sound resounded like a picture scroll slowly in front of everyone's eyes expand. In fact, from the start of Quangshalang to the moment he approached Iger, the whole process only took a blink of an eye. The kung fu is good, it's even better than Jushin Wan, but in the face of Quangshalang's sword drawn slash, Iger still had time to evaluate it, and then the tip of the sword sank, and then he twisted his body and raised his elbow and slashed out from the bottom up. Chapter 796 Robbery Success. Roar. The sword body, glowing with red light, slashed through the air from bottom to top, and a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly aroused. The air was clearly invisible, but in everyone's eyes it was really clear that the air was, it seems to be, a piece of fluffy bread that has just been baked, and it was cut open with a red-hot iron knife. The feeling is quite subtle. It feels as if a deep crack suddenly appeared in the world, although I know that no knife can do this kind of thing, but with that faint knife mark piercing the air. At the same moment, everyone felt a huge dragon arm protruding from the cut knife mark. The dragon arm should be extremely sturdy. Although it is invisible and intangible, everyone can feel the sword energy that erupts in the air. The dragon arm with strong muscles firmly grasps Crazy Death. Lang's flickering sword light flashed past and then smashed it into pieces with a click. Really broken click. The sword light that originally illuminated the shadows that were not illuminated by the lanterns actually exploded in front of the invisible dragon arm. The broken sword light was like a shattered mirror, spinning piece by piece. The lightly scattered cherry blossom petals were torn apart, and the momentum like the sea was dissipated without a trace under this blow. This is just an illusory dragon arm. Aside from everyone's feelings, it was only in the sight of everyone that the sword with the bright red light in Iger's hand did not make a sound, as if it was waving in the air, slashing Quangshalang with the sword and cutting it in half. Laugh. Like the blade of a knife cutting tofu, the whole process is extremely smooth. The tip of the knife swirls into the air, and the section is as smooth as a mirror. The long sword was broken, and Quangshalang no longer had any defensive weapons at his disposal, so he could only make a decisive decision and immediately protected his body with his armed collar. However, even the domineering swords were cut off. What kind of protection could the temporarily organized domineering do? Scoff. The dark red scorching sword tip, like a real dragon claw, draws a long blood stain from the bottom to the top, from the left iliac to the right shoulder without any hindrance. Clatter. Figures staggered past. Yig's sword stance was still stable. He slowly stood up to clean up and put the long sword in his hand into the scabbard little by little. At the same time that Iger put the long sword into the scabbard, Quangshalang, who had already passed by him, burst into two blood flowers in his mouth and body at the same time. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the current underworld boss, the boss of Quangshalang, who had never been defeated by opponents from all walks of life, after madly spraying blood, he fell to the ground on his back. Silent. This scene is really too sudden. Everyone has not even had time to discuss with the people around how the navy boy will die. The battle has already ended in the flash of lightning, and the result of the battle is even more. It made everyone stunned. A sword, just a sword. The boss of Quangshalang, who guarded the peace of the entire flower capital, fell down with blood sprayed. For a time, what the navy kid said just now vaguely appeared in everyone's ears again. One sword. I'm going to take the Warren away. This guy really did it. He didn't brag. It really was a sword that ended the battle. Take that, boss. Quangshalang, who always fights with a single sword to solve his opponent, and solve it with a single sword. Quangshalang boss. This scene was quite shocking to everyone present, especially for the sedan chair team and the sedan guards. Seeing the boss of Quangshalang fell on his back, the group of underworld members under his hands rushed over in a single step, ready to surround Iger. But when the first underworld member rushed over, he just looked at Iger. At a glance, he automatically bypassed him, and then ran straight to the Kuroshio behind him. One by one, when every underworld member ran to Iger's side, they all glanced at Iger, and without exception, they all bowed their heads around Iger, and surrounded Quangshalang. Looking at these unsatisfactory underworld members, the people in the sedan chair team were so angry and annoyed that they didn't dare to speak. They could only grit their teeth and stare at the backs of the group of underworld members. Legend. Lord Quangshalang. Among them, perhaps the most disturbed is the Warren himself. At this moment, Xiao Zi's whole body is in a state of downtime. Her plump red lips, which are hidden by the paper fan, open slightly, trembling uncontrollably, and those bright eyes also climb up with an unspeakable shock. Others may not know the strength of Quangshalang's boss, but as Xiao Zi, she definitely knows it clearly. As for the secret relationship between the two, she clearly knows that within the entire Wano country, there are absolutely no more than two people who can defeat him so neatly. One is the father, who is no longer in this world, and the other is the great villain who is now entrenched in the Wano country, and the 4 emperors Kaido who disturbed the Wano country and made it difficult for the people to live. What kind of identity is this person? In an instant countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Zi's heart. However, whether she was too shocked or too panicked, Xiao Zi completely forgot that at this moment she was the navy who came to rob the Dao soldier's goal. Then, just when she was stunned for a second, the clear voice of the young man, like a clear sky, suddenly sounded behind her like a ghost, causing goosebumps all over Xiao Zi's body. A breath of hot air gently hit the back of Xiao Zi's neck, and the sea god's breath was released. For no reason, it didn't make Xiao Zi feel scared and afraid, but instead there was a feeling of this person's voice is good. Since the battle is over, I should also go to my stronghold outside the city gate and do something. Let's go, Miss Xiao Zi. Iger didn't lower his voice at all and let his voice spread, and when he said this, his eyes seemed to be provocatively looking at Kurumi Lang, who fell to the ground. On the other side, Xiao Zi also unexpectedly did not resist. Her eyes were unusually calm, and her slender hands hidden in her wide sleeves gently clenched the dagger at the cuff. That was what she was prepared for. If something happened, she would use this dagger to end her life without hesitation. This is the realization that she has survived until now. She would rather die than be insulted. Chapter 798. Do you know this sword? Hehe. It's not a good plan to seek death easily. Before Xiao Zi's determination was finished, she felt her heartbeat stop immediately. A big hand directly grasped the palm of her hand that was touching the dagger through her clothes, not allowing herself to move at all. What do you do? With a high roar, Xiao Zi's whole body was full of agitation, just like a cat whose tail was touched. She was about to jump up quickly, and her palms were frantically trying to break away. Although the warren was said to be the warren, but it was not a vase. The strength of the struggle under the shock was almost to break free from the restraint of Iger, who was unprepared. Fortunately, Iger's reaction was very fast, and he increased his strength in an instant, and his palms were like iron pincers holding Xiao Zi firmly, which prevented her from struggling. Unable to struggle, Xiao Zi was just about to add strength, and then she felt that her waist seemed to be hugged by a strong arm. Her cheeks subconsciously burned, and then her whole body flew up. The surrounding residents watched helplessly, and Xiao Zi left far away in the blink of an eye. Silent. Every resident was silent, watching from a distance the warren in Chinese clothes, who was hugged by the soft waist of the navy kid who was covered in pure white and left far away. No one has acted, because all the people at this time fell into a kind of sluggishness. Warren. The warren who was cultivated in the flower workshop of General Wano Kingdom was robbed in front of the crowd, and in a rather dramatic way. The dignified underworld boss, a man who can be said to have a fighting power of less than 10,000 people in the capital of flowers and even the whole country of Wano, the bridal sedan team protected by the sleeping madman, was publicly provoked by a navy kid who looked only in his teens, threatened to take away the warren with a sword. Just when everyone was completely dismissive of this guy who seemed to be bragging at all actually cut down the boss of Kwangshalang with one sword, and in front of everyone's eyes he took the warren with him. Go away. This kind of weirdness among the weird, the magic among the miracles, the bizarre things that can't be more bizarre, actually happened in front of everyone like this. Everyone fell into a strange silence until a muffled sound gently broke the silence. Wake up, Lord Kwangshalang. You finally woke up. Lord Xiaozi has been kidnapped by that person. The members of the underworld surrounding Kwangshalang saw that Kuangshiro slowly opened his eyes and immediately burst into tears. Just now, they thought that the navy boy had killed him with a sword. Woolen cloth. Oh, I heard it. Kuangshiro blinked his eyes twice, as if he was still comprehending the splendid sword of the young man just now. One thing to say, although the sword intent was extremely powerful, Kuangshiro felt a kind of deliberate restraint from it. What? On purpose? Hearing Kyoshiro's answer, the surrounding underworld members suddenly became a little confused, and they didn't understand what Kuangshiro meant. Forget it. Leave it to me next. Kuangshi sighed and stood up slowly. He looked around at the residents who were watching the lively next week. His eyes swept over, and no one dared to look at him. Picked up the severing knife on the ground, put it in the scabbard, then separated from the crowd and chased in the direction Iger left. Go back first. I will bring Xiao Zi back. On the other side, a remote corner outside the city walls of the Flower City. Okay, I'll confiscate this dagger in case you're doing something stupid. Holding Xiao Zi to the ground lightly, Iger took out the dagger she had hidden in her sleeve and threw it on the ground casually. Who the hell are you? What are you going to do? Observing Iger's movements, Xiao Zi's face was very calm, neither panicked nor chaotic, just looking at him up and down. With some unspeakable intuition, Xiao Zi felt that the person in front of him didn't seem to be. What will you do to yourself? Even if this guy wants to do something, he has no ability to resist. Haha, your reaction reflection doesn't look like an ordinary Warren, right? Iger chuckled twice, flipped his palm, and another sword hidden in the system space suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword fell, and Xiao Zi took 2 steps back cautiously. Relax, this sword won't kill Wano people. I just want to know. You should know this sword. Seeing Xiao Zi's reaction, Iger reassured him, and then without dawdling, he directly held the handle of the knife with his palm, and then exerted lateral force, pulling the knife body out of the scabbard directly. Kang! The crisp sound of the sword sounded, and the sword light like flowing water flowed out of the scabbard, and the moonlight and the lights in the city fell, illuminating the smooth patterns on the sword body. And as the sword light and patterns were reflected in Xiao Zi's eyes, the latter's expression also changed from a vaguely dignified calm to a sluggish one. This knife, where did you get it? This is not. At this moment, Xiao Zi can no longer worry about what the person in front of him will do to him, because all his thoughts have been attracted by the long sword in Iger's hand. The water-like sword light and the patterns on the sword body are like water waves. If you look closely, the scabbard and the hilt, there is no doubt that this is definitely one of the legends that Xiao Zi heard when she was a child. The legend of the country of Wano. Among the national treasures, famous sword Autumn Water. This is the national treasure of Wano country. How could it fall into the hands of an overseas navy? And most importantly, this is Kyushui, the national treasure of Wano. But why do you know that I know it? Doubt slowly emerged from Xiao Zi's heart. She looked at Iger in front of her, wondering what the hell was going on. Why did this guy find himself? Why, don't you know? The princess of Wano, Iri Kojiki. Ha! Iger's voice was not loud, but it suddenly caused Xiao Zi to take a deep breath. The originally calm face finally couldn't hold back any longer, and the pupils shrunk to the size of pinholes. I may be the one who found you after all the hard work in order to return this sword to Wano. Shrugging, Iger laughed. Little Purple. As soon as Iger's voice fell, Kuyoshiro's voice quickly approached not far away. Chapter 799. This is yours. Isn't Wano country? You. The lantern and the moonlight are mixed, and the swaying down covers both Xiao Zi and Iger. Xiao Zi's pair of bright eyes are like reflections on the water, and at this moment Xiao Zi's round eyes are even reflecting these rays of light, more complete and beautiful. Of course, she herself has no such thoughts at all. Now she can only point at Iger with trembling fingertips, and there is no way to say a complete sentence. Her whole mind is blank. This guy, how could this guy know his identity? She has been incognito since she was 6 years old. In the Wano country ruled by the Black Charcoal Orokai family, she did not dare to reveal even the slightest bit of information about her identity, because as long as she leaked a little bit, she would be greeted with the ending of death. The reason why I can live unharmed until now is because there is no outsider who can know my identity. So, in what way did this Navy soldier from the outer sea know his identity? This thing is too exaggerated, isn't it? Seeing Xiao Zi showing such an expression in front of him, Iger also quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This person in front of him is indeed the princess of Wano Kingdom. Little Purple. Just when Xiao Zi was completely shocked, Huang Shilang's voice quickly approached from a distance. This guy is quite clever. He knows to chase after him. Iger turned his head to look at the dark blue figure rushing over at the speed of lightning, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Compared to Iger's relief, the madman on the other side was afire in his heart. His originally distorted face became even more distorted because of his anxiety. Like a beast, holding the broken sword cut off by Iger just now in his hand, he stared at Iger stubbornly, his eyes full of fear and determination. Since catching up, Huang Shilang has no plans to go back alive, but even if he dies, he will definitely die in front of Xiaozi. If you want to move Xiao Zi, just step over my body first. Huang Shilang's voice trembled a little, although he clearly saw Xiao Zi standing there, who knew that this guy who could rob the courtesan in the street would do something unconscionable to Xiao Zi. But Rao was a little trembling in his voice, and the sword in his hand did not vibrate at all. This is the professional quality of a samurai. The master is behind. No matter how powerful the enemy in front of him, he must fight to the end. The atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Iger's silence, Xiao Zi's horror, and Huang Shilang's determination made the air outside the city sticky like glue, making it difficult to breathe. After a long while, Iger finally broke the strange silence. If I do anything to her, can you stop me? Ruthless. The muscles on Kuroshio's face twitched, but his eyes were still firm. Although I can't beat you, the samurai will never leave the master and run away. Now, there is no need to hide anything. Irisama, run. This guy will be blocked by me. After all, he waved the broken knife in his hand and rushed straight towards Yigabang. The water waves gradually rose, the cherry blossoms fell, and Lu Ying's domineering was directly driven to the extreme by him. Kang. Up Ig just swung his sword horizontally, and with one hand he blocked Kuyoshiro's life-threatening blow. You are a loyal samurai, Denjiro. Swords clashed, sparks splattered, and the blue veins on Kuang Shilang's face burst out. His jaw clenched. Obviously he was using all his strength, but the opposite Iger. His face was not red and his heart was not jumping. He was even able to laugh and spoke slowly and leisurely. It doesn't matter what you say. It's like a hammer hitting the heart of Kuang Shiro. Denjiro. At the moment when these three words came out of Iger's mouth, the strength in Kuang Shilang's hand could no longer be maintained, and then the whole body was blown away by Iger's strength. Boom. He flew high and then landed heavily on the ground. The clothes on his body were already stained by the soil, but Kuang Shilang didn't have time to take care of this. You, how did you know? I know so much. Before Kuroshio could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Iger. Iger turned around and showed Chusui Ryo in his hand to Denjiro, and then said softly, I know that you are Denjiro, and I also know that this Warren is called Hiri Kojiki, and I also know that Jin Imanzayaju and Lazang are now running around 20 years later, and I also know that it was Kanjuro who betrayed you back then. I even know that Hisong was caught in the rabbit bowl. What did you say? Kawasong was caught in a rabbit bowl? Is he still alive? Before Iger could finish the series of prepared words, he felt that his arm was being pinched fiercely by two hands. The strength was so great that Iger felt a little pain, and then Xiao Zi was surprised. With a cry of surprise, it sounded behind Iggy. Hearing Xiao Zi's exclamation, Denjiro also felt that the boiling blood in his body calmed down a little. Hisong was still alive. He was even happier than Xiao Zi himself, and when he saw Iger's slow but sure nod, he suddenly felt a warm liquid flowing from the corner of his eyes. Eagle paused, then continued, in addition, I have already talked to Shuten Maru. This guy should be almost here now. I'm here to deal with Kaido. If you can contain the power of the snake, it will also be good for me. It's that simple. Okay, I have finished what I should tell you, and the rest is up to you to decide. After all, this is your Wano country, isn't it? If you decide, go back to the banquet today. After the banquet is over, someone from outside the city will pick you up. After speaking, Iger didn't hesitate or wait, leaving Kojiki and Denjiro, who were still in shock, and turned around and left. If this is the case, then you are the great benefactor of my Wano country. It wasn't long before Iger walked out, and Haiwa's voice caught up from behind. Looking back, the girl was taking Denjiro by her side and saluting in her direction, but he didn't say too much. He waved his hand. The silver light lit up on his body and disappeared again in place. Chapter 800 Liberate Rabbit Dawn. Okay, Hiri-sama, it's almost time for us to go back. Lying on the ground and watching Iger's figure leave from afar, Denjiro also slowly stood up from the ground, stepped forward and helped Hiri up with his hands, and said softly, Kawamatsu, did you hear Denjiro? Kawamatsu is still alive. Kawamatsu is still alive. She was gently helped by Denjiro, but apparently Hiri didn't listen to what Denjiro said. Her red lips parted lightly, and she repeated two words sentence by sentence, her voice full of trembling. Denjiro looked down and saw that the cheeks of Lord Hiri in front of him had swelled up, glowing an attractive red under the illumination of the moonlight and the lights. Of course, as a servant of both loyalty and righteousness, he doesn't have any bad thoughts about his own princess. Instead, he is keenly aware that the tip of Mr. Raihi's delicate nose has turned red, and then the big teardrops from his eyes are crazy. It rolled down, and even the makeup was wet, and the sticky snot smeared all over his face. With his hand on Hiri's shoulder, Denjiro could clearly feel that at this moment Hayakasama's body was shaking violently, and it was getting more and more intense, as if something like a volcano was brewing. Wow. Finally, not finally, it didn't take long. Just a few seconds later, an earth-shattering cry suddenly burst out from Raihi's throat. He's still alive. That's great. Woohoo. Hisong is still alive. Yes, Hisong is still alive. It's great. Seeing the master in front of him crying so sadly, Denjiro, a colleague of Kawamatsu and his brother, also felt the tip of his nose sore, comforting Hiri softly while quietly wiping the tears from his eyes. It's so good. I'm still alive, and we can meet again. Hisong, I will definitely save you this time. On the other side, it was said that after Yig turned into a flash of lightning and left, he also went to a wasteland around the flower capital. There was a man in a dark green cloak standing there like a pillar, waiting for someone coming. Scoff. The silver lightning ripped apart the air, and a figure that shone like a thunderbolt appeared in front of the dark green cloaked man. As the electric light disappeared, the figure wrapped by the shining light gradually revealed its original shape. It was Iger. How is it? Straight to the point. Iger just let the lightning all over his body dissipate, and then asked, we have already negotiated with Shuten Maru, and he said that he will definitely go to the rabbit bowl to find out. How is your side? As soon as the dark green cloak opened his mouth, the voice of the dragon came out. I just found Princess Haiwa and Denjiro, and told them the news. Princess Haiwa had been fleeing with Hesong since she was a child. When I heard the news of Hesong, I would definitely be very excited, and I would definitely take the news. Jiro, go take a look. You just need to come and accept them tomorrow. According According to the plan discussed by Iger and the Revolutionary Army, the first step has been basically completed. There are still the 9 heroes of Akasaka in Wano country. In theory, there are only Kawamatsu, Denjiro, and Shunmaru. The first plan is to guide Shunmaru and Denjiro, who are still in good health, into the rabbit bowl, and when they really see the Kawamatsu imprisoned there, they will definitely believe what Iger said, and at that time they will also become Iger's allies in Wano. When Iger proposed to solve Kaido, these 9 heroes of the Red Heaven would definitely lead the remaining samurai, thinking of overthrowing the rule of the Black Charcoal Serpent, and to do this, relying solely on the native land of Wano, it is simply impossible to achieve it with the strength of the army. It must also rely on the strength of the Revolutionary Army, and this is the second step of the plan, to convince Denjiro and the others that Iger has the strength to challenge Kaido and even defeat him. So, has the reporter already found it? Iger smiled lightly and asked again. It's already been arranged, Long replied. After you rescue Hisong, you will go directly to the Ghost Island, and the whole process will be handed over to the group of people under Morgans. You and Kaido will fight. It will be broadcast live in the entire Wano country. At that time, our troops will disguise themselves as samurai and join the battle against the Black Charcoal Orokai. Well, that's the end of it. Oh, so this is your plan. Just as Iger was about to say his next plan, a completely unfamiliar voice sounded quite abruptly next to the two of them. Yiji and Long were both startled, and they roared in unison, but before they could turn their heads to look for the direction of the person coming, Yiji had already felt that there was an incomparably sharp aura that had pierced through the air in an instant and was already thundering. He stabbed towards his throat faster than he could cover his ears. Laugh! An invisible ray flashed by, and there was almost no time to react, and it was already stabbed in Iger's throat. This inexplicable offensive came so violently and quickly that even Iger could only summon his domineering arrogance in a hurry. A layer of hard keratin forms on the skin of the throat. Kang! The crisp sound of metal collision sounded in an instant, and the dazzling sparks also splashed out in an instant. The heavy force immediately made Iger's throat vomit, and then he stepped back 10 steps, and finally the burst. The heavy force was exhausted, but for this reason, Iger still felt that his Adam's apple was about to be smashed by this person. You guys, you move really fast. Seeing that Iger had guarded against this fatal blow, Long Cai was a little relieved, and then his eyes swept to the surrounding darkness, where he felt the 6 or 7 breaths that were not weak. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, I really didn't expect you to actually intervene in this place. On the other side, Iger, who had taken a few steps back, coughed violently, and then slowly stood up straight, his eyes glowing like electricity, stabbing in the other direction of the darkness. Aya, Master Grey, are you showing mercy? You are so kind. The eyes of Long and Iger met, and they remained calm, only to see several figures slowly walking out from the darkness on both sides. Iger knew both of them. On the left is the ninja group under Orochimaru, while on the other side they are all wrapped in white suits with grey masks on their faces. CP0 again. Chapter 801 just sent. Are you coming? Yes. I eavesdropped on the conversation between Long and Iger here, and there was no delay. The shot was extremely cunning and ruthless, and the CP official's signature gun was used. Iger is also a man who is proficient in 6 forms, so naturally he is too familiar with these skills. For this kind of unknowing movement, Iger couldn't think of any way to approach it except drawing it on paper. So just in the fight, or at the very first moment of being attacked, it was already recognized that this kind of domineering, this kind of technique of using the 6 forms, was definitely the trick of CP0. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that familiar white suit with a grey mask with a rather strange design on top of the white collar. The moment I saw this figure appeared, Iger had already reacted. This group of people will definitely not come here after hearing the news that they have robbed the Warren today. On the contrary, they should have been sent by Kaido early on, the killer who came to assassinate himself. Does Kaido think that by sending you alone, he can kill me successfully? Looking at the grey mask slowly emerging from the dark shadow, Iger's expression did not change, and he smiled lightly. Do you think we don't exist? Hearing Iger's words, the ninja group next to him became unhappy, and the ninja with a tall head, long earlobes, and sunglasses said slowly, however, even CP0 is Iger who doesn't care about it at all. How can he care about this? There was no bird at all, and he was still talking to himself, and the cold voice fell in the sand with a resounding sound. What happened to Kaido? When I returned to Wano, I thought that there would be a buff bonus. Did all the members become stronger? When did a CP0 think that he could kill me? Arrogant, extremely arrogant. In a word, he completely ignored all the ninjas present, and even the grey mask was ruthlessly ridiculed. For a time, the grey mask and the ninja group under General Orokai's face were as ugly as eating flies. What kind of thing are you? It's like Governor Kaido is your underdog. If you have that ability, would you still be hit? Seeing Iger ignoring himself, Long had immediately immediately felt an evil fire in his heart. His entire brow was twitched and his long earlobes swayed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, or in other words, it never relaxed at all. Hehe, you won't believe it, right? The reason why Kaido asked you to come here is because he wants you to come over to drain my stamina. If you're lucky, maybe you can hurt me. In the face of the long-headed reprimand, Iger was still neither angry nor annoyed and kept a calm smile. I think you're a dead duck. In a few words, the long-head could no longer hold back the evil fire in his heart, and he was about to raise his sword, but just as he was about to rush out, he was stopped by a pure white palm. Yes, Grey Mask. This guy, let me do it. I'm curious, where did the kid who was almost killed by me get his confidence? The Grey Mask gave a gloomy laugh behind the mask, and then bursts of grey and black smoke suddenly appeared around the white body, and in the next second he disappeared in place. As you know, this kind of guy is just bragging. Seeing Grey Mask's reaction, Longhead also snorted coldly. It's just a kid named by Lord Kaido to get rid of. He is so arrogant that even the Lord of CP0 can't solve it by himself. Joke. What kind of organization is CP0? The super organization that the world government relies on to stand in the world. Every member of them has a strength comparable to or even far beyond that of Kaiwahei. This kind of character, even if it is said that he can chop this kid into meat sauce, there is no problem at all. However, since Lord Grey took the initiative to make a move, the people like him could only look at the person next to him, although it seemed that this person had no intention of making a move. You guys don't think about doing it, just watch it with me. The man covered in the dark green cloak seemed to really come to see the show. He didn't appear to be in a hurry at all, and he didn't have any intention to fight. He just held his arms as if he wanted to look at Iggy and the Grey Mask. Same as fighting. That kid will definitely be killed. The surrounding ninjas also have the same thoughts as the Longheads, and cast their disdainful eyes to Iger, who is not far away, waiting to see Iger's joke. During the flow of thoughts, the opposite Iger suddenly moved. I saw a ray of light suddenly burst out from his eyes, as if he was sensing something, and then his head turned to the side without any hesitation. Laugh. At the same moment, in the gloom beside him, a dagger full of iron gray quickly emerged from the darkness, and then rubbed Iger's neck tightly. Bang. When it missed a hit, there seemed to be a cold snort in the void, and then the dark dagger blade that extended from the void turned from vertical to horizontal, and immediately slashed towards Iger's neck. If your attack is just that, then it's better to run away as soon as possible. Okay. Although the Grey Mask's attack was strange and tricky, the domineering dagger flickered like a ghost, as if even the space was pierced by it, but this kind of attack was fundamental to Iger today. No threat whatsoever. The red-black viscous domineering seeped out from the pores of his neck instantly, and then condensed into a hard red-black crust on the side of Iger's neck. Clang. Once again, the gray-black dagger slashed on the red-black horny. The sound of gold and iron clashing exploded, and sparks burst wildly. At the same time, in the ninja group, the corner of the long-headed mouth slowly raised a mocking smile. However, before his smile spread to the maximum, it suddenly solidified on his face. Because this time, the dagger was not as effective as the last time, but stopped at the first moment of hitting Iger's neck, and Iger's neck on the other side didn't move at all. I've said it for a long time, if your attack is only this level, then run for your life as soon as possible. Taking this blow abruptly, Iger didn't delay. His palm was instantly wrapped in a black light, and then protruded to the side like lightning, followed by a sudden grip. What? The Grey Mask hidden in the void instantly turned pale. How could this guy be able to catch himself?